The gears of fate roared to life at that moment, jolting Lin Yi awake with a start. His sudden shout drew the attention of the entire class. Even Su Wanning, the school's beauty, couldn't help but glance over and stifle a giggle. As Lin Yi looked around, taking in the familiar classroom, his classmates, and the face that had haunted his dreams, he suddenly realized had been reborn. Ignoring the mocking laughter around him, Lin Yi urgently turned to Su Wanning, his voice hoarse with tension. "What's today's date?" Su Wanning, puzzled, replied, "It's January 4th, 2024. Why?" Lin Yi's heart pounded as he shot a glance at the clock in the center of the classroom, his pupils contracting in shock. Only 1 minute left. In 60 seconds, something bizarre would descend upon Blue Star. Everyone would awaken to mysterious professions, plunging the world into an era of chaos and mass career changes. In this survival-of-thefitist world, killing would no longer be taboo. Survival would be the only rule. What pained Lin Yi the most was knowing that Su Wanning, the girl he had longed for, would transform into a bloodthirsty wraith. In his previous life, he could only watch helplessly as the mutated Su Wanning was besieged and killed by others. He was powerless to stop it. Unexpectedly, in her dying moments, Su Wanning had looked at him with her blood-red eyes and confessed, "I like you." Those 4 words had pierced Lin Yi's heart like a blade, tormenting him day and night. Now, the heavens had granted him another chance. Lin Yi swore to himself that this time, he would change fate. He would not only save Su Wanning, but also carve a path to greatness in this new world with his foreknowledge. Time was ticking away, and Lin Yi frantically recalled the details of his past life. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. The wraith's transformation began with a sudden pustule on the chest. If he destroyed it before it fully formed, he could prevent the mutation. His eyes blazing with determination, Lin Yi grabbed the pin from Su Wanning's hand. "Lin Yi, what are you doing?" she exclaimed in shock. There was no time to explain. Lin Yi silently counted down the final seconds. In an instant, the bizarre event descended. An overwhelming surge of foreign knowledge flooded everyone's mind. The sky darkened, winds howled, and ominous clouds gathered. Amidst the fog, a colossal tower soared into the sky. Without hesitation, Lin Yi acted. The pin pierced the freshly formed pustule on Su Wanning's chest with precision. Blood mist erupted, enveloping her entirely. Her jet-black hair turned a vivid blood red. Her pale face became even more ghostly, and her eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. At that critical moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's mind. "Welcome to the era of universal career changes. Beginner quest. Repel the wraiths. The tower has spawned wraiths in various locations. Utilize your professions and strive to survive. Beware of the crimson. Slay the wraiths. The first to kill will receive a grand reward." The system broadcast abruptly ended, replaced by a cacophony of electronic noises. "Song, congratulations to Dark Hunter Lin Yi for achieving the first kill. Title awarded, First Blood." This unexpected announcement exploded like a bombshell, shocking all servers. Everyone was dumbfounded. Universal career changes? Wraiths? The system broadcast hadn't even finished, and someone had already achieved the first kill? Who was this Dark Hunter named Lin Yi? Countless players etched his name into their memories. Just then, another unexpected voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host Lin Yi, for awakening the godly operations cheat. Shock the servers, earn admiration points, and exchange them for powerful rewards. Newbie gift, rapid arrow drawing technique." Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Could this be a gift from the heavens for a reborn soul? Another prompt followed. "Ding! First kill shockwave across all servers. Earned 1,000 admiration points. Exchangeable for top-tier curved arrow. Redeem?" Lin Yi didn't hesitate to redeem it. However, Lin Yi had no time to dwell on these unexpected gains. His entire focus was on Su Wanning before him. She stared wide-eyed, filled with terror. Su Wanning had heard the system broadcast too and was deeply confused. Was she really the bloodthirsty wraith? Had Lin Yi already killed her? Lin Yi immediately moved closer to Su Wanqing, his hand gently soothing her trembling back. He softly reassured her in a calm voice, "Don't be afraid. You won't die. You're no longer an evil spirit. Leave the rest to me." Su Wanqing stood frozen, her mind blank. She was utterly confused. Was she dead or alive? The classmates were at a loss in the face of the sudden turn of events. However, the all-powerful system instantly made everyone accept the reality of the era of universal job change. The first to react was Lei Zhengyi, a robust athlete who sat in front of Su Wanqing. He jumped to his feet and shouted excitedly, "What the heck? I've turned into a bloodthirsty warrior? Is this for real? Am I the main character now? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Lei Zhengyi's tone turned mocking. "Wait a minute, the system mentioned Lin Yi? Could it be that math nerd Lin Yi from our class? That scrawny weakling getting the first kill? No way. He'd probably wet his pants at the sight of an evil spirit. Right, Lin Yi? Lei Zhengyi turned around, intending to ridicule Lin Yi, but instead, he was met with the sight of Su Wanqing covered in blood-red aura. He jumped back in terror, knocking over desks and chairs behind him. You're a ghost. An evil spirit is here, he screamed. The noise drew the attention of the entire class. When they saw Su Wanqing, they gasped in horror. She was enveloped in a crimson aura, and the stench of blood quickly filled the classroom, suffocating everyone like a plague. Most of the students instinctively backed away from Su Wanqing, their eyes filled with fear, dread, and confusion. As ordinary high school seniors, they had never encountered such a bizarre scene. Only Lin Yi remained calm. He expressionlessly pulled out the pin lodged in Su Wanqing's chest and tossed it aside, then slowly stood in front of her, scanning his classmates with a cold gaze. Su Wanqing, in a daze, clung tightly to Lin Yi's shirt. Lei Zhengyi, trembling, yelled at Lin Yi, "Lin, you idiot, there's an evil spirit behind you. Kill her. Didn't you hear the system announcement? This evil spirit is the boss. If she doesn't die, we will." At that moment, various weapons suddenly appeared in the hands of many students. With the universal job change, reality had become fully gamified. Everyone had awakened to a game interface system, allowing them to check their stats, tasks, inventory, and more. These weapons were the starter gear that had automatically appeared in their inventories. The students, shaking, pointed their weapons at Lin Yi and Su Wanqing. Lin Yi shook his head and said firmly, "The evil spirit is already dead. Su Wanqing is now just a normal human. She won't be a threat to you anymore." Lei Zhengyi was stunned and suspiciously eyed Su Wanqing again. Just as he hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more, "Kill, kill. You must kill the evil spirit." This voice solidified Lei Zhengyi's resolve. He thought, following the quest in an online game is never wrong, right? Spitting on the ground, Lei Zhengyi roared furiously at Lin Yi, "Bullshit. This evil spirit is clearly still alive. How can you lie through your teeth? Listen, I've now become a bloodthirsty warrior. Don't mess with me. I must kill this evil ghost today to protect our class." Lei Zhengyi's words immediately garnered support from many classmates. Although they didn't fully understand what was happening, none of them wanted to stay in the same room with a blood-covered monster. Right. Exactly. How can you be sure she won't harm us again? The system just told us to kill the evil spirit. Why are you stopping us? Are you an evil spirit too? Is that why you're defending her? If you don't move, we'll kill you too. You're just a math nerd, and now you're acting tough? Have you lost your mind? Kill that thing quickly. It's terrifying. I don't want to die. Lin Yi coldly observed the ugly faces of his classmates. This scene, he had witnessed once before in his previous life. Even though Su Wanqing was recognized as the school's beauty, she was ostracized by her classmates due to previous rumors. Before Lin Yi was reborn, these classmates abandoned him without hesitation, and even those who spoke up for him were shunned. Now, the reborn Lin Yi had no fondness for these selfish classmates. At this moment, standing behind Lin Yi, Su Wanqing could clearly feel the malice around her. She looked down at her nails, the spreading crimson color filling her with despair. Scarlet tears slowly flowed from her eyes, leaving two glaring streaks on her pale cheeks. Maybe they're right. I really am dangerous, liable to lose control and kill, Su Wanqing thought to herself. Naturally kind-hearted, she didn't want anyone to lose their life because of her. Looking at Lin Yi's broad back shielding her, she suddenly realized this boy might be her only support. "Lin Yi, step aside," Su Wanqing said softly, her voice trembling slightly. "Don't let them hurt you. I really have mutated." Lin Yi remained unmoved, responding firmly with just 3 words. "Trust me." He quickly communicated with the system in his mind, and a strange scene unfolded. Like a character in an online game, for bright red words appeared above his head, "First Blood." Lin Yi swept a contemptuous gaze over the confronting crowd, a cold smile curling his lips. "Take a good look, you fools. I'm Lin Yi, the one who just scored the first kill. This is my system title. Even the system acknowledges that I killed the eerie spirit. What reason do you have to kill Su Wanqing?" The classmates stared at the title above Lin Yi's head, momentarily silent. Suddenly, Mei Lian, a girl who was usually jealous of Su Wanqing, broke the silence with a sarcastic tone. "Who knows if she'll mutate again? Maybe these eerie spirits have 9 lives like cats? What if she mutates again suddenly? What then?" Mei Lian's words immediately resonated with many classmates. The classroom erupted in a chorus of angry shouts. "That's right. Exactly. We still don't understand this bizarre situation. How can you gamble with our lives? We must kill Su Wanqing. Kill the eerie spirit." The chaotic shouting filled the classroom, brimming with fear and hostility. The shrill, ear-piercing slogans echoed through the classroom like the cries of a demon. Lin Yi stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over his excited classmates. Though a few dissenting voices emerged, they were quickly drowned out by the fervent shouting. Everyone, calm down. What if he doesn't mutate? We could be killing an innocent person. Shouldn't we verify it first? A timid voice came from the corner. Lin Yi turned to see the chubby boy speaking up for him, and Su Wanning again. Memories surged in Lin Yi's mind. In his previous life, this chubby boy had pleaded on his behalf, only to be ostracized by the entire class. A complex look flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Lei Jingyi glanced around and saw that so many classmates were supporting him. He let out a sinister laugh, gripping the long knife tightly in his hand. Lin Yi, you heard them, right? The minority must obey the majority. If you don't step aside, they'll have to act. Don't blame me for not considering our classmates' bond then. Classmates' bond? Lin Yi sneered, the events of his previous life flashing before his eyes. You all shouldn't insult those words. Lin Yi had no interest in talking to them. His few sharp words were merely a stall for time. He quickly accessed his talent point allocation interface in his mind. In the next moment, his attribute points appeared in the void. Only Lin Yi could see these numbers. Lin Yi's level, 1. Current free talent points, 2. Constitution, 1. Strength, 1. Intelligence, 1. Spirit, 1. Agility, 1. Luck, 0. In this era of universal career change, talent points were key to enhancing one's strength. Choosing the right allocation for one's profession was crucial. Lin Yi's profession in this life was the same as in his previous one. A dark hunter, a ranged class that used a bow and arrow. In the past, dark hunters typically allocated points to strength and agility. Lin Yi, however, had a different perspective. Everyone believed the main damage output of a dark hunter should be the attack power of their bow. But after extensive calculations in his previous life, Lin Yi arrived at a conclusion that overturned conventional wisdom. Dark hunters could achieve higher damage output through the passive skill, Dark Mark. Dark Mark passive skill. The Dark Hunter's arrows have a chance to inflict a dark corrosion effect, dealing 3 damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. A chance? 3 damage? In his previous life, people dismissed this passive skill immediately upon seeing these terms. Not only was the damage low, but the probability was also vague. Could it be that you might shoot 100 arrows without triggering Dark Mark even once? It seemed like a wasted passive skill. However, Lin Yi had calculated it thoroughly through numerous experiments in his previous life. The so-called chance was actually 20. The most terrifying discovery was that the special attribute point, luck, could influence the probability of Dark Mark. At its peak, it could increase to 100. Luck was a unique attribute that didn't increase with level. It could only be enhanced using extremely precious attribute points. In the early stages, even a single attribute point could make a world of difference. Many curious players who allocated points to luck couldn't survive more than 3 days in this era of universal career change. However, Lin Yi was confident he could compensate for the attribute point disparity with his skills. Lin Yi also knew that the damage value of passive skills was influenced by his maximum health. The higher his health, the higher the damage of Dark Mark. Once his health increased, Dark Mark could deal over 100 damage per second, totaling over 1,000 in 10 seconds. It might not seem like much, but with Lin Yi's foresight, he knew about the Dark Hunter's level 30 skill Infinite Dark Mark. This skill allowed the Dark Mark buff to stack infinitely. When the probability increased, the damage increased, and Dark Mark could start stacking. The Dark Hunter class would truly become invincible. Therefore, the correct way to allocate points for a Dark Hunter was to enhance Constitution and Luck. Lin Yi was the only one in the entire server who knew this. This information gap would allow Lin Yi's Dark Hunter to shine earlier. While Lin Yi was calculating in his mind, he had already communicated with the system interface and completed his point allocation. Confirmed to add free talent points to Luck and Constitution? Confirmation successful. In this era of universal career change, humans wouldn't be directly injured when attacked. Instead, their health would be deducted, similar to an online game. Once their health was completely depleted, they would be eliminated, or in other words, die completely. Everyone's initial health was 100. Since Lin Yi had enhanced his constitution, his initial health increased to an impressive 120 points. Don't forget, the title above Lin Yi's head wasn't just for show. As a first kill reward, its effect was extremely formidable. First Blood grants the wearer a 10 boost to all attributes. So, with the title's bonus, Lin Yi's health had now reached an impressive 132 points. That's 32 points more than anyone else. Early on, most people's attack power was around 10 points. So these 32 extra health points could allow Lin Yi to withstand at least 3 more attacks. This was a significant advantage. A smile tugged at Lin Yi's lips as he summoned his starter weapon from his backpack. An ordinary longbow. Beginner's longbow. Grade, common. Usable level, 1. Attack power, 5. Bonus, unlimited quiver. Lin Yi drew an arrow from the quiver at his waist and slowly pulled back the bowstring. Seeing Lin Yi pull out a longbow, Lei Jingyi's face lit up with a smug, gleeful smile. A bowman? You're in trouble. Your kind, with your flimsy ranged attacks, is the worst match for someone like me, a close combat warrior. In such a small space like this classroom, let's see how you dodge my big knife. My blade is itching for action, huh? Lei Jingyi laughed maniacally and charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained calm, standing still with a slight smile. He whispered, "Do you think I need to dodge to kill you?" The entire class was stunned. Lei Jingyi's speed had completely surpassed that of an average high school student. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed. He knew there were two reasons behind this: the physical enhancement from his job change and the initial passive skill charge of the Blood Warrior. Lin Yi calculated silently. This passive skill increased the Blood Warrior's speed by 10 when charging towards an enemy, making him a nightmare for ranged classes. Melee classes already had higher initial agility compared to ranged ones, and in the early stages, everyone's attack power was weak. A few arrows from a Dark Hunter couldn't take down a Blood Warrior. Even under a rain of arrows, the Blood Warrior could close in and interrupt the Dark Hunter's actions. This was one of the reasons the Dark Hunter was considered the weakest class in the early game. Lei Jingyi fixed his gaze on the motionless Lin Yi, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Trash. Die. Watch me rid the world of you, he roared, charging at Lin Yi with his long knife gleaming coldly in his hand. Behind Lin Yi, Su Wanning's face was pale with fear. She hadn't expected these people to really go for the kill. Lin Yi, run. Don't worry about me. She tried to push Lin Yi away, but he didn't budge. At that moment, Lin Yi stood like a sturdy pine tree, his eyes locked onto Lei Jingyi's right leg. Lin Yi knew that after the strange phenomenon, there would be no substantial organ damage aside from health loss. But the impact was still real. He quickly nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring, his speed astonishing everyone. Lin Yi himself was amazed. Is this the godlike speed granted by the cheat? Incredible. The longbow curved like a crescent moon, ready to release. Whoosh! The first arrow flew straight at Lei Jingyi's right leg, the powerful impact disrupting his charge. It hurts. Wait, it doesn't hurt. Lei Jingyi looked down at his right leg. The arrow had vanished. Apart from a faint pain, he felt unharmed. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, your weakling strength is pathetic. You think you can challenge me? Dream on. Lei Jingyi didn't notice the damage numbers floating above his head or the system's alert sound. His arrogance had clouded his judgment. The classmates behind him exclaimed, "Wow, Lei Jingyi is so tough. He's taking arrows hidden. Awesome. Lei Jingyi, kill those two evil spirits so we can all be safe." The constant praise from his classmates made Lei Jingyi even more intoxicated. Lin Yi saw the excitement in his eyes and sneered, quickly knocking another arrow. Arrows rained down. Lei Jingyi let the arrows hit him, laughing wildly as he charged at Lin Yi. Too light. Still too light. Did you not eat? Why is your bow so weak? He was oblivious to his rapidly dropping health, the system's warnings drowned out by the barrage of arrows. In the blink of an eye, Lei Jingyi was upon Lin Yi, raising his long knife high. You evil spirit. Die. Today, I will be the hero of the class. His eyes sparkled, already imagining himself being celebrated by everyone. Lin Yi silently counted his arrows, calculating Lei Jingyi's remaining health. The 8th arrow, he thought. Lei Jingyi's health is now below 20. 2 more arrows should do it. However, Lei Jingyi's knife was already descending, seemingly too fast for Lin Yi to respond. The entire class watched the scene tensely, their minds still stuck in the pre-transition era, thinking that if the knife struck Lin Yi's head, he would surely die. Some of the more timid girls covered their eyes, unable to bear the potential bloodshed that might follow. No. The chubby kid in the corner tried to shout, but the tall boy next to him slapped him to the ground. Shut up, the tall boy hissed. The classroom fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke up for Lin Yi, and no one tried to stop Lei Jingyi. To protect themselves, they pitifully chose to sacrifice Lin Yi. Su Wanqing desperately tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, trying to drag him away from danger, but he didn't budge. She didn't know that without the possession of a sinister spirit, Lin Yi's strength was no different from an ordinary person's. Worse, her life points were fixed at 10, and a slight mistake could cost her life. Lin Yi knew this well, so he stood his ground. Facing the approaching long knife, Lin Yi remained calm, knocking another arrow with composure. Watching his back, Su Wanqing finally gave up struggling. Maybe this is my fate, she whispered, pressing her face against Lin Yi's back and wrapping her arms around his waist, seeking a moment of warmth in what she thought were her final moments. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang echoed through the classroom. The expected pain didn't come. Su Wanqing opened her eyes in surprise and looked up. To her astonishment, Lei Jingyi, who moments ago seemed so menacing, could no longer hold his knife steadily. Covering her mouth in shock, she trembled as she asked, "What happened?" The classroom's earlier cheers abruptly ceased, and everyone was stunned. Although they had witnessed the entire scene, they couldn't understand what had just occurred. Someone whispered, "What happened? How did the knife get knocked away?" "I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. Maybe Lei Zhengyi lost his grip." How could Lei Zhengyi make such a basic mistake? They didn't know that Lin Yi had just used a special curved arrow he had redeemed from an external system. In a split second, the arrow first struck Lei Zhengyi's long knife, using powerful vibrations to disarm him. Then, the arrow didn't fall but traced a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for the back of Lei Zhengyi's head. This dual impact was the power of the curved arrow. Lei Zhengyi stared blankly at his fallen knife, momentarily at a loss. How? How did my knife drop?" he muttered. Lin Yi remained expressionless, offering no explanation, but instead drew his bow again, taking away Lei Zhengyi's last bit of life points. Lei Zhengyi, still unaware of what had happened, bent down to pick up his knife, only to find his fingers passing right through it. "What? My body?" Lei Zhengyi watched in horror as his hands became increasingly transparent, feeling his strength and vitality drain away. He glared at Lin Yi in terror, shouting madly, "What did you do?" Lin Yi looked at him calmly and slowly explained, "Since the sinister spirit descended, the boundary between reality and the game world has blurred. Here, your health points represent your life. The fact that you don't feel pain doesn't mean you're not injured. Now that your health points are 0, there's only one outcome for you: death." Lei Zhengyi's eyes turned red with rage as he roared at Lin Yi, "Why didn't you tell me? Why? Why?" He futilely tried to grab Lin Yi, only to find he could no longer touch anything. Lin Yi responded coldly, "Would you have believed me if I had told you? I already told you that Su Wanqing is no longer a threat because I've eliminated the sinister spirit. Did you believe that?" Desperate, Lei Zhengyi turned to his classmates, who had supported him moments ago, seeking help. "Save me. Someone, please save me." Yet no one extended a hand. Lin Yi watched this scene calmly and spoke his final words to the pitiable ringleader. "Goodbye, and don't be a fool in your next life." Lin Yi's voice was cold and ruthless, echoing through the silent space. A flash of unwillingness and regret crossed Lei Zhengyi's face before he vanished like smoke. The scene stunned everyone present, shattering their grasp on reality like a sledgehammer. The girls were terrified, with some fainting on the spot. The boys, though still standing, had trembling legs and vacant stares, clearly unable to process what they had just witnessed. Mei Lian, who had been sarcastic earlier, now pointed a trembling finger at Lin Yi, her voice filled with fear. You actually killed someone?" Lin Yi's gaze cut through her like a blade, his voice seemingly from the depths of hell. "Didn't you see it yourself? Point at me with that filthy finger again, and you'll be next." Mei Lian immediately withdrew her hand and quickly hid among the crowd. However, once she was sure Lin Yi couldn't see her, a hint of hatred flickered in her eyes. To the classmates, Lin Yi now appeared as a terrifying murderer. Everyone kept their distance, their eyes filled with fear and caution. Lin Yi remained indifferent to their reactions. In this new era where everyone had a role to play, the facade of classmate camaraderie meant nothing to him. The fact that he hadn't gone on a killing spree was already an act of mercy. Lin Yi adhered to his principles. Though this new world didn't forbid killing, he believed in having a moral boundary. He wouldn't be a saint, but neither would he be a wanton executioner. Those who provoked him would face his wrath. The innocent, he couldn't care less about. This was Lin Yi's way of life. In this dangerous and opportunity-filled new world, he would continue to uphold his beliefs, no matter how many challenges lay ahead. 5 minutes ago, the Skyward Tower suddenly appeared, and at its peak, a group of survivors from other parallel worlds were intently watching the live broadcasts displayed on the walls. They had all experienced the era of universal job changes that Lin Yi was now facing, ascending the Skyward Tower through brutal battles. A blonde woman from the Lighthouse Nation leisurely popped a grape into her mouth, her eyes flitting between the monitors. "Who do you think will get the first kill in Parallel World 44 this time? Which server will do it?" "It'll definitely be our Grizzly Nation youth server," a man from the Grizzly Nation confidently replied. "A mere sinister spirit? It's nothing." A man from the Sakura Nation scoffed and interjected disdainfully. "Ridiculous. How could you Grizzly Nation muscleheads possibly discover the sinister spirit's fatal weakness? Watch and learn from the great Sakura Empire." At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the Skyward Tower. Time used, 0.87 seconds. Record broken. Huaxia region earns 100 points. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the Huaxia youth server screen. The Lighthouse Nation woman lunged at the monitor, seeing Lin Yi pulling a pin out of Su Wanning's chest wound, and felt a wave of dizziness. Huaxia? Could they be producing another talent like Long Yangxiu? The Grizzly Nation man held his head in disbelief, while the previously smug Sakura Nation man turned pale, frantically checking records from other parallel worlds. Before today, the fastest first kill record was 3 minutes, but Huaxia had achieved an almost impossible 0.87 seconds. Wait! The Lighthouse Nation woman suddenly screamed, pointing at the monitor. Look, there's internal conflict in the Huaxia team. On the screen, Lin Yi was facing off against Lei Jingyi. The Lighthouse Nation woman initially found this amusing, but her smile froze as Lei Jingyi died before her eyes. She watched in shock as a rookie Dark Hunter took down a bloodthirsty warrior. The Grizzly and Sakura Nation members looked at her with disdain. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia region, the survivor team leader, Long Yangqiu, slammed the table and stared at the monitor. He saw Lin Yi's bizarre arrow shot and couldn't believe his eyes. Did Lin Yi just use a curved arrow? The Huaxia survivors fell silent, all having witnessed the astonishing scene. One arrow, two targets. Not only did it interrupt Lei Jingyi's attack, but it also took another 11 points of his health. Some marveled at the textbook-level curved arrow, while others were skeptical. Regardless, this newcomer named Lin Yi had captured everyone's attention. Indeed, it was a curved arrow, but for someone like Long Yangqiu, a master of combat, this was hardly an extraordinary feat, however. Long Yangqiu's face was lit with excitement as he shook his head, his voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm. You're right. For those of us who have been through countless battles, this is nothing. But think about it. Who is Lin Yi? He's just a dark hunter who awakened 3 minutes ago. Long Yangqiu held up 3 fingers, shaking them vigorously as if to engrave this unbelievable fact into everyone's minds. 3 minutes. He's only shot 8 arrows. And he's already mastered the curved arrow. Who among us or anyone here could do that? Genius. The word echoed in Long Yangqiu's mind. The surrounding survivors nodded in agreement as they listened to him. Suddenly, Long Yangqiu spun around and shouted at his still-dazed team members, "What are you standing around for? I want all the information on this Lin Yi. From his birth onward, everything. The more detailed, the better. Right now." His eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, China might just produce a formidable talent. Someone who could elevate our rankings once again. Soon, a thick stack of documents was delivered to Long Yangqiu. He furrowed his brows and quickly scanned through them. The omniscience of the Tower of Babel was fully evident at this moment. With enough trade points, any information was within reach. However, the more Long Yangqiu read, the more puzzled he became. The documents showed that Lin Yi was quite ordinary in most aspects. Physical ability, agility, shooting talent. Over the past 18 years, his performance in these areas was unremarkable. The only thing that stood out was his talent in mathematics. He had already mastered high school math and was currently studying advanced university-level mathematics. But, Long Yangqiu muttered to himself, can mathematics help him clear dungeons in this era of universal job changes? He just used a curved arrow, and I thought he had been practicing. But the fact is, he hasn't practiced archery at all, unless you count that time when he played with a toy bow at an amusement park when he was 7. He looked up at the others, perplexed, and asked, how could such an ordinary person have such calm decision-making skills in the heat of battle? How did he shoot such a beautiful curved arrow with such ease? Could he have calculated it with math? Long Yangqiu rubbed his throbbing temples. Just as he was feeling overwhelmed, the vice-captain of the Chinese survivors, Yuan, suddenly noticed an anomaly in Lin Yi's attribute point distribution. She hurriedly pointed it out to Long Yangqiu. Brother Long, look at Lin Yi's attribute points. Long Yangqiu quickly leaned in to take a closer look, his eyes widening in astonishment. For a moment, he was speechless. The others crowded around, and when they saw the text on the document, they were all stunned. Constitution? Luck? Long Yangqiu read out in disbelief. Why Constitution? And why the hell luck? Even someone as knowledgeable as him was completely baffled. Have there been other players who chose to add points to luck? Long Yangqiu asked in surprise. Yuan quickly provided an answer, yes, but most of them didn't survive more than 5 dungeons due to the significant disparity in early-stage attributes. So we don't have much data on the luck attribute. Based on my guess, luck might be related to skill activation probabilities, loot drops, and so on. Unfortunately, the early survival difficulty is too high, and our data samples are too few. Long Yangqiu frowned deeply. High survival difficulty? He still had high hopes for Lin Yi. Is Lin Yi also going to perish due to attribute disparity? What is he thinking? Does he really think this is a game? This is a life and death purgatory. Meanwhile, other floors within the Tower of Babel were also closely monitoring Lin Yi's every move. Although not many floors were open, each country had its own designated floor, fully equipped with various facilities. On days without dungeon runs, the survivors' lives were relatively comfortable. In addition to the national floors, there was a common floor. Ever since Lin Yi's appearance, all the survivors scattered on the common floor had returned to their respective floors, beginning their surveillance and research on Lin Yi. Although there hadn't been any competitive dungeons between countries yet, who could guarantee there wouldn't be in the future? It's essential to prepare in advance. And Lin Yi, in the mere 3 minutes since the era of universal job changes began, had already made 2 remarkable impressions, naturally attracting the attention of every nation. In the Kimchi Nation floor, Jin Songwoo was eagerly munching on kimchi, saying, "Is this Lin Yi really not one of us, Kimchi Nation people?" On the Sakura Nation floor, the survivor captain, Omihara Kucha, stared coldly at the monitor screen. A curved arrow? Interesting, Lin Yi. I've got my eye on you. He turned to his team and commanded, "Everyone, lock one of the live feeds on this Lin Yi. I want to know his every move. This person could very well be our Sakura Nation's greatest future adversary, even more troublesome than that Andrew Fu." Lin Yi was unaware that many eyes were on him at the moment, watching his every move in the Tongtian Spirit Tower. In his previous life, he had been killed before he even reached this level. Now, Lin Yi was intently listening to the system's broadcast, with a translucent virtual interface floating before his eyes. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Important notes for the era of universal job change. Lin Yi absorbed every rule, his eyes flickering with vigilance and contemplation. The gamified body, health points, system interface, inventory storage, permanent death, regional restrictions, and the impending cataclysmic dungeon. All this information made his heart beat faster. As the system concluded with the final line, "Please enjoy what might be your last night," Lin Yi's lips curved into a slight smile. Unlike those around him who were frantically checking their system interfaces, he was already well acquainted with these rules. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yi turned his attention to a new presence within him, the cheat code. To his surprise, he found he had 150 points of astonishment value. Curious, he quickly checked the details. A series of unfamiliar names appeared, most prefixed with survivor. Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of unease rising within him. When he saw the names of Su Wanning and other classmates, a gentle light flashed in his eyes. But soon, his gaze was drawn to a special name, Long Yangxiu, the leader of the Huaxia survivor squad, who had contributed a full 10 points of astonishment value. Lin Yi's mind raced, trying to comprehend these unknown pieces of information. But he quickly shook his head, refocusing on the most important task at hand, the cheat code's exchange shop. The moment he opened the exchange shop, Lin Yi's pupils dilated slightly. The dazzling array of skills and tasks left him momentarily overwhelmed. From Andrew Fu's slashing techniques to Jin Chengwa's mana control skills, and the costly bloodthirsty guillotine, each one tempted Lin Yi greatly. Finally, his attention settled on a seemingly practical skill, invincible dodge technique. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to redeem it. However, when the system prompt sounded, Lin Yi's expression instantly froze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the first level of invincible dodge technique. Lin Yi quickly checked the skill details, his expression shifting from anticipation to astonishment, and finally settling into a wry smile. It turned out that the 150 points of astonishment value had only earned him a watered-down version of the skill, requiring further investment to unlock higher levels. With no customer service to complain to and no possibility of a refund, Lin Yi had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. He took a deep breath to calm himself and began pondering how to maximize the use of this imperfect skill. After all, in this perilous world, even an 80 dodge success rate could be crucial for survival. Calming himself, Lin Yi carefully pondered his current situation. While the abilities he had at the first level were sufficient, his sights were already set on his next plan. Among the newly announced rules by the system, the sixth one particularly caught his attention. Participants were restricted to a certain area and could not leave at will. Lin Yi quickly opened the map and noticed that apart from the campus area, all other locations were grayed out. This detail instantly made him realize that the certain area mentioned by the system referred to the school grounds. This insight was something only Lin Yi, with his experience from a previous life, could possess. Others, even if they saw the map, would likely fail to grasp its significance. This discovery sparked a bold plan in Lin Yi's mind. As he was lost in thought, Su Wanqing beside him curiously observed him. Sensing her gaze, Lin Yi's face flushed red with a hint of shyness. Why are you staring at me?" Lin Yi stammered. Seeing Lin Yi's adorable expression, Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that the cold-blooded killer god had such a bashful side? Before Su Wanqing could respond, Lin Yi grabbed her hand, keeping her close by his side. Ignoring the fearful looks from other students, he walked straight to the window. He remained vigilant, ensuring that no dark hunters or illusion mages could harm Su Wanqing. Through the window, Lin Yi saw the exterior of the school building crawling with bizarre, giant ants. These ants were covered in spikes and hard armor, their size 100 times that of ordinary ants, towering over humans when they stood up. Upon seeing this, Su Wanqing exclaimed in shock, "Ah, what are those things?" However, Lin Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of these ants. He was secretly delighted. How fortunate! The monsters spawning near the school building were Stinger Soldier Ants. Stinger Soldier Ant. Level 5. Health points 50. Attack power 30. Skill Leap and Bite, dealing 150 attack damage per hit. These weak, early-stage monsters were perfect for them to gain experience now. Lin Yi quickly scanned the classroom, noticing the varied reactions of his classmates. Some were studying the system interface, others were crying hysterically, some stared blankly, and a few even seized the moment to confess to their crushes, embracing each other tearfully. In his previous life, Lin Yi had spent this night weeping over Su Wanqing's lifeless body. But in this life, with the experience from his past, he would not waste any time. More importantly, he had a reason to become stronger. Su Wanqing had become a walking shell, a half-dead, eerie specter. Though still alive, she seemed so fragile that a mere touch might shatter her. To those around her, it seemed she wouldn't last more than a few days. However, Lin Yi, who had been reborn, saw a glimmer of hope. He recalled a special item he had seen on the system forum in his past Lifia job change lock. This magical item not only allowed players to change their jobs for a second time, advancing from a basic to a more powerful advanced class, but more importantly, it could transform an eerie specter into a hidden class, necromancer. This powerful class could summon the dead and devour souls, potentially saving Su Wanqing. But acquiring the job change lock was extremely difficult. The only way Lin Yi knew was to achieve the top rank in the first 3 dungeons across the server. Each top rank would reward a component of the job change lock. Only by collecting all 3 components could one obtain the complete lock. And it had to be during the first 3 dungeons, because from the 4th one onward, the rewards would change. While the new rewards were also valuable, to Lin Yi, they were as useless as scrap metal. To achieve the top rank in the first 3 dungeons, Lin Yi needed to quickly enhance his strength. In this calm before the storm, he couldn't afford to waste time. But handling both monster hunting and protecting Su Wanqing on his own was overwhelming. He needed a reliable teammate, and he had someone in mind, the chubby guy who had spoken up for him, Tang Junren. In the class, Tang Junren was a nondescript figure, often teased by boys led by Lei Zhengyi, who mockingly called him Tang Choran Ugly Tang due to the stark contrast between his unimpressive appearance and his name. But Lin Yi knew that in an era where everyone could change jobs, appearance had become meaningless. At that moment, Tang Junren was sitting alone in a corner of the classroom, engrossed in the details of his newly acquired class. Lin Yi, protecting Su Wanqing, made his way through the crowd towards him. The surrounding students quickly stepped aside, fearing the murderous maniac might suddenly lash out. Lin Yi was pleased with this reaction. He needed everyone to fear him and stay away, so he could better protect Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing followed Lin Yi in a daze, seemingly not fully comprehending the drastic changes in the world. Tang Junren noticed Lin Yi approaching and looked up in surprise. Without wasting words, Lin Yi extended his hand, smiling. "I want to invite you to join my team." Tang Junren was stunned, his chubby face full of uncertainty. He pointed at himself, stammering, "Me? Are you sure? I'm so fat and slow. Won't I drag you down?" Lin Yi shook his head decisively. "You'll become very powerful. Working with me, we can survive better." This wasn't Lin Yi making empty promises. He was stating a fact he knew. In his previous life, Tang Junren had become the strongest exiled knight in the entire Huaxia youth server, a coveted top-tier teammate. Yet he always worked alone, never having a regular partner. Lin Yi knew this was because Tang Junren had been deceived and ostracized so much in his weaker days that it left him with psychological scars. Now, Lin Yi intended to change all that. He wanted to support Tang Junren when he lacked confidence, helping him grow faster into the strongest exiled knight. Moreover, with Tang Junren around, Su Wanqing's safety would be more assured. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Tang Junren's face was filled with disbelief. No one had ever said such words to him before. The surrounding students, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but mock. Some speculated that Lin Yi had lost his mind after mutating, wanting to team up with such a burden. Others guessed Lin Yi intended to trick and kill Tang Junren, thinking his plump body had more meat. Faced with the ridicule, Tang Junren sank back into self-doubt, lowering his head in dejection. Lin Yi coldly scanned the room, his gaze full of menace. The mocking students immediately fell silent. Lin Yi's voice echoed in the classroom. "If I hear anyone gossiping behind my back again, I won't hesitate to send you to meet Lei Zhengyi." Though they still secretly scorned him, Lin Yi's previously displayed strength made the students wary. No one dared to say another word. The classroom fell into a hushed silence once more. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze returning to Tang Junren. Tang's hand still hung in the air, as if waiting for something. Lin Yi knew well that for someone like Tang, who had been neglected for so long and had such a sensitive mind, a strong dose of motivational words could work wonders. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi poured out all the inspirational words he could muster. "Do you want to spend your whole life cowering in a dark, damp corner? This place doesn't give you safety. It offers retreat, avoidance, and cowardice. Open your eyes and really see the world. They are not worth your fear. Even in the heaviest downpour, hide your weakness and walk on with strength. I hope the scorn and attacks that come like a torrential rain can't hurt you. I want to be the support you can rely on, and you'll be my most trusted partner in this strange world of career changes. Let's survive together. Lin Yi's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Tang Junren's heart. He stood frozen, the words deeply etched into his mind. Tang Junren had never imagined that someone would extend a hand to him so resolutely, instead of raising a fist. What surprised him even more was that someone was willing to become his partner. Partner? Tang Junren murmured, then made up his mind. All right. He extended his chubby hand and firmly grasped Lin Yi's, a shy yet sincere smile spreading across his face. In this ordinary classroom, a seemingly simple handshake took place, one that would quietly change the entire era of career changes. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Heaven, Long Yangqiu's brow was furrowed as he stared intently at the information on Tang Junren in front of him. A teammate handed him a cup of coffee, advising with concern, "Stop looking, Captain Long. You've gone through that file 3 times already. What's there to see?" Tang Junren has no standout qualities, no talent, and he's easily influenced. He even believes in these meaningless pep talks. Plus, he's too overweight to move efficiently. Someone like him won't last through 3 missions. Long Yangqiu waved off the coffee with irritation and scoffed. "Do you think I don't know that? That's precisely why I can't understand why Lin Yi chose him as a teammate. In this era of career changes, having the right partner is crucial. Your survival in these perilous missions depends on having a good teammate. But Lin Yi's choice is so reckless." Long Yangqiu couldn't bear to see the newly ignited flame of hope extinguished once more. He mentally compared the talents of various countries. The Lighthouse Nation had the brilliant bloodthirsty warrior Andrew Fu. The Kimchi Nation had the immensely powerful arcane mage Kim Songwar. The Sakura Nation had the stealthy shadow assassin Mei Chuan Kucha, and the Grizzly Nation had the exceptional healer Ivana Yevlinsky. And what about the Huaxia Nation? Although he, Long Yangqiu, was known for his ferocious blade that could slay a snow-winged eagle, he knew that compared to Andrew Fu, there was still a gap. This was an innate chasm, difficult to bridge no matter how much effort was put in. Long Yangqiu understood that Huaxia desperately needed a true genius. He had pinned his hopes on Lin Yi, but now, that hope was beginning to waver. In a corner of the classroom, a boy named Pu Huai watched everything silently. Unlike his classmates, who were either terrified or envious, his eyes were filled with jealousy and madness. Pu Huai had been in the same class as Lin Yi since middle school, and now he was busy exploring the friend system in the interface, frantically adding classmates and sending messages, as if plotting something. However, Pu Huai's gaze never left Lin Yi. His eyes were like those of a ravenous beast, filled with wild, bloody, and insane killing intent. Pu Huai believed that if he could kill Lin Yi, he would gain the support of all his classmates. In these strange times, only by gaining the support of the masses can we survive better. Pu Huai's lips curled into a satisfied smile, pleased with his plan. He secretly rejoiced that his profession perfectly complemented this strategy. Wasn't this destiny? He thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was intently operating the equipment in his hands. He had successfully taught Su Wanning and Tang Junren how to add friends. The 3 avatars lit up on the interface, indicating that they had established a connection. "Anything said in our squad's private chat won't be heard by others," Lin Yi explained in the squad channel. "So, for important matters, I'll choose to talk here." "Got it." Tang Junren responded immediately. "Okay." Su Wanning softly echoed. Seeing that both had successfully received and sent private messages, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Now, let me give you a brief introduction to the era of universal job transfers. There are a total of 6 professions: Dark Hunter, Exiled Knight, Blood Warrior, Radiant Priest, Shadow Assassin, and Spectral Mage. Each profession has its own characteristics, like Tang Junren's Exiled Knight. Upon hearing his profession mentioned, Tang Junren straightened up and listened attentively. In fact, he hadn't fully understood what his profession was all about before. Lin Yi continued, "The main function of the Exiled Knight is protection. It's a tank class. Its passive skill is very powerful. When raising the shield, it can reduce damage based on the number of teammates behind, up to 20. Yaij, isn't 20 a bit low?" Tang Junren couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi shook his head slowly. "It's not low. Never underestimate that 20. In the later stages, almost no profession can quickly take down an Exiled Knight with a raised shield. Although it's biased towards protection, this profession isn't completely without offensive capabilities. However, it is indeed the weakest in close combat." "Then which profession has the strongest offensive capability?" Tang Junren asked. "Shadow Assassin." Lin Yi answered without hesitation. Among the 3 melee professions, the Shadow Assassin has the strongest close-range attack ability, followed by the Blood Warrior, and lastly, the Exiled Knight. However, their defensive capabilities are the exact opposite. Among the ranged professions, the Spectral Mage has the strongest attack power and possesses powerful area attack capabilities, followed by the Dark Hunter, and lastly, the Radiant Priest, which has the strongest support abilities. Tang Junren and Su Wanning nodded thoughtfully, gradually accepting this new knowledge. To them, Lin Yi was like an all-knowing encyclopedia, helping them clear the unknown obstacles ahead. Next, Lin Yi guided Tang Junren through the talent point allocation. Based on Tang Junren's performance in the previous life, Lin Yi chose to allocate all points to Constitution. Instantly, Tang Junren's health surged to 140 points, 8 points more than Lin Yi's. Lin Yi's idea was that since Tang Junren wasn't good at offense, he should maximize his defense, which was one of the reasons he became the strongest tank in the previous life. Lin Yi noticed a hint of sadness in Su Wanning's eyes. She watched as everyone else had their own professions, while she was just a despised and disliked evil spirit. Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder and softly said, "You will definitely be able to transfer too. I promise. And don't worry, you will become incredibly strong in the future, and I might even need your protection then. I believe in you." Su Wanning's previously sorrowful mood was instantly swept away by Lin Yi's words, and a sweet smile reappeared on her face. "Thank you, you saved me. If it weren't for you, I might have." She finally expressed her gratitude to Lin Yi. She had always had a special feeling for Lin Yi, the kind you notice at a glance in a crowd. Unfortunately, due to some past events, Su Wanning didn't dare to show her emotions or have more contact with Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled softly, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. He didn't tell Su Wanning how difficult the job transfer would be. After all, even if she knew, she couldn't help much now and would only worry unnecessarily. Since the basic introduction was over, it was time to start practical training. "Let's go. We need to get some practice now," Lin Yi said, leading the squad on a new journey. A hint of confusion flashed in Tang Junren and Su Wanling's eyes. Practice? They hadn't had time to think deeply when Lin Yi already pulled Su Wanling up, carefully shielding her in front of him. The three of them headed towards the wooden classroom door, and their classmates quickly stepped aside, not daring to get close. Lin Yi's actions immediately drew the attention of the entire class. A girl asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing?" "The system said we can't leave. Going out could mean death." Lin Yi glanced at her dismissively. He knew she meant well, but she lacked insight. Decisively opening the wooden door, Lin Yi strode out with Su Wanling and Tang Junren following closely behind. Although they didn't know Lin Yi's plan, they instinctively chose to trust him. In the corner of the classroom, Hu Huai's mouth twisted into a sinister smile as he quietly followed them. In the hallway, Lin Yi perked up his ears, listening for any sounds behind him. Hearing faint footsteps, he smirked and pretended not to notice, continuing forward. Just like in his past life, that guy was still obsessed with killing him. Since that was the case, Lin Yi wouldn't hold back. While he wasn't bloodthirsty, he wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. Leaving the classroom wasn't just to farm monsters for leveling up. It was a carefully laid trap by Lin Yi. His actions caught the attention of all the survivors in the Tower of Babel. Everyone speculated. Was he going out to grind for experience? Going out on the first night? Could he really handle those bizarre mutated creatures at level 1? In the Huaxia livestream room, the audience gasped in astonishment. Long Yangqiu was also shocked by Lin Yi's actions. He turned to the deputy captain, Yuan, and asked with difficulty, "If I remember correctly, in the 43 parallel worlds, no one has ever done this before, right?" Yuan quickly checked the data and confirmed, "That's right. He's the first in the world." Usually, the first day is meant for people to familiarize themselves with their classes, passive skills, and weapons. The first dungeon isn't supposed to be too difficult, mainly helping beginners adapt. But Lin Yi seemed determined to break the norm. At level 1, with low health and attack, and no active skills, how would he deal with the monsters? Was it ignorance or true talent? Could Huaxia see a genius who could turn the tide? Lin Yi felt at ease at this moment. Farming a few monsters, what's the big deal? It was a good chance to practice his invincible dodging technique. Going out early to farm monsters was a spontaneous decision. Since the system didn't restrict it, why not give it a try? Walking through the silent corridor, only their footsteps echoed. Screeches came from ahead, and the entire campus was eerily quiet, with only the three of them daring to leave the classroom. Lin Yi found the peace quite nice. He didn't want any interruptions while farming monsters. Although Su Wanling had seen mutated ants before, Tang Junren was filled with fear. He gripped his shield tightly in front of him, and his right hand trembled as he held a short sword, the standard weapon of a knight. "Ego, where are we going? I've never felt the school so creepy before." Tang Junren's voice trembled with fear as his eyes nervously scanned the surroundings. The campus, shrouded in the darkness of night, exuded an eerie atmosphere, and the distant screeching sounds only added to the horror. His teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with dread. Lin Yi noticed his companion's panic and calmly reassured him, "Don't be afraid. You're a job changer now. Remember, your role is actually very powerful. Those monsters should fear you, not the other way around." He paused for a moment before continuing, "We're heading to the school's playground. There are some good things there. Tang Junren swallowed hard, his sense of unease growing stronger. He had a vague feeling that what awaited them was far from good. As they walked, the playground finally came into view. The unsettling screeching sounds had become deafening. Tang Junren's eyes widened as he finally saw the source of the noisiest swarm of gigantic ants. Each leg of these creatures was thicker than Tang Junren's thigh, and their antennae, as large as bull horns, were covered in black spikes that gleamed ominously in the dark. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Tang Junren instinctively stepped back, ready to scream. However, Lin Yi quickly covered his mouth, whispering urgently, "Keep it down. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't come over. Haven't you played online games? Small mobs have fixed patrol ranges. As long as you don't enter their attack range, they won't attack." Hearing this explanation, Tang Junren calmed down a bit and signaled with his eyes that he wouldn't shout. Only then did Lin Yi release his hand. "Igu, if they won't attack us, let's hurry and leave," Tang Junren said anxiously. "If we accidentally enter their attack range, it could be dangerous." Lin Yi chuckled softly, then brought Su Wanning behind Tang Junren, his expression serious. "Leave? I'm here for them. Why would I leave? Lao Tang, protect Su Wanning. Make sure she doesn't get hurt at all." "Got it." He gripped Tang Junren's shoulder firmly, his gaze full of trust. Tang Junren was stunned. He had never encountered such a look in his 18 years. He recalled how Lin Yi had protected Su Wanning, even facing Lei Jingyi's blade without flinching. He understood how important Su Wanning was to Lin Yi, but he couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. I don't think I can do it." Tang Junren hesitated. Lin Yi shook his head firmly, his tone even more serious. "I believe in you, Lao Tang. You can definitely do it. Remember what I said? We're partners, and we can trust each other with our backs. So I trust you." Tang Junren suddenly felt his eyes welling up. He fought back the tears and nodded resolutely. Then he quickly asked, "What are you going to do, Igu?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a confident smile curling on his lips. "Me? I'm going to farm some mobs." Lin Yi's words nearly made Tang Junren's jaw drop. You want to farm monsters?" Tang Junren stammered, eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to face those massive, terrifying ants. Lin Yi merely nodded slightly, saying no more. His gaze was locked onto the spiked soldier ants, his expression focused and calm. "We're in a team right now. Just stay here, not too far from me but not too close either," he instructed Tang Junren seriously. "If things get dangerous, don't worry about me. Take Su Wanning and leave immediately." "Got it, old Tang." Tang Junren nodded firmly, but Su Wanning couldn't help but speak up, her voice tinged with worry. "I feel like it's very dangerous here. Maybe you shouldn't go." Lin Yi turned back to her, showing a rare gentle smile. This girl seemed to touch a part of his heart that had been hardened by past life's killings. "Don't worry," he said softly. "With the advent of the era where everyone can change professions, danger is everywhere. If we don't face it, we won't survive long." With that, Lin Yi walked towards the ant swarm without hesitation. There was an unspoken thought in his mind. In his previous life, he had been too aimless and lacked fighting spirit. This time, he had to change. Su Wanning and Tang Junren stood frozen, staring in shock at Lin Yi's receding figure. Facing dozens of giant ants alone required immense courage. To them, Lin Yi's silhouette, though thin, seemed capable of challenging this perilous world. Lin Yi wasn't acting recklessly. He carefully observed the spiked soldier ants' movement patterns, calculating how to avoid triggering multiple ants at once. These soldier ants could be triggered by players and could trigger each other, complicating the situation further. Relying on his solo leveling experience from his past life and his sensitivity to data, Lin Yi quickly grasped the ants' activity patterns. He noticed that these soldier ants could only move diagonally within a square area, with the edges being the safest zones. After observing for 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Yi targeted a relatively isolated soldier ant. He took out a longbow from his system backpack and cautiously approached his target. Just as the ant strayed furthest from the group, Lin Yi decisively stepped into its attack range. Suddenly, the ant's eyes turned blood red, its antennae vibrating wildly, and its front legs lifted excitedly as it charged at Lin Yi. Tang Junren and Su Wanning were terrified, unable to believe that this enormous creature was just an ant they usually saw everywhere. Hiding in the shadows, Hu Huai was also shocked by the scene, then excitedly sent messages frantically on the system interface. But Lin Yi remained unfazed. Compared to the bizarre creatures he had seen in his past life, this was nothing. He calmly observed the ants' charging path, ensuring no other ants were triggered before he allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. Lin Yi quickly knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and aimed at the soldier ant, releasing the arrow. These soldier ants had low health, even lower than Lei Jingyi, but their attack power and speed were astonishing. A single hit from them would cost 30 health points. One of the most terrifying aspects of the piercing soldier ant is its skill. Its stabbing speed is lightning fast, making it nearly impossible to react in time. And its power is astounding, up to 150 of its attack power, instantly dealing 45 points of damage. Lin Yi only has 132 health points, clearly unable to withstand many such fierce attacks. Lin Yi frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. Logically, his 11 attack points should be able to inflict equivalent damage on the piercing soldier ant, but he quickly realized the issue: level suppression. This level 5 piercing soldier ant far outclassed Lin Yi's current level, significantly weakening his attack effectiveness. No matter, just a few more arrows, Lin Yi said with a calm smile, maintaining an air of nonchalance. In an instant, the piercing soldier ant was right in front of Lin Yi, lifting its massive foreleg to strike him fiercely. Watch out! Su Wanning cried out in horror. If Tang Junren hadn't held her back, she would have rushed forward. Tang Junren, remembering Lin Yi's instructions, held on to Su Wanning tightly, but he couldn't bear to watch and closed his eyes. Long Yangqiu, watching the monitor, sighed softly. Lin Yi is too impulsive. Challenging a piercing soldier ant at level 1 is extremely dangerous. He probably won't be able to dodge this kick. In the shadows, Pu Huai revealed a sinister smile, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Come on, big ant. Crush him, he roared in his mind. That fool Lin Yi never expected I'd be here, ready to steal his prey. Ha ha ha, you're still too naive. Even with the attack imminent, Lin Yi maintained his archery stance. The piercing soldier ant's steel-like foreleg hovered above his head, its bristles almost brushing his hair. Unfazed, Lin Yi gently released the fingers holding the bowstring. At the same time, he stepped gracefully to the right, his movement as elegant as a dancer, as if he were plucking the heartstrings of the world. Boom! The soldier ant's front leg slammed heavily onto the playground, and the deafening sound echoed throughout the entire campus. In the pitch-black night, a conspicuous word appeared above Lin Yi's head. Miss. With a nonchalant step, Lin Yi effortlessly dodged the deadly strike. What seemed like a simple move was actually the perfect blend of his astonishing calculation ability and the invincible dodge skill granted by his cheat. The moment the soldier ant raised its front leg, the invincible dodge skill instantly provided a dodge plan. Lin Yi quickly calculated and verified its feasibility. With just one small step, he successfully escaped the soldier ant's attack range. This breathtaking scene elicited varied reactions. Hiding in the shadows, Pu Huai clenched his fists in frustration, silently cursing the ant's incompetence. Su Wanning, on the other hand, was dumbfounded before breaking into a smile. She quickly nudged Tang Junren beside her, trembling as she said, Look, Lin Yi, he's still alive. Tang Junren looked up sharply, witnessing Lin Yi unharmed. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, the survivors inside the Tower of Babel, who were watching everything, fell into collective astonishment. Long Yangqiu snapped out of his brief confusion and roared, smashing the table in front of him with a punch. He exclaimed in disbelief, that kid can precisely judge the soldier ant's attack range, and has such confidence in his judgment. Behind Long Yangqiu, the female arcane mage's eyes sparkled as she murmured, It's simply too elegant. Is he really a new player on his first day of transitioning? He's more skillful than some veterans, and his expression hasn't changed at all. This time, Yuan didn't bother scolding Long Yangqiu for destroying the furniture. Instead, she excitedly analyzed, his sensitivity to data is terrifying. Look here. She brought up the soldier ant's activity range map on her computer. Lin Yi had already prepared thoroughly before stepping into that range. He has extreme confidence in his judgment. Long Yangqiu curiously asked, if it were you, how long would it take to calculate all this? Yuan pondered for a moment before arriving at a startling conclusion. His calculation speed is no less than mine now. But I have the experience of over 100 battles. When I first awakened, I was nowhere near as proficient as Lin Yi is now. Her words left everyone present staring at Yuan in shock. Being the one with the strongest calculation ability among the survivors, Yuan's evaluation undoubtedly elevated Lin Yi's capability to a new height. At this moment, Lin Yi's previous mistakes in skill allocation and team selection were forgotten by everyone. All eyes were now on this newcomer, who had demonstrated astonishing potential, eagerly anticipating his next move. They just want to know what incredible moves Lin Yi will pull off next. Inside the Sky Tower, every floor was brightly lit. Team leaders and analysts from different countries were intently recording Lin Yi's every action. Since the dawn of the era when everyone could switch professions, Lin Yi's every step had gripped everyone's nerves. Andrew Fu, the team leader from the Lighthouse Nation and a highly regarded genius, was furrowing his brows as he repeatedly replayed Lin Yi's seemingly effortless move. How can an ordinary person who just awakened their profession make such precise judgments? Andrew muttered to himself, eyes filled with surprise and confusion. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman sidled up to Andrew, her ample chest brushing lightly against his arm. Andrew, don't stress over that guy, she purred. Why don't we go do something fun? Annoyed, Andrew pushed her away and turned to face a disheveled man behind him. This scruffy, bearded guy had remnants of old pizza sauce on his lips, but his eyes shone brightly, as if he could see through everything. Is this the last parallel world? Andrew asked in a serious tone. The bearded man quickly calculated on his tablet and nodded solemnly. Yes, this is the 44th and final parallel world. After the 44th catastrophic instance concludes, the Sky Tower is likely to mutate again, triggering competitive instances between nations. Andrew's brows knitted even tighter. If Lin Yi survives till the end, how dangerous will it be for Huaxia? The bearded man looked down and calculated rapidly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. A moment later, he raised his head and uttered two words, nightmare level. Andrew's face changed instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi on the battlefield had no time to catch his breath. He seized the momentary stiffness of the stinger ant after its attack and quickly fired 2 arrows. Though he could shoot one more, his instincts told him to immediately create distance. The stinger ant could attack not only with its front legs, but also with its sweeping antennae, which were equally deadly. Lin Yi carefully adjusted his position, staying within the monster's range, but not allowing it to get too close. Just as Lin Yi was about to continue his assault, the stinger ant suddenly raised its head, shook its head, and bent its front legs, signs of an impending skill release. Lin Yi was instantly alert. If hit, he would lose 45 health points, significantly increasing the difficulty of the subsequent battles. Lin Yi decisively put his longbow back into his backpack, slightly increasing his movement speed. The range of the stinger skill far exceeded normal attacks, and its direction could even adjust slightly, making evasion all the more challenging. Despite the odds, Lin Yi decided to give it a try. As the stinger ant gathered its strength, he feigned a dodge to the right. The massive body of the stinger ant shot out like a phantom, its long antennae like a sharp spear aiming straight for Lin Yi's chest. The crimson eyes of the stinger ant warrior caught Lin Yi's movements. Its front legs shifted slightly in the direction Lin Yi was dodging, and it charged instantly. However, at the critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly changed direction and lunged in the opposite way. He curled his body midair like a human ball, landed, and quickly rolled some distance away. This series of actions resembled a rolling effect in a video game, yet it was perfectly executed by a real person. Lin Yi felt a surge of relief for choosing to exchange for the invincible evasion skill. Tang Jun and the others were dumbfounded, their shock visible. Did he practice martial arts? That move was incredible, they marveled internally. Lin Yi's performance repeatedly shattered everyone's expectations like waves crashing against the shore. If it weren't for his clever maneuvering to make the stinger ant warrior change its attack direction, combined with his agile rolling evasion, he would have had no chance of dodging the monster's skill at such close range. This series of actions not only showcased Lin Yi's precise calculation abilities, but also his strong mental fortitude, flexible body control, and outstanding strategy. It far exceeded what was expected from an ordinary high school student. The Tower of Babel erupted in excitement. That was terrifying. That roll was so cool, the audience exclaimed. Some even fantasized. It would be perfect if he could shoot a homing arrow while rolling. Someone immediately retorted, "Are you crazy? He's only level 1. How could he use a level 10 skill?" A Chinese survivor smacked his forehead in frustration. "I got so engrossed that I forgot he's just a level 1 newbie." Only then did everyone realize that Lin Yi had just awakened half an hour ago. While some newcomers were still learning about their professions, Lin Yi was already challenging mutated monsters on his own. This stark contrast made everyone sigh at the world's disparities. Long Yangqiu, listening to his teammates' discussion, suddenly had an epiphany. He stood up excitedly and shouted, "I know what Lin Yi's talent is. It's unparalleled adaptability." Seeing the puzzled faces around him, Long Yangqiu pointed to Lin Yi's unremarkable report in his hand and explained, "In the original world, he seemed ordinary because the rules were set from birth. But now, with the sudden arrival of the era of universal job changes, everyone's plans have been disrupted, and the rules have changed. This is when Lin Yi's ability shines." Yuan continued, "So during the broadcast, he noticed his deskmate's mutation and quickly destroyed the pus, becoming the first in the server to kill. He might not have known about the reward. He just instinctively chose to destroy it. Then he swiftly accepted the arrival of the new era, ignored others' confusion, and analyzed that strength was the key to clearing dungeons, so he chose to hunt monsters. What takes others a day to understand and accept, he comprehends in an instant. That's his talent." Long Yangqiu exclaimed excitedly, his eyes burning as he looked at Yuan, as if seeking affirmation. Yuan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Captain Long Lin Yi's talent is truly astonishing." Her voice carried a note of excitement as she continued her analysis. "Besides what we just discussed, he also has an incredible ability in calculations. With his mathematical prowess, He can quickly grasp and utilize the patterns of the era of universal job changes. This data-driven mindset can easily create a powerhouse. Long Yangqiu nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his applause. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he blurted out, "This Lin Yi really surprises me. I want to report this to the leaders right away." However, Yuan, who had always supported Long Yangqiu, quickly regained her composure. She gently shook her head, her tone becoming cautious. "It's probably not wise to alarm the leaders just yet. This is only the first day. We should continue to observe." Yuan's words brought Long Yangqiu back to his senses. He took a deep breath and refocused on the screen. "I was impulsive," he muttered to himself. "We haven't even experienced the first disaster instance yet. It's indeed too early to say anything." Nevertheless, his expectations for Lin Yi had quietly risen. Long Yangqiu's gaze swept across the other screens of the Huaxia server. Most of the scenes were similar. Some people were crying, some were confused, and others had given up. Only the screen with Lin Yi showed fierce combat. At that moment, Long Yangqiu noticed a character named Pu Huai lurking in the corner of the screen. He turned to his colleagues, his brow furrowed, and asked, "Do you think Lin Yi can survive Pu Huai's ambush?" In the Tongtian Tower, personnel were divided into several levels. Long Yangqiu belonged to the survivors, who had endured and survived 44 disaster instances in their respective parallel worlds. Above them were the mysterious leaders, supposedly selected from the survivors. As for the highest level of decision-makers, no one had ever seen them. After dodging the attack from the stinger ant, Lin Yi felt the pressure lift significantly. Although each strike only reduced its health by 6 points, the stinger ant's overall health wasn't high to begin with. At this moment, Lin Yi needed just one more arrow to finish it off completely. Tang Junren and Su Wanning, watching the dwindling health bar of the stinger ant, both let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. They believed Lin Yi had already succeeded. "Brother Yi is amazing. If it were me, I'd be dead by now," Tang Junren exclaimed sincerely. Su Wanning nodded in agreement. However, as Lin Yi drew his bow, he smirked. "Amazing? This is just the beginning," he thought to himself. "Now, it's time to teach you a real lesson in the age of universal career change. The most terrifying thing is always the human heart, not the monsters." At that moment, Lin Yi keenly detected faint footsteps behind him. He sneered and said softly, "I've been waiting for you, my good friend." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi's arrow was already in the air. However, it wasn't aimed at the stinger ant, but at an apparently empty spot. Just as Tang Junren and Su Wanning thought Lin Yi had missed, a figure suddenly appeared out of the darkness. It was their classmate, Pu Huai. Pu Huai looked at the arrow pointed at him in shock, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! How did you know I was here?" Lin Yi chuckled, "There are many impossible things, but this isn't one of them. The Shadow Assassin's stealth skill is far from invincible." He continued to explain, "The Shadow Assassin's passive skill is called stealth, which lasts for 5 minutes. It only breaks if you get hit or make an attack." After hitting Pu Huai, the arrow curved beautifully and struck the nearly dead stinger ant, depleting its health entirely. Simultaneously, Lin Yi, Tang Junren, and Su Wanning all glowed with a golden light they had leveled up. Pu Huai, having failed to steal the kill, glared at Lin Yi with bloodshot eyes. "Lin Yi, you're still so arrogant. Do you think I can't kill you just because I couldn't get the monster? I swear, you and that bitch Su Wanning will be in hell soon." Lin Yi remained calm in the face of Pu Huai's threats, although a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Memories flooded back. In middle school, they were best friends, and Pu Huai knew Lin Yi liked Su Wanning. However, Pu Huai confessed to her behind Lin Yi's back. After being rejected, he lashed out, spreading rumors that Su Wanning was a phony bitch. This infuriated Lin Yi, leading him to beat Pu Huai up, severing their friendship. Even though they ended up in the same class in their senior year, they never spoke again. In their previous life, Pu Huai caused Lin Yi trouble multiple times. If not for sheer luck, Lin Yi might have been dead long ago. This time, Lin Yi wouldn't give Pu Huai any chance. After quickly ensuring Su Wanning's safety, Lin Yi looked at Pu Huai coldly and mocked, You're still level 1, while I'm already level 2. Do you understand the difference?" Pu Huai, holding a dagger, sneered, "Lin Yi, stop pretending. So what if you're level 2? Do you think you can fly? Do you think I'm like Lei Zhengyi, only capable of solo battles? Do you think a few words will scare me? Why don't you take a look behind you?" Lin Yi kept an eye on Pu Huai while cautiously turning his head. To his surprise, standing behind him were 7 or 8 classmates, including Mei Lian, who had always harbored resentment towards Su Wanning. Lin Yi looked around in confusion. Apart from Mei Lian, with whom he had just had a conflict, he had barely interacted with any of his other classmates. Yet, their eyes were not only filled with a hint of fear, but also with more hatred and malevolence. This intense hostility left Lin Yi baffled. Pu Huai observed the bewildered expression on Lin Yi's face with satisfaction. He sneered and suddenly shouted to the classmates who had just arrived. Classmates, do you want to live under the same roof as a cold-blooded killer? This demon shelters the evil spirit that the system has tasked us to eliminate. His selfish actions will inevitably drag us into the abyss of death. We can't coexist with such a malevolent spirit. Although she was once our classmate, she has changed. We must not show any mercy. Tell me, should Lin Yi and Su Wanning be killed? Pu Huai's words were like poison, continuously manipulating the classmates. This was his forte. In fact, Pu Huai had already used the system's friend-adding function to secretly gather a group of people to prepare to kill Lin Yi. Though these classmates were somewhat fearful, the combination of their numbers and Pu Huai's relentless incitement led them to grip their weapons tightly and roar, "Kill! We must kill all evil spirits. Kill Lin Yi." They were thoroughly brainwashed by Pu Huai. Satisfied with the scene, Pu Huai turned to Lin Yi and mocked, "See, Lin Yi, everyone hates you and wants to kill you. You're such a failure. So what if you're level 2? There are 9 of us here, and it's more than enough to kill the 3 of you." His narrow eyes glanced at Tang Junren, who was still trembling and holding a shield, and he sneered, "You pathetic fatso. Not only do you look terrible, but your judgment is also poor, choosing to side with this demon. But we can give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you turn around now and kill that wretched woman behind you, we'll forgive everything. How about it?" Tang Junren's heart pounded as he looked at his classmates' sinister and crazed faces, filled with fear. He couldn't understand why everyone had become like this. However, Pu Huai's persuasive words did not sway him in the slightest. He remembered Lin Yi's earlier encouragement and firmly believed that Lin Yi was not a bad person. Tang Junren's hand stopped trembling as he held the shield. Though his voice was shaky, it was resolute. "Give it up. I'm EGE's partner." Seeing this, Pu Huai lost interest in persuading Tang Junren further and merely scoffed disdainfully, "Partner? I think you're just a loyal dog to Lin Yi." Lin Yi looked at Pu Huai, who was shouting in front of him, and suddenly found it a bit amusing. 9 people? Is that a lot? He chuckled inwardly, not bothering to respond to Pu Huai's threats. Lin Yi closed his eyes and focused, opening the attribute panel in his mind to allocate his newly acquired attribute points to physique and luck. As his level increased, Lin Yi's data panel changed once again. Level 2. Health, 193,175/18. Attack, 1715/2. Magic power, 11/10/1. Mana, 8,375/8. Agility, 2018/2. Luck, 2. Lin Yi opened his eyes and turned to remind Tang Junren, "Old Tang, don't forget to add your attribute points after leveling up." Tang Junren, who had been tense, froze for a moment before realizing what Lin Yi meant. He quickly opened his panel and allocated both of his free attribute points to physique. Instantly, Tang Junren's health surged to 215 points. Lin Yi quickly scanned the enemies behind him. Among the 8 classmates, there were 2 Radiant Mages, 2 Blood Warriors, 1 Dark Hunter, 1 Glory Priest, and 2 Shadow Assassins. Including Pu Huai in front of him, there were 9 enemies in total, 4 range classes and 5 melee classes. Although Lin Yi's health had reached 193 points, he knew that if each of the 9 enemies hit him twice, he would die on the spot. To defeat them, he would need to rely on his wits. Lin Yi forced himself to stay calm. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to think clearly. Just then, Lin Yi noticed out of the corner of his eye that Tang Junren wanted to step forward to help. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Old Tang, remember what I said. Just focus on protecting Su Wanning and don't worry about me." Tang Junren stopped in his tracks and stepped back. Behind him, Su Wanning kept urging, "Go help him. How can he fight so many people alone? Don't worry about me. It's all my fault." Tears stained Su Wanning's face, making her look even more pitiful. But Tang Junren stood firm, keeping Su Wanning safely behind him. He said resolutely, "Lin Yi told me to protect you, and that's what I'll do. If they want to hurt you, they'll have to get through me first. Don't worry, Lin Yi is really strong. He'll be fine. We just need to stay out of his way." Seeing Tang Junren obediently protecting Su Wanning, Lin Yi felt a bit relieved and began to quickly analyze his strategy in his mind. At level 1, Radiant Mages could only shoot magic orbs with their staffs and had no special skills, making them easier to deal with. Dark Hunters required high accuracy with their arrows, which beginners struggled with. Glory Priests had almost no combat ability. The real threats were the 2 Blood Warriors and 3 Shadow Assassins. Lin Yi looked provocatively at Pu Huai and smirked. "Are you all coming at me together?" Pu Huai was infuriated by Lin Yi's mocking gaze. He couldn't understand why Lin Yi could still laugh when he was about to die. Pu Huai's hatred for Lin Yi's calm demeanor only intensified his killing intent. With a sinister expression, Pu Huai clenched his dagger tightly, veins bulging on his right hand, and shouted through gritted teeth, "Hasn't anyone ever told you how arrogant you are? Everyone, attack. Today, you and that bitch will die." Lin Yi, This is the price for crossing me. At Pu Huai's command, everyone charged at Lin Yi. Lin Yi reacted quickly, creating distance between himself and Pu Huai while keeping an eye on the positions of the other melee fighters. Pu Huai sneered. Run? Do you think you can outrun all of us? His dagger gleamed as he rushed towards Lin Yi. Seeing the murderous intent in Pu Huai's eyes, Lin Yi mocked, idiot. He skillfully used his rapid arrow drawing technique and fired an arrow. Pu Huai braced himself, trying to dodge, but the arrow flew off target. Pu Huai laughed, a mocking smile on his face. What's wrong? Can't even see where I am? Your hands are shaking that much? Pu Huai assumed Lin Yi was scared and just pretending to be calm. However, Mei Lian, not far away, pointed behind Pu Huai in terror, trembling. Pu Huai, watch out. The monster behind you is moving. Lin Yi smirked. The arrow was never meant for Pu Huai. It was aimed at a stinger ant behind him. The stinger ant, enraged by the arrow, turned its blood-red eyes and massive antennae towards the source of its pain. After firing the arrow, Lin Yi immediately sprinted in the opposite direction, avoiding a stray arrow from an enemy dark hunter. In an instant, countless arrows and magic orbs flew towards Lin Yi. These newly transitioned players couldn't control the speed of their projectiles well, making it nearly impossible to aim accurately, resulting in almost all of them missing. Thanks to Lin Yi's quick escape, by the time the stinger ant turned around, he was already out of its attack range. The furious monster scanned the area with its blood-red eyes and finally fixated on the closest target, Pu Huai. This was Lin Yi's first step in his planning the enemy's own forces against them. As Pu Huai turned around at Mei Lian's warning, the charging soldier ant was already upon him. The massive creature barreled towards Pu Huai like an out-of-control armored vehicle. In that instant, Pu Huai felt a chill of terror and cursed inwardly. What the hell? This big idiot. It wasn't even me who attacked you. Why are you coming at me? Fortunately, he had secretly observed Lin Yi's method of dealing with the soldier ant earlier and had some understanding of its attack pattern. Pu Huai immediately tried to dodge the terrifying front legs, but faced with such a colossal beast, his legs felt weak and his movements slowed. At that moment, Pu Huai truly realized Lin Yi's exceptional skills. He marveled internally. This Lin Yi is a monster. How does he pinpoint the landing spot of the soldier ant's front legs so precisely in the dark? In his panic, Pu Huai failed to dodge in time and was struck hard by the soldier ant's front leg, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. However, in the split second of being hit, Pu Huai's dagger managed to pierce the soldier ant's body. Two numbers floated above the heads of Pu Huai and the soldier ant. The number above the ant was smaller, while the number above Pu Huai was significantly larger. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise upon seeing this. Pu Huai had managed to deal 15 points of damage, more than double his own. Considering this was after level suppression weakened the damage, Lin Yi quickly calculated that Pu Huai's attack power must be around 20 points. This guy is really reckless, Lin Yi thought to himself. With just 2 points in strength, his health must be fragile, and he lacks speed. He's lost the assassin's powerful ability to maneuver. As Pu Huai lay on the ground, he was astonished to see that his single strike had taken nearly a third of the soldier ant's health. Remembering that Lin Yi's arrow only dealt 6 points of damage, he became excited. Just a few more strikes and I can kill this monster. If I level up, my chances of taking down Lin Yi will be even higher. Pu Huai quickly got to his feet and scanned the battlefield. For melee players were chasing Lin Yi, while the ranged players had begun their attacks. Although Lin Yi was evading well, Pu Huai was convinced he couldn't keep it up forever. Lin Yi is like a sitting duck now. Pu Huai shouted excitedly. Come on, all melee players, join me in taking down this big guy. Just one strike each and we can end this fight. The rest, keep chasing Lin Yi. The melee players, despite their doubts, abandoned their pursuit of Lin Yi and charged towards the soldier ant in front of Pu Huai. They couldn't hide their fear facing the enormous ant. Pu Huai impatiently urged, come on, together, we can kill this monster with 3 strikes. Once it's dead, we can level up. As Lin Yi dodged the ranged attacks, a slight smile played on his lips. He thought, go ahead, that's exactly where I've set my traps for you. Lin Yi then turned his attention to the 4 ranged players not far away. The brilliant mage, the dark hunter, and the glorious priest. His gaze locked onto the short glorious priest, who he remembered was a girl named Han ran from the sports team. You, a glorious priest, are useless before level 5 with low damage. Why are you even here? Lin Yi muttered to himself, don't you value your life? Han Ran's eyes were filled with fury as she shouted. Why didn't you think about letting Lei Jingyi live when you killed him? He was my boyfriend. You killed him, and I must avenge him. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So they're a couple. Now it makes sense. He smiled. No worries, I'll send you to join him right away. With that, Lin Yi drew his bow with lightning speed, and an arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Han Ran. She tried to dodge in shock, but it was too late. The arrow hit her squarely. Mei Lian was absolutely furious. The four of them ganged up on Lin Yi, yet he managed to strike first, hitting the mark with a single arrow. Her face turned ashen, and she gritted her teeth, shouting, "Are you all useless? He's standing still now. Kill him already." Nearby, a dark hunter hastily tried to mimic Lin Yi's actions, clumsily drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. However, his arrow flew slowly and lacked accuracy. Lin Yi easily sidestepped, letting the arrow whiz past him. Unfazed, Lin Yi retreated while knocking another arrow, still targeting Han Ran. This time, something magical happened. The wooden arrow suddenly became shrouded in a black mist, turning entirely pitch black. Holy crap! I triggered the black mark. Lucky me, Lin Yi thought with delight. With his increased health, the black mark's damage had reached 4 points per second for 10 seconds, totaling 40 points of damage. That was more than he could deal with 2 regular arrows. Lin Yi quickly calculated. Han Ran was only at level 1, unlikely to have boosted her health. Her current health should be 66 points. But after 10 seconds, when the black mark's damage fully takes effect, she'll be down to just 26 points. 2 arrows, Lin Yi smirked, continuing to draw his bow and aim at Han Ran. He skillfully dodged the other's attacks, focusing solely on shooting Han Ran, and maintained his full health. After releasing another arrow, Lin Yi shifted his gaze towards Pu Huai. At that moment, several melee fighters had just arrived. Swinging their swords and daggers at the stinger ant, Pu Huai also got up from the ground and joined the fight. His eyes gleamed with excitement, fantasizing about landing a fatal blow. Lin Yi, however, was unimpressed. A bunch of idiots. Do they really think this big ant is stupid? Sure enough, the stinger ant's antennae suddenly twitched, and the whole ant lunged towards Pu Huai. Pu Huai was instantly terrified, his face turning pale. Holy crap! Is it crazy? Why is the stinger ant attacking him? What Pu Huai didn't realize was that the stinger soldier ant operated on a hate value system similar to online games, always targeting the person with the highest hate value. Even if others were nearby, the ant wouldn't be distracted. If Pu Huai had stayed put, the stinger soldier ant might have been killed by someone else. However, Pu Huai's arrogance became his fatal flaw. Instead of keeping his distance, he was eager to personally take down the stinger soldier ant. Suddenly, the stinger soldier ant sprang up, its rear antennae whipping out like lashes, sweeping away the melee players on either side. Although the 2 players in front dodged the attack, they managed to strike the ant, causing 2 damage numbers to flash above its head. Seeing this, Pu Huai was overjoyed. Quick! It only has 5 HP left. One more hit, and this big ant is done for, he shouted internally. At that critical moment, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the stinger soldier ant instantly. Pu Huai stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. He didn't level up. All the experience points were stolen by someone else. Who? Who stole my kill? Pu Huai roared, his eyes bloodshot as he scanned the surroundings frantically. The next second, he saw Lin Yi's face, smug with satisfaction. Thanks a lot. Lin Yi's voice dripped with sarcasm. Before he even finished speaking, 2 golden lights flashed around him, and he leveled up twice in a row. Pu Huai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorting with rage. No, Lin Yi, you won't die a good death, he screamed, wishing he could tear Lin Yi apart on the spot. Pu Huai's chest heaved with anger, his face flushed red, eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He had been outmaneuvered. Even while hidden, he couldn't steal Lin Yi's monster, and now he watched helplessly as Lin Yi easily took his prey. Just as Pu Huai was about to act, a terrified scream pierced the air. Oh no! I triggered another stinger soldier ant. Pu Huai whipped his head around to see the shadow assassin, who had been knocked away, land right in front of another stinger soldier ant. The ant showed no mercy, raising its thick foreleg and stomping down hard on the shadow assassin. A massive damage number floated above the assassin's head. Help me, Pu Huai. Save me! The shadow assassin screamed in terror, desperately calling for help. Pu Huai was also stunned by this sudden turn of events and instinctively yelled, "Run!" But the poor shadow assassin, though wanting to escape, was pinned down by the stinger soldier ant's attack. He crawled desperately on the ground, trying to get away. However, the ant's second attack was already coming. Boom! Another heavy stomp landed. The familiar massive damage number appeared again. After taking 2 consecutive hits from the stinger soldier ant, the shadow assassin's health was nearly depleted. His eyes filled with tears of despair, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "I was wrong. I'm scared. Please don't kill me." However, the stinger soldier ant had no mercy. It only knew to eliminate all humans in its path. Boom! The third attack landed mercilessly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the shadow assassin's body turned into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. He had intended to kill Lin Yi, but instead, he lost his own life first. Pu Huai and the other melee players were stunned, the closest ones even feeling their legs start to tremble uncontrollably. Worse still, after killing the shadow assassin, the stinger soldier ant didn't stop but instead turned its attention to the others, lumbering towards them. This scene almost scared everyone out of their wits. Pu Huai reacted the fastest and shouted, "Don't panic. This thing isn't that scary. Let's work together and kill it." However, the two players who were already terrified didn't listen. They just wanted to escape, running straight towards Lin Yi. "Pu Huai, you handle the monster. We're going to kill Lin Yi." To them, killing Lin Yi seemed easier than facing this terrifying creature. Pu Huai was so angry he could grind his teeth to powder. These cowards. They were leaving him and another blood warrior to deal with the stinger soldier ant. They exchanged a glance, both looking slightly bewildered. Pu Huai took a deep breath, trying to stay calm as he spoke to the bloodied warrior. "Lao Zhang, don't panic. If we work together, we can take down this monster." Lao Zhang nodded nervously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It was too late for him to run now. The piercing gaze of the soldier ant was locked onto him. Not far away, Lin Yi watched the scene unfold, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fools, he thought. If they just ran out of a certain range, they could lose the monster's aggro. They're too young and inexperienced. They need to learn the hard way. Despite keeping an eye on Pu Huai, Lin Yi's attacks didn't cease. The monster he had just defeated had leveled him up twice, bringing him to level 4. This rapid advancement was due to Lin Yi canceling his team up with Tang Junren and Su Wanning. The experience from the first monster had been shared, leveling all three up once. But the experience from the second soldier ant was all his, boosting him 2 levels at once. Now, Lin Yi's attack power had soared to 30 points. Hanran, seeing her health bar dwindling, was now down to just 20 points. True fear gripped her. She looked desperately at Lin Yi, who remained unfazed in the distance, and screamed, "Lin Yi, why are you attacking me?" Lin Yi chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Didn't you miss Lei Jingyi? I thought I'd help you meet him sooner. But if you don't like me attacking you, fine, I'll stop." With that, his next arrow flew straight towards the radiant mage standing beside Hanran. Relieved, Hanran turned and fled immediately. Mei Lian, witnessing this, was almost driven mad with rage. She shouted, "Hanran, what are you doing? Get back here." But Hanran didn't look back, yelling as she ran, "I can't kill him. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I'm still a virgin." Mei Lian was furious, gritting her teeth. "Hanran, once we kill Lin Yi, I swear I'll expel you from our class." Lin Yi skillfully dodged incoming spell attacks, smirking disdainfully. "Think you can run? Not that easy," he thought. "The damage from the black mark hasn't even fully tallied yet. It's only been 3 seconds. With Hanran down to 20 health points and no healing potions, she'll be dead in less than 5 seconds." Deciding not to waste any more arrows, Lin Yi prepared for the imminent close combat, knowing he needed to finish quickly and brace for the more intense fight ahead. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, 2 piercing screams echoed across the playground. Hanran and the radiant mage beside him didn't have time to retreat to the classroom before Lin Yi's attack instantly wiped out their health. Their bodies disintegrated into ashes amidst agonized howls, vanishing into the air. Mei Lian's side lost 2 more people, while Lin Yi remained unscathed. The original group of 9 attackers was now reduced to 6. Pu Huai and another bloodthirsty warrior were still entangled with the stabbing soldier ants, unable to break free. In reality, only 4 were left to continue the assault on Lin Yi. Their advantage had evaporated. Witnessing this, all the participating students involuntarily halted, fear creeping into their hearts. Mei Lian scanned the group, gritting her teeth. "Don't be afraid. Reinforcements are on the way." Besides, 2 melee players are already closing in on Lin Yi. The only reason he survived this long is because we're all ranged classes. Once the melee classes surround him, he's as good as dead. Before she finished speaking, 3 more ranged players ran out of the classroom, confused but moving towards them. Mei Lian's eyes lit up, and she quickly switched to a sugary tone. "You finally made it. Lin Yi nearly bullied me to death." These 3 boys were Mei Lian's admirers. Hearing her whine, they immediately felt weak in the knees. One of them patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, we'll protect you." "Are we going to take down Lin Yi now?" Mei Lian didn't answer right away. Instead, she quickly assessed their classes: Dark Hunter, Glorious Priest, and Radiant Mage. All ranged classes. She didn't mind this and swiftly turned her gaze to the corner of the playground, where Su Wanning was hiding behind Tang Junren's shield. A deep-seated loathing appeared on Mei Lian's face. "Bitch." Mei Lian cursed inwardly. Despite her own good looks, she ended up in the same class as Su Wanning, whose innate gentle demeanor made Mei Lian feel inferior. To make matters worse, Mei Lian's ex-boyfriend had pursued her only after failing to woo Su Wanning. Learning this had turned Mei Lian's jealousy into an obsession. wishing Su Wanning would disappear. This was why she had previously conspired with Lin Yi to incite others to kill Su Wanning. In Mei Lian's eyes, Su Wanning was a manipulative green tea bitch. With this in mind, Mei Lian clenched her teeth and ordered, "Forget Lin Yi for now. Let those two melee classes handle him. All ranged attackers, follow me. We'll take out Lin Yi's allies and that damned eerie spirit first." The other four immediately agreed, turning their focus towards Tang Junren and Su Wanning. The newcomer Dark Hunter drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the unsuspecting Su Wanning. This guy had skill. The arrow whizzed through the air, aiming precisely at an unguarded spot that Tang Junren's shield couldn't cover. The arrow was about to hit, and if it did, Su Wanning would be dead for sure. A sinister smile spread across Mei Lian's face, thinking that the detestable woman was finally going to die. In the nick of time, a large shield suddenly blocked the path, and with a clang, the arrow was deflected. It was Tang Junren. He had been vigilantly watching everyone's movements, keeping a keen eye on each weapon, fearing he might miss any attack. In his heightened state of alertness, the arrow seemed to slow down, allowing him to easily lift his shield and block the lethal strike. This scene stunned the Dark Hunter. He watched in disbelief as his meticulously planned surprise attack was effortlessly deflected. How on earth did that fat guy react so quickly? Mei Lian, witnessing the brilliant arrow being blocked, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Enraged, she shrieked at Tang Junren, "You fatso! Are you really going to turn against your classmates for this murderous demon and bizarre spirit?" Tang Junren ignored her, maintaining his resolute expression. This only infuriated Mei Lian further. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. If you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone, spread out." The others immediately understood Mei Lian's intent and quickly dispersed. Her eyes gleamed with mockery as she sneered, "Even with a shield, Tang Junren, you can only defend from one direction. Let's see how you handle an attack from all sides." Tang Junren felt a sinking feeling in his heart, realizing the severity of Mei Lian's strategy. Su Wanning's face turned pale, her hands trembling slightly, as fear rippled through her. If all five of them attacked at once, not only would her meager 10 health points be insufficient, but even Tang Junren's 15 health points wouldn't last long. Su Wanning couldn't bear to let Tang Junren die with her. Trembling, she said, "Tang Junren, you should run. Or find Lin Yi. Don't stay here for me. I don't have enough health to survive. Becoming this monster is my fate, and no one else is to blame. Even if I die, it's inevitable. Please tell Lin Yi that I'm really grateful to him." Tang Junren's chubby hand gripped the shield tightly, the flesh around the handle turning red from the pressure. His eyes swept over the five in front of him, quickly calculating. Each attack would take at least 10 health points, and he could only withstand about 4 attacks before perishing. Each of their faces was filled with fierce determination. Almost instinctively, Tang Junren wanted to retreat to a quiet corner. Memories of being bullied as a child resurfaced, reminding him of the safety corners provided. He considered throwing away his shield, hiding in a corner, and becoming a turtle once more. But then, Lin Yi's words echoed in his ears. Tang Junren slowly shook his head, dropped the short sword in his right hand, and gripped the shield with both hands. With a determined gaze, he said firmly, "No. He told me to protect you well, and I will never abandon you. We are partners. Trust me. Today, I will not take a single step back." Tang Junren had never felt such trust from anyone before. Lin Yi's confidence in him was like a warm ray of sunshine piercing through his heart. He knew well the difficulties of protecting Su Wanning. But if Lin Yi could create miracles in dire situations, then why couldn't Tang Junren? A determined look appeared on Tang Junren's round face as he scanned his surroundings with piercing eyes. By this time, Mei Lian and her group were in position, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixed their gazes on Tang Junren and Su Wanning, who were cornered like trapped beasts. Mei Lian quickly noticed the change in Tang Junren. He was no longer trembling. The panic and fear in his eyes had been replaced by a strange new light. However, Mei Lian was unfazed. She was convinced that these pitiable souls could not survive the assault from her group of 5. "Everyone, attack!" Mei Lian commanded without hesitation, waving her wand and releasing a blinding beam of light. The other 4 raised their weapons, and a barrage of arrows and magic orbs rained down on Tang Junren. To an ordinary person, it seemed impossible to block such overwhelming attacks with just a single shield. Sweat beaded on Tang Junren's forehead, but his gaze remained intensely focused. In Tang Junren's perception, all the incoming attacks appeared to slow down. He was astonished to find that each attack had a different speed. Even among the 2 Dark Hunters, the speed of their arrows varied due to differences in their draw strength. The Holy Light Priest's magic orb was faster than the shimmering mage's beam. The first to arrive was an arrow from the northeast. Tang Junren quickly calculated the trajectory and used his right hand to precisely block it with his shield. Immediately, He transferred the shield to his left hand and raised it to intercept a second arrow from the north. Then, he released the shield with his right hand, lifted it with his left, and turned to the south to block the holy light priest's magic orb. This series of movements was as swift as lightning. Su Wanning saw only a blur of motion before her eyes. Yet, the danger was not over. Two beams from the shimmering mages attacked almost simultaneously from opposite directions, both targeting Su Wanning. Tang Junren panicked for a moment. Just then, a pair of strong hands suddenly supported his shield, lifting it to the west. At the same time, an arrow shot through the air, colliding with the beam from the east and causing an early explosion. The last beam was firmly blocked by the shield. Tang Junren was stunned. He slowly looked up and met Lin Yi's warm, sunny smile. You did well, but sometimes you don't need to bear it all alone. Don't forget, you have me as your teammate. At that moment, the Ling Tower was dead silent. All the survivors stared at the monitors in disbelief, as if they had been frozen in place. Long Yangqiu felt like he was losing his mind. Were they all seeing things? He abruptly stood up, smashing the armrest of his chair with a powerful slap. Long Yangqiu trembled with excitement, unable to control the surge of strength within him. He turned around, his face as stern as a slab of granite. Long Yangqiu took a deep breath and spoke in a steady, yet barely contained, passionate voice. What did we just say? That the chubby kid is cowardly? Clumsy? That's utterly laughable. His gaze was intense, sweeping over everyone around him as if to etch his words into their minds. We dare to call that cowardice? Did you see it? Did all our fallen predecessors in Huaxia see it from the heavens? Long Yangqiu's voice grew louder, his emotions more fervent. That kid truly embodies the words loyal and brave. One man, one shield, facing 5 attackers without retreating an inch, just to keep a promise to his comrades. And we call that cowardice? His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white from the pressure. He could have easily escaped. With over 200 health points, getting away would have been simple. Even as an exiled knight with damage reduction and 215 health points, could he withstand a few hits from 5 heavily boosted opponents? Long Yangqiu's voice trembled slightly, as if struggling to contain his emotions. But he never even entertained the thought of retreating. If that's cowardice, then how many in our survivor squad can claim to be resolute? He took a deep breath and continued. This chubby kid calculated every possible attack with precision, wielding his shield like a graceful ballet, blocking assaults from all directions. And we called him clumsy? Long Yangqiu's voice was filled with self-mockery and regret. These eyes of ours should be donated. We almost missed such a talented individual. Long Yangqiu was now completely immersed in his excitement. His eyes sparkled with a long-lost glimmer, as if seeing a beacon of hope. How long has it been? How long since we've seen someone willing to sacrifice their life for their comrades? He murmured. In this era where everyone has a new role, where killing is no longer forbidden, everyone puts their own survival first. To others, Tang Junren might just seem like a fool. Long Yangqiu's voice grew somber, laden with deep reflection. It's precisely because no one wants to be that fool that Huaxia has become so cautious. No one dares to charge forward, no one dares to fight bravely. His gaze became resolute, and his voice rose again. So, what we just witnessed was absolutely stunning. That moment was a shock to all the survivors of Huaxia. No, to survivors globally. It's beyond words. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan suddenly broke the brief silence. So, Lin Yi saw it all along? His insight surpassed all of ours? Yuan's words struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging the entire hall into silence. Everyone was stunned, as if slapped by the harsh reality. Yes, they had all forgotten. It was Lin Yi who helped Tang Junren make his decision and complete that final shield block. It was Lin Yi who fired the decisive arrow that took down the last beam. Most importantly, even before Tang Junren showed any special qualities, Lin Yi had chosen him as his sole teammate with unwavering conviction. Everything stemmed from Lin Yi's keen insight. The more fervently we laughed back then, the more humiliating it feels now. Everyone on the Huaxia floor exchanged glances, their faces etched with regret and self-reproach. Long Yangqiu's voice was hoarse as he struggled to add, "Let's not forget, Lin Yi must have calculated that Tang Junren couldn't handle the last 2 beams. He might have just glanced at it and devised a counter-strategy while dealing with the enemy. We've seriously underestimated Lin Yi. His abilities are far more terrifying than we imagined." In the midst of the silence, a male glory priest suddenly spoke up, trembling. "Did you see that? Lin Yi's maneuver just now?" Long Yangqiu was taken aback, realizing that they had all been focused on Tang Junren's performance, neglecting Lin Yi's actions. They only saw Lin Yi suddenly appear beside Tang Junren, helping him lift his shield. The priest swallowed, hesitant to speak further. Impatient, Long Yangqiu urged, "What maneuver? Just say it." The priest sighed in frustration. "I want to, but I can't describe that split-second move. Maybe you should just watch the replay." Everyone felt an urge to punch him, but Yuan quickly pulled up the replay, projecting it onto the screen. All eyes immediately focused on Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was busy fending off attacks from two melee fighters, unable to pay attention to the ranged observers. A bloodthirsty warrior roared as he charged at Lin Yi. "I'll avenge my comrades. You murderer. My health is still high. You can't kill me. Surrender now." Lin Yi almost laughed, thinking this guy was too full of himself. At his current speed, even with the bloodthirsty warrior's movement boost, he couldn't catch up. But Lin Yi had noticed the crisis on Tang Junren's side, where Mei Lian and others had started to besiege Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Lin Yi's expression turned cold as he decided to end this quickly. He deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the bloodthirsty warrior to close in rapidly. The warrior raised his steel blade, swinging it fiercely at Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi stopped and charged between the two fighters. The bloodthirsty warrior sneered, shouting, "Courting death." He quickly adjusted his blade's trajectory, slashing along Lin Yi's movement path. The nearby shadow assassin was overjoyed, thinking this was a golden opportunity. They were about to collide face-to-face, the perfect range for the shadow assassin's dream attack. The shadow assassin eagerly brandished his dagger, aiming to stab Lin Yi, confident that his powerful attack could kill the seemingly defenseless Dark Hunter within seconds in close combat. However, at that critical moment, a mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. Using the speed and momentum of the shadow assassin's charge, Lin Yi quickly closed the distance between them. Just as they were about to collide, he stepped forward with his right foot, using it as a pivot to deftly dodge the incoming dagger. His body brushed past the assassin's, and he swiftly turned, executing a perfect spin move akin to a basketball maneuver. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi raised his right elbow and struck the shadow assassin's back with a powerful blow. The sudden impact caught the assassin off guard. Although it didn't cause substantial damage, the force was strong enough to disrupt his balance, sending him stumbling forward. In his panic, the assassin's dagger was raised high. Seeing the shadow assassin lunge towards his own long blade, the blood warrior realized it was too late to retract his weapon. A crimson 19 appeared above the assassin's head, instantly reducing his health by a fifth. Simultaneously, the assassin's dagger pierced the blood warrior's chest, and another alarming number flashed before his eyes. Lin Yi not only skillfully evaded the two-man ambush, but also turned them against each other. His maneuver was truly brilliant. Inside Tongtian Tower, Long Yangqiu and the other spectators were left in awe. Murmurs filled the air. "I can only say, always enable friendly fire immunity. These rookies have no idea how to team up properly. You're giving them too much credit." Purely curious, is this really a rookie stream? Not some highlight reel from a pro? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Long Yangqiu's head. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Wait a minute. Why haven't we activated the highlight reel feature yet?" The other Huaxia survivors paused, recalling the feature in the Tongtian Tower system interface's leaderboard. When a player's actions are selected, all players across servers can watch and learn from their moves. Yuan frowned slightly. Activated early? That costs 10 points. Is it worth it? Long Yangqiu, excited by his idea, quickly explained, "The highlight reel feature usually activates after the first dungeon. If we activate it early, Lin Yi's chances of earning rewards increase, making him stronger and improving his survival odds. If Lin Yi can make it through 44 disaster dungeons, our gains will far exceed 10 points. Besides, Lin Yi just earned 100 points for Huaxia. We're only giving back a fraction." As Long Yangqiu's words fell, the atmosphere inside the Tongtian Tower seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were glued to the highlight reel that had just played, replaying Lin Yi's astonishing performance in their minds. The captain's words stirred up waves in everyone's hearts. While points were valuable, talent was priceless. Without Lin Yi's exceptional skills, Huaxia would never have earned such a massive 100 points. Moreover, if Lin Yi's moves made it into the highlight reel, it would be a tremendous boost for his personal growth. Yuan frowned in thought, then slowly nodded after a moment. The other surviving team members didn't voice any objections, tacitly agreeing with Long Yangqiu's decision. Without hesitation, Long Yangqiu activated the highlight reel feature. He then instructed Yuan to upload the clips of Lin Yi and Tang Junren's impressive maneuvers. Although Huaxia survivors could decide when to activate this feature, whether the clips would be selected was up to the Tongtian Tower. All they could do now was anxiously await the results. In stark contrast to the excitement inside the Tongtian Tower, the bloodthirsty warrior on the battlefield stared wide-eyed at the damage numbers floating above his head. "What the heck? Are you crazy? Why are you stabbing me? I didn't mean to hit you," the bloodthirsty warrior shouted in panic. This wasn't just about losing health points. It was a matter of life and death. The shadow assassin, already furious from being toyed with by Lin Yi, nearly exploded at the bloodthirsty warrior's accusation. But he retained a shred of reason, forcing himself to stand up and speak urgently. "It wasn't intentional. Let's deal with that tricky Lin Yi first." The bloodthirsty warrior snapped back to reality and frantically searched for Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi had already drawn his bow and released another arrow aimed at the just standing shadow assassin. The force of the arrow pushed the shadow assassin forward, his dagger once again stabbing the unsuspecting bloodthirsty warrior. Another glaring red number floated above the warrior's head. The bloodthirsty warrior was on the verge of a breakdown. With 2 strikes from the shadow assassin, his health was critically low. The shadow of death loomed over him as he trembled, looking at Lin Yi in the distance, his lips parting to plead, "I." But Lin Yi didn't give him the chance. A precise arrow ended the bloodthirsty warrior's life. There was no hesitation, for hesitation had no place on the battlefield. There was no mercy, for the enemy didn't deserve it. Having survived countless battles in his previous life, Lin Yi had developed a steely heart. Those who bore him ill had only one fate: immediate death. Although the remaining shadow assassin still had some health left, Lin Yi had no time to spare. He swiftly drew his bow and shot, finishing off the low-health assassin, then sprinted towards Tang Junren and Su Wanqing without looking back. What happened next was already known to everyone. The recording ended, plunging the Tongtian Tower into silence once more. If not for the male glory priest reminder, they might have missed this thrilling scene. Long Yangqiu sighed deeply, his voice filled with emotion. In that split second, could any of you have done all that? Or rather, would you have dared to do it? I'll be honest, I wouldn't. The longer I stay in the Tongtian Tower, the more I fear death. By the later stages of the 44th Cataclysm dungeon, I only dared to rely on my raw strength, not taking any risks at all. He continued, in our pursuit of stability and teamwork, have we lost that fighting spirit? Maybe that's why we're not as strong as the warriors from Grizzly Country and Lighthouse Country. Perhaps we should learn from this newcomer, Lin Yi. The other survivors nodded, their faces showing thoughtful expressions. Long Yangqiu's words seemed to resonate with everyone, prompting them to reassess their combat strategies and mindsets. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the Tower of Babel. The review of the 4 video clips was complete. Almost simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the tower and in the ears of Lin Yi and the others. Congratulations to Dark Hunter Lin Yi. 3 of your moves have been selected for the server-wide highlight reel. Ratings: B, A, A. Congratulations to Exiled Knight Tang Junren. 1 of your moves has been selected for the server-wide highlight reel. Rating: B. Tang Junren blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding what had just happened. Lin Yi, however, furrowed his brows, filled with questions. This feature was supposed to activate only after entering the first global disaster dungeon. Why had it been triggered early? Could someone be manipulating it? Lin Yi's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the Tower of Babel. If there were survivors, that would undoubtedly be the most likely hiding place. But he quickly dismissed the thought. There were more pressing matters to attend to. Despite his doubts, Lin Yi was ecstatic about his 3 moves being selected. He knew this meant he could claim rewards, significantly boosting his chances of achieving the top rating in the dungeon. However, now was not the time to check the rewards. Lin Yi's eyes grew sharp, for he had something more important to dokil. Mei Lian had not expected Lin Yi to deal with the 2 melee fighters so swiftly. Seeing Lin Yi still in perfect condition, fear finally crept into her heart. But she didn't show it. Instead, she screamed again, "Quick! Let's all attack together and kill him." The 3 newcomers, unaware of Lin Yi's prowess, assumed their numerical advantage would make it easy to subdue him. Confidently, they launched an attack on Lin Yi, only to have him effortlessly dodge their strikes. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold as he raised his bow and shot an arrow straight at Dark Hunter Li Lei among the crowd. This guy, who prided himself on his archery skills, was indeed the best in their class, but he was still far inferior to Lin Yi. The arrow sliced through the air, once again triggering the black mark effect. This was the 2nd arrow of the night. Li Lei's eyes narrowed as he tracked the arrow's trajectory, suddenly smirking, "Ha, you missed, idiot." Sure enough, in Li Lei's eyes, Lin Yi's arrow was hopelessly off target and had no chance of hitting him. Confident in his judgment, he boldly stood his ground without moving an inch. Lin Yi, seeing this, smirked coldly, thinking that this guy never learns. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. The arrow that seemed wildly off course traced a graceful arc through the air, brushing past Li Lei's back. Not only did it cause damage, but it also flew straight towards a nearby shilling mage. Another curved shot. Lin Yi had pulled off a double hit again, stacking 2 layers of the black mark effect. Li Lei had clearly forgotten that Lin Yi could shoot such improbable arrows and was immediately stunned. He was horrified to find that Lin Yi's damage was absurdly high. A single arrow had done 30 points of damage. To make matters worse, a layer of black mist had suddenly appeared on his body. Before Li Lei could react, Lin Yi fired another arrow, achieving another double hit. At this point, Lin Yi no longer paid attention to the 2. With 2 arrows causing 60 points of damage and an additional 40 points from the black mark, their health was completely depleted. Lin Yi then turned his gaze to Mei Lian and her companions. At that moment, Mei Lian finally realized they were no match for this demon. No matter their numbers, they were destined to be slaughtered. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly shoved the two people in front of her forward and turned to flee. Even Lin Yi was taken aback by this scene. He thought, damn, this woman is ruthless, using others as shields. Interesting. But Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He decided to take them down one by one since none of them could escape death. The two people Mei Lian pushed forward were clearly caught off guard, betrayed by their most trusted partner. It was too late for them to run. Lin Yi walked behind them at a leisurely pace, shooting arrows as he advanced. In no time, the two turned into dust and vanished. Meanwhile, Li Lei, already marked for death, watched helplessly as his health dwindled. Panic set in. He dropped his longbow and fell to his knees, kowtowing to Lin Yi, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Yi, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'm begging you. Lin Yi, somewhat puzzled, said, you know, if you had known this would happen, why did you even start? You can only blame yourself for having poor judgment, falling for someone like Mei Lian. She abandoned all of you. Unfortunately, I can't save you. Take my advice, buddy, don't be a simp in your next life. If you have to be one, at least choose someone normal. With that, Lin Yi ignored him and turned his attention to Pu Huai. All the ranged fighters were down, and only Mei Lian, who had fled, was nowhere to be seen. But Lin Yi wasn't in a rush. He planned to deal with her back in the classroom. Now, only Pu Huai and the bloodthirsty warrior remained. Seeing all his companions fall one by one to Lin Yi, Pu Huai was already in despair. Lin Yi had reached level 4, and Pu Huai stood no chance against him. Moreover, Pu Huai's health was already low. He glanced at the bloodthirsty warrior Lao Zhang, who was barely holding on after fending off the stinging soldier ants, and then at the ants with low health. A ruthless determination flashed in Pu Huai's eyes. Standing behind Lao Zhang, he whispered, Lao Zhang, I'm sorry. This is our last chance to turn things around. Goodbye, Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang turned his head in confusion and fear, seemingly realizing what Pu Huai intended to do. No, he shouted in despair. But it was too late. Pu Huai raised his dagger and stabbed Lao Zhang, instantly depleting the remaining health he had. Then, Pu Huai turned to the stinging soldier ants, slashing them. In a flash of cold light, the ants twitched and then turned to dust. 2 golden lights flashed over Pu Huai, and he leveled up to 3. To Pu Huai's surprise, a green light flashed, and a piece of equipment dropped before him a piece of clothing. Who would have thought that this insignificant creature would drop gear? Pu Huai was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the heavens haven't abandoned me. Lin Yi, I'm not destined to die. The one who's going to die is you. He quickly picked up the tunic dropped by the stinging soldier ant and eagerly checked its stats on the data panel. Ordinary shirt, level 1, quality, excellent, health, 50. Pu Huai's eyes lit up instantly as he quickly scanned the attributes of the newly acquired shirt. This shirt actually adds 50 health points. He marveled to himself, his heart racing. Such a boost was already quite significant at the novice stage. Not far away, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He thought to himself, this kid's luck is really something. I just killed 2 stinging soldier ants and didn't get any drops, but he managed to snag a piece of gear right away. Lin Yi's gaze deepened. What's even more surprising is that he didn't hesitate to kill his own teammate to hog the experience. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, his tone tinged with a bit of lament. You and Mei Lian really are a match made in heaven, both ruthless to the core. In this era of mass career changes, people like you might indeed find it easier to survive. As long as you don't cross me, you might just carve out a place for yourselves. Pu Huai ignored Lin Yi's words and quickly put on the shirt. He sneered as he turned to Lin Yi, his eyes gleaming with a provocative light. Stop bluffing. You're almost at death's door and still putting on airs? I'm already at level 3. With this shirt, killing you will be a piece of cake. He confidently scanned Lin Yi. In terms of health, you have no advantage. In terms of attack power, I'm far superior. My class counters your assassin. What do you have to fight me with? At this moment, Pu Huai had allocated all his attribute points to strength. With 6 free attribute points at level 3, plus 3 points from leveling up, he had a total of 9 points all added to strength. Including the 5 attack points from his novice dagger, his attack power had reached an impressive 50 points. Pu Huai had chosen an extreme path, but this approach had a clear weakness: his health was relatively low. In contrast, Lin Yi, at level 4, without considering title bonuses, had been adding 1 point to his constitution attribute per level, giving him 285 health points. Pu Huai, on the other hand, only had 170 health points, a difference of over 100 points. However, the gear Pu Huai had just acquired did help narrow the gap a bit. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, leisurely holding his bow as he stood in place, watching Pu Huai with great interest. I really don't understand where you get your confidence. If I were you, I wouldn't be standing in the middle of a monster horde right now. Upon hearing this, Pu Huai's body trembled violently, and he quickly turned to check his surroundings. Fortunately, his position hadn't attracted the attention of any stinging soldier ants. Furious and humiliated, he turned back to Lin Yi and suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Lin Yi, did you think I was catching up with you? Idiot. I was stalling for time. You, a newbie to this game, probably don't know about the combat status mechanism, right? I just fought the stinging soldier ants, so I'm still in combat status and can't go invisible. Thanks to you babbling with me, the timer just ran out. Hahaha, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Pu Huai's figure suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there. This scene left Tang Junren and Su Wanning, who were watching from a distance, utterly shocked. Tang Junren anxiously shouted, come over here and hide. This guy can turn invisible. Lin Yi, however, just smiled and remained still. He turned to the two behind him, his voice steady, watch carefully. I'll show you how to find an invisible shadow assassin. He continued to explain. The shadow assassin's passive skill only makes him invisible, not completely gone. Pu Huai, as I mentioned earlier, this skill is not invincible. For instance, you'll appear right here in the next second. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yi raised his hand and shot an arrow. The arrow landed precisely on the ground, right where Pu Huai was about to step. Tang Junren and Su Wanning looked bewildered, while the invisible Pu Huai broke out in a cold sweat, nearly losing control. Pu Huai's heart raced as he tried to convince himself. No way, he must have guessed. He quietly changed direction, attempting to circle around. Lin Yi's voice rang out again, with a hint of mockery. Oh, changing spots? Another arrow flew, landing accurately at Pu Huai's feet. Pu Huai finally realized that Lin Yi could see through his invisibility. His composure shattered. He roared in anger and charged at Lin Yi with all his speed. Lin Yi chuckled. Getting desperate? Fine, I won't play with you anymore. I still need to level them up. With that, he shot an arrow towards what appeared to be empty space. The arrow hit its target, revealing Pu Huai instantly. I'll kill you. Pu Huai screamed, ignoring the rapidly decreasing health bar above his head as he rushed towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained unruffled, his movements fluid and precise. Knock, draw, release. Each arrow hit its mark. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Pu Huai finally reached Lin Yi, his eyes filled with a vicious gleam. He raised his arm abruptly, the dagger slicing through the night, aiming straight for Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi effortlessly sidestepped, easily evading the lethal strike. The neck is too small a target, easy to dodge. Not a good choice, Lin Yi commented as he swiftly knocked another arrow and shot while Pu Huai was still recovering his stance. Shut up, Pu Huai roared, changing his strategy and slashing at Lin Yi's torso, confident that this attack would be harder to evade. However, Lin Yi didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick to Pu Huai's chest. Before Pu Huai's dagger could touch Lin Yi, he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, covered in dirt and looking utterly defeated. Once the elegant figure in their class, Pu Huai now lay in a pitiful state. Yet, none of the three onlookers showed any sympathy. Lin Yi harbored deep-seated hatred for Pu Huai. Su Wanning had suffered years of slander because of him, and Tang Junren simply believed that anyone against Lin Yi deserved to die. Struggling to get up, Pu Huai noticed that Lin Yi had already distanced himself again. He was horrified to find his health below 100 points, with a sinister black mist enveloping him, continuously sapping his life. In desperation, Pu Huai dropped his dagger, looking at Lin Yi with a face full of regret. Lin Yi, I was wrong. I was blinded by hatred. I shouldn't have attacked you, and I shouldn't have hurt Su Wanning. I knew you liked her, but I still went after her, driven by jealousy. Lin Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile as he silently watched Pu Huai's repentance. Jealous? Pu Huai quickly nodded, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Yes, back then your math scores were amazing. You could easily get the grades I could only dream of. So I? Lin Yi's gaze turned icy, his voice chilling to the bone. So you made up those lies, causing Su Wanning to endure endless criticism and abuse in middle school. Not far away, Su Wanning overheard their conversation, and memories of those hard times resurfaced, a trace of fear flickering in her eyes. Pu Huai suddenly fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly to Lin Yi. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed and apologized continuously. I really know I was wrong. It's all my fault. Can you forgive me, Ai? Aren't I your best friend? Lin Yi's lips curved into a smile. Seeing this, hope ignited in Pu Huai's heart, thinking Lin Yi had chosen to forgive him. Just as he was about to stand up, Lin Yi's smile broadened, and he nodded, enunciating each word clearly. No, you're not. Goodbye. Before the words fully settled, Lin Yi released his fingers, and a pitch-black arrow whizzed towards Pu Huai. Crimson numbers floated above Pu Huai's head. Looking down at the arrow embedded in his chest, disbelief filled his eyes, quickly replaced by fury. You tricked me? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Lin Yi didn't stop, his movements quickening as he knocked and released arrows, raining them down on Pu Huai. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a fierce expression. Apologize? Do you think a flimsy apology means anything? After others suffered misunderstanding and attacks because of your jokes, do you think your apology matters? Save your pathetic apologies for the king of hell. The final arrow sliced through the air, and Pu Huai's body disintegrated into dust, taking his sins with him, completely vanishing in this era of universal job transitions. Lin Yi lowered his longbow and turned toward Tang Junren and Su Wanning, who were standing not far away, offering a gentle smile. It's over. We're temporarily safe. Upon hearing this, Tang Junren finally relaxed. His shield clattered to the ground as he collapsed, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. Brother Yi, I completed the task you gave me. I protected Su. Su Wanning was already in tears. She felt like she had just gone through too much, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, witnessing the ugliest sides of human nature and the bloodiest of battles. She could barely handle it, almost crying out several times. Though she didn't fully understand the era of universal job transitions, she could see how narrowly Lin Yi had escaped death. More than once, she truly believed Lin Yi was doomed. Lin Yi approached them, speaking softly to comfort them. For him, such events were common in his past life, something he had grown accustomed to. But for Tang Junren and Su Wanning, who had just transitioned, being suddenly caught up in such chaos was understandably hard to accept. After a moment of reassurance, Lin Yi picked up his longbow again and headed towards the soldier ants. He still needed to continue leveling up. The unwavering determination and tireless spirit of Lin Yi instilled a sense of awe and fear among the inhabitants of the Sky Tower. Despite just having emerged from a fierce battle, he was ready to plunge into combat again almost instantly, like an unstoppable war machine. Every move he made, every strike he delivered, was captured by the surveillance equipment on each floor of the Sky Tower and transmitted in real time to the brightly lit conference rooms. At this moment, Lin Yi's name echoed throughout the Sky Tower. His profile was placed on the desks of representatives from every nation. Staff members were tirelessly animating his actions from tonight, replaying and analyzing them repeatedly. Everyone was speculating about the miracles this young prodigy from Huaxia might achieve in the upcoming instances. However, Lin Yi was oblivious to all this. His focus was solely on the stinger soldier ants before him. With his level now at 4, his strength had significantly increased, making monster slaying almost effortless. He only needed to be wary of the occasional skills used by the stinger soldier ants. With his unparalleled evasion skills, their regular attacks couldn't touch him. Before long, Lin Yi had slain over a dozen stinger soldier ants. The accumulated experience points allowed the trio to simultaneously reach level 5. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds, notifying them that they had reached the current level cap and needed to complete the first Cataclysm instance to continue leveling up. Lin Yi was not surprised by this. He recalled information he had seen on forums in his previous life, knowing that there were similar level caps at 10, 20, and beyond. Having achieved his goal for the night, Lin Yi put away his longbow and led Tang Junren and Su Wanning back to the classroom. On the way back, Lin Yi carefully checked his stats panel. Compared to when he was at level 1, his attributes had significantly improved. Lin Yi first blood title equipped. Level 5. Health 374. Attack 38 including weapon bonus 5. Magic power 28. Mana 165. Agility 30. Luck 5. These stats were the result of his title bonuses. With increased health, Lin Yi's passive skill, Black Mark, had also been enhanced. The Dark Hunter's arrows now had a chance to inflict a dark corrosion effect, dealing 8 points of damage per second to enemy units for 10 seconds. This seemingly minor improvement actually meant that Lin Yi could now easily overpower lower-level enemies. Aside from the numerical improvements, what pleased Lin Yi the most was unlocking his first active skill. With this skill, he could now effectively employ kiting tactics, making him much more versatile in combat. If he encountered a situation like Pu Huai's pursuit again, Lin Yi was confident he could turn the tables even without the help of the stinger soldier ants. Tang Junren's strength had also seen a significant boost, with his health reaching an impressive 440 points, thanks to his extreme constitution build. In contrast, although Su Wanning had reached level 5, her health remained at 10 points due to not having successfully changed her class yet. Noticing the disappointment on Su Wanning's face, Lin Yi gently patted her shoulder and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, Tang and I will protect you." Su Wanning nodded slightly, suddenly remembering what Lin Yi had said to Pu Huai earlier. It dawned on her that the classmate who had been by her side from elementary to high school had silently harbored feelings for her all along. She couldn't help but wonder, does he know that she actually has a crush on him too? Ever since middle school, Su Wanning could sense the strange looks others gave her. But Lin Yi was different. His gaze was always clear and natural. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Su Wanning developed feelings for him. Suddenly, a buried memory resurfaced in Su Wanning's mind. She vividly recalled those difficult days. When everyone on the forum was attacking her, there was an account named Wike that tirelessly defended her. This mysterious user not only spent a considerable amount to buy the administrator rights of the school's forum, but also deleted all the rumor posts about her and banned the account spreading them. One night at 2 a.m., as Su Wanning cried her heart out in front of the forum, that account was still tirelessly banning malicious users. Those long nights, it was this stranger on the internet who accompanied her. Despite her repeated attempts to reach out, she never received a reply. Why the same initial as Lin Yi's name? Su Wanning's heart started racing as she looked up at Lin Yi, who was protecting her, and she almost saw the shadow of that anonymous account from back then. Could it be him? This thought threw Su Wanning into turmoil. Just then, a mechanical electronic voice echoed throughout the server, interrupting Su Wanning's thoughts. Congratulations to Dark Hunter Lin Yi for having his maneuver selected for the server-wide highlight reel. Rating S. The first serrated maneuver in the server has been born. All players, pay your respects. The Tower of Heaven will reward the first player to display an serrated maneuver, Lin Yi, with the Bow of Eternal Nightfall, quality. Epic, usable level. 10, with an infinite quiver. The announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire server. Players, snapping out of their brief confusion, flocked to the highlight reel feature. Under Lin Yi's latest video, the comment count skyrocketed past 999 in the blink of an eye. Although most people were still unclear about the exact value of an S rating, they all understood the worth of the reward weapon. Countless players eyed the weapon's stats with envy. Comparing it to their own beginner weapons, they couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Discussion under Lin Yi's new video was heated. Who is Lin Yi? Who the heck is Lin Yi? Could he be a beta tester? How is he so skilled? Stop joking. There's no such thing as beta testers. This weapon is insanely strong. Such high attack power. Can someone explain what epic means? The forum has info. Epic is one of the weapon quality tiers in the era of mass career change. Weapon quality is divided into common, fine, epic, legendary, and supreme. Right now, everyone's weapons are common quality. This epic weapon is just too tempting. A player claiming to have a master's degree offered his insight. After careful analysis, I conclude that this weapon is a major boost for the currently underpowered Dark Hunter, directly compensating for their lack of burst damage. This Lin Yi is probably the strongest Dark Hunter in the server now. Someone jokingly asked, "My friend wants to know if you can kill him and take his weapon?" Immediately, someone responded, "Did you watch Lin Yi's video? He's definitely at a godder level. If you dare to go after him, how many lives do you have?" This comment quickly garnered thousands of likes. Many people realized they hadn't watched the video yet, and hurriedly clicked the link. The next moment, they felt as if they were transported to a virtual battlefield. The realism of the scene startled quite a few viewers. The Tower of Heaven had perfectly recreated the environment Lin Yi was in, making the viewers feel like they were teammates standing right behind him, witnessing his brilliant maneuvers up close. In the video, Lin Yi held his longbow with a calm expression, exuding confidence. Opposite him, a shadowy figure wielded a dagger, with several giant ants prowling behind. What the heck are these giant ants? Where did they come from? If I encountered this situation, I'd probably be scared stiff. And what is that shadowy figure? To protect the identity of the antagonist, the Tower of Heaven had blacked out their figure. Suddenly, the antagonist's body turned semi-transparent, and the audience instantly realized it was a shadow assassin going invisible. Oh my god! A fragile archer versus an invisible assassin? This is doomed. However, Lin Yi's subsequent actions completely shattered everyone's expectations. It was as if he could see through the invisibility, accurately predicting the shadow assassin's moves. His seamless maneuvers left the audience in awe, as if they were witnessing a player with cheat-level skills in action. WTF? How did he do that? He can see invisible players? The chat exploded with comments, as viewers were left in awe. Lin Yi's jaw-dropping maneuver instantly electrified the livestream. Report him. He's definitely cheating, someone exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes. I think there's some hidden detail that lets him spot invisible players. But man, his eyesight is incredible, a meticulous viewer analyzed. Like a deity descending from the heavens, he's a true legend among us. This Lin Yi. Someone couldn't help but praise. Amazing. The chat was flooded with this single word, repeated over and over. Viewers were left speechless, resorting to amazing to express their shock and admiration for Lin Yi's extraordinary skills. When Lin Yi kicked away the shadow assassin that had crept up on him, the chat erupted in laughter. What a precise shot! And those long legs! It seemed viewers had run out of words, repeating amazing to convey their astonishment. Lin Yi's name and his incredible moves were etched into everyone's minds. Dark hunters, previously dejected by their weak role, found a new source of inspiration. Their confidence soared, vowing to become as strong as Lin Yi. The videos like skyrocketed, surpassing 100,000 within minutes. Lin Yi's earlier brilliant moves were analyzed repeatedly, his calm under pressure and effortless maneuvering earning countless fans. Although Tang Junren's skills were also impressive, they paled in comparison to Lin Yi's in terms of entertainment. Viewers were mesmerized by Lin Yi's confident, nonchalant steps as he faced massive beasts. They marveled at his agile rolls and unpredictable movements, and were captivated by his clever dodges and elbow strikes against shadow assassins and bloodthirsty hunters. At that moment, Lin Yi was given a new title by unanimous agreement among those who had seen his performance: the Eternal Night Archer God. Lin Yi was unaware of this new nickname, circulating in the forums as he returned to class with Su Wanning and Tang Junren. The wooden door creaked open, and all eyes in the classroom turned to the entrance. They had seen Pu Huai and Mei Lian leave with a group, presumably to retaliate against Lin Yi. Now they anxiously awaited the outcome. The door slowly opened, and the fluorescent lights illuminated a calm face. Lin Yi's composed demeanor contrasted sharply with the tense atmosphere in the room. It was Lin Yi. A wave of shock swept through the class. Could it be that Pu Huai and his group? Lin Yi scanned the room, surprised. Mei Lian isn't back yet? I thought I'd deal with her too. Oh well, never mind. His words sent chills down everyone's spines. Deal with her too? Did that mean the others were already dead? A brave student stammered. Lin Yi, where are they? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Them? You mean Pu Huai and his crew? They're with Lei Jingyi now. He rubbed his hands together and continued. They were all so nostalgic about Lei Jingyi, so I helped them out and sent them over. If any of you miss Lei Jingyi, I can help you too. Everyone recoiled in fear, unable to meet Lin Yi's terrifying smile. Who would want to see Lei Jingyi? That would mean certain death. For some reason, the classmates felt that Lin Yi had changed. He was no longer the frail guy who spent his days buried in complex numbers and formulas. Now, he seemed like a deity walking through eternal night. But Lin Yi hadn't changed. Their perception of him had from disdain to fear. Lin Yi chuckled softly and ignored them. With 10 lives already taken, his intimidating presence silenced the entire class, no one daring to approach. Lin Yi and Tang Junren escorted Su Wanning to a corner of the classroom. Since there were no dorms, Tang Junren had pushed some desks together to form a makeshift bed for 3. Despite the chaos, Tang Junren and Su Wanning doubted they could sleep. But Lin Yi insisted on proper rest, warning that tomorrow's mission couldn't be taken lightly, or it would mean certain death. Everyone watched Lin Yi's group with bated breath. Finally, a girl named Yimeng, who considered herself on good terms with Lin Yi, gathered her courage. She adjusted her uniform to accentuate her figure and approached Lin Yi with a sweet smile. Lin Yi was on high alert, scanning the surroundings. Su Wanning leaned against the corner walls for safety. Noticing Yimeng's approach, Lin Yi's right hand instinctively gripped his bow, eyes fixed on her. Yimeng swallowed nervously and spoke cautiously. Lin Yi, can I join your team? Do you think that's okay? Yimeng spoke while constantly squirming, her face adorned with a sweet smile as if she had eaten an entire bag of candy. Lin Yi responded calmly, no, you should stay away from me, or I might accidentally hurt you. Yimeng didn't expect to be rejected so decisively despite her forwardness, and her face showed her embarrassment. Thinking it was because her figure wasn't apparent enough, she quickly tightened her school uniform and, feigning weakness, said, look, I'm just a girl. What am I supposed to do in that dungeon? Can you protect me? You're so strong. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. And weren't we close before? You even helped me with math problems. By this point, Yimeng's hints couldn't have been clearer. Watching this scene, the other boys nearby couldn't help but swallow their envy. However, Lin Yi remained unmoved and even more disgusted. He coldly replied, no need. If you come any closer, I will act. I won't tolerate any of you. As for tomorrow's dungeon, you're on your own. I can't help you. Lin Yi continued, you call that a good relationship? If I remember correctly, after I explained the math problem to you, you went around saying I was just pretending to know more than I did because the formula was beyond your understanding. Just now, you were among those who looked eager to kill me. Is that what you call a good relationship? His sharp gaze pierced through Yimeng's guilty eyes as he added, in this era of universal job transfers, you can't rely on anyone but yourself. Your looks, which you pride yourself on, will soon be worthless. Lin Yi's blunt words made Yimeng's face turn red with embarrassment. Exposed, she was furious but, remembering Lin Yi's strength, she could only suppress her anger and walk away with a huff. Lin Yi's cold eyes scanned everyone as he softly said, I warn all of you, don't come within 3 meters of me, or I might misunderstand your intentions. There's no need to approach me for favors, help, or apologies. Just take care of yourselves. Consider me a stranger passing by. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Unless, of course, you miss Lin Yi. Lin Yi's harsh words drew muttered curses from many, who thought he was too heartless. He paid no attention to their complaints. After today, they would likely never see each other again. Lost in thought, Lin Yi opened the system's forum. The overwhelming number of likes and comments stunned him. His impressive performance had garnered 470,000 likes. Lin Yi had never seen such numbers in his previous life. Although he had been rated level for precise calculations back then, the flood of experts emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain had left his achievements unnoticed. In this life, Lin Yi was different. The other experts from his past life were still getting familiar with the game, leaving him with no competition. Coupled with his extraordinary skills and the godly operations cheat, his extreme maneuvers naturally amazed everyone. Lin Yi quickly skimmed through the comments, most of which were words of admiration. Some, of course, were skeptical, suggesting it was staged or a scam. He chose to ignore these baseless speculations, uninterested in arguing with online naysayers. The reward for the first level evaluation in the entire server lay in Lin Yi's backpack. Although he wasn't yet high enough level to use the weapon, he knew its skills and attributes were invaluable. Even at level 10, this weapon's properties would be formidable up to level 30. Most people believed the weapon enhanced the Dark Hunter's burst capabilities, but Lin Yi saw its true power, its ability to settle scores. This included the existing black marks on enemies. Before level 30, a Dark Hunter couldn't stack the passive skill's black marks multiple times. However, with the Eternal Night Bow, if the first arrow triggered the passive skill and the second arrow activated the weapon skill, the first arrow's passive would be settled. If the enemy survived, the third arrow could retrigger the passive skill. Lin Yi decided to quickly level up after tomorrow's dungeon, aiming to use this early game artifact as soon as possible. He shifted his gaze from the weapon to the exchange shop interface. He remembered that after being featured in the highlights reel, he could exchange rewards based on the number of likes. What kind of goodies could 470,000 likes get him? Would you like to convert your 47.59k likes into 47 master points? Hearing the prompt, Lin Yi didn't hesitate and chose yes. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, conversion successful. Remaining unconverted likes, 0.59k. The next moment, a dazzling store interface appeared before Lin Yi, with various items neatly categorized, almost overwhelming him. Weapons, armor, boots, accessories, potions. Everything was available, with prices ranging from 5 to 100 master points. Lin Yi quickly scanned the weapons section without lingering too long. He thought to himself, the Destruction Night Bow will be usable soon, so I don't need other weapons for now. He then carefully examined the armor section. Light armor was suitable for all classes, offering mobility but weaker defense. Heavy armor was exclusive to exiled knights and blood warriors, providing strong defense but affecting speed. Lin Yi weighed the pros and cons, considering both his current level and future development. Next, he looked at the boots section. Usable by all classes, the higher the quality, the greater the speed boost, and naturally the higher the price. Finally, Lin Yi's attention focused on accessories. Unlike other equipment, the core value of accessories lay in their special skills, some of which could be useful even at higher levels. Lin Yi meticulously calculated, pondering how to maximize the value of his limited master points. Meanwhile, within the Tower of Ascension, Long Yangqiu and the others had just recovered from their shock. They turned their attention back to Lin Yi, noticing him hesitating in the exchange store. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, Long Yangqiu asked, "What do you think he'll buy?" Yuan adjusted her glasses and analyzed. 47 master points is quite a lot. I guess he'll buy level 5 weapons, armor, and boots, which will cost around 30 points. The remaining points can go towards potions. That would be the most balanced approach. The Shadow Assassin Master had a different opinion. He already has a reward weapon. Buying another one would be a waste, right? I think he'll go for a good pair of boots to boost his agility. The Righteous Priestess fanned away the cigarette smoke with a frown and said, I think he'll go for a good accessory. Those skills can make him much stronger. As they were discussing, Lin Yi had already made his choice. Surprisingly, the first thing he exchanged for was indeed an accessory. The Righteous Priestess raised her eyebrows proudly. I guessed right? Long Yangqiu chuckled softly. Did you read the description of this accessory carefully? The Righteous Priestess quickly checked the accessory's details. Psychic Amulet. Grade, fine. Usable level, 5. Effect. When attacked, forms a psychic shield for 3 seconds, blocking all attacks within those 3 seconds, up to 200 HP. Note, the amulet can only be used once and shatters upon activation. Exchange price, 15 master points. Long Yangqiu took another drag of his cigarette and said teasingly, clearly, this is for Su Wanqing. With this amulet, plus the protection from Lin Yi and Tang Junren, tomorrow's dungeon should be manageable. Lin Yi really is devoted to Su Wanqing. Unfortunately, no one has ever survived the strange evil spirit. The others nodded in regret. So, what will he exchange for next? Lin Yi looked at the faintly glowing energy amulet in his backpack with great delight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His fingers glided over the screen, quickly selecting the second piece of equipment to exchange. To everyone's surprise, it was a piece of heavy armor, the purple gold lion armor. The attributes of the purple gold lion armor immediately caught his eye. Level: excellent. Required level: 5. Health increase: 120. Armor: 5. Exchange price: 15 divine points. The priestess, Daedalai, was visibly stunned. She frowned and muttered to herself, "Wait a minute. Isn't Lin Yi a dark hunter? He can't even wear heavy armor." Beside her, Long Yangqiu took a deep drag of his cigarette, his gaze becoming profound. He put away his earlier jesting demeanor and slowly voiced his conjecture. He's not getting it for himself. This heavy armor must be for Tang Junren. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring a wave of silence among everyone. They had all been speculating on how Lin Yi would boost his own strength, but they never expected his second piece of equipment to be for his teammate. Share wealth and honor. Never forget your friends. Everyone knew this saying, but few could truly live by it. Lin Yi had previously declared that he would treat Tang Junren as his best partner, and it was clearly not just talk. At this moment, Lin Yi himself didn't even have a piece of light armor, let alone accessories. The weapon he had just obtained lay unused in his backpack. Yet, the two pieces of equipment he chose were both for his teammates. Facing the tempting array of items in the exchange shop, Lin Yi didn't waver at all. Everyone fell into deep thought, silently admiring. Is this the legendary spirit of self-sacrifice? Lin Yi was unaware of the sentiments inside the Tower of Ascension. He continued to focus on selecting equipment to exchange. So far, he had spent 30 divine points, leaving him with only a few left. Standing in the weapons section, his gaze didn't linger on the longbows designed for dark hunters. Soon, he exchanged for a third piece of equipment, the Crimson Gold Shield and Short Sword. The attributes of the Crimson Gold Shield and Short Sword immediately displayed. Level: excellent. Required level: 5. Short Sword attack: 8. Exchange price: 10 divine points. Clearly, this was another piece of equipment meant for Tang Junren. Now, with only 7 divine points left, Lin Yi wasted no time. He first spent 5 points to buy himself a pair of Swift cloth boots. The attributes of the Swift cloth boots were straightforward. Level: common. Required level: 5. Agility: 5. Exchange price: 5 divine points. These were extremely basic boots, and the 5 points of agility barely balanced the gap between ranged and melee classes. But for Lin Yi, they were sufficient. With the remaining 2 divine points, Lin Yi chose to exchange for potions. He bought 2 bottles of basic battle recovery potion, each costing 1 divine point. These potions could be used during battle, restoring 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. With that, his 47 divine points were completely spent, and Lin Yi seemed very satisfied. However, the silence in the Tower of Ascension was deafening. Everyone realized that out of those 47 divine points, Lin Yi had only spent 5 on himself, and that was for the most basic pair of boots. He bought excellent equipment for Su Wanqing and Tang Junren, while he himself only got common gear. Long Yangqiu's cigarette ash fell onto his leg, but he didn't notice. He began to question whether people like Lin Yi truly exist. Spending 47 divine points and only buying a pair of boots for himself, was this kid just plain foolish? In this bizarre era of universal job transitions, how could someone like Lin Yi survive? Long Yangqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just thought Lin Yi was a bit naive. In this era, everyone believed that their own survival was paramount. Even Long Yangqiu, as the team leader, never sacrificed his resources to exchange equipment or other items for his teammates. Everyone was used to this selfishness, so seeing someone like Lin Yi was both shocking and, to some, foolish. The priestess Daedalai quietly wiped away a tear, then smiled brightly. He may be a bit foolish, but if given the chance, I would love to be his teammate, his partner. Only with someone like him would I truly feel safe to let them watch my back. She continued, we priests, we don't have much self-defense capability. When I joined dungeons, many people used protecting me as an excuse to make unreasonable demands. I've crawled and hidden through countless dungeons. If it weren't for luck, I might have died a long time ago. I thought such teammates, such partners, didn't exist. By the end, Daedalai was choking up, unable to speak. The other survivors fell silent as well, pondering. Is Lin Yi really foolish? If someone asked Lin Yi this question, he would probably roll his eyes. Foolish? Lin Yi was definitely not foolish. With his intellect and skills, he could easily clear dungeons without any equipment, relying solely on his level 5 attribute advantage. Tang Junren, new to the era of universal job transitions, needed better equipment to protect himself. With Tang Junren around, Su Wanqing's safety would be more assured. This way, Lin Yi could focus on completing the dungeon tasks. This was why Lin Yi aimed to enhance Tang Junren's equipment attributes. Everything was in preparation for achieving the top dungeon ranking in the server. In the classroom, when Lin Yi took out the equipment from his backpack, Su Wanqing and Tang Junren were utterly astonished. Wow, where did Lin Yi get all this gear? The classmates' attention was instantly drawn, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. They longed to be on Lin Yi's team, but the lesson from Yiming's experience made them hesitant to approach, so they could only watch from a distance. Lin Yi handed a shield and heavy armor to Tang Junren, who took them with trembling hands. The faint green glow from the gear indicated its superior quality, sharply contrasting with the beginner's shield Tang Junren had. When he saw the shield's attributes, he was utterly stunned. It had 3 times the defense of his original equipment. I, this must be really valuable. Tang Junren's eyes welled up with emotion, fully aware of the importance of good gear in this era of universal job transitions. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly and waved his hand. It's not valuable. Anything that can boost our strength isn't valuable. He then turned to Su Wanning and handed her an exquisite jade pendant. Su Wanning was captivated by the pendant's beauty, but felt embarrassed to accept it due to Lin Yi's repeated rescues. Understanding her personality, Lin Yi directly placed the pendant in her hand and said seriously, "Su, remember, I'm just lending this to you. I've got all the expenses noted. Given your current situation, once you've successfully transitioned, you have to return it to me. Deal? 9 out, 13 back." Su Wanning hesitated and asked, "Transition? When will I be able to transition?" Lin Yi replied confidently, "Soon. Trust me." Moved by Lin Yi's determination, Su Wanning smiled and accepted the pendant. "All right, it's a deal. I'll definitely return it to you. 9 out, 13 back." As Lin Yi looked at Su Wanning's smile, he momentarily lost himself in memories of his past life. He vowed silently that he wouldn't miss the opportunity this time. With their new gear equipped, Tang Junren's heavy armor and shield glowed faintly green, making him appear more composed. His attributes significantly improved. Tang Junren, level 5. Health, 560 including 120 from heavy armor. Attack, 28 including 8 from weapon. Magic power, 20. Mana, 150. Agility, 32. Luck, 0. His health was nearly 1.5 times that of a same level Lin Yi and 6 times that of most level 1 players. With the shield's defense and passive damage reduction skills, Tang Junren had become a formidable tank. Su Wanning wore the spiritual amulet around her neck, looking even more radiant. Lin Yi also put on his swift boots, raising his agility to 35. Lin Yi asked Tang Junren about the number of likes on his gameplay video and, upon learning it had 53,000 likes, instructed him to exchange them for 5 potions. With that, the trio had redeemed all their rewards. Now, they just had to wait for the first disaster dungeon to arrive tomorrow, as the calm before the storm passed. Lin Yi had already given a detailed introduction of the dungeon's basic setup to Su Wanning and Tang Junren in the team's private chat. When the two curiously asked how he knew all this information, he casually explained that he had read it in the system's introduction. Lin Yi explained that the disaster dungeon scenes were often based on common places in daily life, but these places had experienced eerie catastrophes, making any object or animal potentially extremely dangerous. The ultimate goal of the dungeon was to kill the boss, but there were also various side quests, puzzles, and NPCs waiting for players to explore. The more side quests unlocked, the higher the final dungeon rating. Tang Junren and Su Wanning, who had no dungeon experience, appeared very nervous, especially Su Wanning. Her health was extremely low, barely able to withstand any attack. Even with a psychic amulet, she only had one chance to save her life. As night deepened, Lin Yi urged the two to rest, claiming he would keep watch for the first half of the night and wake Tang Junren at 3 o'clock to take over. Tang Junren quickly nodded and forced himself to sleep on the table. However, Lin Yi actually planned to stay up all night to ensure his teammates were well rested for tomorrow's challenges. On the makeshift bed formed by 3 tables, Su Wanning lay on the innermost side, Lin Yi in the middle, and Tang Junren on the outer side. Lin Yi glanced at the system time, 11 p.m. The classroom was still noisy, filled with fear and despair of the unknown dungeon. Lin Yi could clearly hear the breathing from various corners of the classroom, indicating that some people had decided to indulge before the apocalypse. This bizarre sound mixed with other noises, forming the final symphony before death. The cool summer night breeze ruffled Lin Yi's hair, and the noise around him made him feel a bit irritated and anxious. He was unsure whether tomorrow's dungeon would be random or follow the sequence from his previous life. Since his rebirth, many things had changed, like the early activation of the highlight reel feature. These changes, along with the strange prefixes on names displayed by the cheat system, made Lin Yi suspect that their experiences were being watched and manipulated. Lin Yi shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. His gaze fell on the cheat system in the corner of his interface, curious about how many admiration points he had accumulated. Since his rebirth, he had acquired 3 abilities: rapid arrow knocking and drawing, top-level curved shot, and invincible dodge, all of which had been immensely helpful. Lin Yi speculated that he should have quite a few admiration points by now, at least 300. With anticipation, he opened the cheat system interface. The next moment, the system's announcement rang in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully gained 1050 admiration points. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness. This number far exceeded his expectations. He quickly checked the acquisition records and understood the reason. His level highlight had shocked many players in the Huaxia server, and his operations had been seen by more people, earning him a large number of admiration points. Additionally, Lin Yi found that his equipment purchases had also shocked a few people, who were the same survivors he found peculiar. Lin Yi realized that these survivors seemed to be able to see his equipment exchange interface but probably couldn't see the cheat system interface. But for now, he was more concerned about how to use these over 1,000 admiration points. The exchange interface of the cheat system currently had only 2 main categories unlocked: basic skills and signature skills. Signature skills were more expensive, and Lin Yi didn't recognize the names, so he decided not to exchange for them yet. After some thought, Lin Yi decided to spend 300 admiration points to upgrade the invincible dodge skill to the 2nd level. Lin Yi eagerly scrolled through the system interface, searching for skills that suited him. His gaze lingered on the invincible evasion technique, and he carefully read its description. Level 2, 300 awe points. In PvE mode, you can dodge simple attacks from up to 4 people with an 80 success rate. Similar effect in PvP mode. Unlocking the next level requires 600 awe points. Nodding to himself, Lin Yi recognized this upgrade was exactly what he needed. Although the next level requiring 600 awe points was tempting, he decided to hold off for now. As he continued browsing, the precision shooting technique caught his attention. The 300 awe points price tag made Lin Yi instantly choose to redeem it. He knew his archery skills were passable but far from precise, and this skill would undoubtedly be crucial, especially against bosses with obvious weak points. With 400 awe points still burning a hole in his pocket, Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued by 2 new skills. Double arc arrow technique. Arrows can curve twice, making them harder to dodge. 300 awe points. Dual bow technique. Shoot 2 arrows at once, but with significantly reduced accuracy, requiring additional skills to master. 300 awe points. After weighing his options, Lin Yi chose the double arc arrow technique. Although the dual bow technique was enticing, it required an extra 400 awe points to fully master, which was beyond his current capability. Satisfied, Lin Yi looked at the 3 skills he had redeemed: double arc arrow technique, precision shooting technique, and the 2nd level of invincible evasion technique. This 900 awe points investment would undoubtedly play a crucial role in tomorrow's dungeon. Returning to reality, Lin Yi glanced at his sleeping companions. Tang Juanren's thunderous snores starkly contrasted with his image as the mightiest knight. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile and turned his gaze to Su Wanning. The girl lay curled up on her side, facing Lin Yi, her fair face looking especially soft in the moonlight. Unconsciously, Lin Yi's hand reached out to touch her face. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with her delicate skin, he snapped back to his senses, realizing his lapse. However, as Lin Yi was about to withdraw his hand, a soft hand suddenly grabbed his. Su Wanning opened her eyes, her bright gaze piercing into Lin Yi as if to see through his soul. "Are you that wife from back then?" Su Wanning asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, his silence serving as an answer. Su Wanning seemed to understand from his silence. She suddenly pulled Lin Yi down beside her. Before Lin Yi could react, a pair of soft lips pressed against his. The unexpected kiss left Lin Yi momentarily incapable of thought, his senses overwhelmed by the sweet sensation. The painful memories of his past life intertwined with the happiness of the present, stirring his deepest desires. He felt Su Wanning's tears sliding down his cheek, tears of joy and relief. When their lips finally parted, Su Wanning gazed at Lin Yi with a tender look, her eyes filled with love. Su Wanning bit her lip gently, her eyes flickering with a complex light. She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and said, "It was you who stayed with me through the hardest times. You chased away all the dark clouds and shielded me from every storm. But it's only now that I understand. It's you again, saving me, allowing me to continue seeing this world." Her voice trembled slightly as she continued, "I know you lied to me. I just checked the entire system description. There's no mention of malevolent spirits being able to change roles. My 10 health points can't possibly survive in this eerie world. I would only drag you all down. I am someone this world has abandoned. Knowing the truth before I die, I am grateful. You don't need to pretend anymore." Su Wanning's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing all the tender thoughts in Lin Yi's heart. He looked at Su Wanning and saw that her eyes had lost the will to live. She had always loved beauty and perhaps could not accept continuing to live in such a terrifying state. She feared others' judgment, unwilling to endure their horrified looks and malicious words. Lin Yi forced himself to stay upright, carefully observing Su Wanning before him. Her fair, porcelain-like skin, her delicate nose, her vibrant red lips, and her lively eyes, all these features captivated him. But now, his expression was unusually serious. Su Wanning, do you like me? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Just as Su Wanning was about to nod, Lin Yi added, gratitude is not the same as affection. If you set aside everything I've done that moved you, do you still like me? This question left Su Wanning stunned. Her thoughts became chaotic, unable to untangle her true feelings for Lin Yi. She did have a fondness for Lin Yi, especially after knowing he was Y, which intensified her feelings. But was this gratitude or genuine affection? I like. Su Wanning began to answer, but Lin Yi interrupted her with a profound gaze. Then why don't I feel your affection? Lin Yi said softly. Maybe you're just grateful, not truly in love with me. Your current actions seem like a final act of charity to me. If you really want to repay me, then please genuinely fall in love with me, okay? Let me feel your love, so our relationship is mutual. You are not a burden to me. You have always been my salvation. Without you, I wouldn't even know how to survive in this world. I really don't want to go through those days again. Live well, and let me feel your love. Okay? Su Wanning looked into Lin Yi's slightly pleading eyes and fell into deep thought. Due to her experiences in middle school, she had always struggled to express her feelings. Even though she had a fondness for Lin Yi, she mostly appeared indifferent. This was indeed unfair to Lin Yi. Perhaps she really needed to learn how to express her emotions. After a moment, Su Wanning nodded gently. Okay. Lin Yi quietly breathed a sigh of relief, noticing a spark of life reigniting in Su Wanning's eyes. He straightened up and looked out at the night. He didn't explain that he hadn't lied to her because no matter how he explained, Su Wanning wouldn't believe it. Rebirth was something hard to accept. Lin Yi could only help her regain hope gradually and try to buy more time. The next morning, Tang Junren suddenly woke up with a start. Seeing the time displayed by the system, he slapped himself twice in frustration, startling Lin Yi. Old Tang, what are you doing? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Tang Junren, with a tearful face, apologized while hitting himself. I overslept. We agreed to switch shifts at 3 a.m., but I slept through it. I'm so sorry, really sorry. Did you try to wake me and I didn't respond? I deserve this. You should get some sleep. Lin Yi, both amused and exasperated, stopped Tang Junren and explained, it's fine. I didn't plan on waking you up. I'm used to staying up late, so pulling an all-nighter is no problem for me. But you guys can't do that. Today is our first time participating in a dungeon, and you need to be fully alert. At this moment, Su Wanning also woke up. She looked at Lin Yi and smiled, her eyes no longer showing the despair of the previous night. Lin Yi, understandingly, did not mention what had happened the night before. There were only 5 minutes left before the first dungeon opened. Lin Yi looked around the classroom and saw some people still sleeping while others, like him, had stayed up all night. But none of that mattered now. After completing today's dungeon, they would be assigned to a safe zone. Each person would have their own room, and classmates might be dispersed into different safe zones. Time passed, and finally, a system broadcast echoed in everyone's mind. Congratulations, you have survived the first night. In 1 minute, the first nationwide disaster dungeon, the Crying Senior Building, will open. Countdown begins. Remember, the key to clearing the National Cataclysm dungeon is to defeat the final boss. But finding every side quest is equally crucial as it determines the completion rate of the dungeon. Mastering your class specialties and closely cooperating with your teammates are essential for success. I hope everyone can conquer this cataclysmic dungeon and usher in a new era of universal class advancement. As soon as the words were spoken, the teleportation began. Lin Yi and the others experienced a dizzying sensation, and their bodies started to become translucent. Many instinctively tried to grab onto nearby objects, only to find they couldn't touch anything. Lin Yi, having been through this countless times, was already used to it. He quickly reached out to grasp Tang Junren and Su Wanning, ensuring they would form the same team. However, there were limitations to this team formation. Each team could only have one person per class. The National Cataclysm dungeon required a 6-person team, each representing a different class. Players could either form teams in advance or wait for the Tongtian Tower to randomly assign them. Lin Yi pondered silently. What class would Su Wanning, as a mysterious ghost, be assigned? Would she even be able to enter the dungeon? This question was quickly answered. As the dizziness faded, a dark and eerie corridor appeared before Lin Yi. The damp atmosphere was almost palpable, causing him to frown. Lin Yi immediately checked on Su Wanning beside him and found her standing there unharmed. This confirmed that even a mysterious ghost could enter the dungeon. Looking around, Lin Yi felt a surge of relief. The sequence of the dungeon hadn't changed. This was the first cataclysmic dungeon he had encountered in his previous life. Although he had been too grief-stricken back then to notice the dungeon's name, he knew it now. This place was called the Weeping Senior High Building. After confirming the environment and Su Wanning's safety, Lin Yi began to observe his teammates. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice shattered the silence. "It's you?" Lin Yi turned toward the voice and saw that it belonged to Mei Lian. This annoying woman had somehow ended up in the same team as them. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He had thought he would have to go through the trouble of finding her, but the Tongtian Tower had conveniently delivered her right to him. The other team members were also coming to their senses, curiously looking around at each other. Ignoring Mei Lian, Lin Yi carefully scrutinized the rest of his teammates. Mei Lian was a radiant mage. A skinny, tattoo-covered man was a bloodthirsty warrior. A burly, bearded man was surprisingly a glorious priest. Most unexpectedly, a female office worker in professional attire and black stockings was an assassin. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by these contrasts. He knew that class assignments had no inherent connection to gender or personality. They were completely random. He had once seen a fitness coach become a priest, which was an even more startling contrast. Suddenly, Lin Yi noticed a critical detail. There were 7 people in the team, including Su Wanning and the other 4 players, which meant Su Wanning's presence didn't count towards the normal 6-person team composition. This discovery made Lin Yi inwardly delighted. However, Lin Yi's silence and disregard completely infuriated the narrow-minded Mei Lian. Recalling the earlier broadcast, she was convinced that each class was vital to the dungeon. She concluded that Lin Yi wouldn't dare harm her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon himself. This thought emboldened Mei Lian. She looked provocatively at Lin Yi and Su Wanning, shouting, "I must be cursed to end up in the same team as you two. We're in a dungeon now. Let's see if you dare to kill me, Lin Yi. If you do, you won't be able to clear this dungeon either." The other 3 team members exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unaware of the grudge between Lin Yi and Mei Lian. When they noticed Su Wanning standing next to Lin Yi, everyone took a horrified step back. The burly man covered in tattoos let out a sharp scream and quickly distanced himself from the trio. Pointing a trembling finger at Su Wanning, he exclaimed in terror and disbelief, "Isn't she a malevolent spirit? How can she be standing with us? Is this our first mission?" The chubby man struggled to move his round body closer to the tattooed guy. His eyes were filled with reliance on the fierce-looking man, as if standing next to him was the only way to feel safe. The woman in black stockings and a business suit appeared hesitant, her gaze darting back and forth. On one side was the gruesome, blood-soaked malevolent spirit, and on the other were the somewhat sleazy-looking tattooed man and the chubby guy. Unsure of what to do, she inched slightly closer to Mei Lian, reasoning that at least Mei Lian was another woman. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with Mei Lian's arrogance. He turned to the tattooed man and his companions, trying to explain, "She's not a malevolent spirit. She's just like any other person. There's no need to worry." However, Lin Yi's casual explanation did little to convince the tattooed man. With a fierce expression, he raised his long knife and snarled, "Don't give me that. Just yesterday in the square, I encountered several malevolent spirits. They bit and killed many people. It was horrifying. In the end, it was only because I led the charge that we managed to kill them all. I suggest you stay away from her, or better yet, kill her outright." Mei Lian fanned the flames. "Exactly. He's probably a malevolent spirit too. Who else would be hanging out with one?" Clearly, she intended to use the tattooed man to ostracize or even eliminate Lin Yi and Su Wanning. At that moment, Su Wanning, who had been hiding behind Lin Yi, mustered up the courage to step forward and face the group. The sight almost made the tattooed man drop his knife in fear. Overcoming her fear of their stares, Su Wanning took a deep breath and said, "Hello, my name is Su Wanning. Although I look like a malevolent spirit, Lin Yi has destroyed the pustule on my chest, so I have retained my human consciousness. I won't harm you, please don't worry." The tattooed man was still trembling, but the expressions of the chubby man and the woman in black stockings turned contemplative. They realized that Su Wanning was indeed different from the malevolent spirits they had encountered before. Moreover, the self-proclaimed Dark Hunter and the exiled knight were standing right next to her without being attacked. The malevolent spirits they had previously encountered would indiscriminately attack any living being around them. Lin Yi glanced at the system's timer and saw that the countdown for the instance had already begun. Knowing that the completion speed was a part of the scoring criteria, he didn't want to waste any more time. Ignoring Mei Lian and the tattooed man, he directly addressed the chubby man and the woman in black stockings, bluntly asking, "What's your decision?" As soon as Lin Yi started speaking, Mei Lian immediately intensified her attempts to manipulate the 2 men. "Don't believe him? How can you trust a malevolent spirit as a teammate? What if it suddenly goes out of control?" Her voice was filled with urgency and threat. The tattooed man nodded repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Exactly. I've killed those malevolent spirits before. They're all vicious and terrifying. We can't keep such a monster around. His hand instinctively moved towards his lower back, as if a weapon were hidden there. The woman in black stockings, a white-collar worker, frowned as her gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Yi's group and the tattooed man and Mei Lian. Her eyes gradually grew resolute, and without hesitation, she walked towards Lin Yi. Each step was filled with determination. Seeing this, Mei Lian flew into a rage, shrieking, "You stupid bitch! Are you looking to die?" Her furious outburst only quickened the woman's pace, her face now showing more evident disdain. The woman in black stockings stood beside Lin Yi and calmly explained, "This malevolent spirit doesn't seem like the ones we've encountered before. I'm in sales, so I'm good at reading people. The eyes of these three are pure, but that tattooed man has been staring at my legs with nothing but greed in his eyes. He boasts about leading teams to kill malevolent spirits, but judging by how scared he looks, he probably can't even face them. I can't trust someone who lies like that." She then turned her gaze to Mei Lian. "As for you, you come off as impulsive and rash. My gut tells me you're not fit to be a teammate." "So? Sorry." Her eyes subtly scanned Lin Yi, thinking to herself, "Pure or not, that's just an excuse. Lin Yi is simply more pleasant to look at." As someone in sales, she knew the importance of pleasing potential clients. Besides, in this eerie place, she didn't want to be stuck with a lecherous thug and a madwoman. Mei Lian was on the verge of losing her mind after hearing this, but before she could curse, the chubby man beside her suddenly jogged over to join Lin Yi's group. "I'm an experienced rookie gamer," the chubby man said with a sheepish grin. "These three are level 5, and I'm only level 1. Of course, I need to stick with the strong ones. Dying at the hands of a malevolent spirit, or in a game instance, there's not much difference." He ran over to Tang Junren, eyeing his gear enviously. "Hey bro, your armor is awesome." Tang Junren smiled warmly but remained silent. Both the woman in black stockings and the chubby man, whether intentionally or not, chose to stay away from Su Wanning. Watching this unfold, Mei Lian's face twisted with fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. "Fine. You want to die? Go ahead. With 2 fewer people, let's see how you clear this instance. Don't expect any help from me. I'll just sit back and watch you get killed by those 2 monsters." With that, she dragged the still trembling tattooed man to the back, keeping a safe distance from Lin Yi's group. Lin Yi paid her no mind and continued down the corridor. The hallway was dimly lit, with the darkness of the night visible through the windows. A pale moon hung high, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Su Wanning finally took notice of her surroundings, and her hair stood on end. Instinctively, she clutched Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi chuckled softly, patting her head reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's fine. This is just the first instance. It should be pretty easy." Ever since he realized they might be under surveillance, he had been extremely cautious, careful not to reveal any hints of his rebirth to avoid being taken for research. At the end of the narrow corridor, they suddenly entered a spacious passageway. The entire corridor was shaped like a square, with several rooms arranged in an orderly fashion. All the doors and windows were tightly shut, and it was eerily silent. The door to the nearest room on the left had a sign that read, Class 31. "It seems to be a classroom," Tang Junren murmured as he looked at the sign. The old light bulb overhead flickered, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The chubby man, following closely behind Tang Junren, muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this to be a horror instance." At this moment, Lin Yi didn't respond. Instead, he quietly covered Su Wanning's ears. The next moment, a piercing cry suddenly erupted from the left side of the group. The sound was shrill and echoed through the empty corridor. Lin Yi and Su Wanning were prepared. Lin Yi quickly covered Su Wanning's ears. The others, however, were taken aback by the sudden wailing. The portly man shuddered, repeatedly patting his chest in an attempt to calm his racing heart. His face was etched with terror, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Tang Junren instinctively raised his shield, scanning the surroundings with wary eyes. Su Wanning looked up at Lin Yi in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her gaze, Lin Yi chuckled softly and explained, "Just a coincidence. This dungeon is called Crying High School Building, so I figured there might be some crying involved." "Looks like I was right." The woman in black silk, hiding behind Tang Junren's shield, asked with a trembling voice. "So, do we go into this room?" A glimmer of anticipation flashed in the portly man's eyes as he eagerly asked, "Are we going to fight monsters next? Will there be loot drops?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment, glancing behind him before slowly saying, "Quite likely. Since this is just the first dungeon, the initial monsters shouldn't be too tough." Mei Lian and the tattooed man, who had been following Lin Yi, lit up at the mention of loot. They exchanged a glance, seemingly thinking, "With some gear, maybe we can compete with Lin Yi and his team." The tattooed man charged into the room first, with Mei Lian close behind. "All the gear is mine," he shouted. as if back in his familiar battle royale game. Lin Yi watched coldly, not stopping their reckless behavior. He thought to himself, fools, charging in just because of my words. Such greedy and cowardly people are far from being reliable teammates. They might even drag the whole team down. The tattooed man forcefully pushed open the classroom's iron door and rushed in. In an instant, the crying stopped abruptly, replaced by his anguished screams. Ghost! There's a ghost! He desperately tried to escape the classroom, but seemed to be held by an invisible force. In a blink, his health was depleted, and he vanished into nothingness before everyone's eyes. A cold notification sounded in everyone's mind simultaneously. Your teammate Yin Long has been killed by the final boss. The portly man stood frozen, his face pale with lingering fear. What the heck? The final boss was in that room? Good thing we didn't go in. Lin Yi calculated in his mind. With his and Tang Juanren's current levels and equipment, teaming up to take down this boss wasn't impossible. However, they hadn't uncovered any side quests yet, and clearing the dungeon like this would likely prevent them from achieving the top server rating. Therefore, he decided not to enter the door on the left for now. Lin Yi noticed a crucial detail. The tattooed man was killed in just 2 seconds, indicating that the boss's attack power was at least 50 or higher. However, in his memories from a previous life, the boss he encountered wasn't this powerful. This led him to a hypothesis: a certainty that unlocking more side quest items could potentially weaken the final boss. The chubby man swallowed hard, his face filled with fear, then turned to Lin Yi and asked, "What do we do next?" His voice was shaky, filled with apprehension of the unknown. Lin Yi stood at the center of the group, eyes sharp and focused. Both the chubby man and the woman in black stockings could clearly feel that Lin Yi was undoubtedly the backbone of their small 3-person team. "If the final boss is in the classroom on the left," Lin Yi said without hesitation, his tone resolute, "then we should start from the right and circle around, eventually coming back to the left. I believe that's the correct path for this dungeon." Everyone nodded silently, ready to follow Lin Yi's plan. The air was thick with tension as each person mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. At that moment, Mei Lian finally snapped out of the shock from the tattooed man's death. The brutal reality of losing her only companion right before her eyes was hard to accept. She suddenly turned to Lin Yi, shouting hoarsely, "Lin Yi, you knew there was danger, didn't you? I saw the look in your eyes. You were watching him die. You're the murderer." Her eyes were filled with tears of anger and fear. "Are you all really going to follow someone like him? He'll get you all killed." Mei Lian's voice mingled with the eerie howling wind outside, creating an unsettling atmosphere as if the spirits of the dead were voicing their grievances, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Yi began walking down the corridor to the right, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. As he walked, he responded with a cold laugh, "I'm not a prophet. How could I know there was danger? It's not that I didn't save him, brought it upon himself. I'm not a savior. I can't save everyone." He suddenly stopped and turned to face Mei Lian, his eyes menacing. "If you keep trying to sow discord, I won't hesitate to kill you right here." Lin Yi's words cut like a knife, driving Mei Lian into a frenzy. Her eyes bloodshot, she raised her staff and screamed, "You dare kill me? With 2 people down, how do you expect to clear this dungeon? Dream on. You can't stop me from speaking, and I'll do more than just talk." Before she finished speaking, a blinding beam of light shot from Mei Lian's staff, aimed directly at the group. The air filled with the acrid smell of burning magic. Tang Juanren, who had been watching Mei Lian intently since she started yelling, stepped forward like a human fortress. Without hesitation, he raised his shield, absorbing the brunt of Mei Lian's attack. The magical beam clashed against the shield with a deafening hum, but to Tang Juanren, it was no more than a minor annoyance. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. Perfect, he thought. Mei Lian finally made the first move. Though he hadn't wanted to leave evidence of premeditated murder, Mei Lian's attack gave him the justification he needed. More importantly, Lin Yi had noticed that Mei Lian's target was Su Waning. If Mei Lian had just spewed venomous words, Lin Yi might have tolerated her for a while, looking for the right moment to eliminate her. But the instant she posed a threat to a teammate, Lin Yi had no intention of showing mercy. With Tang Juanren and Lin Yi present, Su Waning was never in real danger, but Lin Yi couldn't allow such behavior. "It seems you've chosen the path of no return." Lin Yi's voice was low and menacing. "Everyone, step back." The chubby man and the woman in black stockings quickly moved behind Lin Yi, recognizing the threat Mei Lian now posed to everyone's safety. Lin Yi moved like lightning, drawing an arrow and letting it fly. The sharp arrowhead sliced through the air, aimed straight at Mei Lian. As she saw the arrow speeding towards her, Mei Lian screamed like a crazed beast, "You're insane. How can you attack your own teammate?" She had completely forgotten that she had initiated the assault. The woman in black stockings finally spoke, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Weren't you the one who attacked us first? How dare you say that?" Seeing Lin Yi's cold, unyielding eyes, Mei Lian finally realized he was serious about killing her. Fear surged through her, and she quickly changed her demeanor, her voice trembling with tears. I acted impulsively. I didn't really want to kill you. I was just jealous that Su Waning had protection even after turning into a ghost. I just wanted you to protect me too. I meant no harm. I don't want to die. Mei Lian thought that by playing the damsel in distress, Lin Yi would forgive her. Little did she know that in Lin Yi's eyes, her actions had already crossed an unforgivable line. Lin Yi ignored Mei Lian's pleas for mercy, focusing intently on knocking and drawing his bow, sending arrow after arrow accurately towards her. Desperate, Mei Lian cast a pleading glance at the businesswoman in black stockings and the fat man, hoping they would speak up for her. However, the businesswoman just sneered contemptuously, muttering, "Green tea." The fat man pretended not to see anything, looking around to avoid Mei Lian's gaze. Seeing her health down to the last 10 points, Mei Lian completely broke down. She tore off her final mask, a sinister smile spreading across her face as she stared manically at the 5 people before her. "Kill me. You will all face retribution. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, Su Wanning, I'll be waiting for you in hell." Without hesitation, Lin Yi released the final arrow, striking Mei Lian in the chest. Her life extinguished like a candle in the wind. Lin Yi, expressionless, put away his bow and turned to leave, as if he had just hunted a common monster rather than a living person. Although the fat man and the businesswoman believed Mei Lian deserved her fate, Lin Yi's cold-blooded actions sent a shiver down their spines. They were relieved to have chosen to team up with Lin Yi, but they also secretly remained wary of this ruthless character who showed no mercy to his enemies. Realizing they had wasted enough time, Lin Yi quickened his pace. The group soon arrived at the first room along the right-hand corridor. Lin Yi wiped the thick dust off the nameplate, revealing the words "language classroom." The fat man muttered in confusion, "What a bizarre name." Lin Yi ignored him and pushed the door open. As instructed earlier, Tang Jun stayed at the back of the group to protect Su Wanning. Seeing Lin Yi enter the room without any caution, the fat man and the businesswoman immediately went on high alert, raising their weapons. The fat man quickly hid behind the businesswoman, shouting, "Sister assassin, protect me." Moonlight spilled into the classroom, revealing the scene inside. Suddenly, the businesswoman let out a piercing scream. On the podium stood a massive language textbook, its pages stained with blood. The once gentle characters looked menacing and terrifying in the moonlight. The wrinkled pages resembled a gaping, crimson abyss, ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Lin Yi glanced around calmly and said, "That's right. This is the cataclysmic monster of this dungeon." Cataclysmic language textbook. Level 1. Health 150. Attack 20. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. He knocked an arrow and drew his bow, releasing it directly at the monster on the podium. The arrow shot through the air and hit the creature, which had morphed from a post-catastrophe Chinese textbook, with pinpoint accuracy. This kind of minor monster was hardly worth mentioning in the dungeon, and for someone as skilled and high-leveled as Lin Yi, it was a piece of cake. The monsters in the dungeon were all everyday objects or animals transformed by the catastrophe, categorized into minor monsters, elite monsters, and the final boss. Clearly, the one before them was just a minor monster. "There's no need to panic," Lin Yi said calmly, continuously firing arrows from his bow. A chubby man peeking out from behind a female office worker watched Lin Yi intently. Each of Lin Yi's arrows flew with effortless grace, and astonishingly, they all hit the exact same spot with incredible precision. "Whoa, dude, are you an archery athlete?" The chubby man couldn't help but exclaim. The female office worker in front of him was taken aback and turned to ask, "Why do you say that?" Then she felt something on her leg and shouted, "And get your hand off my leg." The chubby man realized his hand had somehow ended up on the woman's stocking-clad leg. He quickly withdrew it with an embarrassed smile and explained, "Look, every one of his arrows hits the top of that textbook." In shooting games, this kind of precision knockback makes it nearly impossible for the monster to move. Prompted by the chubby man's remark, everyone noticed that the transformed textbook, despite its frantic attempts to advance, was being repelled with each step it took. It angrily flipped its pages and suddenly tore one out, hurling it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was prepared. Instead of retreating, he advanced, firing an arrow in an arc that shattered the flying page into pieces. This move, which he had used against Lei Jingyi, maintained his attack rhythm while providing effective defense, a perfect dual-purpose tactic. The chubby man was stunned. The maneuver seemed oddly familiar to him. He stood there, quickly opening his system panel to check the highlight reels, and was left speechless by what he saw. Noticing the chubby man's strange behavior, the female office worker nudged him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared stiff? His moves are so cool. Have we really hitched ourselves to a pro?" The chubby man didn't respond, his lips trembling as a thought flashed through his mind. The recently deceased Mei Lian had called out the name Lin Yi before she died. The dark hunter before them was indeed Lin Yi. Of course he's cool. He's Lin Yi, the chubby man said excitedly, his voice filled with admiration. The female office worker, not well versed in the game, found the name Lin Yi unfamiliar. The chubby man, shocked, guided her to open the highlight reel interface while explaining, Lin Yi, the first player in the server to kill the eerie ghost. He even made 4 highlight reels in one night. Every move he makes is breathtaking. His awareness, his flawless execution, his calm demeanor simply unbeatable. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had successfully killed the transformed textbook. As its health hit 0, the monster let out a pained wail, emitted black smoke, and shrank back into an old, worn textbook, lying quietly on the ground without its former ferocity. Lin Yi recalled how, in his previous life, he and his teammates had barely managed to kill this monster. Back then, his archery skills were poor, and he wasted a lot of damage. Now, he had effortlessly taken it down within seconds on his own. The extent of his improvement was astonishing. He is much stronger now than he was in his previous life. Lin Yi stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the shrunken Chinese textbook, smoothly slipping it into his backpack. His eyes scanned the worn cover, and he silently confirmed to himself. This was indeed a mission item, with attributes and levels different from ordinary objects. Memories surged up, and Lin Yi thought of his team from his past life. There was a kind-hearted college graduate, a bloodthirsty warrior, who had pointed out that this book might be an important item. To obtain it, that young man had paid a heavy price, losing a significant amount of health, and ultimately, he was overwhelmed by the final boss and met a tragic end. Lin Yi could still vividly recall the look of unwillingness on his face. The despair in his eyes as he lay dying seemed to be right before him. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Yi didn't waste any more time and decisively turned to walk towards the door. However, just as he stepped over the threshold, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. The pudgy man came up, panting, with a fawning smile on his face. "Hey there, young man," the pudgy man asked between breaths. "Are you Lin Yi?" Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, not expecting to be recognized. He didn't deny it, simply nodding lightly. This simple gesture seemed to ignite the pudgy man's enthusiasm. He exclaimed excitedly, "You really are? My goodness. I can't believe my luck. To be able to latch onto such a powerful ally." He continued to babble, "I was just worried that with 2 people missing from our team, we'd be down 2 fighters and might not make it through. But after seeing your archery skills earlier, I immediately felt confident about our chances. Those 2 unlucky guys, they could have safely followed you to victory, but they just had to mess it up, sigh." Watching the pudgy man's excitement, Lin Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. At this moment, Tang Junren had already brought Su Wanqing over to Lin Yi's side. Hearing the pudgy man's praises and admiration for Lin Yi, Tang Junren couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. After all, he was Lin Yi's companion. Su Wanqing's gaze also fell on Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling with a faint smile, as if she found the whole situation both surprising and amusing. At that moment, the female office worker in the room turned off the video, her face a picture of shock. She couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the seemingly cheerful young man from earlier. Her heart surged with surprise and admiration. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, she quickly caught up with the group that had already walked away, her gaze once again fixed on Lin Yi, her eyes shining with an unusual light. As an experienced salesperson, she knew well how to leverage her advantages to achieve her goals. Her eyes swept over Su Wanning, who was always by Lin Yi's side, and she keenly sensed an unusual relationship between them. However, Su Wanning's eerie, ghost-like appearance left her puzzled. Why was she still rational? This question did not trouble the office worker for long. To her, seducing a man to achieve her goals was sometimes easier with married men. After all, she thought, men often believe the grass is greener on the other side. A disdainful smile curled her lips as she unconsciously moved closer to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was oblivious to the office worker's subtle actions, focusing intently on heading towards the second room. The chubby man's attitude towards Lin Yi had completely changed, following him enthusiastically, with his earlier fear of the dungeon completely gone. He felt lucky to be following such a skilled player, believing that the chance of failing the dungeon was now almost 0. The chubby man reached the door first and looked up at the sign. "Math classroom," he exclaimed. "I get it now. These rooms are named after high school subjects. It's been so long since I've been in school that I didn't realize it at first." Lin Yi nodded slightly and pushed the door open without hesitation. He knew there was only a minor enemy in this room, nothing to worry about. The wooden door creaked open, and a large compass suddenly lunged at Lin Yi. The steel tip of the compass gleamed menacingly in the moonlight. "Watch out!" the chubby man closest to Lin Yi shouted in alarm. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, effortlessly activating his invincible dodge skill. As the chubby man shouted the first word, Lin Yi merely tilted his head slightly, easily avoiding the compass's attack. The chubby man was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. From the moment Lin Yi noticed the attack to the moment he dodged it, only a few seconds had passed. Such reaction speed was astonishing, making the chubby man wonder if Lin Yi was even human. In fact, Lin Yi's quick reaction was due to his past experience. In his previous life, he had been the one opening the door and had failed to dodge the compass's ambush, taking a hit to the head and losing 20 health points. That experience had haunted him for a long time. Lin Yi swiftly drew his bow, calmly eyeing the compass. The mutated compass wasn't particularly strong level 1, 150 health points, 20 attack power, and no special skills. As the first cataclysmic dungeon, its design was to help everyone adapt to their roles and learn to cooperate. Most people hadn't even unlocked any skills yet, only having passive abilities. If the monsters were too challenging, players wouldn't be able to handle them. Despite this, it was expected that over half of the teams would be wiped out in this first cataclysmic dungeon. The true era of universal job changes would only begin after the first dungeon was cleared. Lin Yi easily dispatched the monster in front of him and moved on to the next room. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Babel, Long Yangqiu was leisurely sipping coffee, closely monitoring Lin Yi's performance. Yuan Wan, how are the other teams in Huaxia progressing? Long Yangqiu asked. Yuan Wan quickly checked the data on her computer and soon replied, so far, over 12,000 teams have been wiped out, most of them having chosen the left room. As for the teams that chose the right path, most are still struggling in the Chinese classroom. Long Yangqiu nodded in understanding, feeling no surprise. Lin Yi's progress was indeed impressive, but considering his high level and exceptional skills, dealing with these minor enemies should be no problem for him. Refocusing his mind, Long Yangqiu continued to watch Lin Yi's performance intently. By now, Lin Yi had reached the 6th room, the chemistry classroom. Awaiting him there was a mutated beaker. The data and the other small monsters were almost indistinguishable. As usual, Lin Yi acted alone, moving with lightning speed and taking them down in the blink of an eye. Each of his strikes was precise, wasting not a single moment. In the corridor, Tang Junren and Su Wanling stood side by side. Tang Junren's eyes were vigilant, scanning the surroundings and ready to handle any potential crisis. By the classroom door, a woman in black stockings and a plump man leaned against the frame, watching Lin Yi's impressive performance inside. However, they admired Lin Yi from different perspectives. The plump man's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lin Yi's skill, while the woman in black stockings watched with a hunter's interest. The more she observed, the more she felt that Lin Yi was extraordinary, fair-skinned, handsome, definitely a 9 out of 10. More importantly, his skills were exceptional. In this era where everyone was forced to change professions for survival, Lin Yi was undoubtedly an ideal partner. As she continued to watch, the woman in black stockings felt a strange stir within her. She instinctively rubbed her legs, trying to calm herself. This scene did not escape the plump man's notice. The plump man widened his eyes in surprise, then teased in a low voice, "Whoa, what's going on here?" The woman in black stockings blushed, rolled her eyes, and retorted angrily, "Shut up." The plump man chuckled and continued, "I understand. Who wouldn't be interested in a guy like that? But you probably don't stand a chance. He has a girlfriend." The woman in black stockings snorted, elegantly flicking her hair, and sneered, "I've never failed in my endeavors all these years. Besides, his girlfriend is some strange, inexperienced young girl." The plump man turned to scrutinize the woman in black stockings and nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to the mature and charming woman in black stockings, Su Wanling seemed much more naive and lacked that unique feminine allure. Then, the plump man refocused on the battle, his eyes on Lin Yi and the mutated beaker he was fighting. He excitedly shouted, "Go for it! Take down that beaker!" Hearing this, the woman in black stockings muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like I'm being mocked?" While they conversed, Lin Yi had already effortlessly dealt with the mutated beaker. He carefully picked up the shrunken beaker and quickly scanned the area, ensuring no items were left behind. This had become his habitual action after every kill. Lin Yi knew well that even though they had collected 6 items, their team's side quest completion rate in his past experience was only 46, with a mediocre score. Thus, he remained constantly vigilant, afraid of missing any detail that might trigger a side quest. Lin Yi silently resolved that this time, no matter what, he would secure the top rank in the dungeon. After a thorough check, Lin Yi confirmed there were no other items left in the classroom. Not wanting to waste time, he quickly headed to the next room. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Ji Ba, the woman in black stockings and a professional outfit, suddenly approached him with a surprised expression and said in a sweet voice, "Yaij, you were amazing." The sound sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine, almost giving him goosebumps. He couldn't help but glance at Ji Ba, silently wondering if her neckline seemed lower than before. Was it just his imagination? Before Lin Yi could respond, Ji Ba extended her fair hand and said charmingly, "Yaij, we haven't officially met yet. I'm Ji Ba, and I'm thrilled to be on the same team with you. I've already sent you a friend request. Could you accept it when you have a moment?" Lin Yi gave an awkward smile, shook Ji Eba's hand briefly, and then let go. Nice to meet you all, but we should hurry and continue with the dungeon. At that moment, a chubby man named Wang Lei also squeezed in excitedly. Yaij, I'm Wang Lei. I've sent you a friend request too. If I have you in my friend list, my buddies would be so jealous. Ji Eba shot Wang Lei a displeased look, clearly annoyed by his interruption. Lin Yi nodded slightly, brushing past them to stand beside Su Wanling, continuing to lead the group forward. He had no interest in such superficial flattery. These two didn't seem particularly remarkable at the moment, so they had no qualification to be his permanent teammates. As for the friend requests, Lin Yi accepted them while walking. Having more friends could be beneficial, especially in this era of mass career transitions. When he opened his friend request interface, he found an overwhelming number of requests, nearly exceeding the limit. They were probably from players who admired his gameplay highlights. Lin Yi located Jiba and Wang Lei's names at the top of the list and accepted their requests before clearing out the rest. Approving them one by one would take forever. Ji Eba quickly received the notification and couldn't hide her delight, glancing at Lin Yi ahead. She was pleased. At least the first step was taken, putting her ahead of many others. Now, she had to make good use of her abilities. Lin Yi soon arrived at the 7th classroom. There were 9 rooms in this corridor, and based on his past experience, he knew that the monsters from this point on would be much tougher. He looked up at the door plaque, Evening Study Classroom. Lin Yi remembered that starting from this room, he would face elite monsters, which were much stronger than regular ones. Elite monsters not only had higher stats but also possessed skills. Regular monsters in the dungeon had no skills, while elite monsters had at least one, and the final boss had at least 2. The number of skills largely determined the strength of a monster. This time, Lin Yi didn't push the door open immediately. Instead, he patted Tang Junren beside him. Old Tang, from now on, you need to be at the front. I'll protect Su, and you need to practice fighting the monsters. Tang Junren, holding a shield, froze and nervously asked, Can I really do it? Lin Yi chuckled. How will you know if you don't try? I can handle the small monsters alone, but when there are many, only with a knight holding the shield at the front and others assisting can the team survive. He then looked at Jiba and Wang Lei behind him. Not just Old Tang, you two need to fight as well. If you don't practice now, you'll definitely die later. After all, no one can protect you forever. Wang Lei nodded, his expression turning serious. Ji Eba stood distractedly to the side, her gaze wandering. Clearly, her thoughts were not on the monster they were about to face, but on how to cling to Lin Yi, who she saw as a towering tree of support. Lin Yi scanned the group, his expression serious. This is already the 7th classroom. We've completed Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. The next monster won't be easy. It might even be an elite. He began outlining the strategy. Old Tang, you'll open the door and take the lead to absorb the attacks. Wang Lei, although you're a glory priest, you haven't unlocked any healing skills yet. Stay in the back and use your staff to cast magic orbs. Jiba, you're an assassin. You need to find opportunities to get behind the monster for attacks. This way, you won't interfere with others' damage output and can avoid accidental injuries. But if there are other monsters behind the main one, you'll need to coordinate with Old Tang. Lin Yi turned to Tang Junren. Old Tang, you're already at level 5 and have unlocked your first skill, Shield Sweep. Show us. Instantly, the skill description appeared before everyone. Shield Sweep. Mana. 10. Cooldown. 30s. Effect. The exiled knight sweeps his shield in a circle, dealing 60 of attack power plus 2 of health as damage, and causing a 1-second stun ineffective against final bosses. Lin Yi explained. This skill mainly enhances the exiled knight's control abilities. His goal was not only to train Wang Lei and Ji Ba, but also to make Old Tang familiar with his role in the team and learn how to cooperate with other classes. While they could currently rely on their strong stats to clear stages, the future wouldn't be so easy. Lin Yi wanted Old Tang to learn how to survive in the era of universal job transitions and unlock his potential. Ji Ba, Lin Yi continued, you need to get behind the monster within that 1-second stun window. Remember, never stand in front of Old Tang, or you'll get hurt and disrupt the aggro balance. Understood? Ji Eba pretended to listen attentively, but in reality, it went in one ear and out the other. She subtly undid another button on her white shirt, leaned closer to Lin Yi, and asked in a soft, vulnerable voice, What if I'm scared? Lin Yi cast a cold glance at Ji Eba, completely ignoring her exposed chest. He sternly reprimanded, Afraid? Are you afraid of dying? In an era where everyone is changing professions, fear means death. Remember, if you don't kill these monsters, it'll be you who dies. He then turned to Tang Junren and commanded, Old Tang, get ready to open the door. Lin Yi's straightforward attitude infuriated Ji Ba, but she had no choice but to nod reluctantly and walk towards Tang Junren. Following Lin Yi's instructions, Tang Junren forcefully pushed open the classroom door. Under the dim lights, a figure stood with its back to them, writing on the blackboard. The person spoke passionately, "Students, there are only 100 days left until the college entrance exam. If it's not tough, senior year is meaningless. If you don't fight for it, your senior year is wasted. You are not just students, you are learning machines. Your only goal is to pass the exam." Everyone finally noticed the classroom walls were covered with bright red motivational slogans. Wang Lei glanced around and muttered, "Oh my, do kids these days really have this much pressure? Even I can't handle this as an adult." Suddenly, the teacher spun around and shouted, "Who's talking?" Everyone except Lin Yi gasped. Ji Iba stepped back in fear, pointing at the teacher with a trembling finger. "A ghost. That teacher only has one eye." The enormous eye took up the teacher's entire face, spinning wildly as it locked onto the doorway. "No talking during evening study. Don't you know that? Kids who don't study must die." Tang Junren couldn't understand how the teacher was speaking, but the moment that giant eye fixed on him, he felt a chill down his spine and sweat soaking his clothes. Nevertheless, he gripped his shield tightly and didn't retreat a single step. Lin Yi nodded in approval. From behind him, Su Wanning peeked out and whispered, "Lin Yi, you don't have to keep protecting me. You can go help Tang Junren. I should be fine here." Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lei and Ji Iba. "It's always good to be cautious. We can't afford to lose. Don't worry, old Tang will be fine, and I can still shoot arrows from here." Su Wanning didn't insist further and continued to observe the front with wide eyes. When everyone saw the homeroom teacher's stats, their hearts sank. Level 5. Health 260. Attack power 40. Lin Yi's prediction had come true. Starting from the 7th classroom, the monster's strength had increased dramatically, becoming elite level. The transformed homeroom teacher barked, "Looks like you need a lesson." He raised his hands, and 3 desks instantly twisted and stood up, advancing towards the group. Transformed desks and chairs. Level 1. Health 80. Attack power 15. Lin Yi immediately reminded everyone, "Old Tang, make sure to draw the aggro of those 3. The rest of you, hold off on attacking. The small monsters are in front of the elite monster. Assassins, don't try to flank. It might trigger the elite monster's attack range. Wait for a stun opportunity before attacking from behind." Lin Yi had already explained the aggro accumulation mechanism to Tang Junren in detail. In this era of mass profession changes, aggro calculation was straightforward. The first person to attack a monster would generate a large amount of aggro, usually enough for a banished knight profession to hold it. After that, other damage-dealing professions could begin their attacks. Taking hits would also accumulate aggro points. Besides the initial attack, all other players' attacks accumulate aggro based on actual damage dealt. Catastrophic creatures will always target the player with the highest aggro, so damage dealers can't just attack recklessly. Lin Yi concisely explained the game's mechanics, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He recalled hearing about numerous teams that had been wiped out due to uncontrolled aggro. After listening to Lin Yi's explanation, Tang Junren took a deep breath and gripped his short sword tightly. His eyes locked onto the nearest monster as he swiftly launched an attack. The sword sliced through the air and struck the target with precision. A string of crimson numbers hovered above the monster's head, indicating significant damage. Although Tang Junren's class wasn't known for high attack power, the level 5 attribute boost made his attacks formidable. The attacked table and chair monster immediately fixed its gaze on Tang Junren. It raised its steel arm and swung it down fiercely. Tang Junren, who was prepared, quickly raised his shield and blocked the heavy blows steadily. Seeing the damage value displayed on his shield, Tang Junren breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Tang Junren repeated his tactic, quickly attracting the aggro of 2 more monsters. The 3 monsters' attacks rained down on his shield, but he remained as steady as a rock. Lin Yi observed Tang Junren's performance and nodded in satisfaction. At least this rookie knew his role well. "Everyone, start attacking," Lin Yi commanded, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the monster with pinpoint accuracy. Wang Lei followed closely, nervously raising his staff and conjuring a magic orb to hurl at the monster. However, perhaps due to his nerves, the orb's trajectory veered wildly off course, heading straight for Tang Junren. Wang Lei was horrified and was about to shout a warning when a jet-black arrow had already shot through the air. The arrow shattered the wayward magic orb and then gracefully arced over Tang Junren's head, redirecting towards the monster. It turned out Lin Yi had noticed the mishap the moment the orb was cast and reacted immediately. Wang Lei turned to Lin Yi with a face full of apology and whispered, "Sorry, Igu?" Lin Yi just shook his head lightly, indicating it was fine. After all, Wang Lei was a newbie, and such mistakes were understandable. Meanwhile, Tang Junren, unaware of what had happened behind him, keenly noticed the moment when 2 monsters raised their hands simultaneously. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he swung his shield in a powerful sweep, unleashing a strong skill. The moment Tang Junren activated his skill, it felt as though an invisible force took control of his body. His right hand swiftly sheathed the short sword into his backpack, and he firmly gripped his shield with both hands. With a powerful thrust, he raised the shield high and slammed it down onto the three menacing mutated chairs in front of him. Bang! The shield collided with the chairs, producing a deafening crash. The three mutated chairs staggered backwards simultaneously, red numbers floating above their heads, accompanied by a stun symbol. Now's the time. Lin Yi shouted urgently, reminding Ji Yiba to seize the opportunity. Ji Yiba shuddered and managed to take a step forward. However, when she saw the twisted forms and grotesque arms of the mutated chairs, a wave of fear washed over her, freezing her in place. A mere second passed in the blink of an eye. The mutated chairs quickly recovered from their daze and surrounded Ji Yiba, who had intended to maneuver behind them. Lin Yi frowned deeply, sighing inwardly. He had meticulously explained the tactical points, yet this foolish woman still made a mistake. He felt a profound disappointment in her performance. The awakened mutated chairs immediately launched an attack on Tang Junren. At that moment, the terrified Ji Yiba was caught in the middle, and the three chairs' arms came crashing down on her. A shocking damage number appeared above her head, and she burst into tears. What are you standing there for? Run back here. You're about to die. Wang Lei shouted anxiously. Ji Yiba's health had dropped to a critical 40 points. One more hit, and she would be dead. The mutated chairs were preparing for their next attack, their arms slowly lifting. Lin Yi and Tang Junren reacted instantly. Lin Yi moved with lightning speed, his actions almost a blur as he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. He aimed at the farthest mutated chair and released the arrow decisively. Simultaneously, Tang Junren, with his shield in his left hand, pulled the petrified Ji Yiba behind him with incredible speed using his right hand. He quickly raised his shield, but due to the angle, he could only block the attacks of the two mutated chairs on the right. For the one on the left, he had no choice but to brace himself for the impact. In the nick of time, Lin Yi's arrow whizzed past Tang Junren's head and struck the left mutated chair squarely in the head. With a loud crash, the chair collapsed into a pile of debris. Nice shot, Wang Lei praised sincerely. Despite the difficult angle, Lin Yi had hit the target precisely, preventing Tang Junren from getting hurt. Such skill and accuracy truly earned him the title of Eternal Night Archer. While fending off the remaining two mutated chairs, Tang Junren glanced back and gave Lin Yi a hearty smile. With Brother Yi around, he felt incredibly reassured. Lin Yi returned the smile but then turned his gaze to the still sobbing Ji Yiba, his brow furrowing. Though he understood the fear of newcomers, Lin Yi knew he wasn't obligated to protect everyone. If they couldn't quickly adapt to the survival rules of the new era where everyone had to find their role, their demise was imminent. Having witnessed Tang Junren's capability, Lin Yi saw no further need for team coordination. He swiftly knocked another arrow and took down the remaining two mutated chairs. Seeing all the monsters defeated, Wang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yi and Tang Junren with admiration. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Yi, your teamwork with Tang is incredible. It feels like you two could clear the entire dungeon on your own. We really were just dragging you down. Have you two been friends for years?" Tang Junren scratched his head sheepishly without answering. Lin Yi chuckled softly and said, "Teamwork also depends on talent. We only really met yesterday." Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock. "Yesterday? You met yesterday and already have such seamless cooperation? That's unbelievable." After their chat, Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the cataclysmic homeroom teacher in front of them. He spoke earnestly, "All right, assassin, step aside. Wang Lei, get into position. Old Tang, get ready to engage. This elite monster is the strongest we've faced so far, and it has special skills. Everyone, be very careful. The skill doesn't target based on aggro. Anyone could be hit. Old Tang, engage." Tang Junren nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and stepped towards the motionless cataclysmic homeroom teacher. As he entered its attack range, the monster's body twisted violently, its terrifying eyes rolling before locking onto Lin Yi and the others. The cataclysmic homeroom teacher's eerie and raspy voice echoed again. "You are so stubborn. How can you expect to get into a good college if you only care about having fun? It seems I must teach you a lesson." Before the words finished, the cataclysmic homeroom teacher lunged forward, charging straight at Tang Junren. Although Tang Junren had faced many intense situations, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He remembered Lin Yi's calm demeanor when facing the giant stinger ants and steeled himself, determined not to let Lin Yi down. Instead of retreating, Tang Junren advanced, raising his shield to meet the cataclysmic homeroom teacher. As Tang Junren approached, the monster sneered and raised its ruler, smashing it down with a thunderous force. However, this attack didn't trouble Tang Junren much. He easily held the monster's aggro. Meanwhile, Lin Yi constantly knocked arrows and shot them at the monster, raining them down without giving it a moment to breathe. Although Wang Lei's attacks were weaker, he didn't hold back, continuously casting spells with his staff. Under the relentless barrage of Lin Yi's level 5 attacks, the cataclysmic homeroom teacher's health plummeted, quickly dropping below half. Just then, the monster suddenly stopped attacking and stood still, the eyes on its head spinning wildly. Lin Yi's heart tightened, recognizing this as a sign that the monster was about to use its skill. In the next moment, the monster's gaze fixed on one of them. Lin Yi's brow furrowed instantly. Just as Ji Aiba stopped crying and looked up, she suddenly saw a pair of enormous scarlet eyes staring right at her. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, but she couldn't grasp what it meant. It's over. The disaster class teacher has chosen Ji Aiba. Wang Lei shouted in terror, his voice filled with despair. This disaster class teacher's skill deals 60 points of damage. If Ji Aiba gets hit, she's a goner for sure. Upon hearing this, Ji Aiba's tears welled up again, her face a picture of fear and confusion. Why is it always me? Why is my life so miserable? She sobbed, her voice trembling. Desperately, Ji Aiba shouted towards the front. Hey, you big guy, help me block it quick. She was referring to Tang Junren. This nickname made Lin Yi frown slightly, further lowering his impression of her. Wang Lei sighed heavily beside her, his tone grave. It's no use. The skill description is very clear, it's a locking skill. No one can block it for you. Hearing this, Ji Aiba's vision went black, and her legs gave way as she collapsed to the ground. Covering her face, she cried out in despair. So I'm definitely going to die? I don't want to die. Sob sob. Seeing this, Lin Yi sternly shouted, calm down. The skill doesn't automatically activate just because it's locked on. You need to answer the question posed by the disaster class teacher. If you get it right, you won't lose any health. Ji Aiba was taken aback by his words, and a glimmer of hope appeared on her face. She quickly looked up, her eyes fixed on the disaster class teacher. Really? What's the question? At this moment, the disaster class teacher twisted its head around and barked, now, Ji Aiba, answer this question. If you get it right, I'll let you go. But if you get it wrong, don't blame me. I don't like students who don't study. Listen carefully. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. The disaster class teacher continued, in Su Shi's Red Cliff's Rhapsody, what verse reflects on the insignificance of humans and the brevity of life? You have 10 seconds to answer, starting now. The question left everyone stunned. Ji Aiba's face turned crimson with panic as she desperately searched her mind for the answer. She knew the Red Cliff's Rhapsody and Su Shi, but she couldn't recall the specific verse. At 26 years old, Ji Aiba had taken her college entrance exams nearly a decade ago, so she naturally couldn't remember the answer. Wang Lei also looked frustrated, regretting that he hadn't studied harder back then. Ji Aiba looked at Lin Yi with pleading eyes, hoping he could help. However, even if Lin Yi could single-handedly take down a level 20 boss, he couldn't answer this question. Apart from math, he barely passed his other subjects. After so many years of fighting for survival, he couldn't remember Su Shi's Red Cliff's Rhapsody. Was Ji Aiba really doomed to die here? Although Lin Yi didn't think much of her, he didn't want to see her die unjustly. Amidst the silence, Su Wanning suddenly spoke up, to live as an ephemeral mayfly in the vast world, to be a tiny grain in the boundless ocean. Ji Aiba's grateful eyes immediately turned to Su Wanning. The disaster class teacher had already counted down to 3, and she didn't dare hesitate any longer. She quickly repeated Su Wanning's answer, and then held her breath, anxiously awaiting the result. The disaster class teacher let out a sinister laugh, its enormous eyes filled with disdain. Ji Aiba's heart sank, thinking she had answered incorrectly. However, the disaster class teacher slowly said, I didn't expect you to actually get it right. I'll let you off this time. But as for the rest of you, I won't be so lenient. As soon as it finished speaking, the skill ended, and the disaster class teacher reverted to its previous state, wielding a ruler. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, we really owe it to Su Wanning. If it weren't for her, we might have lost another person. Lin Yi also turned, and gave Su Wanning a slight smile. He had momentarily forgotten that Su Wanning was the class's top student. Such verses were no challenge for her. Fortunately, Su Wanqing was there. Her knowledge of classical poetry saved Lin Yi and Tang Junren, who were both literary novices, and also successfully helped Ji Aiba. Ji Aiba quickly thanked Su Wanqing, who blushed slightly and waved her hand modestly, saying softly, we're teammates. It's what I should do. Taking this opportunity, Ji Aiba, who had never spoken to Su Wanqing before, finally struck up a conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Tang Junren led the other team members in a fierce attack on the disaster class homeroom teacher. Having just used its skills, the teacher had lost most of its threat, and under Lin Yi's powerful onslaught, its health rapidly declined. At that moment, Su Wanqing, standing behind Lin Yi, suddenly heard a ding from the system interface. Curiously, She looked and found it was a friend request from Ji Yiba. Su Wanqing looked over at Ji Yiba in surprise, only to see him avoiding Lin Yi's gaze and sticking his tongue out at her, indicating she should accept the request. Without much thought, Su Wanqing clicked accept. Immediately, Ji Yiba sent a message. Hello sis. Su Wanqing politely replied, hi. Ji Yiba continued, hee, I wanted to ask you something in private. It's a bit awkward to ask in person. Though Su Wanqing found it a bit strange, she responded, go ahead. Ji Yiba quickly asked, is Lin your boyfriend? He seems to protect you so attentively. You're so lucky. Su Wanqing felt a rush of shyness and quickly replied, no, he's not my boyfriend. We're just classmates for now. Seeing this reply, Ji Yiba felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the two were just in an ambiguous phase and hadn't clarified their relationship, which meant his chances were better. After some small talk, he finally asked the question he was most curious about. Why do you always stay at the back? Lin Yi seems to be holding back a bit to protect you. Su Wanning listened to Ji Yiba's words, her gaze lowering as her heart sank into an icy abyss. She suddenly realized that it was because she had only 10 health points that Lin Yi had to stay by her side constantly. If not for this, with Lin Yi's abilities, he would have already made significant progress in the dungeon. It's all my fault. Su Wanning murmured to herself, her head bowed and her shoulders trembling slightly. She had no idea that she had just made a grave mistake. If Lin Yi had been present, he would have stopped her from revealing this secret. After all, Ji Yiba's intentions were still unclear, and her motives unknown. But Su Wanning, who was just a simple student before the era of universal job transitions, was far too naive about the dangers of human nature. She had unwittingly exposed her greatest weakness to a stranger. Ji Yiba's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Only 10 points? That means she could die from a single hit. A shadow flickered in her eyes, and a dangerous thought briefly crossed her mind. If she got rid of Su Wanning, wouldn't it be easier to win Lin Yi over? But the thought quickly dissipated as Ji Yiba shook her head to clear it. Although she was known for her ruthless methods, she couldn't bring herself to kill a sweet girl who had just saved her. Ji Yiba fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air from the direction of the fallen disaster class teacher. His body convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Lin Yi handed Su Wanning over to Tang Junren for care and walked straight to the monster's corpse, beginning to search for dropped items. Suddenly, he noticed a corner of white paper sticking out of the teacher's pocket, something he had never found in his previous life. Quickly bending down, Lin Yi pulled out the paper and saw it was a leave request form. Student requesting leave, Jiang Yuan. Reason for leave, too tired from studying, feeling depressed, can't stop crying. I want to take a break to relax. I hope the teacher will approve. Homeroom teacher's opinion, approved. Principal's opinion, blank. Seeing this reason, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such a reason for leave, and the teacher didn't scold her? Even more surprising was that this seemingly strict homeroom teacher actually approved it. Wang Lei and the others gathered around, and upon seeing the reason, they couldn't help but laugh. Wang Lei nonchalantly said, kids these days are so delicate. What's so tiring about studying? They'll realize once they enter society that studying is the easiest part. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Lei, thinking, weren't you just saying earlier that students are under a lot of pressure? Noticing Lin Yi's look, Wang Lei awkwardly smiled and then argued, sure, it's more stressful than when I was in school, but it's still easier than the pressure of earning a living, right? Back in school, I just wanted to be the MVP in games, winning with skill. Now, after a tiring day at work, who has the energy to be the MVP? I can only play support and rely on others. Wang Lei's face showed a trace of sadness. At this moment, Su Wanning, standing behind Tang Junren, suddenly spoke up, it's not like that. The pressures of studying and working can't be compared directly. In school, there's pressure from teachers, parents, and the students themselves. It's not just about doing assignments and memorizing vocabulary. The pressure to not let others down, it's invisible. This teacher might seem strict, treating students like problem-solving machines, but he still signed off on the leave request. Su Wanning's words left Wang Lei in silence. Lin Yi's gaze also shifted to Su Wanning, recalling her days of burning the midnight oil before the era of universal job transitions. Back then, Su Wanning appeared to be a top student and a beauty in the eyes of others. But perhaps only she knew how heavy that pressure truly was. If it weren't for the era of universal job changes, Su Wanning's future might indeed have been something beyond her reach. Lin Yi dismissed this thought and led his team to the door of the 8th classroom. This classroom was the principal's office, reminding him of the blank space for the principal's opinion on the leave request form. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be one of the hidden side quests? But given the current catastrophe, could the principal still remain rational enough to sign a leave request? Lin Yi positioned Su Wanning behind him and signaled Tang Junren to open the classroom door. With a creak, the door to the principal's office slowly opened. What met their eyes was a not-so-spacious room with an old wooden desk by the window. A middle-aged man sat upright at the desk, intently reading the documents laid out before him. A slightly yellowed thermos cup, filled with steaming hot water, sat on the desk. The atmosphere in this room was entirely different from what they had previously encountered, as if it were a normal space untouched by the disaster. For a moment, they felt transported back to their school days, pushing open the principal's office door with a sense of reverence. Hearing the door open, the principal looked up, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "What brings you here, students?" he asked. The principal's every action seemed perfectly ordinary. Even his status interface showed normal readings. Principal. Level 5. HP 50. Attack 5. Wang Lei and Tang Junren exchanged puzzled glances and looked towards Lin Yi, clearly confused by the situation. However, Lin Yi knew deep down that the principal was about to lose control. "Old Tang, be ready. Don't forget we're still in the dungeon," Lin Yi whispered. Tang Junren nodded slightly, raising his shield with a serious expression as he moved forward. Jiba, with only 40 HP, did not follow this time but instead took a position at the lower right corner of the team. Lin Yi and Su Wanning occupied the lower left corner. As Tang Junren stepped into the principal's attack range, a sudden change occurred. "Don't come any closer." The principal's face twisted in pain, his body trembling violently. A dark aura burst from the desk and quickly surged into his body. The principal's previously normal face turned pitch black, his eyes bloodshot. He swung his fists violently, smashing the desk in front of him to pieces. Fortunately, Tang Junren reacted swiftly, raising his shield to block the flying splinters of wood. At the same time, the team was shocked to see the principal's status interface undergo a dramatic change. The cataclysmic principal is at level 5, with 300 health points and 40 attack power. When everyone saw the principal's skill, they were instantly stunned. Wang Lei swallowed hard and said in disbelief, "This skill is insanely powerful. Thank goodness we have you here, or this level would be nearly impossible." At this point, the players were still weak, and many teams had to resort to kiting and pulling tactics to slowly wear down the monsters. However, the principal's skill almost completely shattered their hopes of enduring the fight. In the previous life, this classroom had the highest death rate in the entire server, even more dangerous than the final boss's room. But for Lin Yi and his team, this so-called toughest level posed no challenge at all. The principal stood up menacingly and stomped on the floor, causing cracks to spread in all directions. He then grabbed a piece of paper from the scattered documents on the ground and hurled it towards the group. The white paper expanded eerily in midair, with the originally static text twisting and morphing into the outlines of terrifying eyes and mouths. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and quickly read the words on the tutoring sheet. 1 session each of Chinese, math, and physics. The cataclysmic tutoring sheet is at level 1, with 200 health points and 10 attack power. Although the tutoring sheet had high health, its attack power was relatively low and it moved slowly. Lin Yi quickly calculated in his mind that the correct way to clear this level designed by the Tower of Babel was to have a bloodthirsty warrior lure the tutoring sheet away while the others focused on attacking the principal. Once the principal was dead, the tutoring sheet would no longer be a problem. Even if the tutoring sheet could regenerate indefinitely, as long as the bloodthirsty warrior survived, they could pass the level. This level mainly tested the player's ability to adapt and respond flexibly. Unfortunately, the bloodthirsty warrior in their team had already fallen. But this strategy was only necessary for other teams. Lin Yi's team just needed to push through aggressively. Tang Jun, having gained experience from previous battles, knew his role well. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and used his short sword to draw the tutoring sheet's aggro. Wang Lei also sprang into action, waving his staff to deal damage. Lin Yi got lucky, and his second arrow triggered a critical hit, causing the tutoring sheet's health to plummet rapidly. With Lin Yi's arrows flying swiftly, it took only 7 or 8 seconds for the group to annihilate the cataclysmic tutoring sheet. Without its aid, the principal was like a tiger without claws, and under the combined assault of Lin Yi and Tang Jun, his health quickly dwindled. Now, the principal was down to just 15 health points. Lin Yi needed only one more arrow to finish him off. Wang Lei, seeing this, put away his staff with a grin, thinking, "He never fails us. This principal wasn't so tough after all." However, something shocking happened. Lin Yi's arrow brought the principal's health down to just 1 point, but he didn't die. Even Lin Yi was surprised and let out a puzzled huh? Seeing this, Wang Lei quickly raised his staff again and excitedly said, "Let me finish him off. I want to know what it feels like to kill a cataclysmic monster." But Lin Yi frowned, deep in thought. He seemed to realize something and quickly stopped Wang Lei. "Hold on." Startled, Wang Lei lowered his staff and looked at Lin Yi in confusion. "Everyone, stop attacking for now. I need to confirm something," Lin Yi said, instructing Tang Jun to protect Su Wanqing while he approached the principal. "Be careful. You don't have a shield." And it looks like we're almost at the 3-minute mark. Wang Lei shouted anxiously. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling Wang Lei not to worry. The principal, now with only one health point left, was kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling slightly and his head bowed low. Drip. Lin Yi seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Strangely, the principal had stopped attacking Lin Yi for a while and was just sitting there quietly. Crouching down, Lin Yi discovered that the principal's once dark face and blood-red eyes had disappeared. Now, the principal had reverted to his kind appearance from when they first met him. The principal's data panel returned to normal, and the word catastrophe vanished without a trace. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, realizing that his guess had been correct. He recalled his previous life, where he had been so busy racing against time that he had overlooked the unusual bloodstains on the principal. This time, however, the significant numerical discrepancy caught his attention, revealing the principal's strange transformation. Lin Yi quietly approached and overheard the principal murmuring, "I wish I could do more for these kids. I understand your pressure, but this narrow path is your only way to success." Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi noticed a few strands of white hair mixed in with the principal's black hair and a thick callus on the side of his right index finger, clearly from years of writing. Even more surprising was the wheelchair behind the damaged wooden desk, instead of a regular chair. Lin Yi was deeply moved, silently admiring the principal's dedication. He couldn't help but think that if all principals were this devoted, there would be far fewer conflicts between students and schools. He took a leave request form from his backpack, picked up a pen from the floor, and softly said, "Principal, this is my leave request form. Could you approve it?" The principal looked up, his face streaked with tears, and without hesitation, signed approved upon seeing the reason for the request. He looked at Lin Yi with gentle eyes and said, "Tired, child? If you're tired, go take a rest. We will always be your support." Lin Yi nodded solemnly in gratitude and carefully put away the leave request form. His classmates, who had witnessed the entire scene, fell into deep thought. While extra classes often led to complaints, for kids in small towns, this might be their only chance to catch up with more privileged students. Without lingering, Lin Yi led the group towards the last classroom, the place where the tattooed man had met his grim fate. However, just as they were about to enter, he suddenly stopped, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Something's wrong. These numbers don't add up. The crowd on the side was full of question marks, their faces written with confusion. They had just mentally prepared themselves to face the final boss, only for Lin Yi's sudden pause to disrupt their rhythm. Wang Lei and the others couldn't help but shudder as they recalled the teammates they had lost in this very room not long ago. For these newcomers who had just experienced the era of universal job changes, the shadow of death was undoubtedly a psychological barrier hard to overcome. Lin Yi's previous explanation had given them a bit of confidence. He speculated that the dropped items could weaken the final boss's strength. Otherwise, with the boss's powerful stats, it could kill someone in just 1 or 2 seconds, making it impossible for a level 1 team to clear the dungeon. This analysis seemed reasonable to Wang Lei and the others, giving them the courage to step into the last classroom. However, just as everyone was ready to charge in, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. This situation was hard to accept. Wang Lei, hearing Lin Yi mutter to himself, asked in confusion, "Igu, what are you talking about? What stats are off?" Realizing he might have revealed too much, Lin Yi avoided the topic and calculated silently. He recalled the 6 items he had obtained in his previous life, where the dungeon's side quest completion rate was 46. On average, each item had only 7.7 completion. Now, besides those 6 items, they only had a leave slip from the homeroom teacher. Lin Yi didn't believe that the leave slip could account for 54 of the completion rate. The gap between 7.7 and 5.4 was too large. This anomaly raised Lin Yi's alertness. What puzzled him even more was that they hadn't obtained any items in the principal's office, which didn't fit the previous classroom pattern. Lin Yi's intuition told him something was amiss. Suddenly, he remembered the 3 subjects listed on the makeup class slip: Chinese, math, and physics. Not wanting to miss any details, he now seriously suspected that when the makeup class slip appeared, new monsters might refresh in those subject classrooms. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi turned around and walked back. This action left Wang Lei and the others puzzled. Wang Lei looked at Tang Junren and Ji Yiba in confusion and said, "Why is he leaving? Could he be scared?" Tang Junren ignored Wang Lei's remark and silently followed Lin Yi. He had absolute trust in Lin Yi. In his eyes, someone who dared to solo a level 2 assassin and a mutated giant ant at level 1 couldn't possibly be afraid. Ji Yiba snorted at Wang Lei, "You talk too much." With that, she also turned and followed, her long, black stocking legs striding gracefully. Wang Lei had no choice but to pat his belly and quickly follow. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at the door of the physics classroom. Without hesitation, he pushed open the wooden door, and sure enough, the monsters they had previously defeated appeared again. Wang Lei exclaimed, "What's going on?" Lin Yi, while knocking an arrow, explained, "It's the makeup class slip. Since the principal issued the slip, we naturally need to retake the classes. So, we have to hunt these monsters again. He also entrusted Su Wanqing to Tang Junren for protection. Lin Yi's words left Wang Lei and the others in shock. They marveled at Lin Yi's meticulous thinking, able to figure this out. Wang Lei muttered, "No wonder he's called Yishun." What they didn't know was that their team was the only one among 44 parallel worlds to notice the importance of the makeup class slip. In the monitoring room, Long Yangqiu stared at the monitor in front of him, deeply shaken. Once again, Lin Yi had surprised him. The fact that monsters needed to be rehunted after the makeup class slip appeared was unknown throughout Huaxia. Although many global teams had discovered that the leave slip needed to be signed, no one had uncovered the secret of the makeup class slip. After leaving the principal's office, everyone else had followed the routine path to the last room. Only Lin Yi had spotted the clue. Or rather, Lin Yi had truly immersed himself in the dungeon. In his eyes, he was no longer a player in a dungeon, but a high school senior living through it. This strong sense of immersion gave him a significant advantage in exploring the dungeon side quests. Yuan, what's the record for side quest completion in the world's first catastrophe dungeon? Long Yangqiu turned his head and asked Yuan, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yuan quickly pulled up the data, her fingers gliding swiftly across the virtual screen. The record is 54 side quest completion, she replied. It was set by a team from the 37th parallel world, specifically from Sakura country. They completed tasks in 6 classrooms, and even got the principal to sign a leave of absence. She paused, adding, most teams only reached 46, including ours back then. Long Yangqiu nodded slowly, his gaze refocusing on the monitor. Perhaps, he murmured, Lin Yi might set a new record. I wonder if they can achieve a perfect run. Yuan frowned slightly, her voice tinged with concern. I know Lin Yi is incredibly skilled, meticulous, and logical. But, a perfect run? That's incredibly difficult. Long Yangqiu didn't argue, his attention fixed on the screen. At that moment, Lin Yi and his team had already defeated 3 of the remedial class monsters. Lin Yi moved with agility, his arrows flying like shooting stars, dispatching the monsters without taking a hit. His fluid, seamless actions were awe-inspiring. As the monsters fell, 3 torn remedial slips appeared out of thin air, instantly increasing the team's item count to 13. Based on a 7.7 completion rate per item, they had reached an astonishing 100. Seeing this, a confident smile spread across Lin Yi's face. He led his team toward the final boss's location. The eerie crying still echoed around them, but after their previous battles, the team seemed accustomed to the atmosphere. Nonetheless, the tension of facing the final boss still lingered in everyone's minds. Just as Tang Jun was about to step forward and initiate the boss fight, Lin Yi suddenly stopped him. You stay back and protect Su Wanning, Lin Yi instructed, striding toward the room's entrance himself. This move left Tang Jun stunned, and Wang Lei speechless with shock. God, are you planning to solo the boss? That's insane. Wang Lei finally found his voice and exclaimed. Lin Yi's lips curved into a slight smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. He had no intention of soloing the boss, that would be too risky. His real plan was to test a theory. Could their possession of 13 items force the final boss to exit the catastrophe state, reducing its power to 0? With this thought in mind, Lin Yi pushed open the door, ready to unveil the answer to his question. As Lin Yi pushed open the door, a pungent smell of blood hit him in the face. The classroom was drenched in crimson, as if soaked in fresh blood. Looking down, Lin Yi saw that his shoes had stepped into a river of blood, the sticky sensation making him uncomfortable. Behind him, Ji Yiba and Wang Lei were so terrified by the gruesome scene that they retreated, distancing themselves from the classroom. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed and continued to move forward. By the moonlight, he could see the scene inside the classroom clearly. A young boy was sitting on a chair, crying incessantly. But what flowed from his eyes was not tears, but blood. Lin Yi noticed a status panel floating above the boy's head. Level 5, HP 650, Attack 65, Status Full. This was clearly the boss's original stats, causing even Lin Yi to be slightly taken aback. Sensing Lin Yi's presence, the boss slowly turned his head. Surprisingly, he wasn't a terrifying monster with mutated fangs and claws, but just an ordinary-looking boy. His gaze seemed to penetrate Lin Yi's backpack, revealing the items within. You completed my assignments? And you even got me a leave slip? The boss began listing the items in Lin Yi's backpack, and with each mention, his strength visibly waned. After listing 3 items, his HP dropped to 500 and attack to 50. After 6 items, his HP further decreased to 350 and attack to 35. This was precisely the final boss data Lin Yi had encountered in his previous life with his team. Huh, you even destroyed the makeup class slips? The boss looked at the 3 torn slips, a hint of shock flickering in his crimson eyes. He raised his head and stared directly at Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi noticed that the boss's stats had completely reset. and his name had changed from Final Boss to Crying High School Senior, Jiang Yuan. Lin Yi knew his hypothesis had worked. By collecting all the items, they had successfully saved the final boss from his catastrophic state. Behind him, Wang Lei and the others were dumbfounded, witnessing the boss's transformation from powerful to weak, and finally back to normal. This can't be real. Who would have thought? We wouldn't have to fight the final boss. Wang Lei muttered, his inner shock beyond words. In this era where everyone must choose a profession in a world full of dangers, they had actually skipped a level. Ji Yiba's eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, filled with undisguised desire and greed. If she could stay close to Lin Yi, her safety would be greatly assured. Tang Junren and Su Wanning, on the other hand, were full of pride, feeling honored to have Lin Yi as their teammate. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the final boss's tears. Although Jiang Yuan had stopped the catastrophe, his tears had returned from crimson blood to clear water, yet he continued to cry. Lin Yi looked at the boy, who was about the same age as him, and softly asked, "Can you come with me to a place?" Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, looking at the person who had helped him so much, and instinctively nodded. With his agreement, Lin Yi stood up and walked out, with Jiang Yuan slowly following. As Jiang Yuan passed by the others, they felt their breath catch, nervously watching the former final boss leave the classroom. This was the final boss that had killed one of their teammates. Everyone still had the image of the tattooed man's tragic fate in their minds, even though the boy in front of them looked frail and harmless. Wang Lei tightly shut his eyes, not daring to make eye contact with the boy, fearing that his gaze might trigger something and cause the boy to lash out again. Lin Yi's actions left everyone in shock. Since the final boss was no longer resisting, why not just kill him and finish the dungeon? Even the battle-hardened Long Yangqiu and others were puzzled. The priestess, the Daily, looked at Yuan with a face full of confusion, but the latter could only shake her head, indicating she didn't understand either. According to the calculations, our side quest completion rate has reached 100, so we should be able to clear the dungeon smoothly. Yuan muttered, I don't understand his actions either. Under the bewildered gazes of the group, Lin Yi led the final boss into the adjacent principal's office. The principal was still kneeling on the ground, repenting in agony. Seeing this, the final boss seemed extremely shocked and hurriedly ran over to help the principal up. Standing to the side, Lin Yi pointed at the principal's wheelchair and white hair, speaking calmly, actually, the principal has done a lot for you all. He approved your leave of absence without hesitation. And your homeroom teacher, though strict, also cares about your growth. The principal raised his head and, seeing the tear-streaked face of the boy in front of him, reached out his trembling hand to gently wipe away his tears. Child, if you're tired, take a break. The principal's voice was warm but weary. This road is tough, but life isn't just about this one path. Though this may be the first shortcut you encountered, perhaps you'll see different scenery when you take a detour. I was too harsh on you before, too eager for you to succeed. Hearing these words, the final boss cried even harder. He managed to choke out, I failed your expectations. The principal gently shook his head, a kind smile appearing on his face. No, child, you've done well. To walk this tightrope, you've already shown great courage. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have been so strict and demanding, causing you so much stress with extra classes. As the principal spoke, the final boss's tears gradually stopped. The despair and depression in his eyes were replaced by a newfound brightness. Lin Yi knew he had awakened. The principal's guidance had a much more profound impact than any amount of homework or extra classes. The final boss, no, he should now be called Jiang Yuan, a senior high school student, had reconciled with himself. The crying boy was gone, replaced by a soul reborn. At that moment, the scene before Lin Yi and the others began to change. They heard the system's announcement in their ears. Congratulations to Lin Yi, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Wang Lei, and Ji Yiba's team for completing the first National Disaster Dungeon. Side quest completion rate, 120. Rating, S. Calculating rewards. As the announcement of their victory echoed, the entire server and the Tower of Babel fell into a hushed silence. Long Yangqiu stared blankly at the monitor in front of him, his fingers lightly tapping on the 120 displayed on the screen, as if trying to confirm his vision wasn't deceiving him. He muttered to himself, did I read that right? 120 completion? How can it exceed 100? Is this a bug? Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately lowered her head to search for information, her fingers flying across the keyboard while her eyes scanned the data on the screen. A moment later, she looked up, shook her head solemnly, and softly replied, no, never before. The highest record was 100, achieved by Andrew from the Lighthouse Nation. That was the first time a 100 completion rating appeared in any instance. As for this 120 completion, I suspect Lin Yi discovered a hidden ending. As soon as she finished speaking, all the survivors present turned to look at her, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yuan adjusted her glasses and continued. If any of you have played some single-player games, you know that different choices can lead to different endings. Normally, Only the standard endings are triggered, but under certain special conditions, a hidden ending can be unlocked. I think it was Lin Yi's final actions making the crying high school student stop crying and perfectly resolving this disaster instance that triggered the hidden ending. In Lin Yi's ending, the final boss didn't die. Everyone suddenly understood, their gazes at Lin Yi filled with shock and admiration. This newcomer had already brought them so many surprises. Yuan felt her cheeks flush as she remembered saying earlier that it would be too difficult for Lin Yi and his team to achieve a perfect clear. The reality proved that not only did Lin Yi achieve a perfect clear, but he also uncovered a hidden ending that no one had ever seen. A 100 completion rating had appeared in parallel worlds before, but surpassing 100 was unprecedented. Who could have imagined that a newcomer, on his first entry into an instance, would trigger its hidden ending? Lin Yi himself hadn't expected this outcome. In his previous life, he had never seen a 120 instance completion rating. But at this moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. Whether it was 100 or 120, as long as they secured the top rating across the server, that was the best result. Unlike Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Wang Lei was ecstatic. He stared wide-eyed at the off-the-charts completion and the S rating, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh my god, this guy is unbelievable." He recalled the last time Lin Yi achieved the first S rating across the server. The Tower of Babel rewarded him with an incredible weapon. Now their instance rating was S, even surpassing that record. Surely, the Tower of Babel would offer even better rewards this time? With this thought, Wang Lei, brimming with excitement, rushed towards Lin Yi, attempting to give him a big hug. Lin Yi swiftly stepped back, shielding Su Wanning behind him, and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Realizing his overexcitement, Wang Lei awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, God, I just got too excited. You're simply amazing. We actually got an S rating. This is beyond what I ever dreamed of. I'm just so thrilled." Seeing Wang Lei jumping around in excitement, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Wang Lei looked at Lin Yi with anticipation and asked, "God, can we team up for the next instance?" Ji Ba, hearing this, quickly joined in and, in a playful tone, said, "Please take me along too, Iga." Ji Ba's playful tone sent shivers down Lin Yi's spine. Lin Yi quickly stepped back, putting some distance between himself, Wang Lei, and Ji Ba. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke in a light-hearted tone. "If fate allows, we'll meet again. As for teaming up, I'll give it some serious thought." Despite his words, Lin Yi had already made up his mind. He would indeed consider it carefully, but the outcome was almost certain he would not continue to team up with these two. Neither Wang Lei nor Ji Ba had shown any qualities that impressed him. Lin Yi silently assessed the two. Wang Lei, while not particularly helpful, at least didn't cause trouble and was obedient. Ji Ba, on the other hand, Lin Yi frowned, thinking that a pampered girl like her might not survive in this era where everyone was transitioning to new roles. Wang Lei picked up on the subtle rejection in Lin Yi's words. Though disappointed, he understood. He knew this was different from an ordinary online game. Mistakes in these instances could lead to real-life dangers. Even someone as skilled as Lin Yi needed stronger teammates. Wang Lei looked down at his hands, silently admitting that he wasn't up to par. Ji Ba stood to the side, a barely noticeable glint of malice flashing in her eyes, though she quickly masked it. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the delicate atmosphere between the three. "Congratulations! Your team has ranked first in instance completion speed. Reward distribution for instance completion is now underway. After all teams have completed the instance, final rankings will be announced, followed by additional rewards." Upon hearing this, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. Two sets of rewards. With their completion speed and efficiency, they were undoubtedly in first place. Suppressing their inner excitement, they eagerly awaited the details of the rewards. The system continued, "Congratulations, you have earned 500 experience points. With a 20 speed bonus, your total is 600 points." As the announcement ended, a dazzling golden light enveloped all 5 members. However, the intensity of the light varied. Wang Lei and Ji Ba's bodies glowed 4 times before settling at level 5, while Lin Yi and his 2 companions only flashed 3 times, jumping directly to level 8 from level 5. This difference was due to the increasing difficulty of leveling up. The higher the level, the more experience required. Seeing their level increase, Wang Lei and Ji Ba excitedly opened their system interfaces to check their new stats and unlocked skills. Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, is this what level 5 feels like? It's incredible." Meanwhile, Lin Yi's focus had already shifted to the upcoming rewards. He knew that in instance rewards, experience points were just the basics. The truly exciting rewards were yet to come. Sure enough, the system's voice soon continued to broadcast. "Congratulations! You've received a large reward." As the system announced this, a glowing golden orb appeared out of thin air, slowly floating in front of the group. Lin Yi, Tang Junren, Wang Lei, Ji Ba, and Su Wanning were all captivated by the magical light sphere. The system continued. The current item distribution mode is based on contribution point auction. Contribution points can be freely traded or gifted. Then, a semi-transparent leaderboard appeared before them. Contribution points ranking. Lin Yi, 80 points. Tang Junren, 15 points. Wang Lei, 5 points. Ji Ba, 0 points. Su Wanning, 0 points. Wang Lei looked at the ranking and couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. His and Ji Ba's slack behavior was too obvious, leaving Lin Yi and Tang Junren to take 95 of the points, while he barely managed to get 5 points. Ji Ba didn't earn any points at all. Although Su Wanning also had no points, she was under Lin Yi's protection, making her status naturally different. With this in mind, Wang Lei spoke up, Yishun, without you guys, I wouldn't have made it through this instance. You should take all the equipment. Hearing this, Ji Ba quickly nodded obediently. Her goal was Lin Yi, not the equipment. In her view, as long as she could win over Lin Yi, she would live comfortably even without a single piece of gear. Lin Yi chuckled and shook his head, saying, let's see what we've got first. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lin Yi reached out and touched the glowing orb. A magical scene unfolded as his hand seemed to disappear into an invisible pocket within the orb. Lin Yi fumbled around inside and soon pulled out the first reward. It's equipment, everyone exclaimed, and it's a weapon. Qilin dagger. Rating, fine. Usable level, 10. Exchange value, 10 contribution points. Ji Ba was stunned upon seeing the weapon. No one expected the first piece of equipment to be suitable for her, especially since she had 0 contribution points. After all, she was the only shadow assassin in the group. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. The instance rewards were completely random and unrelated to the contributions made within the instance. Ji Ba looked at Lin Yi timidly, with a fragile expression and said, I didn't contribute much, so maybe I should give it up. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively and said, it's fine. Since it's suitable for you, just take it. Just remember to transfer me 5 trading points. With that, he used his contribution points to directly purchase the dagger and tossed it to Ji Ba. To Lin Yi, a low-level fine equipment wasn't particularly valuable. Early on, equipment gets replaced too quickly, and the prices don't go up. 5 trading points was a fair price, and he even made a small profit, saving him the trouble of selling the dagger. However, Ji Ba misunderstood Lin Yi's gesture. She thought it was a sign of his affection for her. Just a straight man's subtle hint. The money thing is just a cover. She excitedly accepted the equipment, carefully placing it in her backpack, thinking it might be a token of their relationship. Lin Yi didn't notice Ji Ba's thoughts and reached into the orb again, pulling out the second item. Another piece of equipment, the group exclaimed. Sky-soaring dragon scale armor, heavy armor. Rating, fine. Usable level, 10. Health increase, 215. Armor, 12. Contribution points required, 10. This piece of heavy armor was undisputedly handed to Tang Junren. He happily accepted the new armor, planning to equip it once he reached level 10. Compared to his current level 5 armor, the new piece was significantly better. Nearly 100 points more health and an armor rating of 12, almost equal to his shield. This meant that even when he had no teammates behind him, not triggering his Exiled Knight passive, his defense would be nearly the same whether he raised his shield or not. Lin Yi didn't pause. He continued to reach out towards the glowing orb. The moment his fingertips touched it, a blinding light flashed, and another piece of equipment appeared before everyone. This scene left all present in astonishment. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be amazed. Clearly, as the first team to complete the dungeon, they had received exceptionally generous rewards. While everyone was still immersed in their surprise, a sudden blue light flashed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Lin Yi's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat quickened. This was the glow that only legendary equipment would emit. Beside him, Wang Lei was so excited that his breathing became rapid. His eyes fixed on the blue light, afraid to miss any detail. The light gradually condensed, eventually forming a delicate ring that hovered in midair. Everyone held their breath, carefully examining this rare piece of jewelry. The words, Ring of Radiance, appeared above the ring, followed by a string of attribute information. Rating, legendary. Required level, 10. Health, 50. Exchange price, 20 contribution points. Upon seeing these attributes, everyone was stunned. Wang Lei gasped in shock and envy filled his eyes. Even the usually composed Lin Yi found it somewhat unbelievable. He quickly realized that this ring's value far exceeded his expectations. However, Ji Ba, standing nearby, seemed puzzled. He frowned and asked, what's the big deal? This gear only adds 50 health points. Its skills don't seem that useful, they all have time limits. Wang Lei sighed and patiently explained, you just don't get it. This piece of gear is incredibly valuable for a team. He turned to Lin Yi, his tone filled with admiration. No question about it. This gear belongs to Yishun. Only Yishun is worthy of such an item. Lin Yi had no intention of being modest because this gear was indeed perfect for him. He understood that the strength of accessories wasn't solely determined by attribute boosts. Their skill effects were far more crucial. The skills of this ring had a wide range of applications, benefiting almost every class. Ranged classes could use it to save their lives by quickly creating distance. Bloodthirsty warriors and shadow assassins could utilize it to suddenly accelerate, closing gaps with enemies swiftly. The 5-second shield could absorb a wave of damage, significantly increasing survival chances. The 20 movement speed boost might seem minor, but in 3 seconds, it could create a distance of 3 to 4 meters, which in critical moments could mean the difference between life and death. 3 seconds and 5 seconds, these durations could alter the entire outcome of a fierce battle. No one raised any objections, and the legendary accessory smoothly ended up in Lin Yi's possession. With the excitement of obtaining such a precious item, everyone was even more eager for the rewards to come. They held their breath, hoping for more surprises. The fourth reward, to everyone's surprise, turned out to be another piece of equipment. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the glowing orb in front of him. In his memory, a dungeon run would yield at most 3 pieces of equipment, but this time, they had already gotten 4. Although it wasn't another breathtaking epic item, the level 10 fine staff still made Wang Lei overjoyed. Without hesitation, Lin Yi handed the staff to Wang Lei, who was so excited he nearly knelt down in gratitude. The 5th reward was also equipment, but by this time, everyone had grown numb to it. This time, it was a fine-level Blood Warrior's exclusive broadsword. While it was much better than a beginner's weapon, it lacked any unique features. Lin Yi quietly put it away, planning to sell it later in the trading market. Lin Yi briefly explained how the trading market worked. In the safe zone, players could use trading points to conduct transactions. Old world currency had lost its value and could only be exchanged for trading points at a set rate. This meant that wealthy individuals in the real world still had an advantage in the game, with some skyrocketing to success by purchasing powerful equipment with large amounts of trading points. Besides the additional trading points, each player's backpack came with a default of 100 trading points, and more could be obtained by clearing dungeons and killing wild monsters. Starting from the 6th item, the rewards finally shifted away from finished equipment. Lin Yi pulled a scroll from the glowing orb, piquing Wang Lei's curiosity. Lin Yi displayed the scroll's attributes, revealing it to be an equipment blueprint. Skyward Spirit Armor Blueprint. Rating: Unforged. Level requirement: 10. Materials needed for forging: Ironstone 10, Gold Spirit Stone 5, Earth Spirit Stone 5. Contribution points needed: 5 inch. Wang Lei asked in astonishment, "Does this mean there are crafting professions in the game?" Lin Yi nodded and explained, "That's right. At level 10, you can unlock crafting professions. Currently, there are only 2, blacksmith and alchemist. However, switching professions requires a special recommendation letter." Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. All this information was actually available on the system forum. They just hadn't read it thoroughly. Recommendation letters could randomly drop from wild monsters, and they could be used by the player or traded. Once obtained, players could visit the blacksmith shop or the herbalist hut to switch professions. Everyone finally understood, and Wang Lei couldn't resist flattering Lin Yi. "No wonder you're the best. You know so much." In the end, they obtained 6 more equipment blueprints. Since Wang Lei had already received the staff and Ji Ba wasn't interested in becoming a blacksmith, Lin Yi took all the blueprints. By this point, they had acquired 11 different rewards, a number that even surprised Lin Yi. The remaining potions and trading points were divided among the group, with Lin Yi receiving a bit more due to his significant contributions. When the last potion was taken out, the golden orb slowly faded away, marking the end of this generous reward distribution. Everyone understood that the rewards for this dungeon run were now completely distributed. Although they felt a bit unsatisfied, they also knew that the rewards had been quite generous. Just then, the system's voice echoed in their ears once more, announcing the release of an S-rating reward to be distributed based on the highest contribution points. Suddenly, a light green cloak appeared out of thin air in Lin Yi's hand. In this era where everyone could change professions, accessories were categorized into rings, pendants, and cloaks, and this cloak was one of them. It's worth noting that in this world's equipment system, there were no separate pants. The lower part would automatically generate based on the type of armor worn. Wang Lei, noticing the faint green glow of the cloak, couldn't help but curl his lips. He nudged Ji Ba with his elbow and whispered, "This system is so stingy, isn't it? An S reward and all we get is a piece of fine-grade equipment? Honestly, just give it to bro. Without him, we wouldn't have managed an S performance, right?" Ji Ba immediately caught on and flashed a sweet smile at Lin Yi, her eyes brimming with hints. However, Lin Yi didn't respond to her gestures. Without hesitation, he stashed the fine-grade cloak into his bag, thinking to himself that even if Wang Lei and Ji Ba wanted it, he wouldn't give it to them. In fact, This seemingly ordinary fine-grade cloak was even more beneficial to Lin Yi than the epic ring he had before. Lin Yi had already given each of them a piece of equipment, which he felt was more than generous. When Lin Yi checked the cloak's attributes, he was astonished to discover that it was none other than the cloak of the forged god's luck, an item revered in forums as a divine piece of equipment for blacksmiths. The detailed information was as follows. Type: accessory. Rating: fine. Usable level: 10. The value of this piece was simply unimaginable. It was so high that not even an epic item could compare, and even a mythical item might not be enough to trade for it. For a blacksmith, the enhancements this cloak provided were absolutely staggering. Lin Yi was overjoyed, realizing he had acquired a true treasure. All the equipment forged by players, categorized by quality, falls into 5 tiers: common, fine, epic, legendary, and mythical. Based on his past life experience, Lin Yi conducted a rough statistical analysis of the probabilities for each tier: common 60, fine 35, epic 4, legendary 0.999999, and mythical 0.000001. Lin Yi was acutely aware that this analysis was not rigorous. He furrowed his brow, contemplating another crucial variable affecting the success rate of forging: proficiency. Just like gaining experience points from defeating monsters, forging equipment also increases proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the chance of producing high-quality gear. Lin Yi's data was limited, partly from his own experience and partly from observing others' forging results. This made it difficult to standardize the proficiency variable. If he only used his own data, the sample size would be too small to establish any effective patterns. Reluctantly, Lin Yi resorted to some algorithms to vaguely calculate these probabilities. As for mythical equipment, Lin Yi had never heard of anyone successfully forging one, so this probability was purely speculative. A bitter smile formed at the corner of his mouth. It was precisely because of this that the god of forging's lucky cloak had such a significant impact on blacksmiths. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as if he saw endless possibilities. The success rate for forging epic equipment nearly doubled. Combined, the probabilities for epic and fine equipment now exceeded half. Lin Yi imagined the scene of an ordinary person forging equipment. If they could produce fine equipment, it would already be a win. If they were incredibly lucky and forged epic equipment, they'd be considered incredibly fortunate. As for legendary equipment, that was akin to a miracle. Lin Yi's gaze deepened as he envisioned the tremendous boost legendary equipment could provide. Terrifying stat bonuses and at least 3 additional skills. This could instantly compensate for any operational shortcomings, transforming a person into a war god within their realm. However, reality was harsh. Lin Yi's expression turned serious. The probability of forging high-quality equipment was extremely low. In an era where everyone could change professions, blueprints for equipment were rare, and gathering materials was fraught with difficulties. The limited number of items that could be forged meant that opportunities for striking it lucky were few and far between. Low probabilities and limited attempts made high-quality equipment exceedingly rare. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh at the timely appearance of the god of forging's lucky cloak, which was undoubtedly a significant aid in creating his ultimate dream team. For the next half hour, Lin Yi answered all of Wang Lei and Ji Yiba's questions with a cheerful demeanor. He also took the time to give Tang Junren some tips on exiled knight techniques. Su Wanning stood quietly beside Lin Yi, intently observing his combat style and Tang Junren's defensive techniques. Su Wanning's eyes gleamed with intelligence. She had memorized all the content from the system forums. Although Lin Yi had lived a second life, his understanding of certain settings might not surpass this all-around scholar. After all, apart from math, Lin Yi was far behind Su Wanning in other subjects. While they were chatting, the system's voice suddenly broke the relaxed atmosphere. Congratulations! All surviving players have completed the first global Cataclysm dungeon. According to statistics, the number of teams wiped out in the first dungeon is 13.5 million, with an additional 19.02 million casualties. This announcement hit like a sledgehammer, shocking all the survivors. 13.5 million teams, each with 6 members, amounted to 81 million people. Adding the extra 19.02 million casualties, nearly 100 million people had perished in the first dungeon alone. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone who survived was grateful for their luck. Wang Lei and Ji Yiba were utterly dumbfounded, their tongues almost hanging out in shock. They had coasted through the dungeon thanks to Lin Yi and hadn't experienced its difficulty. Hearing this staggering death toll made them realize how tough the dungeon was for ordinary people. They both looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of gratitude and relief. Su Wanning and Tang Junren's faces also changed slightly upon hearing the numbers. Despite their considerable skills, they were still shocked by the massive death toll. The room fell into a brief silence as everyone processed this suffocating information. Only Lin Yi remained calm, his eyes reflecting a sense of composure and serenity. For him, this round of eliminations was merely an appetizer. He was well aware that by the later stages of the dungeon, only a few tens of thousands would survive out of the billions of young people in Huaxia. This was just the beginning. The challenges ahead would only grow more daunting. The era of universal job transitions had begun, and Lin Yi understood clearly that only the truly strong could stand firm in this survival game. Meanwhile, the system, like a cold and ruthless judge, ignored the gasps of the crowd and mechanically announced the results. Now announcing the top 3 scores for the dungeon. The complete top 100 list can be viewed in the newly unlocked heavenly rankings. The system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. First Disaster Dungeon Completion Team Rankings. First place, Lin Yi, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Wang Lei, Ji Yiba Team. Completion time, 1 hour 32 minutes 5 seconds. Side quest completion, 120. Rating, S. Second place, Yin Hao, Wei Ci, Deng Jie Team. Completion time, 4 hours 53 minutes 34 seconds. Side quest completion, 54. Rating, E. With the announcement of these rankings, players across the Huaxia server felt as if they'd been struck by a heavy blow, waves of shock sweeping over them. They stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, their minds racing to comprehend the staggering disparity. The first place team completed the dungeon in just an hour and a half. Everyone couldn't help but recall their own situations at that time. Faces flushed with embarrassment, as most were still struggling with the first classroom monster at that point. The gap wasn't just between ordinary players. Even compared to the second place team, the difference was astronomical. A lead of over 3 hours, what did that signify? When the second place team crossed the finish line, breathless and exhausted, the first place members might have already leisurely watched 2 movies. It was a crushing defeat. Even more perplexing was the first place team's 120 completion rate. Players looked at each other in bewilderment. Could you exceed a perfect score? And when their eyes shifted to the second place's meager 54 completion, laughter erupted from all corners. Though 54 was significantly higher than most ordinary players, it was utterly dwarfed by the monstrous first-place team. This stark contrast made everyone acutely aware of the vast chasm in skill levels. Winning second place should have been a great honor. After all, surviving was no easy feat, and ranking second out of millions of teams was even more impressive. However, because of that extraordinary first-place team, the second-place team's feelings were probably as bitter as swallowing a fly. The forum exploded with posts about the rankings in this dungeon. Comments came flooding in like a tidal wave. Oh my gosh, the gap is huge. How will the second-place team face anyone now? I seriously suspect the first-place team cheated. Wait a minute, did anyone notice the name of the first-place team? Isn't it the Eternal Night Archer? My god, it's really him. Lin Yi, God, please take me along. I promise to be quiet and obedient. Get lost. The great master is mine. He's like a father to me. Brothers, my great sword is already unsheathed and I can't put it back. Lin Yi's name once again sparked fervent admiration. Countless people flocked to the video feed to watch Lin Yi's stunning highlight reel. Those who had already seen it couldn't help but watch it again and again, hoping to pick up even a smidgen of his techniques. They realized that a bow and arrow could be played with such dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, Yin Hao, a member of the second-place team, was furious. He slammed his great sword on the ground with a loud bang. For him, second place had always been a mark of shame since childhood, something he could never accept. Next to Yin Hao, the exiled knight Deng Jie was equally shocked. Only the shadow assassin Wei Ci stood by, frowning and deep in thought. Wei Ci ignored Yin Hao's rage and began to analyze the situation carefully. The three of them were known as an unbeatable trio with exceptional skills. How could they have been so thoroughly outclassed by the first-place team? Their completion time was 3.5 hours longer, and their completion rate was over 60% lower. This was an insurmountable gap. Yin Hao, the youngest boxing gold belt winner in China, was hailed as the Chinese Tyson. His ghostly footwork and dazzling swordsmanship had left dungeon monsters helpless. Even Long Yangqiu from the Tower of Heaven had nothing but praise for him. Wei Ci himself was a former member of the national gymnastics team, with incredible flexibility and cat-like agility. Had he not been expelled from the national team for certain reasons, he might have brought glory to his country as a gymnastics champion. The shadow assassin role seemed tailor-made for him. Wei Ci's incredibly flexible body moved like a nimble snake, showcasing astounding agility on the battlefield. His movements were ghostly and unpredictable, his advances eerily enigmatic, and his bursts of speed were terrifyingly powerful. As long as Yin Hao could hold the monster's attention, Wei Ci would transform into the most fearsome damage dealer. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a deathly chill in the dark, darting back and forth across the monster like a flash of lightning, each strike precisely depleting the creature's remaining life force. Exiled Knight Deng Jie, one of the most renowned second-generation wealthy individuals in Yinjing, possessed an astonishing fortune. However, in stark contrast to his immense wealth was a subtle hint of weakness in his character. Yin Hao's presence perfectly compensated for this flaw, making Deng Jia willingly become Yin Hao's most loyal follower. Wei Xi and Yin Hao had known each other since childhood, growing up together in the same Yinjing compound. Yin Hao never liked studying and would habitually seek Wei Xi's advice whenever he encountered difficulties. Later, Yin Hao embarked on the path of martial arts, also at Wei Xi's suggestion. At this moment, Deng Jia cautiously tried to comfort the enraged Yin Hao. "How go? Don't worry. This is just our first time participating in the Cataclysm dungeon. We still have plenty of opportunities. Besides, have you forgotten? I'm Deng Jia, and the one thing I never lack is money. Once we're out, how about I buy you that Maserati you've always dreamed of?" Before the era of universal job transitions, Deng Jia would always use his astounding financial resources to soothe Yin Hao's anger. Yin Hao glanced impatiently at Deng Jia, his tone laced with irritation. "Shao Jia, do you think we're still in Yinjing? We can't buy a Maserati anymore. This is the first time in my life I've only gotten second place." Deng Jia scratched his head, looking puzzled. "So what can we buy now? And didn't you lose to Ci Gu in math last time too?" Just as Yin Hao was about to explode, Wei Ci interrupted their argument. "Stop fighting. Old Yin is right. Our only goal now is to survive. A higher ranking means better rewards, which will allow us to quickly enhance our strength. However, I've just thoroughly read the system's entire introduction. Once this dungeon is over, we can enter a safe zone. There, money can be exchanged for trade points to purchase various items. Since old Deng is so wealthy, we might still be able to buy other high-quality equipment and quickly arm ourselves." Wei Xi's words left both Yin Hao and Deng Jia stunned. Yin Hao stared at Wei Xi in disbelief. "You actually read through all those obscure and complicated texts?" Deng Jia nodded slightly, his face full of incredulity. "Yeah, those descriptions were so dry and hard to understand. It's nothing like reading light novels for fun." Wei Xi rubbed his temples, frowning slightly. Ignoring his two bewildered companions, he continued analyzing. "The key to Lin Yi's team's speed is their level." Yin Hao and Deng Jia widened their eyes in sudden realization. Just as they were about to speak, Wei Xi raised his hand to stop them and went on. "From Lin Yi's gameplay video, we saw him clash with a level 3 opponent. This indicates that there must be a way to level up before the first catastrophe dungeon. That monster is likely their source of leveling." Wei Xi's voice was low and firm. "There's no way Lin Yi is just level 1. We've already maximized our output. If they were also level 1, they couldn't have set a record of 1.5 hours. I estimate they're at least level 5. His expression turned serious. This shows that Lin Yi not only has top-notch skills, but also an exceptional understanding of the era of universal job transitions. He's a formidable opponent. Yin Hao scoffed. "You call that top-notch? It's just a highlight reel. I've been in there too, and I got 2A ratings." Clenching his fist, his face twisted in contempt. "If it came to a boxing match, I'd crush him in seconds with his amateur moves. He only has a level advantage. In the next dungeon, he'll definitely crush them." Deng Jia clapped excitedly in support. Wei Ci ignored them and instead opened the friend system, searching for and adding Lin Yi. He had developed a keen interest in Lin Yi. If they could join forces, the dungeons of this era of universal job transitions might not be a problem for them. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had no idea he was being analyzed so thoroughly by others. He was eagerly awaiting the first-place dungeon reward. The system notification rang out. "Congratulations! Your team has ranked first among all teams that cleared the dungeon." The reward details appeared. Item distribution method, highest contributor allocation. Reward item, mysterious artifact component 1. Rating, unknown. Function, unknown. Wang Lei's previously excited expression froze, his brow furrowing. "What the heck is this? Everything's unknown? How are we supposed to use it?" Tang Junren scratched his head, pondering. "This is the first-place dungeon reward, so it shouldn't be bad. It looks like we need to gather the other components." Wang Lei nodded in agreement. "From my experience in online games, the more mysterious something is, the more valuable it might be. You should keep this. If you ever gather all the pieces, let me have a look. I bet it's at least a top-tier item." Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. He knew the true identity of this mysterious item job lock. In his past life, a top player had boasted about collecting it on the forums, and that top player was none other than Yin Hao, now ranked second. In his previous life, Yin Hao's team had always been first. Lin Yi's rebirth changed that outcome. He was very familiar with Yin Hao, who, along with Tang Junren, was known as the server's strongest blood warrior. Yin Hao's team consistently ranked in the top 3 in every dungeon, often taking first place. Lin Yi understood that it was only due to exploiting his knowledge and level advantage that he managed to surpass Yin Hao's team this time. The next dungeon wouldn't be as easy. He reminded himself to continue improving his team's strength without any slack. Ultimately, the mysterious reward found its way into Lin Yi's hands. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing the first global catastrophe dungeon. In 5 seconds, everyone will be teleported to their respective main cities. The system announcement flashed across every player's screen, and Wang Lei quickly scanned the information. The main cities would unlock more diverse gameplay options, encouraging players to explore. Players could travel between main cities using portals, and as the player count dwindled, cities would gradually merge. The system particularly emphasized that private fights in the main cities would come with consequences. Wang Lei's face immediately fell. Seriously? 3 days until the next dungeon? Don't we get any break? He muttered to himself. But from the system's description, the main city should be a safe zone, right? At least we get 3 days of peace. Before he could finish, Wang Lei noticed his body starting to become translucent. Not just him, but Lin Yi and others were also gradually turning transparent. The teleportation was about to begin. Wang Lei turned to Lin Yi, bowed respectfully with a smile on his face and said, "Goodbye, Yi Shan. I hope to see your name in the system announcements again next time." Ji Yiba's reaction was even more dramatic. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, as if she were acting out a scene of tragic farewell. She gazed at Lin Yi with deep emotion, shouting, "Igu, we'll meet again, right? I'll come to your main city to find you. Goodbye, Sumei. Bye, Tang Laoge." She waved her arms enthusiastically, pouring all her feelings into the gesture. Lin Yi looked at this scene with a sense of helplessness. It's just a main city assignment, not a life and death separation. What's with this drama? This woman, I really don't get her. He awkwardly touched his nose and nodded slightly in response. Su Wanning maintained her usual elegance, smiling sweetly as she softly said her goodbyes. "Goodbye, Jijia, Wang Dege." Tang Junren looked a bit uneasy, scratching his head but still politely waving goodbye to Ji Yiba and Wang Lei. At that moment, the scene in front of everyone began to distort and change. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in their minds. "Attention all players in the Huaxia server. The Huaxia Heavenly ranking has been updated with new leaderboards. Level leaderboard activated. Equipment leaderboard activated. Elixir leaderboard activated." And so, this temporary team faced a brief separation, marked by the system's announcements. Upon hearing the system announcement, many people immediately opened the newly introduced Heavenly Rankings feature on the interface. Wang Lei eagerly clicked in and first checked the equipment rankings. However, since no player had successfully crafted any equipment yet, the list was empty. The Elixir rankings were also blank. Finally, Wang Lei opened the level rankings, and his eyes widened instantly. The top name on the list was a familiar one, Lin Yi. Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "It's still Yi God." Other players were equally astonished to see Lin Yi at level 8. The experience points from dungeons were fixed, and most people were around level 5. How did Lin Yi manage to reach level 8 already? The forums erupted with heated discussions about Lin Yi once again. He had become the focal point countless times. God, he never ceases to amaze. God always has a surprise up his sleeve. Wherever there's a ranking, there's God. Sigh, so envious. At that moment, Lin Yi was unaware of everyone else's shock. He had already appeared in a simply furnished room. A large bed, a set of table and chairs, a private bathroom, and little else. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by the room's setup, as he had lived in such safe houses frequently in his past life. The system's cold voice announced, "Congratulations, you have been assigned to room 1125 in Main City 416. Lin Yi ignored the system notification and directly opened the friend chat interface, sending messages to Tang Junren and Su Wanning with his room number, inviting them to teleport over. While waiting for their replies, Lin Yi noticed that his friend requests were once again overflowing. Just as he was about to clear them all, one name caught his attention: Wei Ci. Lin Yi recalled that Wei Ci was one of Yin Hao's teammates, and his class should be assassin. He was the strongest assassin in the entire server in his previous life. Lin Yi suddenly remembered his plan to form the ultimate dream team. To survive in this era of mass career changes, he needed to connect with other equally powerful teammates. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi accepted Wei Ci's friend request. Almost instantly, Wei Ci sent a message. "Wei Ci, hello. I'm Wei Ci, a shadow assassin player." "Lin Yi, hello. Wei Ci, you're the Lin Yi who got first place, right? I'm curious, how did you come up with the idea to level up in advance?" Wei Ci's direct approach slightly surprised Lin Yi. However, it wasn't much of a secret, especially after the level rankings were revealed. Many could guess how the top player widened the gap. After a brief consideration, Lin Yi replied, "Maybe it's because I've played a lot of online games. I quickly realized that leveling up would boost my attributes." After sending the message, Wei Ci fell silent for a moment. It seemed that Lin Yi was not satisfied with the answer. Instead of pressing further, he decisively shifted to a new topic. His gaze swept over Wei Ci, and he asked tentatively, "Wei Ci, would you be interested in joining our team?" A hint of interest flickered in Wei Ci's eyes as he responded, "Your team? What are the roles in your team?" Lin Yi answered concisely, "Shadow Assassin, Bloodthirsty Warrior, Exiled Knight. Upon hearing Exiled Knight, a frown appeared on Lin Yi's face. He thought to himself that a team couldn't have duplicate roles, and Old Tang was already an Exiled Knight. It seemed unlikely that he could join their team. Despite the disappointment, Lin Yi believed that with his experience from his past life, he could still find teammates as strong as theirs. Lin Yi politely explained, "Sorry, my team already has an Exiled Knight." Wei Ci didn't seem surprised that Lin Yi had teammates, as it was easy to tell from the leaderboard. He followed up, "What are the roles of your teammates?" Lin Yi replied frankly, "Exiled Knight and Eerie Wraith." Eerie Wraith? Wei Ci was taken aback and asked incredulously, "Why would you keep an Eerie Wraith around? Does it have a class? Any skills?" Lin Yi explained, "My Exiled Knight teammate is a well-known rich kid from Yanjing. He has nothing but money. With him, our gear isn't an issue." Wei Ci's tone suddenly turned disdainful. "Your teammate? Is his name Tang Junren? I've seen his gameplay. Honestly, despite being rated, he's very mediocre, practically useless." He continued, "So, all you need to do is ditch both your teammates and join our team. I guarantee that with our combined strength, this dungeon will be a breeze. Think about it." Hearing Wei Ci's disparaging remarks, Lin Yi's frown deepened. This condescending attitude made him feel repulsed. He had absolute confidence in his partners, and no longer had any intention of teaming up with Wei Ci. Lin Yi coldly replied, "Sorry, I don't abandon my teammates." Wei Ci was puzzled. Didn't Lin Yi understand the value of a rich kid? Was he an idiot? Despite the anger boiling inside him, Wei Ci maintained a calm exterior and continued, "I'm a former national gymnast, and Yan Hao is the youngest to ever earn a gold belt. I think you should understand the level of power we possess. I hope you reconsider." However, these words fell on deaf ears. As time passed, Wei Ci's expression grew darker. Normally appearing indifferent to everything, Wei Ci was actually extremely proud. Lin Yi's level of disregard was a severe slap to his face. A sinister glint flashed in Wei Ci's eyes as he sneered inwardly. "Fine. It seems you're choosing the hard way? Since you're so stubborn, they'll have to show you our strength. Just don't regret it later." Lin Yi didn't intentionally ignore Wei Ci's words. Just as Wei Ci finished speaking, Lin Yi's communication device lit up, showing messages from Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Immediately after, a transfer request popped up in front of Lin Yi. "Ding! Your friends Tang Junren and Su Wanning are requesting to teleport to your room. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to accept. In the next second, Tang Junren and Su Wanning appeared out of thin air in the small room. Their faces were full of astonishment, clearly experiencing such a magical teleportation for the first time. Tang Junren instinctively scratched his head, looking incredulous. "You can really teleport just like that? That's unbelievable." Lin Yi noticed that Tang Junren had this ingrained habit of scratching his head whenever he was surprised, excited, or embarrassed. Lin Yi thought to himself, if this keeps up, Tang Junren's hair will be scratched off eventually. Seeing their amazement, Lin Yi chuckled and explained, "If something as fantastical as universal job changes can happen, what else is impossible? I called you here to take you along to level up by fighting monsters. We need to reach level 10 quickly to unlock our life professions, and we should also keep an eye out for recommendation books." Tang Junren asked, a bit puzzled, "Are there still monsters outside?" Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. "Of course. There are leveling zones of different levels outside the main city, all marked on the system map. We can teleport there directly." Saying this, he pulled out a parchment map from thin air, revealing a detailed map. Tang Junren stared in shock at Lin Yi's actions, while Su Wanning appeared composed, as if she were already familiar with these new features. Lin Yi continued, "Let's go to our usual leveling spot and aim to reach level 10 as soon as possible. Don't forget, we just got 6 equipment blueprints. We only have 3 days, so time is tight." Tang Junren had no objections to Lin Yi's plan and nodded repeatedly. However, Su Wanning, staring at the map, furrowed her brows. "Wait a minute," Su Wanning said softly, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Lin Yi had been observing Su Wanning's reactions all along. Since the universal job changes began, almost all decisions had been made by him. This was because he had the experience of his past life, helping everyone avoid many pitfalls. But Lin Yi didn't want Tang Junren and Su Wanning to become overly reliant on him. Even with his superior intellect and powerful hacks, he couldn't guarantee survival in every dungeon. He didn't want Tang Junren and Su Wanning to be lost and helpless without him. So, he deliberately mentioned the wrong leveling spot, hoping someone would point out his mistake. Sure enough, the studious Su Wanning didn't disappoint. After a brief moment of confusion, her confident self returned. "Wait a minute. I think there's something wrong with this leveling spot." Su Wanning's voice was still hesitant, but her eyes now shone with determination. Lin Yi gently encouraged her. "Oh, what's the issue?" Staring at the map, Su Wanning became increasingly certain of her judgment. She looked up, her eyes firm as she began to analyze clearly. First of all, by now everyone probably realizes they need to start leveling up, so the school playground will definitely be crowded with players, making it hard for us to farm monsters quickly. If you really want to level up fast, I suggest we go here. She pointed to a location on the map. Lin Yi and Tang Junren followed Su Wanning's finger. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy inside but pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why choose this place? If it's because of the level, why not choose here?" He pointed to another spot on the map with the same level. Su Wanning answered without hesitation, "Because I've reviewed all the map descriptions. The monsters in the school art gallery have a chance to drop gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones, while the monsters in the school backyard, although of the same level, drop with spirit stones and fire spirit stones. Most of the equipment blueprints we have require gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones. That's why I chose this place." As she finished speaking, a bright, sunny smile spread across Su Wanning's face, from her eyes to the corners of her slightly upturned lips. Su Wanning's smile was as warm as sunshine, making Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. He quickly averted his gaze to hide his fluster. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi spoke firmly, "Su, you made a good point. It was my oversight. Thanks to you pointing out the mistake, we won't be overtaken. There's still time, so let's get going." Hearing the praise, Su Wanning's smile grew even brighter. She nodded playfully and said, "All right." The three of them quickly formed a team and chose to teleport to the school art gallery. The scene before them twisted, and after a slight dizziness, the surroundings changed abruptly. The cozy little room disappeared, replaced by a dark and eerie hallway. Dim lights barely illuminated the limited space, making the familiar art gallery look like a hellish place, seemingly poised to devour their sanity and courage. Paintings hung on the walls like black holes, and the once decorative frames now appeared particularly eerie. The portraits, in particular, seemed to stare at the three with sinister smiles. A system prompt sounded. "You have arrived at the art gallery." Tang Junren and Su Wanning found it hard to adapt to the eerie environment. Tang Junren watched the creepy paintings warily, fearing they might come to life and attack like monsters in a dungeon. Su Wanning instinctively grabbed Lin Yi's sleeve. Among the three, only Lin Yi remained calm. He knew that at their current level, the paintings wouldn't come to life yet. The monsters they needed to defeat were in the sculpture area ahead. "Let's move on. We might need to walk a bit further," Lin Yi said softly, his voice echoing in the empty gallery. Tang Junren raised his shield, swallowed hard, and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "What kind of monsters are we dealing with this time?" Having studied the map carefully, Su Wanning replied, "They're art sculptures. But we need to be cautious. There are 3 types of sculptures we need to avoid." Tang Junren asked in confusion, "Why are there different types of sculptures? What's the reason?" Su Wanning patiently explained, "There are 2 kinds of monsters in this map. One kind is the giant ants we encountered yesterday. They're the weakest and most common monsters. Their advantage is that they're easy to kill, numerous, respawn quickly, and pose low danger. However, their drop rate is very low, making it hard to get rare weapons or items." Lin Yi looked back at Su Wanning in surprise, thinking that she had summarized the lengthy introduction of the Tower of Heaven so concisely. No wonder she was a top student. Su Wanning continued, "The second kind is elite monsters, divided into 3 levels from weak to strong: 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star. In this map, the 1-star elite monster is Michelangelo's David sculpture, the 2-star is the Venus de Milo, and the 3-star is the Terracotta Warrior, which we are more familiar with." Tang Junren's eyes widened in shock, followed by a surge of national pride. These world-famous artworks had become different levels of elite monsters in this era of universal job transitions, and the Terracotta Warrior, as the most powerful 3-star elite monster, made him feel especially proud. No wonder Huaxia is so impressive. Even our sculptures after the disaster are better than those in other countries. Tang Junren's words made Su Wanqing's eyes light up. She was surprised by the keen insight of her usually honest and sincere companion. Su Wanqing chuckled softly but then turned serious, continuing to warn, "The attributes of these 3 elite monsters are probably beyond our current ability to handle. If we encounter them, we should avoid them." However, Lin Yi, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but smile at these words. To him, those who chose to avoid elite monsters were the real fools. Today, his goal was to hunt down an elite monster. Lin Yi clearly remembered that the first kill of an elite monster would be announced in the system. This way, he could gain more admiration points and exchange them for more extraordinary abilities in his ultimate skill hack. As Su Wanqing was detailing the monsters, Lin Yi quietly opened his hack interface. The rewards from this dungeon run left him astonished. "Once again, congratulations. You have earned 1530 admiration points." This number was even higher than last time. Lin Yi quickly reviewed his achievements, trying to understand the source of these incredible admiration points. First, he ranked first in the dungeon, with a significant lead over the second place. This shocking achievement left countless Huaxia players in awe, contributing a massive amount of admiration points to Lin Yi. Secondly, his impressive maneuvers were selected by the Tower of Heaven and featured in the highlights reel. This not only earned him a large number of admiration points, but also allowed him to exchange likes for god points, which could be used to obtain more equipment and items. The third sensational event was his dungeon side quest completion rate, reaching an astonishing 120, once again stunning many Huaxia players. Lin Yi felt secretly proud. Ah, my brilliance is indeed too much for you to handle. Besides these major achievements, Lin Yi also noticed that some minor events had caught the attention of mysterious survivors. These survivors seemed to be watching his every move. However, Lin Yi didn't mind, as their attention only brought him more admiration points. After closing the admiration points details, Lin Yi eagerly exchanged for the dual bow technique and the precise twin arrow shooting skill he had been longing for. Just as he was about to continue exchanging for other items, the three of them arrived in front of a group of sculptures. The moment Tang Junren saw the statues, he instinctively stepped forward to shield Lin Yi. His narrow eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, carefully identifying each statue, fearing an elite monster might be hidden among them. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile at Tang Junren's tense demeanor. He said softly, "Don't be so nervous. Elite monsters have a distinct glow, making them easy to spot. Besides, encountering an elite monster isn't a bad thing. Their rewards are quite generous." Tang Junren nodded and cautiously approached the statues. As soon as he stepped into their attack range, the previously motionless statues suddenly turned their heads, causing plaster fragments to fall to the ground with a crackling sound, creating an eerie scene. Eerie statue. HP 280. Attack 35. Tang Junren shuddered, but quickly raised his shield in front of him. Three statues advanced toward him in unison. Lin Yi and Tang Junren seamlessly fell into their usual routine. Tang Junren tanked the monsters while Lin Yi protected Su Wanning and dealt damage. With their increased levels, dealing with these minor monsters had become quite easy. In less than 2 minutes, they had efficiently taken down the three monsters. Although the difficulty of defeating the monsters had decreased, the rate of leveling up had slowed significantly. Now, it took about 30 to 40 monsters to gain a single level. The group continued to methodically clear the monsters in sets of 3. As Su Wanning had analyzed, this leveling area hadn't been discovered by others yet, allowing them to grind comfortably. Occasionally, the statues would drop a small amount of trading points and common white gear. Lin Yi threw these items into his backpack, planning to sell them in the main city shop later for trading points. During a break from monster hunting, Lin Yi continued to guide Tang Junren in practicing various exiled knight techniques, rapidly enhancing his skills. Most of these techniques came from highlight reels Lin Yi had seen in his past life, many of which were originally created by Tang Junren himself in the future. Little did the current Tang Junren know that he was learning techniques he would invent in the future. Meanwhile, the survivors on the Tower of Babel closely monitored Lin Yi and his group's progress. Long Yangqiu stroked his stubble and wondered aloud, "How do you think Lin Yi discovered these techniques?" "It's incredible." Yuan adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. "There's likely only one explanation. He's observed Tang Junren's operations and combined it with the Tower of Babel's introduction to the exiled knight class to figure it out. Just like how he figured out the use of curved arrows as soon as he got a bow." The female priestess stared at Lin Yi on the monitor with admiration, exclaiming, "He's amazing." Though her expression was a bit exaggerated, one had to admit that Lin Yi's creativity was indeed impressive. The male assassin crossed his arms and said seriously, "It's been a day since the era of universal job change began, and other talented players are starting to shine. For example, Yan Hao and Wei Ci are also showing impressive skills. Plus, they seem to have better luck than Lin Yi's group." On the monitor next to Lin Yi's, the already level 6 Yan Hao, Wei Ci, and Deng Jie were fighting a monster. The monster's body glowed with a faint blue light, indicating it was a 2-star elite monster. 2-star elite monster. HP 1,200. Attack 45. More intriguing was the fact that over a dozen people were vigilantly guarding Yan Hao's group, preventing other players from approaching. Long Yangqiu nodded in assessment. This Deng Jie has quite a background. Gathering so many people to help in just a few minutes is impressive. By the end of the second dungeon, they might be the first to form a guild. Yuan quickly looked up some information and explained. Deng Jie is one of the most famous second-generation rich kids in Yanjing. These people are all his followers. Interestingly, despite having so many followers, he's a loyal fan of Yan Hao. His greatest asset is his financial power. He just used the trading point exchange system to convert 1 billion yuan into 100,000 trading points. Long Yangqiu was stunned, his jaw practically dropping to the floor. How much? 1 billion? Damn, what kind of rich kid is this? He's insanely wealthy. Yuan chuckled lightly as she continued reading the information in her hand, a hint of teasing in her tone. This is probably not even his entire fortune. He's definitely holding back a bit from that billion. Long Yangqiu was left speechless. He couldn't help but recall the days when he had to grind for hours just to save up enough trading points to buy a level 20 rare equipment. In this era where everyone was switching professions, the importance of equipment was undeniable, but the ways to obtain it were extremely limited. The three main ways: dungeon rewards, crafting blueprints, and trading center exchanges all had their own challenges. Dungeon rewards were scarce, crafting blueprints were incredibly difficult to use, and trading was all about luck. Many players, out of desperation, had no choice but to buy expensive yet low-quality equipment from the system store. Yuan clearly knew about Long Yangqiu's embarrassing past and continued with a barely concealed smile. After he exchanged his trading points, he bought 13 sets of rare equipment and distributed them among his underlings, including Yin Hao and Wei Ci. Pointing to the glaring green circle on the monitor, she explained, "They first collectively attack the elite monster. Once its health is low, the others stand guard outside while 3 people finish it off. At this rate, they'll be done in less than 2 minutes." Just then, the cleric from Dao Li's team, who had been watching Lin Yi's side, suddenly shouted, "Look, Lin Yi's side has an elite monster too." Everyone's attention immediately shifted. Around the corner in front of Lin Yi, a terracotta warrior emitting a faint orange glow stood quietly. Once Lin Yi and his team cleared the smaller monsters in front of them, they would inevitably face this 3-star elite monster Hedon. Long Yangqiu's face turned grim, silently praying that Lin Yi wouldn't act recklessly. Unaware of the looming danger, Lin Yi was fully focused on the small monsters. With a series of precise shots, his arrows curved through 2 turns, piercing through 3 small monsters in one go. This high-level maneuver significantly boosted their efficiency. As he continued shooting, Lin Yi calculated aloud, "We've been grinding for 2 or 3 hours, and we're over 90 into level 9. A few more kills and we'll hit level 10. He turned and asked, "Su, how's the item drop situation?" Su Wan, carefully keeping her distance from the monsters, smiled sweetly and replied, "We've got enough gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones to craft 2 equipment blueprints. Pretty good luck." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction but then sighed. "It's a pity we still don't have a recommendation letter. The drop rate for small monsters is too low. If worst comes to worst, we'll have to try our luck at the trading market. But with our current finances, we probably can't afford it." Another arrow flew out, and the small monster fell to the ground. Tang Junren and Lin Yi cleared all the small monsters in front of them and faced 2 choices: wait for a respawn or move forward. Lin Yi gestured to turn right, and Tang Junren gladly agreed, stepping lightly towards the dark corner, filled with the joy of leveling up and the anticipation of the new level 10 heavy armor. Suddenly, an orange light flashed before Tang Junren's eyes. He scratched his head in confusion, moved his shield slightly to get a better view, and carefully surveyed the surroundings. In the darkness, a terracotta warrior stood silently, its eyes seemingly lifeless yet fixed on him. The lifelike armor clung tightly to the warrior's body, and it held a formidable spear in its hands. The moment Tang Junren noticed the terracotta warrior, he couldn't pull back his step in time. His shoe hit the ground with a crisp thud. This step landed him right within the warrior's alert range. The long-dormant war god slowly raised its spear, the tip gleaming coldly in the dim light. A system alert suddenly rang in Lin Yi and Su Wanqing's ears, and their reactions were completely different. Su Wanqing turned pale with fright and instinctively tried to pull Lin Yi to run away. Lin Yi, however, showed a delighted smile and whispered excitedly, "It's here. The elite monster is really here." Tang Junren's voice, tinged with panic, came through, "It's over. Yige, I messed up. The elite monster was around the corner, and I didn't notice. I've already triggered it. You guys run. I'll hold it off." Lin Yi turned to Su Wanqing, his expression serious as he instructed, "Su, from now on, you need to keep at least 5 meters away from me. Find a wall to stay close to. Otherwise, you might accidentally trigger newly respawned small monsters." "Got it." Su Wanqing was stunned, looking at Lin Yi's serious expression, and asked in surprise, "Why? Aren't we running? Can we even take down this elite monster?" Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "You never know unless you try. This is a 3-star elite monster. If we win, we'll hit the jackpot." His greedy and expectant gaze slowly turned toward the terracotta warrior, like a starving wolf eyeing a succulent lamb. Su Wanqing, seeing the situation, stopped trying to persuade him and quickly followed Lin Yi's instructions to stay close to the wall and keep a distance from the corner. Although she didn't know how Lin Yi determined this would avoid the small monsters, she trusted him completely. After ensuring Su Wanqing's safety, Lin Yi immediately approached Tang Junren. Tang Junren was startled to see Lin Yi running towards him instead of fleeing. His legs trembled, and he doubted he would live to see the next day's sun. The 3-star elite monster in front of him was terrifying. Level 10, 3,500 HP, 200 attack power. Just 3 hits would be enough to take Lin Yi down. Even worse, it had 2 skills, area damage and a charge attack. Don't worry about me. You guys need to run. This 3-star elite monster is way out of our league. Tang Junren shouted urgently. Lin Yi didn't say much, simply responding, it's okay. Listen to my command. We can give it a try. This time, you assist me, and I'll draw its aggro. Tang Junren's jaw almost dropped. What? You're going to draw its aggro? Are you crazy? This monster could crush us in a few hits. I wasn't careful enough and got us into this mess. Just leave me here. Lin Yi interrupted. Stop whining like a girl and get moving. Stick to the wall, go around the corner, and draw the aggro of one small monster. Then kill it. I'll distract the terracotta warrior so it won't interfere with your fight. You have to be quick. Let the small monster hit you if needed, but make sure to kill it fast. I'm not sure how long I can hold this one off. Once you're done, I still need your help. Suppressing his fear, Tang Junren understood Lin Yi's plan. He looked determinedly at the small monster and stepped into position. Lin Yi needed to reach level 10, equip new gear, and unlock new skills. Together, they might just be able to take down this 3-star elite monster. Seeing Tang Junren in position, Lin Yi drew his bowstring. A black mist arrow formed and shot towards the terracotta warrior, exploding on impact and wrapping it in dark fog. This was Lin Yi's first time using the level 5 skill, Dark Envelopment, and it triggered a critical hit, applying a 30 slow effect for 5 seconds. The terracotta warrior's narrow eyes locked coldly onto Lin Yi, and it began to move slowly with its spear raised. Lin Yi was delighted to notice his luck stat had reached 10 points, significantly increasing his skill hit rate. He continued shooting arrows while keeping an eye on Tang Junren's progress, even using curved shots to assist him. As the 5-second slow effect ended, the terracotta warrior's speed surged, and it activated its Fearless Charge skill. Lin Yi was caught off guard as the warrior closed in instantly. He quickly put away his bow and focused intently on the warrior's spear. Despite the warrior's high attack power, its speed was moderate. Lin Yi was confident he could dodge its attacks using his ultimate dodge skill. To be on the safe side, Lin Yi instantly redeemed the 3rd level of the invincible evasion technique, costing him 600 astonishment points from his account. The system promptly confirmed the skill upgrade, capable of dodging attacks and skills from up to 4 people with an 80 success rate. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, as this upgrade significantly bolstered his ability to combat elite monsters. However, the immediate danger was far from over. The massive terracotta warrior was closing in, and Lin Yi knew he had to create distance immediately. If he were hit by the sweeping army skill, he would be in a highly disadvantageous position. In a split second, the terracotta warrior's spear lunged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, whistling through the air straight at Lin Yi's face. This strike was faster and more ferocious than Lin Yi had anticipated. His mind raced, instantly deducing that leaning back was the only way to evade it. At that critical moment, Lin Yi swiftly leaned back. Perhaps the most skilled operation plugin had granted him extraordinary flexibility. His waist bent almost in half, his whole body folding like a hinge, narrowly avoiding the spear tip. This heart-stopping scene left Su Wanning, who was watching from the sidelines, with her heart pounding. She had thought Lin Yi was doomed, but to her astonishment, he managed to dodge the lethal strike in such an incredible manner. Although he had evaded the initial attack, Lin Yi didn't relax for a moment. He seized the instant the terracotta warrior retracted its spear to spring backward and dash away. However, just 7 or 8 meters ahead, he was confronted by a dead end, and his expression changed dramatically. At this point, Lin Yi had only 2 options: flee toward Su Wanning on the right or escape toward Tang Junren in the front. Both directions were fraught with danger, making the choice agonizing. With a furrowed brow, Lin Yi heard the heavy footsteps of the terracotta warrior behind him. Each step caused the ground to quake violently. Despite its seemingly cumbersome appearance, the terracotta warrior's speed was astonishing, and it was closing in rapidly. In this dire moment, Lin Yi's Dark Shroud skill finished its cooldown. Without hesitation, he drew his longbow and fired an arrow backward. Although it didn't trigger a critical hit, it slowed the terracotta warrior by 15, buying Lin Yi some precious distance. Lin Yi was grateful he had previously redeemed a pair of shoes that boosted his movement speed. Otherwise, he would have already been caught by the terracotta warrior. The 7 or 8 meters to the dead end vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Yi with no escape route. The terracotta warrior, though slowed, was still hot on his heels. Facing this desperate situation, a brilliant idea struck Lin Yi. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated towards the wall, appearing to lose his mind from panic. But just as he was about to crash into the wall, Lin Yi leaped, planting a foot on the wall and flipping backward. At the same time, the terracotta warrior's slow effect wore off, and its bulky body charged forward. By the time it realized what had happened, it was too late, and it crashed heavily into the solid wall, falling into a brief stupor. This maneuver showcased Lin Yi's past life experience, cleverly using the terrain to inflict damage and control on the mutated monster. After all, these non-human creatures didn't react as swiftly as humans. Lin Yi's move not only defused the immediate crisis, but also bought valuable time for the ensuing battle. In their past lives, some masters of agility would use walls or corners to block sight lines and toy with disaster creatures. Lin Yi was well aware of this tactic. He deftly navigated the narrow alleyways, skillfully using every obstacle available. When these creatures collided with walls or pillars, they would be stunned for a brief second. This moment might be insignificant to most, but for Lin Yi, it was a precious chance to survive. After landing a flawless backflip, Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second and sprinted in the opposite direction. Just at this critical moment, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang in every player's ears. However, this time, Lin Yi's name was not on it. Ding! Congratulations to Yin Hao, Wei Ci, and Deng Jie for achieving the first kill of a 2-star elite monster. All players, please stand in awe and celebrate the achievements of these top-tier players. In this life-and-death situation, Lin Yi had no time to pay attention to the commotion and continued to run, waiting for his skills to cool down. Unbeknownst to him, a post about him had quietly appeared on the system forum, causing quite a stir. Revealing the secret behind Lin Yi's top dungeon rankings, not as strong as everyone thinks. A top player? Nonsense. This post was published almost simultaneously with the system announcement, and the author was none other than Yin Hao, who had just killed the elite monster. Players browsing the forum initially thought it was just a boring attempt to gain attention. But when they saw the poster's name, everyone was stunned. The air was instantly filled with gossip. Isn't this the same Yin Hao who just killed the 2-star elite monster? 3 people managed to kill an elite monster? That's terrifying. Isn't Yin Hao's team ranked second in the dungeon? And now he's personally attacking Lin Yi. The topic of a showdown between the top players quickly drew everyone's attention. Almost instantly, the number of comments on the post surpassed 999, making it the hottest topic on the forum and pinning it to the top. Driven by curiosity, countless players clicked on the post. The first entry contained no text, just a shocking emoji, a screenshot of the 2-star elite monster stats. Everyone who saw the terrifying data gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Whoa, how did they manage to kill that?" Wei Ci's eyes scanned the rapidly scrolling comments on the forum, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. The words on the screen seemed to leap off. Over 1,000 HP, 45 attack power? I'd slap him silly with 2 hits. That beetle looks terrifying. How do they even dare to fight such a behemoth? Just looking at the picture gives me chills. 3 people taking down a 2-star elite monster? Impressive. Even Ishin couldn't pull that off, right? Are you kidding? I'm a diehard Ishin fan. My Ishin could one-shot the final boss with a single arrow. Although the post was under Yin Hao's name, every word was pinned by Wei Ci. He chose Yin Hao to post it because of his greater fame and his love for the spotlight, relishing in the adulation of others. At that moment, Yin Hao was leisurely enjoying a cigarette purchased from the system store. He exhaled a smoke ring slowly, a puzzled look in his eyes. You're telling me that guy rejected your invitation? And said we were just trash among losers? Wei Ci nodded without a change in his expression, continuing to smear Lin Yi's reputation. Yin Hao's face contorted in anger, his muscular arms bulging with power. As the youngest gold belt holder, Yin Hao was not only agile but also incredibly strong. One punch from him could kill an ordinary person, and after his class change, his strength attributes far exceeded those of a normal individual. Damn it! Yin Hao cursed. We're giving him a golden opportunity, and he has the audacity to turn us down. If I see him in the main city, I'll cut him down for sure. Wei Ci chuckled softly, a warning tone in his voice. Killing him in the main city might be difficult. Private fights in the main city are punishable. Even if we want to take action, we can't strike first. Fighting in the main city racks up infamy points, attracting NPC guards and possibly landing us in jail. To clear infamy points, you have to kill monsters in the wild, which is a hassle. Yin Hao knew nothing about these main city rules and had never bothered to read the system's guidelines. Now, he could only frown, unwilling to let it go. So what do you suggest? We can't just swallow this insult. Wei Ci pointed to the forum post, a sly smile forming on his lips. Isn't this our revenge? Yin Hao was confused. Posting insults counts as revenge? That's like a street brawl. It doesn't hurt him at all. Standing nearby, Deng Jie didn't fully understand Wei Ci's plan either, but he knew Wei Ci always had a deeper strategy. Reflecting on their lawless days in Beijing, they had committed numerous crimes but always escaped thanks to Wei Ci's cleverness and Deng Jie's family connections. The only stain on Wei Ci's record was being kicked out of the national team. After that, Yin Hao and Deng Jie felt some guilt and always sought ways to make it up to him. Yet Wei Ci remained calm and indifferent, as if he never cared about the national team status. Wei Ci's smile grew more enigmatic. It's not just about insulting him. We need to mess with his mind. Ruin his reputation. Destroying someone is easy. Just let them rise high and then make them fall hard. He's already climbed high. Now our job is to bring him crashing down. For some reason, Yin Hao and Deng Jia found Wei Xi's smile particularly sinister and frightening at that moment. As they conversed, the post's popularity continued to surge. Lin Yi's loyal fans flocked to the forum to defend him, while his detractors seized the opportunity to gloat. After all, Lin Yi had been in the spotlight since the game's launch, and some people were bound to resent him. Most were merely curious onlookers. With the crowd's urging, Yin Hao finally made another post. This time, the content was even more explosive. I think everyone knows me, Yin Hao, right? I'm the captain of the team that came second in the first Cataclysm dungeon. Yin Hao wasted no time in introducing himself. There was a touch of pride in his voice and a confident sparkle in his eyes. In the highlights reel feature, you'll find many of my gameplay videos. Check them out to see what true professionalism looks like. For those familiar with boxing, you should know me well. Yes, I am the youngest belt holder in China. His words hit the forum like a bombshell, causing an immediate uproar. Thousands of boxing enthusiasts went wild, their eyes wide and fingers flying over their keyboards. No way, it's Yin Shun. At first, I thought it was just someone with the same name, but it's really him. One user typed excitedly, their hands trembling slightly. Another fan quickly chimed in. Whatever Yin Shun says, I believe. Yin Shun is a true national hero. Someone else started recalling Yin Hao's achievements, clearly impressed. Wow, I remember now. Yin Hao's track record is off the charts compared to him. Lin Yi looks like a nobody who struck it rich overnight. Yin Hao's post sparked a huge debate, and excitement levels soared. Sensing the perfect moment, Yin Hao continued typing furiously, feeding the frenzy. First, let me reveal why Lin Yi's team is so far ahead. Many believe it's because of their absolute strength, but that's laughable. They are simply leveraging a level advantage. When they entered the first dungeon, they were already at level 5. Imagine clearing the first dungeon with your current level 5 stats. What do you think it would feel like? This revelation struck like lightning, electrifying the entire forum. Players stared at their screens, furrowing their brows in deep thought. The poster seems to have a point, one player muttered. My attack power and health at level 5 are more than double what they were at level 1. Killing those monsters would take just a few hits each, maybe second. Another player started calculating. Yeah, at this rate, it wouldn't even take an hour. Wow. So Lin Yi is just a level 5 version of me, someone joked. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have idolized him. I thought he was some kind of god. What a letdown. The disappointment was palpable. However, not everyone was easily swayed. A sharp-minded player immediately questioned, what makes you say they were already at level 5? Yin Hao didn't even need to answer. Other players quickly offered their reasoning. It's simple, the level rankings. Dungeon rewards are fixed, yet they reached level 8, so they couldn't have been level 1 when they cleared the dungeon. This explanation was the last straw, and respect for Lin Yi plummeted. But the story didn't end there. A keen player noticed something amiss and quickly typed out a critical question. Then how do you explain the highlights reel? This question reignited the discussion like a bolt of lightning, sparking a new wave of heated debate. That's in rank as determined by the system, and it's the first rank in the entire server. It can't just be about the level, right? This doubt acted as a fuse, instantly igniting the anger of Lin Yi's fans. They flooded the forums with posts supporting their idol, and the screen was filled with passionate defenses. The fans' fervor stemmed from Lin Yi's breathtaking skills and legendary feats. If it turned out that all this was merely due to an early leveling advantage, they would inevitably feel deceived. This feeling would be like a heavy blow, causing disappointment at best and turning fans into detractors at worst. Exactly. Ari God was the first to make it to the highlight reel with his amazing moves. Even if his level is high, he earned it through his own efforts, which still reflects his skill. One fan fervently typed, their words filled with unwavering belief in their idol. Another fan quickly chimed in, that's right. God stayed calm even when facing a giant ant, dodging gracefully to resolve the crisis. Could you do that? His words were full of challenge, as if daring all doubters to prove themselves. In response to this skepticism, Wei Ci let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He silently marveled at his opponent's foolishness, feeling as if they were handing him victory on a silver platter. Without hesitation, Wei Ci instructed Yin how to share his own highlight reel on the forum. Although his video had a decent number of views, its impact was nowhere near Lin Yi's. Is this what you call skill? Anyone with legs could do that. How is this even praiseworthy? Lin Yi's fans quickly launched a fierce attack on Yin Hao's video. However, as they watched the video, everyone held their breath. The footage showed Yin Hao battling the final boss of a dungeon. The high school student boss, which had been a nightmare for countless players, seemed as powerless as a child under Yin Hao's blade. Yin Hao's movements were elusive on the screen, each action fluid and precise. He effortlessly dodged dozens of attacks, and his blade struck the boss's head with pinpoint accuracy every time, causing blood to splatter and creating a scene both violent and mesmerizing. This perfect display of brutal elegance left viewers' blood pumping with excitement. As soon as the video was posted, Lin Yi's defending fans fell silent. Still, a die-hard fan retorted, "I admit, your footwork is agile, but what about God's fearless reactions and life-saving decisions under pressure?" Wei Si had anticipated such doubts and promptly instructed Yin how to post again. Yin Hao's reply was sharp and concise. Simple, because it's all staged. His so-called thrilling moves are just against other players, making his actions highly questionable. "If you ask me, Lin Yi isn't a god. He's an actor." Yin Hao's words were like a dagger, striking at the heart of Lin Yi's fanbase. These statements inflamed Lin Yi's loyal supporters, causing the forum to erupt with a flood of replies. Spectators were thrilled, finding the debate highly entertaining. At this point, aside from Lin Yi's diehard fans, most onlookers and detractors began to believe Yin Hao's claims. After all, player versus player battles did have exploitable loopholes. Among the many replies, one stood out. "You say Lin Yi's moves are staged, but why? What does he gain from this?" This question hit a nerve. Why would Lin Yi risk his life for these videos? Was it just for fame? In an era where everyone was changing careers, what good was fame? He couldn't hold concerts or make movies. He still had to dive into dungeons. So, what was the point? Lin Yi's fans thought they had found a key point for their counterattack, gearing up to see Yin Hao's response. Unexpectedly, Yin Hao's reply caught everyone off guard. He calmly posted a "how naive" emoji, followed by a shocking revelation. Because once you're featured in the highlight reel, your likes convert into god points, which can be exchanged for stronger gear for your idol. Then, Yin Hao posted screenshots of the exchange shop and the process of converting likes into god points. This move was like a thunderclap, stunning everyone. It turned out that those who hadn't made it to the highlight reel couldn't see the exchange shop. When people first saw the array of equipment, high-grade potions, and dazzling items in the shop, they were astounded. They looked at their own shabby beginner gear and suddenly realized the enormous gap between themselves and those so-called gods. A wave of feeling deceived and played washed over everyone. Yin Hao clearly had no intention of letting the matter drop. He posted again, saying, "If Lin Yi has nothing to hide, why hasn't he spoken up yet?" This statement hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the last defenses of Lin Yi's fans. Those who had been vigorously defending him suddenly fell silent. They had to admit that given the post's high visibility, Lin Yi couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Even if he hadn't noticed it himself, surely his teammates or friends would have informed him by now. It was late at night, and most people were lying in bed browsing the forum, which explained why the post had gone viral in just half an hour. Lin Yi's fans were plunged into silence, beginning to doubt themselves and Lin Yi. Could everything Yin Hao said be true? But Wang Lei was an exception. He was frantically trying to contact Lin Yi, hoping he would step forward to clarify things as soon as possible. However, Lin Yi had no time to respond to the turmoil outside. He was fully focused on dealing with the crisis at hand. With great effort, Tang Jun had finally managed to kill 2 small monsters. Suddenly, Lin Yi was enveloped in a golden glow, and his level shot up to 10. The system announcement followed. "You have reached the current level cap. Complete the second Cataclysm dungeon to unlock further levels." Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, not expecting level 10 to be the cap for the second dungeon. Reaching level 10 from level 5 within 3 days wasn't impossible, but it meant his level advantage was about to disappear. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of securing the top dungeon ranking. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Yi quickly took out the much-coveted Bow of Eternal Night and the newly acquired Radiant Ring from his backpack and equipped them. Instantly, the bleak white glow around him was replaced by a mysterious pale blue light characteristic of epic gear. Without hesitation, Lin Yi allocated his free talent points. His attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Lin Yi First Blood title equipped. Level 10. Health 61,550 gear 67 title. Attack power 5,020 gear 7 title. Magic power 505. Mana 27,528. Agility 415 gear 5 title. Luck 11. Besides the data changes, Lin Yi's promotion to level 10 unlocked a new level 10 skill. Combined with his level 5 skill and the active skill from the Radiant Ring, Lin Yi now boasts 3 active skills. However, this new skill was considered somewhat lackluster for Dark Hunters in his previous life. Although it guarantees 100 accuracy and increased damage, it only allows for one shot every 45 seconds, making it barely impactful for Dark Hunters, who generally struggle with accuracy and low damage output. For Lin Yi, though, this skill held a different significance. It enabled him to maximize every second of his damage output. When he needed to dodge attacks and couldn't shoot normally, this skill filled the gap in his damage output perfectly. For Lin Yi, it was an invaluable addition. At this moment, Tang Junren had also reached level 10. Eagerly, he rushed towards Lin Yi with his shield, intending to protect him. But Lin Yi couldn't let him face the Terracotta Warrior's Heaton. With his agile movements, Lin Yi could maneuver around the warriors, while Tang Junren would only be charging to his death. Even with high health, he couldn't withstand the fierce attacks of the terracotta warriors. Lin Yi quickly shouted, "Don't come any closer. Step back 3 steps and wait at the corner for my command. If I don't tell you to move, don't move. When I shout charge, use the shield charge I taught you. Got it?" The so-called shield charge was a clever combination of the Exile Knight's level 5 skill, shield sweep, and level 10 skill, shield charge. Shield sweep had a control effect, while shield charge was a skill that provided both movement and a shield. In his previous life, top players combined these skills to create the shield charge technique. By using shield sweep 1 second before shield charge ended, they could enhance shield sweep with the momentum from shield charge, increasing its power and control duration, even interrupting monster skills. This technique was a lifesaver and a must-know for every Exile Knight. Lin Yi had already explained this technique to Tang Junren in detail during their leveling. Hearing Lin Yi's command, Tang Junren hesitated and doubted himself, mumbling, "I just reached level 10 and haven't practiced yet. What if I mess up?" While keeping his distance from the terracotta warriors and running to his predetermined position, Lin Yi chuckled and reassured him, "I have about 700 health now, enough to withstand 3 hits from the terracotta warriors, so you can afford to mess up 3 times. Don't worry." Tang Junren turned pale at Lin Yi's words. This meant that if he failed more than 3 times, Lin Yi would die. Lin Yi had no time to consider Tang Junren's reaction, but believed he could do it. After all, in his previous life, Tang Junren was the one who popularized the shield charge technique. Now, Lin Yi slowed down, gripping his destruction knight bow tightly, and drew 2 arrows from his quiver, his eyes fixed on the approaching terracotta warriors. "You've chased me long enough. Now it's my turn to strike." While waiting for Tang Junren to deal with the smaller monsters, Lin Yi had spent most of his time running and maintaining distance from the terracotta warriors. Before reaching level 10, his attack efficiency was too low, and he couldn't use the Arrow of Dawn skill from his equipment. So he avoided fighting altogether, aiming to survive until level 10. Finally, Lin Yi was ready to start his hunt. He could no longer hide his dual bow technique, obtained from the ultimate skill hack. To kill the terracotta warriors as quickly as possible, he had to go all out. The hunting feast belonging to Lin Yi was about to begin. Seeing Lin Yi draw 2 arrows simultaneously, Tang Junren, who was on standby, was puzzled. The next moment, he was even more shocked to see Lin Yi knocking both arrows on the bowstring at once. What is he doing? Lin Yi's actions confused everyone in the Tower of Heaven. The female priest Daily was furiously pointing at Yin Hao's screen and cursing. They could see everything happening on the forum, and Daily, now Lin Yi's biggest fan, couldn't stand Yin Hao's slander. Having witnessed everything, she knew that most of what Yin Hao said was baseless accusations. Long Yangqiu and others didn't care much about such matters. Fame always comes with controversy, and Lin Yi's talent made it hard for ordinary people to understand. If Lin Yi could be easily affected by such things, he wouldn't be suitable for the era of universal job changes. The enemy's slander was actually the highest form of praise. However, Long Yangqiu and the others did lose some respect for Yin Hao and Wei Ci. Lin Yi had never intended to abandon his teammates, yet they acted superior from the start, which annoyed Long Yangqiu. Although he understood that a strong alliance between Yin Hao and Lin Yi could break records, an unsuitable teammate would only cause the team to fall apart. Strong alliances do not always result in the strongest teams. This is evident in both the NBA and esports. The most suitable team is the best team. But now, they were most curious about Lin Yi's actions. Long Yangqiu turned to the group behind him and asked, "Has anyone seen this technique of knocking 2 arrows at once?" Everyone slowly shook their heads. A Dark Hunter player decisively said, "Trying to shoot 2 arrows at once? That's too difficult. Or rather, it's simply impossible." Even the world's strongest Dark Hunter player today couldn't pull this off. Even in an era where everyone is transitioning to new professions, archery relies on the kinetic energy generated by drawing the bowstring. Inside the art gallery, a Dark Hunter who claimed to be a physics graduate was passionately analyzing Lin Yi's actions. His voice echoed in the spacious hall, filled with confidence and certainty. Shooting 2 arrows simultaneously divides the energy meant for 1 arrow in half. The energy acting on each arrow drastically decreases, leading to significant drops in speed, range, and lethality. What could originally be shot 200 meters now only goes 100 meters. Furrowing his brows, he continued, "Moreover, shooting 2 bolts at once causes interference between them, making accuracy impossible. If the arrows fly all over the place, you might as well not shoot at all." The surrounding crowd fell silent, seemingly convinced by the former physics graduate's flawless understanding of archery mechanics and his decisive conclusion. However, they were unaware that Lin Yi was an existence beyond ordinary logic. His abilities defied simple scientific explanations. Standing calmly in the center of the art gallery, Lin Yi lightly released the bowstring. The 2 arrows shot through the air instantly. Amazingly, the arrows did not interfere with each other at all, like two precision-guided missiles, heading straight for the terracotta warriors. To everyone's shock, Lin Yi's luck attribute activated at that moment. The right arrow suddenly blazed with a scorching light, illuminating the entire dark gallery. This was the activation of the Dawn Arrow skill. Holy crap! So lucky? Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The next moment, the two arrows hit the bewildered terracotta warrior with incredible damage. Lin Yi quickly calculated the damage sources in his mind. 130 points from the Dawn Arrow's black mark effect, 61 points from his base attack, totaling 252 points of damage. While this damage seemed trivial compared to the warrior's thousands of health points, Lin Yi wasn't worried. This was just the first round of attacks. Without hesitation, he drew and released another pair of arrows. This time, though the Dawn Arrow didn't activate, luck still favored him. One of the arrows turned pitch black, successfully triggering the black mark. After several rounds of attacks, the terracotta warrior's health dropped to 3,010 points. Despite the warrior closing in due to Lin Yi's slowed speed, he remained composed. He swiftly fired a dark enshroudment arrow and then turned to run, not forgetting to send a soul-chasing arrow behind him. Since reaching level 10, Lin Yi's output had been relentless. Although each shot seemed insignificant, quantity would eventually lead to qualitative change. The terracotta warrior's health was continuously and rapidly decreasing. At this moment, in the monitoring room of the Huaxia Tower of Babel, everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. The self-proclaimed physics expert, Dark Hunter, stared in disbelief at the unfolding events, realizing that his prized physics knowledge seemed unreliable at this moment. Two arrows flew simultaneously, striking with impeccable accuracy and delivering a resounding blow. Lin Yi's precision caught his opponent completely off guard. The person hit had a hoarse throat, struggling to speak, but still managed to express his astonishment. Is Newton reincarnated? Did Newton abandon this part of China? He squeezed out the words with difficulty, his eyes filled with incredulity. Beside him, the lively female priest Si Chu excitedly waved her small fists and playfully shouted, "Yay, that's our Lin Yi. No laws of physics can contain my ego." The term ego sent shivers down the spines of the otherwise silent crowd. Long Yangqiu couldn't help but turn around and, with a hint of disdain, said, "Si Chu. Act normal." Chastised, Si Chu stuck out her tongue and continued to focus intently on the monitor. Yuan sighed. How many times have we underestimated him? Lin Yi seems to relish proving us wrong. The more we think he can't do something, the more determined he is to show us he can. Such creativity and the ability to turn ideas into reality. It's incredibly rare. In the art gallery, the terracotta warrior seemed enraged by Lin Yi's kite-flying tactic. It assumed a dive position, clearly preparing to unleash its fearless charge skill. Lin Yi immediately shouted, "Old Tang, get ready." Tang Junren instantly tensed up, understanding Lin Yi's intention, had to interrupt the terracotta warrior's skill. Lin Yi frantically adjusted his position and angle, his mind racing with calculations. The terracotta warrior's initiating move lasted only 1 second. Lin Yi had to find the optimal position within this brief window. Just as the terracotta warrior was about to charge, Lin Yi roared again, "Charge!" Tang Junren immediately activated his level 10 skill, Shield Charge, and rushed toward Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi, Tang Junren, and the terracotta warrior formed a shape, with Lin Yi at the base and Tang Junren and the terracotta warrior at the two ends. During the charge, Tang Junren was surprised to find himself on a collision course with the terracotta warrior. He marveled at Lin Yi's terrifying calculation abilities, knowing that even a slight deviation would have made this encounter impossible. Tang Junren made a split-second decision, interrupting his shield charge and switching to his level 5 skill, Shield Sweep. His shield struck the terracotta warrior's head heavily, successfully interrupting its fearless charge. "We did it." The thought echoed in everyone's minds as they watched this masterful coordination, each of them filled with awe. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, couldn't take her eyes off Lin Yi and Tang Junren, her excitement barely contained. She waved her small hands, silently celebrating their success. A few statues paced back and forth in the distance, but none attacked her. She was standing just outside their attack range, which made her marvel at Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities. From the moment Lin Yi began to engage the terracotta warriors, Su Wanqing had activated the recording function in her system. She planned to review each of Lin Yi's moves later. Ever since Lin Yi pulled her out of her slump, she not only started noticing his strengths, but also began studying his various techniques. Although she couldn't fight on the front lines, she was eager to contribute to the team. She silently vowed to catch up with Lin Yi and not hold the team back. As for the job change Lin Yi mentioned, she knew deep down it was probably just a comforting excuse. In the field, Tang Junren successfully interrupted the terracotta warrior's fearless charge, preventing it from getting close to Lin Yi. Instead, the terracotta warrior was stunned by Tang Junren's shield bash, falling into a 1.5-second daze. Lin Yi seized the perfect opportunity, chuckling as he praised Tang Junrun. Old Tang, well done. You truly are a genius. Trust me, you can become the greatest exiled knight in all of Huaxia. Now, pull back and ensure your safety. Don't let the terracotta warriors target you. Leave the rest to me. As Lin Yi spoke, he swiftly nocked an arrow and began shooting at the terracotta warrior. Tang Junren, somewhat embarrassed by the compliment, scratched his head before quickly realizing the urgency and prepared to retreat from the terracotta warrior's attack range. However, the heavy armor made his movements too slow, and 1.5 seconds of stun time was not enough for him to get to safety. The terracotta warrior, having just recovered from the stun, immediately activated the skill Sweep Through Thousands. Sensing the danger, Lin Yi shouted, "Watch out, old Tang!" But it was too late. The expressionless terracotta warrior swung its long spear, the spearhead cutting through the air with a deadly silver gleam. Tang Junren, unable to dodge in time, was struck and sent flying. Already low on health from previous battles, Tang Junren's situation worsened as the terracotta warrior now focused on him, slowly advancing towards his fallen form. Tang Junren found himself within the attack range of 3 or 4 statues, which began to rise and move towards him. Meanwhile, a distant statue turned its hollow eyes towards Su Wanqing. The promising situation had been overturned by a single skill from the terracotta warrior. Lin Yi felt his heart skip a beat, but quickly regained his composure. He immediately shot an arrow at the terracotta warrior, successfully drawing its aggro back. While this temporarily mitigated the threat from the terracotta warrior, the 4 statues still posed a significant danger. Old Tang, hurry! Lin Yi shouted. Tang Junren, understanding Lin Yi's intent, scrambled to his feet. Ignoring the statues closing in on him, he rushed towards Su Wanqing by the wall, positioning his shield in front of her and protecting her with his body. The statue in front of Su Wanqing immediately attacked Tang Junren, furiously raising its white plaster fist and slamming it onto his shield. A string of crimson numbers appeared above Tang Junren's head, indicating the damage he had taken. Under the effects of shield defense and the Exile Knight's passive ability, the minion's attack still inflicted 21 points of damage. Tang Junren gritted his teeth, feeling the tremors through his shield. Although a single statue's attack wasn't powerful, 3 more statues were closing in, ready to join the fray. Tang Junren's mind raced. 4 statues could deal 84 points of damage per second. With his current health, he wouldn't last more than a few seconds. The crisis was far from over, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Quick, Tang. Drink a potion. Su Wanqing's anxious voice rang out. Tang Junren suddenly remembered the combat recovery potion in his backpack. He fumbled to retrieve a bottle and gulped it down. The potion began to take effect, restoring 5 points of health per second for 10 seconds. However, this meager recovery was nowhere near enough to counter the statue's damage. Despair surged like a tidal wave, making it hard for Tang Junren to breathe. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking the statue in front of his shield with precision. Tang Junren whipped around to see Lin Yi skillfully engaging the terracotta soldiers from a distance while still managing to aid his side of the battle. The sight brought tears to his eyes and a warm feeling in his heart. Lin Yi's archery was exceptional, firing 2 arrows at a time. One arrow would hinder the terracotta soldiers, slowing their advance and dealing damage. The other would support Tang Junren, helping him fend off the statues. Moreover, Lin Yi unleashed the pursuing soul arrow, further depleting the statue's health. Despite his weak close combat damage, Tang Junren kept swinging his short sword, coordinating with Lin Yi's ranged attacks. Together, they managed to bring down the nearest statue, giving Tang Junren a brief respite. The combat recovery potion slowly took effect, and his health began to rise. However, the situation on Lin Yi's end was becoming increasingly dire. The terracotta soldiers were closing in, and he could no longer spare any attention for Tang Junren. Lin Yi's eyes quickly scanned the battlefield, his mind racing to find a breakthrough. Time was ticking away, and the situation was growing more critical by the second. 3 statues of tigers were glaring menacingly, and Tang Junren was left with only 425 health points, barely enough to last more than 7 seconds. At this moment, the distance between the statues and Tang Junren was just 2 seconds, meaning Old Tang could hold out for a maximum of 9 seconds. The level 5 skill, Dark Envelop, had just been used, and could no longer slow down the terracotta warrior. The distance between the terracotta warrior and Lin Yi was about 4 meters, and it was estimated to catch up in 5 seconds. Once caught, it would take only 3 attacks, or 3 seconds, to kill Lin Yi. Time was of the essence. Lin Yi had a survival window of just 7 seconds, and had to defeat the terracotta warrior in that brief period. Lin Yi quickly assessed the situation, his eyes locked onto the terracotta warrior with 1080 health points remaining. A multitude of numbers flashed through his mind, and a bold plan began to take shape. In the dimly lit art gallery, the terracotta warrior, armed with a long spear, advanced menacingly toward Lin Yi. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks, standing as still as a rock. Swiftly, He drew 2 arrows from his quiver, knocked them, and without hesitation, let them fly towards the terracotta warrior. The 2 arrows hit the terracotta warrior's head with a crisp clang. The warrior's steps faltered slightly, but this minor hindrance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, hardly affecting its advance. Lin Yi had already factored in this momentary pause. As the distance between the terracotta warrior and Lin Yi continued to close, Lin Yi remained unfazed, standing his ground as if oblivious to the danger. His eyes were sharp as he calmly shot 2 more arrows. This scene was astounding. Lin Yi had chosen the stand and fight tactic. The stand and fight tactic, unlike the previously mentioned kiting strategy, involves a ranged player standing still and continuously attacking, usually only employed when there is no monster aggro. Lin Yi's decision to stand and fight against the oncoming terracotta warrior was undoubtedly shocking. Meanwhile, discussions about Lin Yi's actions grew more intense within the Tower of Babel. The male assassin furrowed his brow and analyzed. Could Lin Yi have given up? If he kept kiting, he could definitely whittle down this monster. Standing still, he's just going to get skewered by the terracotta warrior. What kind of squishy dark hunter would choose to stand and fight? Si Chu, watching the screen with Tang Junren and Su Wanqing in dire straits, gently shook her head and retorted. If Lin Yi continued to kite, running would affect his aim, and Tang Junren wouldn't last that long. Even if he killed the elite monster, his teammates would still be doomed. He probably can't accept that outcome. I can see he's someone who values his teammates deeply. At this point, Si Chu's eyes were welling up with tears. She deeply understood the despair Lin Yi must be feeling. The male assassin was even more puzzled. So standing still is going to solve the problem? If he doesn't want his teammates to get hurt, he could help clear those 3 small monsters first. Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If he did that, he'd likely be killed by the terracotta warrior. Clearing the 3 small monsters would take at least 5 seconds, and if he kited while attacking, it could take even longer. 5 seconds is enough for the terracotta warrior to close the distance, and once it's close, Lin Yi would be completely passive. At that point, even a god couldn't save him. Yuan's words left everyone confused. The male assassin scratched his head and asked, isn't he just waiting to die by standing still? Long Yangqiu, who had been silently observing, suddenly chuckled. If I'm not mistaken, he's taking a gamble. Right, Yuan? You must have calculated it. I'm not good at these calculations, but my intuition tells me he's betting on the only way to achieve both goals. Everyone else listened, still bewildered and unable to understand. Why does everyone talk in riddles these days? What exactly is Lin Yi betting on? How can he ensure that he and his teammates all survive? Yuan pushed her glasses up her nose, the reflection on the lenses revealing her frantically calculated notes. Her eyes quickly scanned the dense array of numbers, her mind racing. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had grasped the key. Yes, he's definitely taking a gamble, Yuan said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Lin Yi is betting that at least 1 arrow of dawn will appear out of 10 shots. She quickly explained to the group, the terracotta warrior still has 1080 health points. Lin Yi deals an average of 61 damage per arrow and can shoot 2 arrows per second, which means 122 damage per second. Tang Junren can hold out for a maximum of 9 seconds. If Lin Yi can defeat the terracotta warrior in 7 seconds, he can save Tang Junren. Yuan's fingers moved rapidly in the air, as if drawing an invisible calculation chart. In those 7 seconds, Lin Yi needs to trigger either 2 arrows of dawn or 1 black mark and 1 arrow of dawn. This would bring his total damage to 1114 points, enough to kill the terracotta warrior. This is Lin Yi's gamble. Yuan's rapid calculations left many in the room feeling dizzy. These numbers and probabilities were indeed hard to digest for the average person. Without caring about the others' reactions, a tearful Si Chu urgently asked, so, does this mean Lin Yi and his team will definitely survive? As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately voiced doubt. But the arrow of dawn. It can't be that easy to trigger, can it? Let alone twice. This sounds like a fantasy. Long Yangqiu turned to face the group, forcing a faint smile. Don't forget Lin Yi's attribute choices. He invested in the luck attribute. For us, triggering the arrow of dawn twice might seem impossible, but for Lin Yi, it's not entirely out of reach. His attribute points give him this chance to turn the tables. Now, it's up to fate to see if it favors him. The group suddenly understood but still harbored a bit of doubt. Could 2 seconds really be enough to save Tang Junren and the others? However, no one voiced this concern. They didn't want to cast a shadow over the already slim hope. The past few days of monitoring had made them consider Lin Yi and his teammates as their own comrades. They desperately hoped the trio wouldn't meet a grim fate. Everyone directed their hopeful gazes at the monitor, wishing for a miracle. Lin Yi, he can do it. This thought echoed silently in everyone's hearts, like a prayer to destiny. In the art gallery, time seemed to fly by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 seconds had passed. Lin Yi's fingers continuously drew the bow and notched arrows, his gaze intense and unwavering. fixed on the advancing terracotta warriors and the besieged Tang Junren. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. 6 arrows had been released with a whistle, yet only one triggered the black mark, while the arrow of dawn remained silent. The slow damage from the black mark was insignificant in this critical moment. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yi's forehead, his hands slightly trembling, his inner turmoil betraying the calm confidence he projected. He was acutely aware that he was gambling 3 lives on a probability, a gamble he could not afford to lose. Forcing himself to remain calm, Lin Yi continued to shoot with precision. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more arrows flew through the air, still failing to activate the arrow of dawn. This crucial skill seemed to have vanished into thin air. 8 arrows in total had been shot with no effect. At this point, the terracotta warriors were closing in on Lin Yi, and Tang Junren's health was plummeting rapidly, yet he did not give up. He blocked attacks and retaliated with his short sword, his trust in Lin Yi giving him the strength to persevere, ignoring his dwindling health and focusing solely on the enemies before him. As the 5th second ticked by, Lin Yi knocked another arrow and drew the bowstring. 2 arrows shot out in a straight line, still failing to trigger the special effect. Without hesitation, he readied himself for the next round of shooting. All eyes were on his longbow, hoping for a miracle. The terracotta warrior in front of him remained expressionless, its bronze hand gripping a long spear tightly and thrusting it towards Lin Yi. Despite having an invincible dodge skill, Lin Yi chose not to evade. If he dodged, this arrow would be interrupted, and the hope of rescue would become even more remote. Trigger. Damn it. The usually composed Lin Yi finally lost his temper and roared. As the spear pierced his body, he released the bowstring. Crimson damage numbers flashed on Lin Yi, with this strike alone costing him 1/3 of his health. Yet, these 2 arrows still failed to trigger the special effect. Doubt surged within Lin Yi. Was he doomed to fail even with a second chance? Had he misallocated his luck points? Had he become too arrogant after his rebirth, overestimating his control over the situation? His mind was in turmoil, with only 2 arrows left. Life and death hung in the balance. 10 seconds earlier, Su Wanqing had already noticed Lin Yi standing motionless. Though she did not know his plan, she realized he was in danger. She loathed her own helplessness in this perilous era of universal job transfers, where she could only hide and was unable to assist Tang Junren and Lin Yi. She could see clearly that what Lin Yi needed most at this moment was time. Her mind raced, thinking of ways to buy him some time. Equipment skills? No. The ring skill they had obtained had already been used by Lin Yi during the initial skirmish with the terracotta warriors, and was still on cooldown. If only Tang Junren's skills could cool down faster. A sudden idea flashed through Su Wanong's mind as she remembered a basic cooldown potion mentioned in the system's introduction. She urgently grabbed the corner of Tang Junren's shirt, her voice trembling with anxiety. Tang, do you have a basic battle cooldown reduction potion in your God Points exchange store? Quick, redeem it and save Lin Yi. He can't hold on much longer. Tang Junren, who was fending off a mob of small monsters, paused for a moment and quickly accessed the exchange store. Sure enough, the potion that could instantly reduce cooldown time by 45 seconds was right there. With the newly accumulated points, he immediately redeemed it and used it without hesitation. The timing was perfect. Just as the statue's attack was about to land, Tang Junren unleashed his level 5 skill shield sweep on the statue in front of him. The move not only interrupted the statue's attack, but also stunned it for a second, buying them 2 precious seconds. Tang Junren excitedly checked the cooldown time for his level 10 skill, only to have his face fall instantly, still 2 seconds left. Dodge! He shouted as he pulled Su Wanong and sprinted toward Lin Yi, his heart filled with urgency. At that moment, Lin Yi was in dire straits, his health nearly depleted. He fired 2 final arrows but failed to trigger any critical skills. He smiled bitterly, realizing he had gambled and lost, regretting his impulsiveness. Just as he thought it was all over, the sound of a shield being swung reached his ears. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the forgotten basic battle cooldown reduction potion. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Tang Junren charging with a shield and Su Wanong right behind him. A glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. As the terracotta warrior's spear came whistling toward him, Lin Yi twisted his body nimbly, barely dodging the lethal strike. At that critical moment, Tang Junren's shield charge skill finished its cooldown. Resolutely, he dashed in front of Lin Yi, despite having only 97 health points left. Stand behind me, Tang Junren shouted, holding up his shield. He turned back to flash Lin Yi a bright smile, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, chose not to evade this time. She had a spirit amulet on her that could absorb 200 points of damage, enough to withstand an attack from the terracotta warrior. This was her last chance to buy Lin Yi some time. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanqing resolutely charged towards the terracotta warrior. She stood firm in front of Tang Junren, spreading her arms wide and staring determinedly at the towering figure before her. "Come at me, monster. Don't you dare hurt my friends." Her voice trembled, but it was filled with resolve. Lin Yi was stunned by what he saw. He had never imagined that the delicate Su Wanqing would ever stand up to protect him. Tang Junren was equally shocked, reaching out to pull Su Wanqing away, but her steadfast gaze stopped him in his tracks. By this time, Lin Yi had already drawn his bowstring once more. At that moment, he felt a strange sensation. His fingers relaxed slightly, and a beam of dawn's light suddenly pierced through the darkness before them, dispelling the shadow of death. The terracotta warrior's final spear thrust never landed. Instead, it fell to the ground with a clang. Its sculpted face seemed to show a hint of sorrow and regret. Finally, its entire clay body crumbled into dust, dispersing into the night. At the same time, the system broadcast rang out, "Ding! Congratulations to the team of Lin Yi, Tang Junren, and Su Wanqing for achieving the first kill of a 3-star elite monster at level 10. All players, bow down and celebrate this monumental feat." Inside the Tower of Babel, a wave of excited cheers erupted. Not only had Lin Yi and his team survived, but they had also successfully defeated the 3-star elite monster. Dao Lizi was still crying uncontrollably, her movements showing her agitation. She was crying out of joy. Su Wanqing, she's so brave. That frail girl dared to stand up to that gigantic monster. I remember when she was terrified of even a single stinger ant. Now, I'm really crying my eyes out. The seemingly composed male assassin quietly wiped away his tears. Old Tang was amazing too. That shield charge of his was clearly a do-or-die move. That's what a true exiled knight is all about. He recalled the exiled knights he had encountered in the past and sighed. I've seen so many cowardly knights who would even hide behind me to avoid danger. Seeing the camaraderie between Lin Yi and his friends is truly moving. Long Yangqiu was laughing heartily, slapping his thigh. They've really struck gold with these teammates. He lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he spoke. At first, we thought Lin Yi was the strongest. We believed his strength lay in his unparalleled awareness, exceptional skills, lightning-fast calculations, and fearless courage. But now, I think his greatest strength is his judgment. He picked the best teammates. Long Yangqiu continued his analysis. Ironically, Lin Yi performed the worst this time. Their survival was largely thanks to Su Wanqing and Tang Junren. If Su Wanqing hadn't reminded Tang Junren to take his potion, they might all be dead by now. This Su Wanqing. We never paid attention to her before. No one thought she would make it this far. Now, she surprised us all. Just like Tang Junren did back then. Calm, rational, courageous, with a strong memory. If she can survive 3 more dungeons, and if Lin Yi can secure the job change lock for her, this girl might just create a miracle for us. Job change lock. The thought stirred everyone's hearts. It was a coveted item for all. Lin Yi was right. The job change lock could indeed allow a sinister spirit to become a necromancer. But its use wasn't limited to that. The other 6 major classes could also undergo job changes. Transitioning to an advanced class. Each class had its unique advanced professions, with enhanced and extraordinary attributes. Most importantly, advancing to an advanced class was a crucial step towards becoming a leader. The male assassin swallowed hard, his brows furrowed. His voice carried a hint of resignation. The job change lock. It's not that easy. You have to achieve the highest rating in the first 3 dungeons. That's no small feat. He paused, then continued. Some dungeons don't just reward strength. They require exceptional completion rates. In the previous 47 parallel worlds, no team has ever managed to get the top rating in the first 3 attempts. Long Yangqiu extinguished the cigarette but in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. He chuckled softly. Lin Yi and his team, they might just pull it off. The art gallery was silent, save for the faint scraping sound of a few sculptures moving in the distance. Lin Yi moved swiftly, the bowstring vibrating, arrows slicing through the air. In mere seconds, 3 sculptures shattered into pieces. To everyone's surprise, one of those arrows triggered the dawn arrow effect. Lin Yi thought to himself, the way luck attributes work is truly unpredictable. Su Wanqing stood frozen, her gaze fixed on where the terracotta warrior had vanished. Her heartbeat had yet to calm, and she could almost still feel the fierce wind from the spear thrust. However, the seemingly invincible terracotta warrior had now dissipated into a puff of dust in the air. The system announcement in her ear finally brought Su Wanqing back to reality. She slowly turned around, her eyes meeting Lin Yi's just as he was putting away his longbow. Caught between them, Tang Junren was almost jumping with excitement. He was about to cheer, but then noticed the subtle exchange of glances between Lin Yi and Su Wanqing. He wisely shut his mouth, a knowing smile spreading across his face, and quietly stepped aside. As a keen observer, Tang Junren had long noticed the unusual bond between these 2 teammates. To him, Lin Yi and Su Wanqing were a match made in heaven. No one could be more perfect for each other. Just as Lin Yi was about to say something, An urgent notification rang in his mind. Someone was desperately trying to contact him. Lin Yi frowned and opened the system interface. To his surprise, the caller was Wang Lei. What's he want? Lin Yi wondered, opening Wang Lei's chat window. Messages flooded in. God, are you there? God, something's happened. Check the forum posts. Are you there? Reply quickly. I'm so mad. This is blatant slander. God, if you don't respond soon, it'll look like you have a guilty conscience. Wang Lei had sent dozens of similar messages, not just to Lin Yi, but also to Su Wanning and Tang Junren. The three of them snapped out of their tense state and exchanged puzzled glances. They all opened the forum and immediately saw the posts by Yin Hao and others. Just a few glances were enough to make the usually mild-mannered Tang Junren tremble with anger. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he spat out, "This is outrageous. Did we provoke them in any way? How can they slander us like this?" He turned to Lin Yi, his eyes blazing with fury. We can't let them smear your name like this." Su Wanqing, meanwhile, furrowed her brows, her face showing clear displeasure. Though she remained silent, it was evident that the content of the posts had enraged her as well. Under Yin Hao's instigation, the subsequent replies from other players grew increasingly vicious. Some called Lin Yi a fraud, accusing him of making a fool out of all the players. Others went as far as to insult Lin Yi's parents. Su Wanqing had experienced days of endless slander and insults herself and knew well the pain it caused. She looked at Lin Yi with concern and said gently, "Lin Yi, don't pay attention to them. They're just keyboard warriors who only dare to talk big on forums. They're just jealous of you." Tang Junren quickly chimed in. "Exactly. These people are clearly being led by that guy Yin Hao. Don't let it get to you." Lin Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently scrolled through the system interface before him. After a moment, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "Childish. They'd be better off improving their own skills than wasting time slandering me." With that, he closed the system interface and walked towards the golden light orb left by the fallen terracotta warrior. "We're really low on health right now. Let's teleport back first and open the loot later," Lin Yi said as he walked. "This is the first time a 3-star elite monster has been killed, so the drop rate is bound to be high. We might get some really good stuff." Su Wanqing and Tang Junren exchanged worried glances, thinking Lin Yi was just putting on a brave face. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Junren spoke up. If something's bothering you, don't keep it bottled up inside." Lin Yi chuckled and lightly kicked Tang Junren. "What would I be bottling up? We just survived a life-and-death battle. You think I'm afraid of a few insults? Let them talk. It's not like it'll hurt me." His tone turned serious. "But I'll remember their names. If we ever end up in the same dungeon as them, well, they can't blame me for retaliating." Lin Yi's smile remained bright, but Tang Junren couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly stopped worrying about Lin Yi and started feeling sorry for those mouthy players. Surviving in this dungeon was hard enough, but if they were unlucky enough to encounter Lin Yi, well, they would only have themselves to blame. Listening to Lin Yi, Su Wanqing was reminded of the time he had defended her on the forums. She sighed inwardly. Yes, he's always been the type to not care about others' opinions. To think I was worried these petty tricks would affect him shows I still don't understand him well enough. After a moment of silence, Tang Junren spoke again. So we're not going to respond at all?" Lin Yi's smile grew even brighter. "Of course we're going to respond. Why wouldn't we?" Soon enough, a post with just 2 simple words appeared at the top of the forum. The author was none other than Lin Yi, and the content was blunt. "Idiot." The trolls who had been furiously cursing Lin Yi were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "What? He actually dared to fight back?" In fact, just moments ago, the system-wide announcement of Lin Yi defeating the 3-star elite monster had already shocked many. A level 10 3-star elite monster. In comparison, Yin Hao and his team had only managed to kill a level 5 2-star elite monster, which was not even in the same league. Although the specific attributes of the elite monster Lin Yi had killed were not yet revealed, any experienced player could guess that a 3-star elite monster was significantly stronger than a 2-star one. Immediately, Lin Yi's loyal fans found their confidence and took to the forums. So this is why he had been silent. He was busy taking down an elite monster. "You're proud of killing a 2-star elite monster? My E silently took down a 3-star elite monster. Now you'll see what real strength looks like. Still think he isn't strong? Still think he's a fraud?" In an instant, the tide turned, and Lin Yi's side regained the upper hand. After Lin Yi responded, his fans seemed to find a pillar of strength, standing tall once more. Lin Yi's silence had always been a key point of attack for his detractors. No matter how his fans defended him, the opposition would simply retort, "Why doesn't your Lin Yi dare to speak up?" leaving them speechless. Some even began to secretly doubt Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi's response only fueled more intense criticism. The insults came pouring in, and under Yin Hao's initial post, people claiming to be Lin Yi's classmates emerged. These classmates didn't defend Lin Yi. Instead, They slandered him, calling him a murderous demon. The situation escalated so quickly that even Wei Ci, the instigator, was caught off guard. Just 10 minutes ago, Wei Ci and his group were still reveling in the excitement of distributing the loot from a 2-star elite monster. Their luck was incredible. They had managed to obtain a level 5 epic sword, the Bloodthirsty Warrior's Blade, which left Yin Hao overjoyed. Additionally, they acquired 3 high-quality pieces of equipment, far superior to the items available in the system store. The 3 eagerly equipped their new gear, though only 2 pieces were suitable for them. Wei Ci browsed through the posts they had published, feeling satisfied as Lin Yi's reputation plummeted. He muttered to himself, "I told you, opposing me comes at a cost. Even those big shots in Yinjing might not be able to take me down, and you, a mere kid, think you can fight us? Once your name is in the gutter, I'll extend an olive branch to you. By then, I'll be the magnanimous saint, and you, just a laughingstock." Wei Ci's fantasy was abruptly interrupted by a system announcement that thundered in his Minlin. He had slain a 3-star elite monster. The news struck Wei Ci like a bolt of lightning, leaving him muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Wei Ci frowned, staring at the screen, his mind full of questions. How could Lin Yi and his team possibly defeat a 3-star elite monster? It was absolutely impossible. According to his calculations, a 3-star elite monster had at least 3,000 health points and an attack power of over 200. There was no way Lin Yi and his team could kill such a powerful monster on their own. Suddenly, Wei Ci recalled something Lin Yi had mentioned, a strange ghost among his teammates. Wei Ci had carefully reviewed the system's information but found no records about this strange ghost. Other than the initial mention on the first day of the job change to kill the strange ghost nearby, there was no further information. Wei Ci and his team had also encountered a strange ghost on the first day and easily killed it with coordinated efforts. Could it be that Lin Yi managed to kill the 3-star elite monster because of this strange ghost? Was it a bug? Wei Ci thought it over repeatedly and could only come to this conclusion. However, with his cautious nature, he needed further confirmation. No matter what, he couldn't believe Lin Yi and his team could kill a 3-star elite monster on their own. To Wei Ci, Lin Yi was just an ordinary person, not to be compared with them, the chosen ones. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Just as Wei Ci was in shock, the forum erupted. A server-wide announcement was made, and Lin Yi's fans surged in to counterattack. Soon after, Lin Yi himself appeared and boldly commented, "Idiot." These 2 simple words seemed to carry immense power, showcasing a fearless attitude. The tide of public opinion quickly turned. Watching Lin Yi's fans rallying once again, Wei Ci furrowed his brow. He couldn't let Lin Yi turn the table so easily. Now that they were adversaries, if Lin Yi gained the upper hand, he would attract more fan support and become stronger. For instance, with the celebrity effect, more people would like Lin Yi's impressive gameplay videos, allowing him to exchange for more equipment and items. Additionally, Wei Ci noticed the system mentioned that guild creation was about to be enabled. Although the specific process was unknown, he was convinced that guilds would be the key to differentiating the top players from the rest. The more fan support one had, the better their chances. With this in mind, Wei Ci immediately called over Yin Hao, who was showing off his new gear. Yin Hao frowned and asked, "Another post? Hasn't Lin Yi already been cursed out enough?" Clearly, he was so excited that he hadn't paid attention to the system announcements. Wei Ci didn't bother to explain much and directly showed Yin Hao Lin Yi's response and the system announcement. Seeing the screenshots, the hot-tempered Yin Hao was furious. "What? He still dares to insult us? No one in Beijing has dared to talk to me like this for ages. He's asking for it." Following Wei Ci's instructions, Yin Hao quickly edited and posted a new thread. 3 people defeating a 3-star elite monster? Who are you fooling? Do you really think all the players in the server lack judgment? Next time you make something up, at least make it believable. A 3-star elite monster with over 3,000 health and 200 attack power, and you think 3 of you can defeat it? Still furious, Yin Hao added 3 more lines on his own. Ridiculous. I bet you had at least 10 people ganging up on it, didn't you? Don't use such clumsy tactics to embarrass yourself. This really infuriated Wei Ci. Known for his calm and steady demeanor, even he couldn't keep his composure this time. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that we used the same method to gang up on a 2-star elite monster? Aren't you afraid someone will expose us? But Yin Hao just waved it off nonchalantly. Don't worry. Back then, that leveling area was practically deserted. Most of the people had already been driven away by us, and the ones left were our own. How could anyone have caught us? Yin Hao's words were dripping with arrogance, making Wei Ci frown. Although filled with doubts, he knew that deleting the post now would only make things look more suspicious. He silently prayed that no one could come up with solid evidence. As expected, Yin Hao's response was like a bomb, sparking an uproar across the entire forum. Supporters and opponents immediately launched into a fierce war of words, each side holding firmly to their views. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his group had teleported back to his small cabin. In the game world of the era where everyone could change professions, combat status was a crucial concept. Once a player attacked or was attacked, they would instantly enter this state. At that point, they could only use combat potions, their automatic health regeneration would decrease, teleportation and other skills would be disabled, and even messages from friends would be blocked. Because of this, players couldn't teleport away to escape danger at will. At this moment, Lin Yi and Tang Junren's health bars were slowly recovering. Lin Yi was completely unaware of and uninterested in the chaos on the forum. His entire focus was on the golden orb in front of him, eager to see what it would yield. In the second catastrophe dungeon, the advantage of levels was diminishing. To continue improving their strength, equipment had become key. Lin Yi had a vague feeling that this 3-star elite monster might drop the recommendation letter he desperately needed. Tang Junren couldn't hide his excitement either. He stood before the orb, rubbing his hands in anticipation, looking expectantly at Lin Yi. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, maintained her usual calm demeanor, quietly waiting. Even with her head full of crimson hair, she still exuded a unique beauty. Lin Yi didn't open the orb immediately. He looked up at his two companions, cleared his throat, and with a serious expression said, "Before we open the orb, I feel the need to admit my mistake to both of you." This sudden statement left Tang Junren and Su Wanqing stunned, staring at Lin Yi in confusion. Lin Yi continued, "It was my arrogance that got the three of us into such a dangerous situation. If anything had really gone wrong this time, This incident gave Lin Yi a lot to reflect on. He realized that, despite his own strength, the essence of the era of universal job changes is a team game. The fact that the Tongtian Tower requires teams to participate in dungeons is a testament to this. As the decision-maker of the team, Lin Yi felt guilty for his misjudgment that put the team in danger. He recalled posts he had seen on forums and his previous life teammates who were supposed to share life and death turning against each other because the decision-maker refused to admit their mistakes. Lin Yi didn't want to repeat those mistakes, so he sincerely reviewed his errors. Su Wanqing was the first to respond. She smiled and gently comforted him. "It's not your fault. If that terracotta warrior hadn't used this sweeping strike skill, Tang would have been able to retreat safely. Since you have the ability to help us defeat this monster, why not give it a try?" She continued to analyze. From the system's introduction, the era of universal job changes is a world with weak laws where everyone struggles to survive. If we don't strive to become stronger, even if we survive this time by luck, we'll eventually face danger. Tang Junren was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, Sujia, when did you become so knowledgeable about the era of universal job changes? Weren't you trembling with me just yesterday?" Lin Yi was also amazed at Su Wanqing's adaptability. No wonder she was once an all-round academic star. Su Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed lightly before continuing, "Aren't we partners? Partners should be a united group, not just one person giving all the time. We can protect you too." Tang Junren nodded in agreement. "Sujia is right, Igu. I think so too." Looking at the two in front of him, Lin Yi recalled the days of struggling alone in his previous life. It felt as though that lonely time was drifting further away. In this life, he finally had true companions. Suppressing the sting in his eyes, Lin Yi smiled and changed the subject. "Let's see what we've gained this time. Each of us will take one item and see who has the best luck." Tang Junren hesitated. I have really bad luck?" Su Wanqing teased. "That was before. You used up all your bad luck meeting us, so now you're bound to have good luck." Lin Yi encouraged him as well. "You need to believe in yourself. Not just in your abilities, but also in your luck. Let's have old Tang go first this time." With their encouragement, Tang Junren reached into the golden orb. As he slowly pulled out an item, a blue light flashed before the three of them. Lin Yi exclaimed, "Old Tang, really? You call this bad luck? The first item is an epic gear?" Su Wanqing smiled and echoed, "Exactly." Tang Junren scratched his head sheepishly and quickly displayed the equipment in his hand. Wind Spirit Boots. Rating: Epic. Required level: 10. Agility: 12. Health: 80. Due to his limited understanding of the era of universal job changes, Tang Junren couldn't yet assess the true value of the equipment. Lin Yi immediately recognized that this piece of equipment was perfect for him. Before he could say anything, Su Wanqing had already turned her gaze towards him, her smile blossoming like spring flowers. "Congratulations. This gear suits you perfectly," Su Wanqing said joyfully. Lin Yi nodded slightly in agreement. "Su's right. This equipment is indeed a great fit for me. Its skills can boost my speed when I'm in close combat, allowing me to create some distance. However, if we talk about the most compatible profession, I'd say it's the bloodthirsty warrior. It helps them close the gap quickly, and combined with their passive abilities, it's like a whirlwind on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up with sudden realization. "You're right. How did I not think of that?" She admitted that she had only considered the defensive use of the equipment and had overlooked its offensive potential. At that moment, she realized the gap between her and Lin Yi in judging equipment and resolved to learn more. Lin Yi, satisfied, said, "The attributes of this gear are indeed worthy of an epic rating. I'll gladly accept it. As for my plain shoes, I'll let old Tang use them for now and replace them when we find something better." With that, Lin Yi put on the pure white boots. In an instant, a pair of boots emitting a faint blue glow appeared on his feet, looking far more impressive than his previous straw sandals. However, Lin Yi didn't care about appearances. Even if the gear looked ugly, he would equip it without hesitation if it was powerful. At this point, Lin Yi was probably one of the players with the most epic equipment in the entire server. Out of his 6 equipment slots, 3 were filled with epic items, which was truly enviable. Getting such a valuable item right off the bat was undoubtedly a great encouragement for the 3 of them. Lin Yi gave Su Wanqing a meaningful look, indicating it was her turn to draw the next item. Su Wanqing nodded in understanding, extending her slender, fair hand and confidently grabbing an item. Ding! The system notification rang out. Lin Yi's eyes widened, and when he saw the item, he could hardly contain his excitement and wanted to hug Su Wanqing and give her a big kiss. It was exactly the recommendation letter tool he had been dreaming of, and there were 3 of them. The system notification read, "Recommendation letter tool. This item allows you to awaken a corresponding life profession at the blacksmith shop or herbalist hall in the main city. It disappears after 1 use. This item is tradable." Lin Yi was ecstatic. They had actually obtained such a precious item. Lin Yi had never heard of anyone getting 3 recommendation letters at once. They were practically rare treasures in the early stages of the game. He did some quick calculations in his head and figured the odds were at least 1 in 1,000. That meant you could kill 1,000 minor monsters and still not get a single letter. Of course, this wasn't absolute. A lucky player might get one on the first try, while someone less fortunate could kill 10,000 and come up empty-handed. Looking at the 3 recommendation letters in Su Wanqing's hand, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like Su's luck isn't bad at all. I was worried about how to get those letters, but now we've got enough not just for a blacksmith but also for an alchemist." He briefly explained the advantages of being an alchemist. "With recipes, we can make potions far better than those sold in stores. Unfortunately, we don't have any recipes right now." Lin Yi then turned to his 2 companions. "We have an extra recommendation letter. Are either of you interested in taking up a crafting profession?" Both Su Wanqing and Tang Junren shook their heads, showing little interest. Lin Yi didn't push the matter, thinking that 1 crafter in the group was sufficient. He gave a brief overview of the importance of being a blacksmith. It's tough in the beginning, but later on, most of the powerful gear will have to be player-made. The sooner you switch professions, the higher your skill proficiency, and the better your chances of success in forging. Seeing their lack of interest, Lin Yi suggested, "Then let's sell the extra recommendation letter when we get a chance." With that, he reached for the glowing orb, confident that his luck-enhanced character wouldn't fare too badly. However, when a white light emerged from the orb, Lin Yi was stunned. What the heck? A 3-star elite monster dropped a common item? The odds of that are ridiculously low. He checked the item stats and, sure enough, it was unimpressive. A woven grass light armor, common grade, 10 HP, 50 armor. Lin Yi sighed, while Tang Junren scratched his head in confusion and Su Wanqing chuckled. "Don't worry, luck tends to balance out over time." Despite his disappointment, Lin Yi put on the grass armor without hesitation. His appearance was now quite bizarre. A black longbow in hand, a delicate ring on his finger, a mysterious cloak draped over his shoulders, pristine white boots on his feet, and a piece of grass-woven light armor on his torso. This comical getup made both Tang Junren and Su Wanqing burst into laughter. Lin Yi, however, was unfazed by his appearance. He decided not to open any more orbs for now, as 3-star elite monsters were too rare to waste. It was Tang Junren's turn next, and it seemed that the 3-star elite monster had a particular fondness for items, as he also ended up with another item. The mysterious treasure map caught Lin Yi's eye, and the ancient script in the item description left him momentarily stunned. The contents of the map were unknown, requiring a knowledgeable and fated individual to unlock its secrets. Lin Yi frowned in thought. Even with his memories from a previous life, he had never encountered such an item. He tried to recall, vaguely remembering seeing discussions about treasure maps on game forums, but he hadn't paid much attention back then. Tang Junren scratched his head, his face full of confusion. "Did I just get a useless item? This thing looks like it has no use at all." Lin Yi slowly shook his head, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "No, this could be something valuable. Although it's difficult to decipher and the chances of finding the treasure are slim, the rewards, if successful, would be extremely precious. Of course, the worst-case scenario is just a useless item." He turned to his teammates, his tone becoming serious. "From now on, we need to pay special attention to those knowledgeable individuals. Whether in the main city or in dungeons, we can't overlook any clues." Tang Junren and Su Wanqing nodded earnestly, committing the task to memory. Next, It was Su Wanning's turn to open her reward. As a scroll of parchment slowly unfurled, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Wow, he exclaimed. Wanning, your luck is incredible. Is it possible that the spectral wraith class inherently boosts luck? Su Wanning had received a precious recipe lotus elixir. This potion could quickly restore 200 health points, with a 2-second interval in normal conditions and 5 seconds during combat. It had a cooldown time of 600 seconds, with specific values affected by quality. Crafting this potion required level 10 in alchemy, and materials included 10 white grass, 5 ink grass, and 1 white shin grass. Lin Yi was so excited he almost wanted to hug Su Wanning. This recipe had come at the perfect time. If they had had this potion while dealing with that 3-star elite monster earlier, they wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Compared to the basic combat potions available in shops, the Lotus Elixir was far more powerful, and the 2 types of potions could be used simultaneously, greatly increasing their survival chances in dungeons. Wanning, you're amazing. Lin Yi sincerely praised, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming adventures. In a moment of excitement, Lin Yi inadvertently called out his affectionate nickname for Su Wanning, completely unaware of it himself. Su Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly, and she seemed hesitant to speak. Tang Junren, with a hearty laugh, also congratulated Su Wanning. Sujia, you're amazing. You're the hero of the team. Their praise made Su Wanning a bit embarrassed. The result of this scene was that the next round of rewards was entirely opened by Su Wanning. Although no rare items appeared afterward, they did obtain 2 pieces of high-quality equipment that none of the 3 could use and a pile of materials, including spirit stones needed for equipment blueprints and herbs required for prescriptions, which were just what they needed. When Su Wanning retrieved the last bag of trading points from the light orb, the orb slowly dissipated. The 3 of them couldn't help but feel a bit of a sense of loss, but Lin Yi knew that they had already gained a lot. The loot from killing the 3-star elite monster was quite abundant. An epic piece of equipment, 2 high-quality pieces of equipment, a prescription, 3 recommendation letters, a mysterious treasure map, and a large amount of materials and trading points. After storing the trading points, Lin Yi suggested that they convert all their money into trading points. The system had automatically linked to their accounts from before the advent of the universal job change era and calculated all their assets. Lin Yi found that he had 10,000 yuan, with his phone alone worth 5,000, and the rest was pocket money and New Year's money. Tang Junren's family was average, with assets totaling only 1,000 yuan. Lin Yi remembered he was the only student in the class without a phone, which was one of the reasons he was often isolated. Surprisingly, Su Wanning turned out to be a hidden little rich girl, with assets amounting to 50,000 yuan. Lin Yi and Su Wanning considerately didn't discuss the asset issue much and directly converted the money into trading points. The conversion rate was 1:1000, and the 3 of them could only exchange for 61 trading points. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Including the initial 100 points and today's rewards, they now had a total of 892 trading points, barely average. Lin Yi explained that these trading points might not even be enough to exchange for a single piece of ordinary high-quality equipment in the system's exchange store. Trading points were not only used for transactions between players, but also for all expenses in the main city, including the rooms they were currently staying in, which cost 5 trading points per day. If they ran out of trading points, they would be kicked out. This was why the Tower of Heaven forced everyone to go out and level up and hunt monsters. For easier management, Lin Yi established a small team fund, depositing all the trading points into it. Team members could withdraw small amounts of trading points at any time, but large withdrawals required everyone's consent, making it both convenient and safe. After everything was arranged, Lin Yi glanced at the system time and was surprised to find it was already past 10 o'clock. Wow, time flies. It's so late, you two should go rest. We need to go for our job change in life professions tomorrow. Everyone's pretty tired today. It was only then that Su Wanning and Tang Junren realized how much time had passed, seemingly immersed in the excitement of the rewards. Su Wanning tilted her head, her eyes curving into a smile, and said to Lin Yi, "Well then, good night." With that, she vanished on the spot. Tang Junren also waved goodbye to Lin Yi. "See you tomorrow, Yi-ge," and then disappeared into thin air. Lin Yi looked at the suddenly quiet room, feeling a sudden emptiness. When he realized this feeling, he couldn't help but mock himself lightly. Hadn't he always gotten through this loneliness before? Why couldn't he accept it now? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he walked over to the table, sat down, and fell into deep contemplation. At present, Lin Yi feels quite satisfied with his progress since his rebirth. Not only did he secure the top rating in the first nationwide disaster instance, but he also completed a third of his goals. However, the upcoming challenges made him pause in contemplation. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi opened the level rankings. Unsurprisingly, his and his teammates' names dominated the top 3 spots. But when his gaze fell on the 4th place, several familiar names caught his attention. 4th place, Yen Hao, level 7, 23. 5th place, Wei Ci, level 7, 19. 6th place, Deng Jia, level 7, 18. These were the very people who had posted defamatory comments about him on the forums. Lin Yi frowned, recalling their baseless malice, feeling only annoyance in his heart. He couldn't understand what he had done to provoke them, other than refusing to team up. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered he had forgotten to reply to Wei Xi's message. Could it be because of that? He muttered to himself, thinking it would be rather childish if that were the case. Lin Yi had no interest in the wave of doubts stirred up by Wei Xi on the forums. In his view, engaging in such pointless online squabbles would only waste time. In this era of universal job transfers, Lin Yi didn't need any fans. In fact, if the Tower of Babel had an anonymous feature, he would probably enable it without hesitation. Lin Yi's goal was simple: to survive with his companions in this chaotic world and strive to return to their original one. However, while he could ignore online attacks, he couldn't overlook the strength of Yan Hao and his group. They had already reached level 7, and with the next 2 days of safety period, they could easily reach level 10. This meant that in terms of levels, they would be on the same starting line as Lin Yi. Lin Yi recalled Wei Xi mentioning Deng Jia, the so-called rich second generation. Although he had little impression of Deng Jia in his previous life, with his financial resources, gathering a group of followers would be no problem. Lin Yi had to admit that in terms of equipment, they might not be inferior to him. And in terms of skills, Yan Hao, who could become the strongest bloodthirsty warrior, was definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, their team included the top assassin, Wei Xi. Such a powerful alliance was undoubtedly a formidable and intimidating combination. After a thorough analysis, Lin Yi realized that in the upcoming second nationwide disaster instance, Yan Hao and his group would be his biggest competitors. He took a deep breath and silently vowed, "No matter who it is, I am determined to secure the top rating in this instance." However, besides equipment, Lin Yi suddenly thought of another quicker and simpler way to enhance his team's strength: finding new teammates. This idea quickly took shape in his mind, bringing new hope for the challenges ahead. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the recommendation letter in his backpack, and memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. His top targets were naturally the strongest professional players, among whom Tang Junren was the most formidable exiled knight. Excluding the strongest bloodthirsty warrior and the strongest shadow assassin, who had become his enemies, his choices were narrowed down to the glorious priest and the illusionist mage. Glorious priest? Lin Yi muttered, sinking into deep thought. The strongest glorious priest from his past life had left a profound impression on him. Not just him, but almost everyone loathed this person to the core. This individual was notorious for being the most infamous profiteer, a cunning trader. Lin Yi recalled how that person had controlled the entire server's trading market in the later stages, becoming the wealthiest person in the server, bar none. He not only had a brilliant financial mind, but was also a skilled player. It was rumored that teaming up with him required a hefty price, but with him around, it was almost impossible for anyone in the team to die. Now, with the nationwide job change era just beginning, this notorious profiteer in China had yet to rise to prominence. This was the perfect opportunity for Lin Yi to recruit him. Lin Yi's gaze fell once more on the recommendation letter in his backpack, remembering how ridiculously expensive it was in the early to mid-game. Lin Yi recalled how, in the beginning, everyone underestimated the importance of life skills and job changes, thinking they were just menial tasks for others. Working before the job change and still working after? No way I'm doing that. He mimicked the player's sentiments at the time. And why make equipment when you can just loot it from monsters? It's definitely a capitalist scam. But Lin Yi knew that after a few more dungeons, everyone would realize the necessity of player-crafted equipment and potions. Being a profiteer wasn't a job just anyone could take on. It required a keen sense of smell and a sharp eye. Lin Yi believed that this great profiteer would definitely buy the recommendation letter. Perhaps he had built his fortune by reselling these letters. This recommendation letter might just be the bridge connecting Lin Yi to this profiteer. Lin Yi didn't choose to add him as a friend directly or reveal his identity and intentions. The reason was simple. He couldn't remember the profiteer's name, only his nickname Profiteer Ma. With these thoughts, Lin Yi logged into the system's trading market interface. He chose the most visible online listing method and, after a moment of consideration, cautiously set the price at 10,000 trade points. It's only the second day of the job change era. How could anyone have saved up 10,000 trade points? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Exchanging it for currency? That's even more far-fetched. Converting 10,000 trade points to currency is 1,000,000. Who would spend 1,000,000 on this thing? Lin Yi set the price so high to appear as though he knew nothing, hoping to attract Profiteer Ma's attention. After setting the seller information to anonymous, Lin Yi closed the trading market interface. What he didn't know was that the recommendation letter he had just listed was immediately noticed by someone. Meanwhile, in room 45 of Main City 120, Deng Jia, who was sitting on the floor, suddenly sprang up excitedly. "Hey, Gu, come here. Look at this," he shouted enthusiastically. Wei Ci, who was studying the system introduction, raised an eyebrow and looked in Deng Jie's direction. At the same time, Yin Hao lay on the bed, laughing at the flame wars between fans on the forums, completely indifferent to his roommate's commotion. Ci Gu frowned as he stared at the trading market interface. A unique item listing caught his eye: a recommendation letter for a life profession, priced at 10,000 trading points. Although the price was steep, it wasn't entirely out of reach. Wei Ci recalled his earlier analysis. Since life profession skills required proficiency upgrades, the earlier one switched, the greater the advantage. While he didn't share Lin Yi's unwavering belief in the importance of life professions, he was certain that the Tower of Heaven wouldn't create a useless profession. Moreover, the separate equipment leaderboard hinted at the potential value of player-crafted gear. Didn't expect to find it this quickly, Wei Ci muttered to himself, his brow furrowed due to the high price. He turned to Deng Jie and asked, "How many people are selling this recommendation letter right now?" Deng Jie answered without hesitation, "Just this one, and it was listed only a moment ago. I've been monitoring the market for a while, and most people are selling a bunch of junk equipment, nothing good at all." Wei Ci nodded in understanding. After all, it was just the first day after the initial dungeon run. Most players either hadn't acquired anything valuable or were keeping good items for themselves. It was normal for the trading market to lack high-quality goods. As for the person who listed the recommendation letter, they probably didn't understand its value and decided to part with it. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ci decided to take matters into his own hands. He quickly located the standout item in the trading market. While most items were priced between tens to hundreds of trading points, this one was listed at 10,000. Ignoring the seller's anonymous identity, Wei Ci promptly composed and sent a message. After sending the message, Wei Ci waited patiently for the seller's reply. If the seller truly was a novice ignorant of the life profession's value, this move might allow him to score a significant deal. A slight, expectant smile formed on Wei Ci's lips as he kept his eyes fixed on the screen, awaiting a response that could potentially alter the game's dynamics. Lin Yi didn't see Wei Ci's message right away. After closing the trading market, he immediately opened the highlight system to check the recent changes in the number of likes. To his surprise, he found that one of his new actions had been selected, with a high rating of A. The selected video was straightforward. Lin Yi, holding a bow with both hands, skillfully knocked and drew 2 arrows, releasing them with precision. Strangely, the terracotta warriors in the footage were covered by black mosaics, as if these elite monsters were keen on maintaining their privacy. Lin Yi didn't mind. His focus was entirely on his own impressive performance. After watching the video once, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. His archery stance remained as striking as ever. He then curiously opened the comments section, only to be met with a wave of controversy. "Lin Yi is trash. Trying to trick us into giving him likes to get rich? Dream on. I'm declaring here, anyone who likes Lin Yi's video is a dog. Look, we've caught a rich dog upstairs. Yi's army, charge. This system is blind. Just shooting an arrow simply gets featured in the highlights? Ridiculous. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. I'm a dark hunter too, and I just tried it. It's not as easy as it looks. Didn't the rich dog say Yi Shun's moves are all staged? Show us your performance then." Glancing through the endless arguments, Lin Yi exited the video interface. He opened the exchange shop, and the system immediately prompted, "Do you want to exchange 115k likes for 11 deity points?" After confirming, the system alerted again. "Congratulations, exchange successful. Remaining unexchanged likes, 5k. Lin Yi realized that due to public opinion, the number of people liking his videos had significantly decreased. The latest video had garnered about 70k likes, and with the additional likes from previous videos, it barely reached 115k new likes. As Lin Yi's level increased, the exchange shop's inventory was updated with a plethora of level 10 equipment. However, these items were expensive and beyond Lin Yi's current budget. Lin Yi reviewed his gear. In the era of job transitions, everyone had 6 equipment slots: weapon, armor, shoes, amulet, cloak, and ring. His weapon was the epic Bow of Eternal Night, which he wouldn't consider replacing before reaching level 30. His armor was newly acquired plain light armor, which needed to be replaced before the next dungeon. His shoes were the epic Wind Spirit boots, which required no replacement. His ring was the epic Radiant ring, obtained from a dungeon. His cloak was the lucky cloak of the Forge God, more suited for crafting but could be swapped for a battle-appropriate cloak when necessary. His amulet slot was currently empty. Lin Yi calculated that he needed 3 new pieces of equipment before the next dungeon. He also remembered his teammate Tang Juanren's needs. All 3 accessory slots were empty, and his shoes were plain, all needing replacement. Rubbing his temples, Lin Yi realized that the deity points he had were far from sufficient. He browsed the exchange shop again, but found nothing within his reach that interested him. He decided to hold on to the 11 deity points for now, and wait until after they gathered more equipment in the next few days to make decisions based on their actual needs. Having made up his mind, Lin Yi closed the exchange shop and opened the interface for the most impressive moves plugin. Congratulations, host. You've earned 470 points of amazement. What a stunning start. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the number before him. 470 points? This was a far cry from the usual 1 or 2,000 points he was accustomed to earning. His fingers swiftly tapped to open the detailed breakdown of the amazement points, his brow furrowing. The data showed that most of the points came from regular viewers, while the server-wide announcement after defeating the 3-star elite monster only brought a modest increase. This was completely contrary to the pattern he had previously observed. Shouldn't a server-wide announcement create a bigger buzz and yield more amazement points? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. He sat up straight, a look of realization crossing his face. The posts on the forum, filled with doubt and disdain, might have negatively impacted the system announcement's effectiveness, leading to a significant drop in amazement points. My reputation, Lin Yi muttered to himself, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. It can't fall like this. This not only affects the number of likes, but also directly impacts the acquisition of amazement points. Both of these are crucial to my growth. Lin Yi fell into deep thought, contemplating how to restore his reputation. For now, he decided to deal with the amazement points he had on hand. Adding the 230 points left from his last exchange to the newly acquired ones, he had a total of approximately 700 points to spend. He opened the exchange interface of his cheat system and carefully browsed through the options. Suddenly, a particular skill caught his eye. Perfect skill precision. Unlock this skill to ensure no active skill is wasted. Master the best timing for skill usage to maximize their effects. Cost: 500 amazement points. Lin Yi currently had 3 active skills: his level 5 skill, his level 10 skill, and the active skill of the Radiant Ring. Reflecting on his battle with the Terracotta Warriors, he realized there was substantial room for improvement in his skill execution. Especially with the Radiant Ring's Agile Shield, better utilization of its speed boost could potentially change the course of battles. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi decisively clicked the exchange button. Despite the hefty cost of 500 points, he was confident that as he acquired more skills in the future, this ability would prove invaluable. As Lin Yi was about to close the exchange interface, something caught his eye. Ultimate Teaching Techniques, Level 1, was prominently displayed on the list, available for just 200 AW points. This technique could significantly boost the comprehension abilities of anyone he taught. This discovery struck Lin Yi like a bolt of lightning, instantly sparking his creativity. He quickly switched to the Renowned Skills category, where an array of techniques appeared, ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands of AW points, covering 6 different professions. Lin Yi finally understood the system's intention. Although he was a Dark Hunter, he could use this teaching technique to impart skills from other professions to his teammates. This was a perfect opportunity to build a super team. Thinking about the powerful lineup he could potentially have, Lin Yi was thrilled. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the ultimate teaching techniques, even if it was just the first level. At least this time, there was no risk of being scammed. Despite having this powerful tool, Lin Yi decided to be cautious in selecting his teammates. After all, talent and personality couldn't be taught. Just as he was about to research which renowned skills to exchange for, a friend request interrupted his thoughts. To his surprise, it was from Ji Ba, the black-stockinged office lady. Lin Yi, are you there? I need your help with something. Can I teleport to you? Ji Ba's message seemed simple, but it left Lin Yi puzzled. What is it? Lin Yi replied briefly. At that moment, Ji Ba was sitting on her bed, with 2 chat windows open. One with Lin Yi and the other with Yan Hao. It turned out that Wei Ci had just asked Yan how to contact Wang Lei and Ji Ba. Wang Lei had responded rudely and deleted Yan Hao as a friend. However, Ji Ba had fallen into deep thought upon seeing Yan Hao's message. Eventually, Ji Ba took a deep breath and sent a message to Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's reply, she muttered to herself, "Clueless guy. Can't even read between the lines." After calming herself, Ji Ba sent another message. "It's hard to explain in text. Can we talk face-to-face?" She then sent a teleport request. Lin Yi looked at the sudden request, even more confused. He scratched his head, contemplating how to politely decline. In the end, he decided to accept, planning to clarify things in person and then treat her as a stranger in the future. The next moment, Ji Ba's figure appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened in shock at the scene before him. Ji Ba was no longer wearing the work outfit from the game instance. Instead, she was draped in a bathrobe, her body still damp from a recent shower. The robe revealed half of her fair calves and her bare feet, with toenails meticulously painted red. She wore a seductive smile, her gaze alluring. "What am I doing? Can't you tell?" Ji Ba said as she reached to pull down the front of her bathrobe. Lin Yi panicked, stepping forward to grab her wrist, shouting sternly, "What are you trying to do? We barely know each other." Ji Ba's expression changed instantly, adopting a pitiful look with tears welling up in her eyes. She lifted her face and sobbed, "This era is so dangerous. I'm just a girl. all alone, like a floating weed. How can I survive in such a stormy time? But I don't want to die. She started to weep. Lin Yi felt overwhelmed, thinking that Ji Iba was harder to deal with than the 3-star elite terracotta warrior he had just faced. In that moment of hesitation, Ji Iba suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him, her red lips aiming for a kiss. Her hands traced circles on his back, her nails lightly grazing his skin, sending strange sensations through him. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yi quickly placed his hand between them. Ji Iba's eyes were soft and inviting as she murmured, "Take me, won't you? I'll be your lover, and no one will ever know. You just need to keep me safe in this world. Please? You like me, don't you? You were so considerate, giving me equipment. You were hinting at something, weren't you? I'm so attractive, didn't you want to give it a try?" As she spoke, Ji Iba extended her tongue to lightly lick Lin Yi's palm, doing everything in her power to seduce him. Feeling the wetness on his hand, Lin Yi shuddered and, abandoning any pretense of gentlemanly conduct, shoved Ji Iba away forcefully. Ji Iba was pushed away by Lin Yi and fell heavily to the ground. The force caused her to lean back, and her robe loosened, revealing a significant amount of skin. Lin Yi quickly turned his head away, his voice stern. "I won't agree to your demands, nor will I make this deal with you. In this era where everyone has a profession, you have to rely on yourself to survive, aside from your teammates. Beauty isn't everything. It can get you protection, but it can also lead to abandonment. Only strength is reliable. I'm giving you equipment because we're temporary teammates, and it's only fair to distribute it to you. I'm not interested in you, I already have someone I like. Now, please leave." Ji Iba was stunned, staring at Lin Yi in disbelief. She had never met a man who could resist her charms. Angry and embarrassed, she didn't bother to fix her disheveled robe and screeched, "Is it because of that Su Wanning? She's just a naive little girl. What's so special about her?" Lin Yi kept his head turned, his tone even colder. "If we weren't in the main city, you'd be dead by now. Don't insult her. Even if I didn't have someone I liked, I wouldn't accept a woman who uses any means to achieve her goals. You disgust me." His words were like a slap in Ji Iba's face. She had always relied on her looks to succeed in sales, but now she was hitting a wall with Lin Yi. She even wondered if there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. Feeling humiliated, Ji Iba grabbed her robe and got up from the ground, her seductive demeanor replaced by sharp resentment. She screamed hysterically, "Lin Yi, you'll regret this. Just wait." With that, she stormed out of the room, leaving behind a faint scent of bath lotion. Lin Yi, regaining his composure, immediately deleted Ji Iba from his friend list to avoid a similar situation in the future. Although he had faced many life-and-death situations, this was the first time he had encountered such a blatant advance. Ji Iba's fair body kept flashing in his mind, making his blood boil. He checked the time. It was almost 11:30. Lin Yi was wide awake and decided to go to the blacksmith shop to change his profession under the cover of night. This way, he could gain an extra day of skill proficiency, even if the effect was minimal. He didn't call Su Wanning or Tang Junrun, considering it was late and they might already be resting. Besides, changing to a crafting profession didn't require a party for experience. The next moment, Lin Yi appeared outside the blacksmith shop. As expected, the place was deserted at this hour. He walked straight to the NPC, recalling the countless times he had come here in his past life to forge equipment. In his previous life, Lin Yi was a lone wolf with no one's help, let alone any accumulation of proficiency. He had to rely on himself to draw blueprints and gather materials, making his progress extremely slow. As a result, most of his equipment was self-forged junk. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Lin Yi stepped into the blacksmith's shop. The air was thick with the smell of metal and coal, and the walls were adorned with various tools. NPC Wang Dachui stood by the forge, his calloused hands polishing a gleaming sword. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Wang Dachui immediately flashed a professional smile. "Welcome to the blacksmith shop, brave warrior. How can I assist you today?" Wang Dachui asked warmly, his voice slightly raspy. Without a word, Lin Yi pulled out a precious recommendation letter from his backpack and presented it to Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui's eyes widened, and an exaggerated look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh my goodness!" he exclaimed dramatically. "Is that the legendary recommendation letter? So, my friend, are you looking to transition into an honorable blacksmith?" Lin Yi nodded slightly, internally rolling his eyes at the over-the-top performance. A glint of approval flashed in Wang Dachui's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a look of hesitation. However, he said in a lowered voice, "To become a blacksmith, you must pass a small test. After all, becoming an honorable blacksmith isn't something that just anyone can do." Clearing his throat, Wang Dachui continued, "The test is simple. I'll demonstrate the process of forging equipment, and you must remember the sequence of operations and replicate them perfectly. Afterward, I'll evaluate your performance." With that, Wang Dachui threw in a flirtatious wink, an exaggerated gesture that made Lin Yi frown. While these fixed plot points in the Tower of Heaven might provide a decent sense of immersion for first-time players, Lin Yi, having already been through it once, found it rather tedious. Finally, Wang Dachui finished his long-winded explanation. Fearing he might start again, Lin Yi quickly nodded and said, "I understand. Let's begin." Wang Dachui nodded in satisfaction, adopting a teachable student expression, then moved to the forge to start his demonstration. In this world, forging required following specific steps. The speed at which these steps were completed determined the efficiency of the forging process, and any mistake could lead to failure. The faster the forging speed, the quicker the accumulation of proficiency. However, the Tower of Heaven had made it clear that forging speed had no impact on the quality of the forged items. When Wang Dachui stood before the forge, his entire demeanor transformed instantly. The exaggerated, humorous expression he had just moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by a serious and focused look. He took a deep breath and began the first step of forging. Wang Dachui bent down, gripping the bellows handles firmly with both hands and pulling with all his might. With each pull, the bellows emitted a deep, rhythmic whoosh, stoking the fire. The flames gradually rose, eventually roaring and illuminating the entire smithy. "Now, we can add the materials," Wang Dachui said as he picked up several ordinary iron stones. Each weapon requires different materials, but today we'll use the most basic iron stones for demonstration. He threw the iron stones into the fire, and immediately, the flames licked greedily at the metal, making a crackling sound. The unique music of the smithy echoed throughout the workshop. Wang Dachui turned and picked up the forging hammer. Though it didn't look large, when he grasped the handle, his body sank slightly, indicating the tool's weight. "Next is the second step, hammering," he announced loudly. With his feet planted firmly on the ground, Wang Dachui used his Buddhist strength and momentum to lift the hammer high and then bring it down forcefully onto the glowing red iron. Each strike was precise, gradually shaping the iron under his hammer. Hammering is the most critical step in the entire process, Wang Dachui explained as he continued to swing the hammer. It directly determines the efficiency of the forging. Many beginners might only hit the right spot 2 or 3 times out of 10, so it requires a lot of practice. Soon, the hammering was complete. Wang Dachui continued. "Next are quenching and tempering. These steps are relatively simple as long as you follow the instructions." He deliberately slowed his actions, ensuring Lin Yi could see every detail. "In the past, forging a weapon was a lengthy process," Wang Dachui said casually, "but on this special forge, the entire process is greatly accelerated. We completed all the steps in just 5 minutes. He explained that during the hammering process, the iron would automatically form into the shape of the weapon on the blueprint, requiring no extra steps from the player. Whether it was light armor, boots, or a longbow, all could be forged this way, greatly benefiting players of all professions. "The final step is appraisal," Wang Dachui said, picking up a bottle of appraisal potion. "Without this step, the weapon's attributes cannot be activated. Basic appraisal potions are sold at the smithy for 5 trade points." He poured the potion over the newly forged longsword. In an instant, the sword emitted a dazzling orange glow, the mark of a legendary item. Many who witnessed this scene for the first time couldn't help but want to snatch the weapon, but Lin Yi knew better. Trying to steal from an NPC? Pure folly. Despite Wang Dachui's friendly appearance, Lin Yi had seen him in action. With one kick, he could send a level 10 player flying, leaving them with just 1 HP and scurrying away in fear. Wang Dachui looked at the glowing long sword in his hand, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. He casually tossed the sword aside and said to Lin Yi, "All right, demonstration's over. Your turn." Lin Yi nodded in agreement and strode towards the forge. While other newcomers might be nervous or hesitant, Lin Yi, with his extensive forging experience from a past life, was confident he could complete the task. Even so, he intended to give it his all. After all, Wang Dachui would determine the initial proficiency based on the player's first performance, which directly affected future development. Just as Lin Yi took a deep breath and prepared to pull the bellows, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Ultimate Skill Mod unlocks new technique. Recommend the host to exchange for top-tier forging skills. Exchange price: 100 all points. Exchange now? Lin Yi was taken aback. Top-tier forging skills would undoubtedly be the most useful skill at the moment, but he had just used up 700 all points and couldn't come up with 100 all points for the exchange. Moreover, he was already standing at the forge. If he left now, Wang Dachui might deem it as giving up, causing his proficiency to start from zero. That would truly be a case of losing more than gaining, Lin Yi sighed, opening the cheat interface to see if any new skills had been unlocked. Suddenly, an unexpected system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 109 all points." Lin Yi was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What was going on? He quickly opened the detailed log of how he had acquired these points and scrutinized it. Leader of the Huaxia Survivor Squad, Long Yangqiu, 10 points. Reason for awe. The host rejected the advances of a beautiful woman. The others had similar reasons, differing only in the degree of shock and the number of points awarded. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Was this for real? You could earn all points just by turning down a beautiful woman? And Long Yangqiu, of all people, had given him a full 10 points. Could it be that he was so astonished because he couldn't do it himself? Despite feeling a bit speechless, this unexpected reward was still a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi immediately used the all points to unlock top-tier forging techniques. In an instant, Lin Yi felt his understanding of forging undergo a qualitative leap. Standing at the forge, his entire demeanor changed. Seeing this, Wang Dachui, standing nearby, kindly reminded him, "If you haven't mastered it yet, I can show you again." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, then bent down to work the bellows. In no time, roaring flames leapt up from the forge, like a dragon breathing fire. He threw all the iron provided by the system into the flames and began hammering. The moment Lin Yi gripped the forging hammer, his aura shifted dramatically. He swung the hammer with fluid precision, each strike as graceful as flowing water. The hammer traced beautiful arcs through the air, resembling crescent moons. Under Lin Yi's skilled hands, the glowing iron quickly took shape. What took Wang Dachui 15 strikes to complete, Lin Yi finished in just 12. Not only that, his strength and speed far surpassed Wang Dachui's. After the forging was done, Lin Yi swiftly moved on to quenching and tempering. In just 2.5 minutes, a large knife identical to Wang Dachui's work appeared in his hands, 3 minutes faster than Wang Dachui. Lin Yi picked up a free appraisal potion nearby and sprinkled it on the knife. A flash of white light indicated it was a basic item, but Lin Yi wasn't concerned. He knew this was just an entry-level assessment. What really mattered was Wang Dachui's evaluation. Having completed the forging, Lin Yi turned his eager gaze to Wang Dachui, waiting for his reaction and assessment. Witnessing the entire forging process, Wang Dachui was utterly shocked, his lips trembling with disbelief. As an NPC in the era of universal job transitions, Wang Dachui wasn't as rigid as typical game characters, but he could still express simple emotions like astonishment. "Oh my god!" Wang Dachui exclaimed, his eyes wide open. "You're a forging genius sent from the heavens. I can't believe my eyes. Congratulations. I rate you as a master smith. Your initial proficiency is 500. You are now officially a forging apprentice." As Wang Dachui spoke, the system suddenly issued an announcement. "Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Yi for becoming the first forging apprentice in the entire server." It was already past 11:50 p.m. The players, who were exhausted from arguing on the forums, were just about to rest when this unexpected system announcement reignited their enthusiasm. The forums instantly buzzed with excitement, and Lin Yi's fans were elated. God is truly dedicated to his craft, completely ignoring the haters. Working hard late into the night, I'm moved to tears. No one succeeds by chance. Have you ever seen a blacksmith shop at 11 p.m.? What about Hedgehog? He's probably fast asleep by now. How dare he challenge God? It's just reaching level 10 first. I have a recommendation letter too. I just haven't reached level 10 yet. What's the big deal? Fans from both sides once again engaged in a heated debate. Lin Yi was oblivious to all this and didn't care for the moment. However, Wei Ci was furious, clenching his teeth so hard that his molars were nearly crushed. He knew that the sooner one became a blacksmith, the sooner they could improve their proficiency, and he didn't want Lin Yi to get ahead. Enraged, Wei Ci opened the trading market interface and saw that the seller still hadn't responded, which only fueled his anger. He abruptly got up, walked over to the bed, and woke up the sleeping Deng Jie, while also messaging Yin Hao, who had already returned to his room. "Wei Ci, wake up. Now." "Yin Hao. What's going on? What happened?" "Yin Hao, are you crazy? Why the rush? We don't have a dungeon run tomorrow." Wei Ci didn't say much, instead sending the system announcement and forum screenshots directly. "Wei Ci, Lin Yi has already succeeded in becoming a blacksmith. He'll gain a day's worth of proficiency ahead of us. Every bit adds up. Do you want him to keep leading us?" "Yin Hao, damn. Of course not. I'm getting dressed and coming over." Wei Ci didn't respond, just furrowed his brows and turned to Deng Jie. "Shao Jie, keep contacting that seller. If we can't get a recommendation letter before reaching level 10, just buy that 10,000 trading point letter. 10,000 for a day's proficiency, barely worth it. Also, go acquire blueprints and materials this time. I must surpass Lin Yi." Lin Yi remained unaware of all this, still standing at the forging table. He took the forging apprentice badge from Wang Dachui and pinned it to his chest, officially becoming a blacksmith. A quick glance at the time showed it was 11:53 p.m. Opening the system interface, Lin Yi saw a new life profession option, displaying his blacksmith data. Level: Forging Apprentice 500-1000. Energy: 100. Forging Apprentice was the first rank for blacksmiths. followed by official blacksmith and master blacksmith, among other higher levels. Each forging session consumed 10 energy points, meaning Lin Yi could forge up to 10 items a day. Energy would reset at 8 a.m. daily. Although forging different items consumed the same amount of energy, the proficiency rewards varied based on the item's level and quality. Level 10 items gave 10 proficiency points, level 15 items gave 15 points, and so on. Additionally, epic items doubled the proficiency, legendary items tripled it, and mythical items quintupled it. For example, forging a level 10 mythical item would grant 50 proficiency points. Players could only switch professions once a day, so Lin Yi would have to wait until 8 a.m. the next day to switch to an alchemist. Tonight, he decided to focus on his blacksmith profession. After counting his 6 blueprints and materials, Lin Yi realized he was short on some materials to complete all the blueprints. He thought to himself, no big deal, I'll just grind a few mobs to gather what I need. Lin Yi opened the map and carefully selected a leveling up location. Despite being without Tang Junren and Su Wanning's company, he didn't feel the least bit intimidated. After all, solo leveling was routine for him in his previous life. Without having to worry about their safety, Lin Yi could fully unleash his potential. This time, he didn't choose to go to the school's art gallery. The few materials he needed couldn't be found there, so he set his sights on the school backyard instead. Once he made his decision, he clicked the teleport button without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi found himself in a vast, desolate land. The so-called school backyard was actually an abandoned dirt playground. It was initially planned to be the site of a new teaching building, but due to funding issues, the project was shelved, leaving the area barren and overgrown with weeds. Apart from a few sparse, withered trees, there was nothing but emptiness in sight. The monsters in this backyard were transformed from withered tree branches after a cataclysm. To accommodate more players leveling up, Tong Tian Tower had enlarged the map. Even so, a single map couldn't hold all the players on the server, so multiple identical map instances existed. There were some special settings regarding leveling maps. When no one entered, each leveling location had a single map labeled 001. For example, the school backyard map could hold 100 players. The first 100 players to teleport would enter the 001 map. When the 101st player arrived, the system would instantly copy a 002 map and send that player there. The maps were identical, and the system dynamically opened different instances based on the number of players. Lin Yi was assigned to the 001 map. Being late at night, almost no one was leveling up here, allowing him to enter the first instance directly. As Lin Yi stepped into the monster's attack range, the withered branches entwined around the tree trunks silently dropped. They twisted and swelled, transforming into grotesque withered tree spirits, blocking Lin Yi's path. Withered Tree from Cataclysm. HP, 265. Attack, 38. These withered trees had unique skills, seemingly practicing the tactic of inflicting 1,000 wounds while suffering 800. However, getting hit by them could be quite severe. Players with lower health might be killed in a single wave of attacks. Lin Yi wasn't worried at all. The withered trees' entangling skills were slow, and with his current agility, he could easily dodge them. He lured 3 withered trees at a time, firing 2 arrows simultaneously, and could take down a monster in a few seconds. Soon, Lin Yi cleared the entire area, killing over a dozen monsters. However, he still needed 2 more Earth Spirit Stones. Just my luck, killing so many and only getting 3 Earth Spirit Stones? Is this luck attribute even reliable? Lin Yi muttered, frowning. Although the defeated monsters would respawn in 10 minutes, Lin Yi didn't want to waste time. He decided to move to the next area. Due to the large map, it was divided into several zones, each connected by teleportation gates. Lin Yi's figure vanished as he entered a new area. Not long after Lin Yi left, 3 figures teleported into the area he had just cleared. It was Yan Hao and his 2 companions. Seeing the ground littered with monster corpses, Yan Hao couldn't help but curse, damn it, at this hour, someone still dares to compete with me for monsters? What a bad luck. Dealing with Lin Yi tonight is already annoying enough, and now I can't even level up in peace. Deng Jia, standing nearby, quickly suggested, how about I call in some of our guys? They can help us kill faster. Yan Hao didn't hesitate to accept the proposal. Just as the 3 were about to head to the next area, the 10-minute respawn timer for the monsters Lin Yi had slain expired. New monsters sprang up on the desolate ground before them like mushrooms after a rain. The 3 exchanged smiles and, with a tacit understanding, decided to stay put and continue their battle. With Yan Hao and Wei Ci joining the team, their monster-killing efficiency increased significantly. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing swords, monsters fell one after another, and experience points surged in like a tide. Before they knew it, the trio had surpassed the level 8 mark and were steadily progressing towards their goal of level 10. However, Lin Yi did not remain with his companions. His figure quietly appeared in the next area. The scene here was no different from before, equally desolate and bleak. Just as Lin Yi was about to step forward, He was stunned by what he saw. Scattered across the ground were numerous monster corpses, resembling withered wood, yet to disappear. It was clear that someone had recently been leveling up here. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. After all, the map was public, and encountering other players was perfectly normal. He was about to move on and search for another area to hunt monsters. At that moment, a strange roar from not far away interrupted his thoughts. The power contained in that sound made Lin Yi instantly alert. It was unmistakably an elite monster's roar. A thrill of excitement ran through Lin Yi. Could his good luck be continuing here? Was he really about to encounter two elite monsters in one day? But he quickly calmed down. Hearing the sounds of battle meant that someone was already engaging the elite monster. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi decided to check it out. He ran quickly towards the direction of the sound, thinking to himself, even if he couldn't join the fight, it would be good to assess the situation. If those people couldn't handle it, he might be able to step in and earn the right to a share of the rewards. Navigating through layers of withered trees, Lin Yi finally arrived at an open area. The sight before him left him stunned. He had expected to see at least a small team of 3 or 4, perhaps even a group of a dozen fighting the elite monster. Instead, what met his eyes was a lone figure battling fiercely. In the dim light of the moon, a young male warrior stood, his silhouette barely outlined against the night. Opposite him loomed a 1-star elite monstera colossal mutated tree named Johnson. This massive creature, born from a half-mutated tree, had a trunk so thick it would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Its bark was covered in a strange, dark green slime of unknown origin. Johnson, the giant tree, swung its massive limbs, formed from thick branches, launching a fierce attack on the boy. Although it was just a 1-star elite, far less powerful than the 3-star elites Lin Yi had faced, it was still much stronger than ordinary monsters. What made the situation even more dire was that the boy, only at level 7, was facing this formidable opponent alone. Lin Yi noticed the boy's health bar had dropped to about 1/3, while the elite monster still had more than 2/3 of its health left. The situation was precarious, and the boy seemed doomed. He was completely on the defensive, unable to escape the combat zone. Teleportation was impossible during battle. The elite monster's special skill made things worse. Though a 15 slowdown effect didn't seem significant, for a level 7 boy with already limited speed, this slime skill was a fatal blow. After analyzing the situation, Lin Yi decisively spoke up. "You're going to die if this continues. Invite me to your party, and I'll help you kill it. We'll split the rewards." The sudden voice startled the boy, nearly causing him to stumble. He looked at Lin Yi with more fear than he had shown towards the monster. Lin Yi was puzzled. He thought he had been friendly, so why such a reaction? The boy seemed to want to say something, but his voice was too faint for Lin Yi to hear. "What did you say?" Lin Yi asked, confused, guessing the boy might not know how to add friends face-to-face. Lin Yi locked onto the boy and silently thought, "Party request?" The system automatically sent a party and friend request. As the boy continued to dodge the elite monster's attacks, he glanced warily at Lin Yi again. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire the boy's skills. Facing the elite monster, the boy showed no fear, his eyes fierce. Even with low health, he dared to exchange blows with the monster, sacrificing his own health to suppress the enemy. Whenever there was a chance, the boy struck bravely, his momentum impressive. Unfortunately, the difference in their attack power was too great, and at this rate, the boy was bound to die. Fortunately, the boy soon accepted the party request but declined the friend request. Lin Yi was puzzled, but had no time to dwell on it. Once the party was formed, he quickly drew his bow and aimed at the elite monster. 2 arrows shot through the air, one of them a pitch-black arrow that pierced the monster's body with a swift whoosh. Black mark triggered. 2 arrows shot through the air, and Lin Yi wasted no time, activating his level 5 skill, Dark Enclosure. He cleverly utilized the recoil from his previous shot, skipping the bow-raising action and releasing the skill a full 0.5 seconds faster than usual. This was the essence of perfect skill precision. The dark mist struck instantly, inflicting a 30 slow debuff on the elite monster. Lin Yi shouted to the boy nearby, "Run over here. Put some distance between you and it. Your health is in danger." The boy, Yang Kairang, heard the command. Though his lips moved as if to say something, his words were drowned out by the elite monster's roar. It didn't matter. He turned and retreated without hesitation. The elite monster wasn't about to let its prey escape so easily. Its massive trunk twisted, and its roots slithered like snakes in pursuit. However, the 30 slow effect hampered its movements, and Lin Yi stood watchful and ready ahead. While retreating, Lin Yi continuously knocked and released arrows, always firing in pairs. His luck seemed to turn. Within 10 shots, he triggered 2 dawn arrows. Combined with the initial black mark, the health of the 1-star elite monster, Giant Tree Johnson, visibly plummeted. Yang Kairang, now behind Lin Yi, couldn't help but glance back. He saw Lin Yi single-handedly holding the enormous creature at bay, and widened his eyes in astonishment. He instinctively checked the team interface and saw the name Lin Yi. Yang Kairang was no stranger to the name Lin Yi. He had seen it often on forums and server announcements, even reading a post questioning Lin Yi's skills. However, he never voiced his opinions online, fearing backlash for any misstep. Over time, he developed a habit of staying silent. But witnessing Lin Yi's prowess firsthand, Yang Kairang had to admit that the post was utter nonsense. He knew well how troublesome this elite monster was, yet Lin Yi suppressed it effortlessly, his relentless barrage of arrows leaving the creature nearly immobilized. Yang Kairang felt his palms start to sweat as he began to worry about how to communicate with Lin Yi. As someone with social anxiety, talking to people was his second greatest fear. Talking to strangers was his first. Lin Yi was fully focused on his to-go-for with the giant tree, Johnson, while warily keeping an eye on Yang Kailang, who was not far behind. In this era of universal job transitions, caution was paramount. Lin Yi skillfully maintained his distance from the giant tree using his level 5 skill, Dark Envelop, and the light shield of the Radiant Ring. His newly acquired Epic Wind Spirit Boots significantly boosted his mobility, making him as agile as a fish in water. The giant tree Johnson's slime skill added difficulty to Lin Yi's kiting strategy, but with the aid of his precision skill release hack, he handled it with ease. His arrows rained down like a torrential storm, hitting their marks with pinpoint accuracy. Unlike the terracotta warriors he had encountered before, this giant tree lacked any force charge skills, posing little threat to Lin Yi. Yang Kailang stood at the rear, wide-eyed as he observed the battle. As a socially anxious gamer who had spent years immersed in online games, he understood the importance of kiting for ranged classes. Lin Yi's control over distance and speed, along with his seamless integration of skills and basic attacks, showcased his exceptional prowess. Is this the kind of expert who frequently gets server-wide announcements? Yang Kailang marveled to himself, finding the online slander against Lin Yi unbelievable. As he watched the battle unfold, he silently worked on restoring his dwindling health. Initially worried that Lin Yi might struggle alone, Yang Kailang now feared he might become a burden instead. Torn between joining the fray and staying out of the way, he pondered whether he should forego his share of the rewards to avoid being seen as a freeloader. Just as Yang Kailang was grappling with his indecision, the giant tree Johnson's health dropped below half. Lin Yi's attacks grew more ferocious, his arrows streaking through the air like meteors. Yang Kailang finally made up his mind to join the battle. His gaze sharpened as he recalled his in-game moniker, Silent Reaper, a name earned from never using voice chat with teammates. At this moment, Lin Yi remained unaware of Yang Kailang's internal struggle, fully absorbed in the fight before him. Yang Kailang, too, was about to join the intense battle in his own way. No one knows his gender, age, or even if he's human or a dog. Yang Kailang's identity is shrouded in mystery within the game world. His teammates often joke that some people's skills are worse than a dog's, so who can be sure that the person behind the screen is actually human? However, Yang Kailang's prowess is unquestionable. In the game, he is widely known by the moniker Grim Reaper. Any boss or dungeon he sets his sights on is almost always conquered with overwhelming force. His skills have made him a coveted asset for many guilds, but strangely, he always remains a lone wolf, never joining any organization. Yang Kailang's combat style is ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for the enemy to breathe. His attacks come like a relentless storm, giving opponents no chance to catch their breath. Those who have faced him in unknown duels all feel a suffocating pressure. Once Yang Kailang makes a move, it's an unending onslaught until his opponent falls. But he's no brute. He's a master tactician adept at turning the tide. He excels at gaining the upper hand in exchanges. For example, when a boss throws a punch, he'll take the hit hidden, then use the boss's moment of stiffness to counterattack with 3 or 4, or even more, swift strikes. In the recent battle with the giant tree Johnson, Yang Kailang found himself at a disadvantage mainly because the elite monster appeared so suddenly, and he wasn't familiar with its attack patterns. More importantly, taking down an elite monster solo at his current level is almost impossible. Of course, Lin Yi is an exception. This guy is just a freak. Lin Yi's ability to easily control Giant Tree Johnson is largely due to the boss lacking any charge skills. Otherwise, a single charge could break all of Lin Yi's kiting tactics. Just as Yang Kailang was getting into the zone, gripping his broadsword to unleash a whirlwind slash, a sudden noise of footsteps interrupted his move. Lin Yi heard it too, and could tell there were quite a few people approaching. He frowned slightly, glancing at the boss's remaining health with a hint of worry. Although he disdains kill-stealing, it doesn't mean others feel the same. But now, it seems too late to drag the elite monster away. At that moment, a sycophantic voice said, "Boss How, I heard some commotion over here. We might run into an elite monster." Another disdainful voice replied, "You think elite monsters are so easy to find? We can't even get a lousy recommendation letter, and you're dreaming of elite monsters?" The next instant, the person at the front pushed aside some obstructing bushes and saw Lin Yi in the midst of battling the elite monster. He was initially stunned. Then his face lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Boss Hao! Boss Hao! There's really an elite monster." Walking behind, Wei Si raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "What? We actually encountered them?" He quickly squeezed through the crowd, pushing aside the branches in front of him, and eagerly looked ahead. Yin Hao was walking in the middle of the group, surrounded by his companions. Suddenly, he too paused, a smug smile appearing on his face. "Whoa, such good luck? I knew I was destined for greatness." He lifted his chin confidently and said, "I took down 2 elite monsters in a day. Let's see how Lin Yi can compete with me now." Indeed, the group that had suddenly appeared was Yin Hao's team. But at this moment, they were no longer just a simple trio. In just a matter of minutes, they had gathered 7 helpers and swiftly killed dozens of minor monsters. Yin Hao and his 2 companions had all reached level 9, just a step away from level 10. Their efficiency in grinding monsters was thanks to Wei Si's discovery of a unique method. The 10 members were split into 2 groups, Yin Hao's trio and the other 7. The 7-member team acted purely as support, laboriously killing minor monsters but having 50 of the experience taken by Yin Hao's group. Yin Hao's team would kill monsters on their own while also finishing off the other team's monsters, gaining an additional 50 experience, thus leveling up rapidly. When Wei Si saw only 2 people fighting the elite monster, he was slightly taken aback. Yin Hao, however, was thrilled and didn't hesitate to shout, "Hey, you two! If you don't want to die, get lost. This elite monster is mine." Lin Yi, who was entangled with the giant tree monster, frowned upon hearing this. "Yin Hao? The same Yin Hao who slandered me on the forum," he thought. "This guy is so domineering, immediately trying to steal the monster." Lin Yi had no intention of giving up the monster. He quickly scanned the opposing team and saw there were 10 of them. Even if he included the strange blood-soaked warrior behind him, they were still outnumbered 2 to 10. Lin Yi initially thought of messaging Tang Junren for help but reconsidered, knowing that at this hour, Tang Junren was likely asleep, and calling him to face a 10-man team would only put him in danger. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lin Yi realized he needed a different strategy. His eyes quickly scanned the wasteland, searching for any terrain advantage. The wasteland was full of dead trees, but how could he use them? Suddenly, inspiration struck Lin Yi. He began to adjust his archery technique, switching from shooting 2 arrows to 1, each arrow following a curved trajectory. Using the slight knockback effect of his arrows on the giant tree monster, he started to guide the monster toward a specific direction intentionally. Yin Hao, noticing the silent dark hunter, frowned in displeasure. "Are you mute? How dare you ignore me when I'm talking to you?" he shouted angrily. "Damn it! Brothers, attack! Kill them! I've been in a bad mood today, and now I have someone to take it out on." However, Wei Si, who had been closely observing Lin Yi, suddenly spoke up, stopping everyone. "Wait, don't attack yet." His voice carried a hint of caution. Wei Si had noticed something unusual. The Dark Hunter was level 10. He had just checked the leaderboard, and there was only one level 10 Dark Hunter at this moment, Lin Yi. Yin Hao looked at Wei Si in surprise, not understanding why he had stopped them. Wei Si ignored Yin Hao and continued to stare intently at Lin Yi in the distance. "You must be Lin Yi, right? I didn't expect we'd meet here." "I'm Wei Si," he said in a deep voice. "I think we can talk." Wei Si's words had barely left his lips when everyone, including Yin Hao, froze as if they'd been hit by a spell. They never imagined that the person standing before them was their number 1 enemy. Lin Yi. Yang Kailang was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. He stared at Yin Hao, his mind flashing back to their heated exchanges on the forum. The fierce expression he had worn moments before vanished, replaced by confusion and fear. Just then, a system message popped up, interrupting Yang Kailang's thoughts. "You have been kicked out of the team by Lin Yi." Lin Yi, all the while, was deftly maneuvering and shouted to Yang Kailang, "You should leave now. You're not in combat mode, so you can teleport. They're here for me." Lin Yi had quickly sensed the hostility from Yin Hao and the others. He didn't want to drag the innocent Yang Kailang into this mess. Besides, having a burden would only hinder his plans. Hearing this, Yang Kailang stood there, dumbfounded. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he could see that Lin Yi was trying to protect him. After saying this, Lin Yi continued shooting arrows while glancing up at Wei Si and the others on the cliff edge. He calmly declared, "It's me." The moment Yin Hao realized it was indeed Lin Yi, he reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling with rage. "Holy crap, it's you. You piece of trash. You think you can compete with me? I'll show you who the real strongest is in this era of mass career changes." Yin Hao, pampered and arrogant since childhood in Yinjing, had a short fuse. Anyone who crossed him would face his wrath. Lin Yi had stepped on his toes multiple times, becoming his most hated enemy. Now, Yin Hao's face turned beet red. not from embarrassment but from sheer anger. With a furious roar, he grabbed his broadsword and charged at Lin Yi. However, Wei Ci held him back once again. Seething with rage, Yin Hao even lost his temper with his teammate. He whipped around and roared at Wei Ci. Wei Ci, why do you keep stopping me? This is a leveling zone, not the main city. Can't I kill him here? Are you seriously going soft on Lin Yi? Wei Ci, uninterested in arguing with the hot-headed Yin Hao, kept his eyes fixed on Lin Yi and said, join us, and I'll spare your life. I admire your strength. Though we've had our differences, if you apologize, I might consider taking you in. Yin Hao was even more baffled by this. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, are you crazy? We don't need another teammate, especially not this guy. Wei Ci shot Lin Yi a cold glance, a hint of wariness in his eyes. Despite his shared disdain for Lin Yi with Yin Hao, he couldn't deny the other's formidable strength. Outwardly amiable, Wei Ci was inwardly proud and arrogant, no less so than Yin Hao. Lin Yi's disregard ignited a fire of anger within him, but his rationality remained intact. Initially skeptical that Lin Yi could defeat a 3-star elite monster with 2 burdens in tow, Wei Ci had to reassess after witnessing Lin Yi single-handedly take down a 1-star elite monster. Lin Yi's skills were clearly superior to other Dark Hunters. Having him on their side would be a significant advantage. Wei Ci calculated silently. If Lin Yi was wise enough to submit, he would be a useful asset. If he refused, today would be his last. Hearing Wei Ci's words, Lin Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. His character was unyielding, repaying kindness 100-fold and returning malice in kind. Yin Hao and his group had forced him to abandon his teammates and smeared his name on the forums. How could Lin Yi simply forgive and forget? While deftly maneuvering the giant tree monster, Lin Yi responded coldly, apologize. Forgive you? Do you really think you're that important? Just 10 of you, and you think I'm doomed? Yin Hao and his group were stunned by Lin Yi's arrogance, making them question who really had the upper hand. Moments later, their anger flared. Even if Wei Ci wanted to intervene, he couldn't quell Yin Hao's rage. Yin Hao broke free from Wei Ci's grasp and charged at Lin Yi with his large blade. His loyal follower, Deng Jia, equally furious, shouted, everyone, listen up. Today we must kill Lin Yi. Attack. The other lackeys followed suit, raising their weapons and rushing at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi remained calm and composed in the face of the oncoming enemies. He looked over at Yang Kailang, puzzled, and asked, why are you still here? If you don't leave now, you might not get another chance. Yang Kailang didn't respond verbally, but instead sent a team-up request and a friend request. Lin Yi, confused, accepted. Soon, a message appeared in the chat box. It turned out Yang Kailang was socially anxious and not good with words, so he used the system's thought-to-text feature to quickly express himself. I want to help you. Yang Kailang's reasoning was simple. Repay kindness with kindness. Lin Yi had saved him from the brink of death earlier. He couldn't stand by and watch Lin Yi be attacked. Besides, having one more person increased their chances of survival. Although Yin Hao's group was larger, Yang Kailang knew from experience that skill could sometimes outweigh numbers. He considered himself reasonably skilled, but Lin Yi was a top-tier player. Together, they might have a fighting chance. Seeing Yang Kailang's message, Lin Yi wasn't moved but rather speculated that Yang Kailang might be disabled. However, he didn't ask further and was pleased that Yang Kailang was willing to help. If Yang Kailang could follow his commands, he might turn from a burden into a valuable ally. Lin Yi quickly replied, all right, but you must follow my lead. We need to use the terrain to our advantage. One wrong move, and it could be fatal. Your health is too low, so stay away from the giant tree monster. I'll handle the boss. Yang Kailang nodded in agreement and followed Lin Yi in retreat. This move was misunderstood by Yin Hao and his group as a sign of cowardice, causing a sneer to form on Yin Hao's face. I thought you were supposed to be so tough. Yet here you are, running from me like a scared little rabbit. Yin Hao's voice echoed with mockery from behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't turn around. He kept running with Yang Kailang through the desolate map. Yin Hao's 10-man squad followed closely, their footsteps sounding particularly loud in the quiet surroundings. Except for Wei Ci, the other 9 had faces twisted with arrogance and greed. They were already fantasizing about the loot from killing Lin Yi. The elite monster drops, Lin Yi's gear, and especially the destruction nightfall bow. Wei Ci, however, frowned. He noticed something odd about Lin Yi's escape route. Why isn't he just running straight? Why is he moving diagonally? Wei Ci pondered silently, but kept his thoughts to himself. Lin Yi led Yang Kailang through 2 massive dead trees. Yang Kailang couldn't hold back anymore and asked in the friend channel, why are we coming here? Isn't this a dead end? We'll be trapped. Indeed, about 7 or 8 meters ahead of them was a crimson boundary line, the edge of the system's invisible wall. On either side were impassable thickets, forming a dead end. Lin Yi quickly replied, trust me. At that moment, Yin Hao noticed Lin Yi's predicament and burst out laughing. Is this it? Is this the famed first kill of the entire server? The Nightfall Arrow God Lin Yi? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Look at him. He's so flustered he doesn't even know where to run. Must be terrified of my reputation, huh? Yin Hao continued his taunts. This is just pathetic. Someone like you isn't even worth my time as an enemy. He paused, his tone faux sympathetic. How about you get on your knees and beg for mercy? Maybe I'll consider letting you go. Turtle Lin Yi? Yin Hao felt a sense of freedom he hadn't experienced in a long time. Standing still with his arms crossed and a cold smile on his face, his demeanor harkened back to the days when he roamed the alleys of Yinjing with impunity. Enough, enough. Just kill him, Yin Hao said lazily, a hint of disdain in his eyes. This trash isn't even worth my effort. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Hao stopped his pursuit and watched Lin Yi with cold eyes, anticipating his imminent death. Seeing their leader halt, Deng Jie, his loyal follower, also came to a stop. Wei Ci stood silently beside Yin Hao, his brow furrowed as if sensing the strange turn of events. The remaining 7 lackeys, however, were thrilled, their smiles nearly stretching to their ears. Surrounding a level 10 opponent, even one with considerable strength, in such a confined space left no room for escape. Victory was assured. One of the lackeys, namely Yi, led the charge. He had been following Deng Jie since middle school, benefiting greatly from his association and becoming a prominent figure at school. Seizing the chance to prove himself, his eyes gleamed with malice and fervor. Killing Lin Yi with his own hands would surely elevate his status in Deng Jie's eyes, perhaps even earning him a spot in Deng Jie's inner circle. Just as Li Yi was about to strike, a sudden shout from behind startled him. Watch out! Li Yi dismissed it as a ploy by another lackey to steal the glory. But in that split second, a massive force struck from behind, sending him flying. He landed heavily in front of Lin Yi, a shocking damage number floating above his head. Regaining his senses, Li looked back in terror, only to see a giant tree stump wedged between 2 massive trees, green sap oozing down its bark. It was the formidable tree golem Johnson. Everyone was stunned. Yang Kailang and Wei Ci stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What was once a 7 against 2 scenario had suddenly turned into a union battle, with Li Yi now at the mercy of his enemies. Trembling, Li tried to beg for his life, but Lin Yi coldly cut him off. Yang Kailang, you finish him off. I'll assist you. I need to keep adjusting the position of this tree golem Johnson. As it turned out, although the tree golem Johnson was temporarily stuck, if left idle for too long, it would lose its aggression towards Lin Yi, quickly regenerate its health, and return to its original position. This was a mechanism set by the Tongtian Tower to prevent players from exploiting the boss by trapping it. Once the giant tree Johnson triggers its recovery mechanism, all of Lin Yi and his team's efforts will be in vain. Lin Yi is well aware of this and knows he must keep the giant tree Johnson constantly moving to prevent its recovery ability from activating. His strategy is simple yet effective: continuous attacks and constant repositioning. This way, the giant tree Johnson will keep trying to squeeze between the dead trees instead of standing still and becoming an easy target. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Through meticulous calculations, he had determined that no matter how the giant tree Johnson moved, it would be unable to break through their defenses. Yang Kailang, hearing Lin Yi's plan, couldn't bring himself to meet Lin Yi's gaze and merely nodded slightly. Gripping his large blade tightly, he hesitantly stepped towards Li Yi, his steps faltering. Li noticed Yang Kailang's unusual behavior, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He thought to himself, this worthless guy can't even walk properly, and Lin Yi is too busy holding off the boss to pay me any attention. Maybe there's still a chance. Li glared viciously at the stumbling Yang Kailang, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're asking for it? He muttered under his breath before leaping from the ground, raising his blade as he charged at his opponent. However, the moment Li Yi showed his hostility, Yang Kailang seemed to transform. His eyes changed suddenly, with confusion and fear giving way to fierceness and cunning. Caught off guard, Li shuddered, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This sudden shift left him completely unprepared. Meanwhile, behind the giant tree Johnson, Wei Ci furrowed his brows, silently analyzing the situation. So this is Lin Yi's plan? Using the terrain to trap the monster while isolating us outside? Interesting, Lin Yi, very clever. Scanning the surroundings, Wei Ci quickly spotted a flaw in Lin Yi's plan. Too bad. The thorn bushes beside those 2 dead trees are passable. Your clever scheme is about to fail. With this realization, Wei Ci immediately shouted to his 6 bewildered companions, go to the side, pass through the thorn bushes and get in. Split into 2 groups of 3 and move separately. A sly smile appeared on Wei Ci's lips as he thought, Lin Yi, your so-called clever move is nothing but a thorny prison you're weaving for yourself. Wei Ci's words struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly awakening the 6 of them. they suddenly realized that Lin Yi wasn't truly cornered. As long as they entered from another direction, they still had a chance to trap him. The confined space actually limited the Dark Hunter's abilities. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, it would be difficult for him to maneuver here. A look of wild joy flashed in their eyes, and Yan Hao burst into laughter, openly mocking Lin Yi, who was trapped in the thorny cage. The six quickly split into two groups and ran toward both sides of the thorny thicket. Although most of the paths were blocked by deadwood and thorns, there were still gaps wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Wei Xi's strategy of splitting up would undoubtedly shorten their entry time significantly. However, just as the first person was about to squeeze into the thicket, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. The terror in that scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Ah, devil. Stay away. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. The scream was abruptly cut off, followed by the cold system announcement. Warning. Your teammate Li Yi has been killed by Yang Kailang. The six were thunderstruck, frozen in place. In just a minute, Li Yi was dead? And the killer was the unremarkable Yang Kailang? Only then did they realize they had completely overlooked the bloodthirsty warrior beside Lin Yi from the start. Wei Xi immediately checked the leaderboards but found no trace of Yang Kailang's name. The identity of this stranger made him uneasy. The two underlings who were squeezing into the thicket hesitated. Wang Er gritted his teeth and continued, convinced that Li Yi had simply been unlucky. Chen San, on the other hand, was paralyzed with fear, unable to move forward. When Wang Er finally squeezed through the thicket and found no one on the other side, he was furious. Chen San, you bastard, are you selling me out? Before he could finish his sentence, a pair of menacing eyes suddenly appeared right in front of him. Even someone as seasoned as Wang Er, who had roamed Beijing for years, couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. At that critical moment, Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out, use whirlwind slash. The reminder of the bloodthirsty warrior's level 5 skill signaled the start of another brutal fight. If you've played League of Legends in a previous life, you're probably familiar with this skill. Whirlwind slash, a skill that strikes fear into the hearts of ranged classes. It consumes 15 mana, has a cooldown of 45 seconds, and involves the bloodthirsty warrior swinging a sharp blade like a spinning top towards the target, reaching up to 3 meters. All enemies along the path take 60 of the attack power as damage. Initially, bloodthirsty warriors often viewed it as a simple dash skill. After all, a 3-meter displacement is quite significant, enough to give ranged classes a headache. However, few noticed the hidden terror of this skill. On the surface, 60 attack power damage might seem insignificant, but in reality, the true power of whirlwind slash far exceeds expectations. Lin Yi suddenly spoke, and his words left Yang Kailang puzzled. Why use whirlwind slash? Despite his confusion, Yang Kailang trusted Lin Yi completely and launched the skill at Wang Er without hesitation. Wang Er, a shadow assassin, was furious over Chun San's betrayal. At the moment, he was desperately trying to buy time. However, when he saw the fierce-eyed bloodthirsty warrior using whirlwind slash on him, he couldn't help but laugh. To him, it seemed like an incredibly foolish move. As the king of melee burst damage, Wang Er knew his close combat advantage well. Although the bloodthirsty warrior's long blade had a decent reach, a skilled shadow assassin could easily maneuver around it. To Wang Er, Yang Kailang's direct charge was nothing short of a death wish. A cruel smile curled Wang Er's lips as he thought, isn't this just asking for death? However, in the next moment, his expression froze. In the blink of an eye, his health dropped by 96 points. As a shadow assassin who hadn't invested in vitality, Wang Er had just over 300 health points in total. This meant that Yang Kailang had reduced his health by a third with just one skill. The sudden, massive damage left Wang Er stunned, and even Yang Kailang was surprised. He had never imagined that whirlwind slash could be used this way, and this discovery gave him a whole new appreciation for the skill. His path was blocked by a dense thicket of thorns, forcing him to spin in place. This restricted movement unexpectedly sparked his creativity, transforming his original whirlwind slash into a spinning slash. Caught off guard, Wang Er took all 4 hits, causing his health to plummet. Before Wang Er could recover from the stun, 2 sharp arrows whizzed through the air. The archer was none other than Lin Yi, and to Wang Er's despair, one of the arrows gleamed with a blinding light dawn arrow. 2 massive damage numbers appeared above Wang Er's head, and he vanished from the battlefield before he could even scream in pain. Lin Yi was also surprised by the unexpected activation of Dawn Arrow, and silently thanked his luck for not aiming that deadly shot at the elite monster. Since he began redirecting the elite monster's attention, he had deliberately slowed his kill speed. Now, the elite monster served as their protective barrier. If it fell, the gap between the 2 dead trees would be exposed, putting Lin Yi at a disadvantage. However, stopping the attack entirely wasn't an option either, as the elite monster would trigger its regeneration mechanism. Lin Yi needed to strike a precise balance, delaying the fight while gradually wearing down Yan Hao's team. After careful consideration, he made a surprising decision, temporarily put away his destruction knight bow and equipped his beginner's weapon to control his output. Nearby, Yang Kailang hadn't noticed Lin Yi's weapon switch. He was staring in shock at Wang Er's fallen body. This was the second person to die in front of him, and Lin Yi's terrifying damage sent chills down his spine. What amazed him even more was Lin Yi's deep understanding of the game, using a seemingly simple spinning slash in a tight spot to deal multiple hits. This seemingly simple technique yielded unexpected results, truly befitting a top-tier player. Lin Yi also began to see Yang Kailang in a new light. Earlier, Yang Kailang had single-handedly taken down Li Yi, wielding his broadsword with such ferocity that he left no room for his opponent to breathe. Li was suppressed from start to finish and ultimately died in frustration. This display of skill caught Lin Yi's attention. What surprised him even more was that Yang Kailang seemed to be a solo player. For a melee blood warrior to take down so many small monsters alone spoke volumes about his strength. Lin Yi considered inviting Yang Kailang to join his team, but quickly set the thought aside. Surviving was the top priority. Other matters could wait. Just then, rustling sounds came from the right side of the thicket. Someone else was coming. It was Chen San, who had been hesitating all this time. Hearing Wang Er's roar, he realized Wang Er had entered the battlefield and quickly crawled into the thicket. Although it only took 2 or 3 seconds, it felt like an eternity to Chen San. Chen San calculated his chances. With Wang Er drawing fire, he might have an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As long as he could get through the thicket, he could activate his passive stealth skill and quietly approach Lin Yi. If he could get behind Lin Yi, he could unleash the Shadow Assassin's level 5 skill. This skill perfectly matched the Shadow Assassin's role, capable of delivering devastating damage when used for a backstab. However, when Chen San emerged from the thicket, the scene before him was far from what he had imagined. Wang Er was nowhere to be seen. Did Wang Er retreat? That didn't fit his character. Or could it be? He was killed in just a few seconds? As this thought crossed his mind, the system's warning sounded in Chen San's head. Warning. Your teammate Wang Er has been killed by Lin Yi. He's really dead. Chen San's mind went blank. This brief moment of distraction caused him to forget to activate his passive skill as he appeared. Suddenly, a dark mist enveloped him. Lin Yi's darkened shroud skill. Chen San felt his limbs grow heavy, making movement incredibly difficult. But this was far from the worst of it. The most terrifying moment came when a bloodthirsty warrior, wielding a large blade, suddenly charged at him. The sharp edge glinted coldly as it aimed straight for Chen San's face. Instinctively, Chen San tried to raise his dagger to counter, but he found his movements unusually slow, as if he were stuck in a quagmire. This was the result of the dark shroud skill limiting his actions. Before he could even lift his arm, the warrior's second attack came whistling through the air. The relentless barrage of strikes was like a storm, overwhelming in its intensity. The warrior's fierce eyes seemed to pierce through to his soul, and Chen San completely lost the ability to resist. In the end, he vanished into nothingness on the battlefield, just like Wang Er before him. The system's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Warning! Your teammate Chen San has been killed by Yang Kailang. The successive announcements weighed heavily on Yin Hao and his team's hearts. Wei Ci was furious, nearly driven to madness. He roared, 7 against 2. And we still got 3 of our own killed? Do you even know how to play? You idiots can't even handle such a simple task as catching a turtle in a jar? He shot a fierce glare at his other teammates. That damn Chen San even chickened out halfway. If it weren't for that, Lin Yi and the others wouldn't have been able to focus fire on Wang Er so easily. Wei Ci took a deep breath, his voice filled with menace. Charge in! Don't stop! Anyone who hesitates can forget about following me in the future. His anger was unmistakable, and his subordinates, rarely seeing him so enraged, were terrified into silence. None dared to show any sign of fear as they rushed madly into the thicket. Lin Yi heard the commotion coming from the thicket, knowing more enemies were approaching. He quickly gave Yang Kailang instructions. Stay here and guard the left entrance. I'll handle the right. And take this potion. Your health is dangerously low. If it drops below a third, don't hesitate, fall back and leave the rest to me. As he spoke, he handed Yang Kailang a basic combat potion. Yang Kailang took the potion and nodded silently. As an experienced online gamer, he understood the importance of elite monsters at this moment. However, one thing puzzled him. The elite monster's health was already low. Why didn't Yin Hao and the others focus on taking it down first? Seeing the confusion in Yang Kailang's eyes, Lin Yi chuckled and explained. Confused? It's actually quite simple. The kill of an elite monster is all about contribution value. When multiple teams are attacking the same elite monster, the team with the highest contribution value gets the right to the loot. You and I already hold more than half of the contribution value. Even if they manage to kill the monster, they won't get the loot rights. So, they want to kill us first, reset our contribution value to 0, and then take down the elite monster. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Yang Kailang suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He finally understood why Yin Hao and his group hadn't made a move yet. They were waiting for this exact moment. Yang Kailang berated himself for still thinking in terms of online games, ignoring the harsh realities of the real world. Here, death meant losing everything, including contribution points. Just as Yang Kailang was lost in thought, a rustling sound beside him snapped him back to reality. Yin Hao's men had already entered. Yang Kailang quickly gathered his wits, raised his broadsword, and slashed fiercely at the person in front of him. Almost simultaneously, someone emerged from the right-hand tunnel where Lin Yi was stationed. Lin Yi moved like lightning, swiftly switching back to his bow, Nightfall's End. With a flick of his fingers, 2 arrows shot out, piercing the air. Zhao Si, who had crawled out of the right tunnel, was in a panic. He had intended to quickly join his teammates and stall for time until reinforcements arrived. However, what he saw was his companion already entangled in a fight with Yang Kailang. Zhao Si's heart sank, and he had no choice but to go all in. As a bloodthirsty warrior, Zhao Si tried to use his passive skills to charge at Lin Yi, but he grossly underestimated his opponent. Lin Yi was like a god of death at that moment, raining arrows down on Zhao Si's vital points. Though the arrows didn't hurt much, Zhao Si's rapidly decreasing health terrified him. Finally, Zhao Si broke down. He screamed and tried to flee, but it was too late. Lin Yi's arrows drained his last bit of health. Lin Yi didn't even spare a glance at Zhao Si's dissipating corpse. He immediately switched to a crossbow and fired a curved shot at an elite monster. Then, he quickly switched back to Nightfall's End to support Yang Kailang. The curved arrow flew past the giant tree, Johnson, heading towards Yang Kailang's direction. Yang Kailang's opponent was a radiant mage, a ranged class that had foolishly ventured into close combat. Under their combined attack, the mage fell in less than 2 seconds. Though he managed to fire a few magic balls before dying, Lin Yi's precise arrows shattered them all. In this era of universal job changes, a dark hunter's basic attack was arrows, while radiant mages and glory priests used magic balls. The principle of the stronger prevailing applied. Lin Yi's attack power far surpassed his opponent's, easily destroying the mage's magic balls. A mechanical voice coldly announced, "Warning, your teammate Zhao Si has been killed by Lin Yi. Warning, your teammate Qian Wu has been killed by Lin Yi." 5 people. 5 people had already fallen. The entire map seemed to plunge into a deathly silence, broken only by the sharp sound of the giant tree Johnson scraping against dead wood and its occasional roars. The 2 remaining underlings struggling through the thorns were utterly stunned by the broadcast. With the 5 ahead wiped out, what other fate awaited them but death if they continued? Fear washed over them like a tidal wave, their legs trembling uncontrollably. One of them broke down on the spot, crying, "Brother Jia, I can't do this. I'm quitting, I'm out." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spove, had chosen to teleport away. The other person suddenly spun around and bolted into the distance as if chased by a demon. His movements were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the teleportation light. What was even more astonishing was that, in that instant, he didn't hesitate to remove Deng Jia and the others from his friends list. It all happened so quickly, as if a force more terrifying than death itself was pursuing them. Yin Hao's smug laughter abruptly ceased, as though someone had grabbed him by the throat. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before him. Their 10-man team had lost 5 members in an instant, with 2 more fleeing in terror. The most ironic part was that they hadn't even touched Lin Yi's clothes. A wave of intense shame washed over Yin Hao, and he gritted his teeth, growling, "Damn it. Useless. I'll do it myself." With that, he gripped his weapon, ready to charge into the thickets, only to be stopped by Wei Ci once again. This was the 3rd time today. Yin Hao turned to glare at Wei Ci, his patience wearing thin. He snapped coldly, "What do you want? We've lost so many people, and you just want to let it go?" Wei Ci's expression was serious, his tone steady. A wise man avoids danger. Attacking now is too risky. Lin Yi and his team have the advantage in terrain, levels, and gear. We underestimated his strength. Moreover, his ally is no simple opponent. This time we've lost. Yin Hao erupted in fury at Wei Ci's words. "Nonsense. I won't lose to Lin Yi. He's just level 10, and I'm level 9. I want to see where we're lacking." Seeing Yin Hao's irrational state, a cold glint flashed in Wei Ci's eyes. Surpassing Lin Yi is only a matter of time. Why act recklessly now? Do you remember the last lesson? Are you willing to risk your life this time? If you're insistent, I won't stop you. Wei Ci's words were like a bucket of cold water on Yin Hao's head, instantly calming him. Fragments of past memories flashed through his mind. Yin Hao clutched his head, desperately trying to dispel the unwelcome images. After a moment, he calmed down and asked quietly, "I'll listen to you. What should we do now?" Wei Ci nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the giant tree Johnson in the distance, as if trying to see Lin Yi through it. He calmly ordered, "It's too late to call for reinforcements. We have to retreat for now. Live to fight another day. Deng Jia, go by that recommendation letter." Despite his calm exterior, Wei Xi's inner turmoil was palpable. "Lin Yi, I'll remember this. Next time, I'll make you pay in blood." Yan Hao and his two companions left. They had come in with an air of arrogance, but in the end, they left in disgrace. Yan Hao's boastful words only ended up backfiring on him. Lin Yi watched their retreating figures, feeling a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped Yan Hao would lose his cool and recklessly charge into the thorny underbrush. If that had happened, Lin Yi was confident he could permanently eliminate these three competitors, thus securing the top spot in the dungeon for himself. Unfortunately, one of them managed to keep a level head. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided not to dwell on it. He gripped his longbow tightly and focused on attacking the giant tree monster, Strong Sun. Each arrow he released was imbued with his full strength, hitting the target with precision. The giant tree monster's health rapidly decreased, and soon it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Between two withered trees, a glowing golden orb slowly appeared. Yang Kailing stared at the orb with excitement, even though he knew that at least 90% of the damage in the battle had come from Lin Yi. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, having been on guard against a potential surprise attack from Wei Ci. Fortunately, Wei Ci, whose confidence had taken a hit, hadn't thought of this. Even if he had, he likely wouldn't have risked trying to steal the elite monster that wouldn't drop any equipment for him. Just as Lin Yi was about to approach the orb, he remembered the bad experience of opening a white-quality item the day before. He paused and turned to Yang Kailing. "How about you open it? My luck with loot isn't great." Yang Kailing immediately felt a surge of nervousness. He hesitated, wanting to refuse but not knowing how to say it. Sensing this, Lin Yi added, "Don't worry, we'll split the loot evenly." This reassurance filled Yang Kailing with warmth. He recalled the selfish gaming elites he had encountered in his past life and felt grateful for Lin Yi's down-to-earth nature. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kailing approached the glowing orb. Carefully, he reached in and pulled out the first piece of equipment, a fine, glorious priest weapon. Although neither he nor Lin Yi could use it, Yang Kailing silently handed the weapon to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the weapon and examined it closely. Despite being of fine quality, its spell power boost was near epic, indicating it was an exceptionally lucky drop. This sort of top-tier fine equipment was often worth more than ordinary fine gear. Lin Yi nodded slightly, satisfied with the unexpected gain. The second item Yang Kailing pulled out was a finely crafted dagger, which was also not suitable for him. Lin Yi thought to himself, it seems Yang Kailing's luck isn't great either. Noticing Yang Kailing's lowered head and his hand pausing before the glowing orb, Lin Yi sensed his frustration. Suddenly, a message from Yang Kailing popped up in the team chat. "My luck is terrible?" Lin Yi waved his hand in reassurance and said, "It's all right, keep going." He didn't want Yang Kailing to feel discouraged and decided to offer some encouragement. With Lin Yi's encouragement, Yang Kailing continued to open the glowing orbs. The next items were not equipment but blueprints. Surprisingly, Yang Kailing managed to pull out 3 level 10 blueprints and a level 15 cloak blueprint from the 1-star elite monster. 2 of the blueprints were for the bloodthirsty warrior's longsword. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad," he said. "How about this? I'll craft a weapon for you as your share of the loot." "Okay?" Yang Kailing was startled by the sudden proposal and quickly tried to decline. However, before he could gather his words, Lin Yi continued, "Don't rush to refuse. I need to craft equipment anyway to improve my skills, so it's settled then? But I can't guarantee the quality of what I make." Just like that, Yang Kailing found himself agreeing to Lin Yi's proposal in a daze. He wanted to complain that Lin Yi hadn't given him a chance to speak, but his nature made him lower his head silently and continue drawing from the glowing orbs. To his surprise, the next item was a recommendation letter. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, thinking that the drop rate for recommendation letters from elite monsters wasn't bad. Although he didn't need it right now, it was definitely valuable. Thinking about the recommendation letter, Lin Yi suddenly remembered the one he had listed online yesterday. Curious, he opened the trading hall interface to see if the merchant Ma had contacted him. However, when he saw the content on the screen, he was stunned. Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the trading hall screen. His recommendation letter, the one priced at 10,000 trading points, had actually sold. He couldn't help but curse inwardly who would be so foolish. 10,000 trading points was no small amount. According to the system's exchange rate of 1:1000, that equated to 10 million in currency. Lin Yi quickly scanned for the buyer's name, Deng Jia. The name made him pause, then it all clicked. Deng Jia was none other than Yan Hao's wealthy teammate. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected it to be him who bought the recommendation letter. Upon closely reviewing the transaction records, Lin Yi noticed that Wei Ci and Deng Jia had earlier sent him multiple messages trying to negotiate the price. They had started at 1,000 and went up to 5,000 trading points, but Lin Yi hadn't noticed those messages at the time. Shortly after Wei Ci and the others left, Deng Jie decisively spent 10,000 trading points to purchase the recommendation letter. Lin Yi couldn't help but imagine the look on Yin Hao's face if he found out the seller was actually him. That would definitely be an amusing sight. Despite the unexpected windfall, Lin Yi was quite pleased. As the system's functions gradually unlocked, trading points would become increasingly useful. For instance, they could be spent on expensive delicacies or to expand a safe house. Lin Yi recalled seeing the luxurious mansion of a notorious merchant on the forum and felt a pang of envy. Speaking of that merchant, Lin Yi noticed a few unread messages in the trading hall. One message from a person named Ma Hua particularly stood out. Bro, are you dreaming with that price? Lower it and I'll take it. Are you there? Stop playing hard to get. Fine, I give in. How about this? Let's partner up and make it big. Give me the recommendation letter, and I'll let you invest. Damn, it actually sold? The name Ma Hua triggered some memories from his past life. He was almost certain this was the future infamous merchant. It seemed Ma Hua had already sensed the business potential behind the recommendation letter. However, his words suggested he wasn't exactly flush with cash at the moment. Lin Yi realized this was the perfect time to rope him in. Without hesitation, he opened the chat window and quickly replied. Partnership? How about we discuss this in person? After sending the message, Lin Yi thought about how late it already was. Ma Hua might be asleep. He'd probably have to wait until tomorrow for a response. Shutting the chat window, his gaze shifted back to Yang Kailang in front of him. Yang Kailang had just finished exploring the golden orb. Besides a few new blueprints, there were some materials Lin Yi happened to need. One of the blueprints required level 15 materials, exactly what Lin Yi had obtained from hunting a 3-star elite monster. There was still plenty of time before the 8 o'clock reset, so Lin Yi decided to craft all 10 pieces of equipment before calling it a night. With a smile, he turned to Yang Kailang and said, Let's go. It's time to make some gear. At this moment, after mulling it over for 3 or 4 minutes, Yang Kailang finally came up with a reason to refuse. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, he quickly sent a message. I'm really tired. How about we call it a night? Yang felt a sense of triumph, believing his excuse to be flawless. Sure enough, Lin Yi paused when he saw the message. He promptly replied, All right, I understand. People in weaker positions shouldn't stay up late. It's my bad for not considering that. I'll go work on the gear first, and we can touch base tomorrow. I'll give you the equipment then. I've remembered your name. Your skills are quite impressive. Keep it up. Lin Yi's virtual avatar patted Yang Kailang on the shoulder before disappearing. Yang was left standing there, stunned, with the words, see you tomorrow, echoing in his mind. He realized with frustration that he'd have to come up with another excuse tomorrow. Yang was on the verge of tears. He had thought his excuse was perfect, but instead, it had dug him into an even deeper hole. Reflecting on it, he realized he had deliberately waited until past 11 to sneak out and level up, hoping to avoid people. In the leveling zone, it was common for strangers to team up, but he hadn't expected to run into Lin Yi in the middle of the night, get saved, fight side by side, and even agree to meet up the next day. What kind of bad luck is this? Yang muttered to himself, feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. At the same time, it wasn't just Yang Kailang who was troubled. Ma Hua was tossing and turning in bed. The sale of that recommendation letter for 10,000 trade points today had left him heartbroken. He deeply regretted that he wasn't the one who sold it. After some careful thought, Ma Hua realized that recommendation letters were essential for every team, and with such a low drop rate, their price was bound to skyrocket soon. He had already devised a comprehensive plan to capitalize on this. While Ma Hua had recognized the importance of recommendation letters, many others had not. His plan was to first raise awareness about their value, and then create a sense of urgency and demand. Ma Hua planned to post on the forums, making players feel the pressing need to obtain recommendation letters. He wanted everyone to believe that without quickly acquiring a recommendation letter to craft gear, they might face death in the dungeons. He knew that the threat of death was often the most effective catalyst. Before executing his plan, Ma Hua decided to stockpile recommendation letters. His cunning scheme was simple. Once the public started panicking, he could sell them at a high price and make a fortune. This time, he was convinced he would succeed. Unfortunately, Ma Hua's starting capital was extremely limited, only amounting to 2,000 trading points. This was why he was eager to find a partner. He calculated that if the person was inexperienced, he could easily swindle them out of their money with a few sweet words. If they were an expert, it would take more effort, but the end result would be the Samih was confident in that. However, the plan hit a snag right at the beginning. No matter how persuasive Ma Hua was, the sellers remained unmoved. Worse still, before he could pull out all the stops, the batch of recommendation letters was bought by someone else. This was a blow Ma Hua found hard to accept, leaving him tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. Just then, a notification sound from the trading hall rang out. Already frustrated, Ma Hua realized he had forgotten to mute the alerts, which only fueled his anger. He cursed under his breath. Who the hell is messaging me in the middle of the night? I won't let you off. My mouth can make money, but it's also great at cursing. You'll see. Ma Hua sat up abruptly, his face full of rage as he opened the system interface and clicked on the message from the unlucky soul. Just as he was about to start cursing, he noticed the previous chat history had sent dozens of messages like a desperate fan, none of which had been replied to. He then realized the message was from the person who had bought the recommendation letters. Ma Hua felt a mix of envy and jealousy. He thought, if he had those 10,000 trading points, he could easily make them multiply 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Despite his reluctance, Ma Hua couldn't contain his excitement when he saw the other party suggesting a face-to-face meeting to discuss a partnership. He almost replied at the speed of light, "Sure. Where are you? I'll come over right now." No sooner had he sent the message than he regretted his eagerness, but he didn't mind this minor slip. Minutes passed, and Ma Hua's smile began to stiffen. Damn it, not replying again? Are you crazy? His temples throbbed with frustration, feeling like they might burst. Yes, Ma Hua was really in pain. Meanwhile, the cause of Ma Hua's headache, Lin Yi, was sweating profusely in a blacksmith shop. NPC Wang Dahue greeted him warmly, as always. Lin Yi waved nonchalantly in response and headed straight to the forge. Under the influence of top-tier forging skills, Lin Yi quickly completed the forging process. The clanging sounds of metal echoed as his energy for the day was spent. Looking at the 10 nearly finished pieces of equipment, he decided to leave the final assessments for tomorrow. After packing the 10 semi-finished items into his backpack, Lin Yi teleported back to his small house. A quick wash later, he collapsed into bed and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The effects of the previous day's exhaustion had long dissipated. As for the forgotten Ma Hua, he was still tossing and turning, grinding his teeth in frustration. He swore to himself, if I ever meet you, and I don't swindle you out of every last penny, I won't be called Ma. Elsewhere, Yang Kairing huddled in a corner of his small house, clumsily rehearsing how to refuse tomorrow. In another leveling map, Yin Hao, Deng Jie, and Wei Ci exchanged glances. Deng Jie's twitching mouth expressed his helplessness, while Wei Ci's furrowed brow and trembling eyebrows showed his anger. They had just spent 10,000 trading points on a recommendation letter, only to have 2 drop after killing just 10 minor monsters. Yin Hao cursed, damn it. It must be that Lin Yi. Nothing good ever happens when he's around. The 3 were filled with regret. Their team already had 2 life skill specialists, making the bot recommendation letter completely unnecessary. 10,000 trading points down the drain. Though Deng Jie's family was well off, they weren't made of money. Moreover, Deng Jie's father could no longer send him money, making every penny particularly precious now. Wei Ci waved his hand helplessly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Forget it, I'll just sell this recommendation letter in the trading hall. See if I can get some of my losses back. He took a deep breath, with a touch of self-mockery in his tone. I was too impulsive before. I apologize. He turned to Deng Jie and said, let's go, let's change our classes. If Lin Yi can do it, so can we. Before he finished speaking, Wei Ci suddenly stopped in his tracks, standing still. His expression changed rapidly, a sly gleam appearing in his eyes, and a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Deng Jie, baffled by this sudden change, couldn't help but ask, Ci Gu, what's up? Why are you smiling so? Strangely. Wei Ci glared at him, annoyed. You think you're the only one who can use adjectives? Then his tone turned excited. But actually, it's good news. Ji Ba, who was Lin Yi's teammate in the first dungeon, agreed to speak out in our post. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Lin Yi woke up promptly at 7, despite sleeping late the previous night. It had become his routine. The reason for waking up at 7 was simple. The start time for the Universal Job Change dungeon was at 8 in the morning. This gave him enough time for a light warm-up to fully wake up his body. He spent a trading point with the system to buy breakfast. With a simple order, the breakfast instantly appeared on the table. As he tasted the bland food, he browsed the latest news on the forum. After 2 days of adaptation and the screening from the first dungeon, most of the remaining players could accept this new world. Discussions about the era of universal job changes were heating up, but the hottest topics were still the posts about Yin Hao and Lin Yi. As Lin Yi casually scrolled through the forum, Yin Hao's post suddenly sparked another heated discussion. Lin Yi frowned and clicked to check it out. What greeted him were several bold words. Lin Yi's teammate personally accuses him of cheating for all his achievements. Seeing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, damn, am I getting called out? If I say I didn't cheat, will I get banned? He unconsciously stood up and continued to read. My name is Ji Ba, you can see my name on the leaderboard. I was a member of Lin Yi's team, so you can fully trust what I'm about to say. Lin Yi's eyes were fixed on the screen, waiting for what came next. Ji Bo? Lin Yi frowned slightly as his eyes fell on the beginning of the post. Those suggestive images once again flashed uncontrollably before his eyes. He quickly shook his head to dispel them, feeling a wave of confusion. Why was Ji Bo getting mixed up with Yin Hao and his crew again? Why was she speaking up in Yin Hao's post? With this question in mind, Lin Yi continued reading. The content of the post left him stunned. I didn't intend to take up public resources, but I really can't stand that hypocrite being idolized. Lin Yi's skills are nowhere near as good as everyone thinks, nor is he as incredibly smart as people believe. He toyed with my feelings. He's a total jerk. Everything about him is just a facade. Reading this, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Yin Hao and his gang's tactics were incredibly clumsy. Using Ji Bo to smear him as a jerk? If he was considered a jerk, then there were no good men left in the world. Lin Yi shook his head, not taking these accusations to heart. As long as his team knew the truth, that was enough. Although reputation could impact his status and admiration points, there was no point in defending himself against such baseless slander. Justice would prevail. However, the next part made Lin Yi's eyes widen in shock. All his advantages actually come from a loophole in the era of mass career changes. Lin Yi has been exploiting this loophole to gather information about dungeons, and using this information, he led us to complete the first Cataclysm dungeon. That's why our completion rate was so high. Then they took all the dungeon rewards for themselves, leaving nothing for me. And this loophole is his teammate, Su Wanning. Su Wanning's career is different from all of ours. She's a bizarre malevolent spirit. Surprised? Yes, it's the same malevolent spirit we all encountered when we first changed careers. Rage flared up in Lin Yi's eyes. He could brush off the previous accusations, but he never expected Ji Bo to target Su Wanning. How dare they slander Su Wanning like this? Lin Yi instantly understood that this must be Yin Hao and his group's doing. They would stop at nothing to bring him down. Lin Yi knew Su Wanning's past well. She had almost fallen into depression due to rumors and gossip among her classmates. He would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. Below the post, a flood of comments from clueless players had already appeared. Some were suddenly enlightened, while others launched verbal attacks on the bizarre spirit, Su Wanning. The vile comments were relentless, with some even finding and posting Su Wanning's picture, accompanied by insults. This kind of content was enough to make anyone's blood boil, and it spread unchecked in the comments section. Amidst the thousands of comments, there were also voices defending Lin Yi and his team. Wang Lei, for example, was fervently arguing with Ji Bo. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you're saying? Su saved you, and this is how you repay her? Do you have a conscience? Playing with your feelings? Are you sure he would even look at you? No equipment? Where do you think that fine dagger you have came from? Wang Lei kept posting furiously, but Ji Bo didn't respond at all. His posts were completely drowned out in the overwhelming tide of comments. People often see what they want to see. In this era of career changes, Lin Yi's haters and onlookers seem to have found some amusement. They yearn to witness the downfall of this top star. Lin Yi has become the first-generation internet celebrity of this age, with countless people eagerly waiting for the moment he gets exposed. Throughout this turmoil, Wang Lei and Tang Junren have been defending Lin Yi. However, Tang Junren's name has become closely associated with Lin Yi, and every time he posts something, he is immediately swarmed by countless attackers. With his introverted and honest nature, Tang Junren is no match for these keyboard warriors. Anger flared in Lin Yi's eyes. He wanted to scream, but there were more urgent matters to handle. He quickly opened a chat with Su Wanning and typed, "Don't look at the posts online. Leave it to me." Lin Yi wasn't sure if Su Wanning had seen the comments or how to comfort her. He decided to tackle the problem at its root. Next, Lin Yi opened a chat with Wei Ci. Strangely, neither of them had deleted the other. Without hesitation, Lin Yi sent, "I have to say, if your goal was to anger me, you've succeeded. Rest assured, I will make you pay for this. I will destroy you." Immediately after, Lin Yi sent a message to Tang Junren. "No need to explain or post anymore. I'll handle this." Unexpectedly, Wei Ci was the first to reply. His messages came in rapid succession. What upset? Who would have thought the fearless Lin Yi has such a weak spot? Thanks to Miss Ji for telling me. Want me to delete the posts? Sure. As long as you die, I'll delete them immediately. How's that for a deal? Lin Yi stared at the screen, his eyes cold. Wei Ci's actions had completely infuriated him. Yin Hao and his two accomplices were now silently added to Lin Yi's hit list. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. So, the strongest bloodthirsty warrior and the deadliest assassin from his past life? Let's see if they really live up to their reputations. At this moment, Wei Ci rarely showed a triumphant smile. He had a large dark circle under his eyes, looking exhausted yet exhilarated. He had stayed up all night, unable to sleep, and immediately threw himself into work after changing his profession to a blacksmith. He had crafted all the equipment overnight, draining his energy completely. His proficiency had skyrocketed to 300 points. His initial rating was deemed elite by Wang Dazui, directly earning him 200 proficiency points. Wei Ci was secretly pleased, convinced that his skill level had far surpassed Lin Yi's. His operations were precise and flawless, and his speed was on par with Wang Dazui's, which earned him the elite blacksmith rating. Even NPCs were astonished by his performance, a testament to his exceptional craftsmanship. Wei Ci firmly believed that Lin Yi could never do better than him. So what if Lin Yi was the first in the server to change professions? Where would Lin Yi get so much money to buy blueprints? Impossible. How could Lin Yi have such high initial proficiency? Absolutely impossible. Although the equipment had yet to be appraised, Wei Ci was already eager to discuss with Ji Yiba how to use the latter's identity to deal with Lin Yi. Following Ji Yiba's suggestion, they decided to shift their target and throw a heap of dirty water on Su Wanning. Wei Ci was smug, considering this plan a stroke of genius. This time, Lin Yi won't be able to withstand the public opinion assault. Wei Ci thought to himself, delighted. Sure enough, Lin Yi seemed unable to contain his anger and took the initiative to send a message. In Wei Ci's eyes, this was undoubtedly a sign that Lin Yi was panicking. He felt that his sleepless night had finally paid off. Although Lin Yi had yet to reply, Wei Ci could already imagine Lin Yi scratching his head in frustration, suffering immensely. This brought him immense satisfaction. Wei Ci decided to press on, thinking that since he had already opened the wound, he might as well pour more salt on it. He began to mutter to himself maniacally. Lin Yi, now you know the consequences of going against us, don't you? Too bad. It's too late for regrets now. I want to see how you plan to turn things around. How will you respond? Just wait to be ruined and die in the dungeon. Wei Ci grew more excited as he spoke, rambling on. Oh, you probably don't know yet, right? After the next dungeon, the system will open the guild feature. With our current reputation, we will definitely be the largest guild in the server. By then, you won't be able to survive. I'll make sure our guild members kill you on sight, unless you hide in your little house all the time. Ha ha ha. He continued babbling. Are you curious why I'm targeting you? It's simple, you're too arrogant, and I don't like people who are more arrogant than us. Also, stepping on you to climb up will earn us more reputation. Reputation is something that truly belongs to those in power. You don't deserve it. Lin Yi never replied, which Wei Ci interpreted as a sign that Lin Yi was speechless and red-faced. Wei Ci was very pleased with himself. However, Wei Ci didn't know that Lin Yi hadn't replied because he wasn't even looking at Wei Ci's messages. At that moment, Lin Yi was lost in thought, contemplating how to find this despicable Wei Ci. If Yin Hao and his group really established their own guild, the situation could become even more challenging. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, it would be tough to fight against so many. Lin Yi was well aware of the power of Wei Ci and Yin Hao's group. In his previous life, Yin Hao's guild ranked in the top 3 in overall strength across the server, with its influence spread server-wide. Most of the senior members of the guild had followed Yin Hao since their days in Yinjing, exhibiting a reckless, thug-like behavior that allowed Yin Hao's influence to expand rapidly. However, this mixed bag of members also meant that the average strength of Yin Hao's guild was not outstanding, and their overall ranking was not the highest. Their reputation was upheld by the strongest bloodthirsty warrior and the strongest shadow assassin. While not the legendary strongest guild in the server, they were undoubtedly one of the most prominent. Lin Yi had not initially planned to establish a guild. He just wanted to live a good life with his few teammates in this chaotic world. But now, to counter Yin Hao and his group, a guild seemed to have become an indispensable necessity. Only power could counter power. Lin Yi temporarily noted this idea, planning to make a detailed plan later. Given the current situation, Lin Yi's guild plans are still just on paper. The 6-member team is far from complete, with Tang Junrun being the only confirmed teammate. Lin Yi quickly ran through other potential members in his mind. Yang Kairang, the bloodthirsty warrior, whom he met just yesterday and could see a significant boost in strength with some guidance, and Jian Shangma, the glory priest, whom he had yet to meet and whose character was questionable. Lin Yi's criteria for selecting team members were straightforward. Technical skills could be a bit lacking. As long as the talent wasn't completely hopeless, he could slowly train them with his hacks. However, poor character was a gap that even hacks couldn't bridge. If these two were confirmed, 2 more spots would still be needed. A radiant mage and a shadow assassin. The strongest shadow assassin from his previous life had already become an enemy, so that was out of the question. As for the strongest radiant mage, Lin Yi fell into deep thought, a crazed figure flashing through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. That woman, better forget about her. If she joined the team, it would undoubtedly be chaos. Lin Yi realized that finding teammates couldn't be rushed. He turned his attention back to Wei Ci's chat window, knowing that arguing with such a scoundrel was pointless. They were already at each other's throats, and rather than wasting words, it would be more satisfying to settle it with 2 arrows when the time came. Just as Lin Yi was about to make a post on the forum to clear things up, a message from Tang Junren popped up. Brother Yi, sister-in-law actually made a post. Lin Yi's heart suddenly raced. Sister-in-law referred to Su Wanning. Why would she make a post suddenly? Wasn't she the target of all the criticism? Coming forward now was like walking into a trap. They had agreed that he would handle it, so why would she take such a risk? Lin Yi's mind was in turmoil. He quickly exited the editing page and anxiously scanned the trending posts. Sure enough, Su Wanning's name was prominently displayed at number 5. His heart leaped into his throat. I am Su Wanning. Su Wanning's voice echoed through the forum like a thunderclap, cutting through the cacophony of doubts. Her post was direct and hit the nail on the head. I saw the post by Ji Aba. Yes, I have indeed transformed into a mysterious evil spirit, but I retain my sanity. I am different from those who have lost their minds. Her tone was calm yet resolute. You think I am a glitch in the system? That I can foresee the tricks to past challenges? Honestly, I wish I had such abilities. It would allow me to contribute more to the team. But unfortunately, I don't. Su Wanning's honesty was touching. Whether you believe me or not, I don't care. We don't enjoy harming others, but sadly, malice is often directed at us. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice, but it was filled with determination. I have experienced similar online harassment before, and back then, I chose to avoid it. Lin Yi was the one who protected me. Now that both Lin Yi and I are being targeted, I think it's my turn to stand up and protect him. This time, I won't back down. She dropped a bombshell at the end. This video should reveal the truth to everyone. Lin Yi clicked on the video link below the post, bewildered. The footage at the beginning left him astonished. It was the entire process of him defeating a 3-star elite monster. The perspective was clearly from Su Wanning, capturing everything from Tang Junren's discovery of the Terracotta Warriors. In the video, Lin Yi calmly devised tactics, instructed Su Wanning to hide, and directed Tang Junren to handle the minor monsters. Then came the thrilling segments of Lin Yi skillfully outmaneuvering the Terracotta Warriors. Every movement, every dodge was vividly displayed for the audience. Meanwhile, in a certain main city, Gu Shuerong lay on her bed, her expression serious as she stared at the forum. Her finely crafted magic wand was casually tossed aside. Her full attention focused on the screen. She typed furiously on the keyboard, cursing under her breath. Damn haters, all of them smearing my brother's name. They can all drop dead. Gu Shuerong was Lin Yi's #1 fan. Ever since she saw Lin Yi's first highlight reel, she had been captivated by his handsome figure, especially that effortless step when facing a giant ant. It left her in awe. Graceful. So graceful. As a former dancer who later joined the police academy, she found herself unable to resist such elegant movements. From that moment on, Gu Shuerong became Lin Yi's staunch supporter. Even when Yin Hao constantly exposed negative information about Lin Yi, her support never wavered. But Ji Iba's emergence put her on high alert. Just as Gu Shuerong was catching her breath after a frenzy of posting, Su Wanning's post caught her attention. She clicked on it nervously and quickly skimmed through the content. Su Wanning's sincere emotions moved her slightly, especially the line "whether you believe me or not, I don't care," which made her nod in approval. Gu Shuerong eagerly opened the video. Lin Yi's appearance on the screen immediately brightened her eyes. Ah, so handsome. However, the sudden appearance of the Terracotta Warriors made her gasp. Lin Yi's subsequent maneuvers left Gu Shuerong holding her breath, particularly the daring backflip off the wall. That's the man I'm a fan of. Truly impressive. Gu Shuerong couldn't help but exclaim. The video continued, showing Tang Junren successfully defeating the minor monsters, Lin Yi leveling up and changing his gear, and then starting to suppress the Terracotta Warriors. When Lin Yi stopped Tang Junren from helping, Gu Shuerong's eyes widened in surprise. He plans to solo this elite monster? In the dance world, a solo meant a solo performance, and at this moment, Lin Yi was putting on a breathtaking solo dance. The term solo elite monster here refers to an elite monster that can be taken down by a single player. Gu Shuerong watched the video of Lin Yi facing a colossal Terracotta Warrior all by himself and couldn't help but gasp. When she saw the stats of the Terracotta Warrior, she was utterly shocked. 3,500 health points and 200 attack power. Oh my god, Gu Shuerong murmured to herself. If I got hit twice, I'd be dead on the spot. How does he god even dare? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. She finally understood the true meaning of this video. It not only thoroughly debunked the myth that a horde tactic was needed to kill a 3-star elite monster, but it also showcased Lin Yi's incredible gaming skills. As an avid gamer herself, Gu Shuerong immediately recognized the terrifying precision and awareness in Lin Yi's gameplay. She watched intently as Lin Yi skillfully dodged the Terracotta Warriors' attacks and calculated the timing for each counterattack with pinpoint accuracy. Although Su Wanning occasionally shifted the camera angle to survey the surrounding sculptures, this only added to the immersive tension rather than detracting from the viewing experience. Just as Gu Shuerong was deeply absorbed in Lin Yi's maneuvers, the video took an unexpected turn. Tang Junren, who had come to assist, was struck down by the terracotta warrior with a single blow, triggering a swarm of smaller monsters. Gu Xuerong's heart tightened as she anxiously watched the crisis unfold on screen. The subsequent scenes had Gu Xuerong holding her breath. Tang Junren fought on despite the danger. Lin Yi gave his all to handle the situation, and Su Wanning cleverly searched for a breakthrough. Each moment was crucial, and none could be spared. As Su Wanning threw herself at the terracotta warrior, Gu Xuerong's heart nearly stopped. Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Wanning, Lin Yi intervened in the nick of time, saving everyone. The 3-star elite monster finally fell. Gu Xuerong let out a long breath, feeling as if she had just been through a life-and-death battle herself. Her chest heaved, and she panted heavily, needing a moment to calm down. When she finally regained her composure, a wave of indignation washed over her. How could anyone accuse Lin Yi and his team of using horde tactics when they fought so desperately for survival? 3 people hardly count as a horde. This was sheer slander, an injustice that was impossible to defend against. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already welled up in Gu Xuerong's eyes. She gently wiped them away and reopened the post by Yin Hao and Ji Ba. With newfound determination, she was ready to clear Lin Yi and his team's name. At this moment, many others shared experiences similar to Gu Xuerong's. Lin Yi's fans, who had been wavering, found renewed hope in this video. They wiped away their tears, stood up once more, and resolved to continue fighting for their idol. Every move Lin Yi made in the video was clearly visible. He deftly dodged the giant ant's attacks while continuously leveling up. These scenes powerfully refuted Yin Hao's accusations. Lin Yi didn't rely on his level to win. He accumulated it bit by bit at the risk of his life. Yin Hao had claimed that Lin Yi fought unfairly, but the video revealed the truth. Lin Yi had clawed his way out of near-death traps to gain his advantage. The footage showed Lin Yi facing crises alone, relying not on external help but on his exceptional skills and fearless courage. In just half an hour, the video garnered over 100 million views. Public opinion on the internet shifted instantly. Countless silent Lin Yi fans found their voice and spoke out in support. They excitedly pointed out, "With this video as evidence, what else can Yin Hao say?" However, some of Yin Hao's supporters were unwilling to concede. They posted online, questioning, "Even if Lin Yi's skills are real, this video doesn't prove he achieved 120 completion on his own. How could he do it without cheats?" As these doubts began to spread, Su Wanqing stepped in again, releasing another video. "Actually, achieving 120 completion isn't as impossible as you think," she wrote in her post. The new video's setting left everyone breathless. It was the haunting crying senior year building. The video started in the principal's office, with the principal's health nearly depleted. Su Wanqing's perspective made viewers feel as if they were there, witnessing the entire process through her eyes. In the footage, Lin Yi declined Wang Lei's offer to land the final blow, and instead approached the now sane principal for a conversation. The next scene shocked everyone. Lin Yi had the principal sign a leave of absence form. The comment section exploded. "So the principal didn't cause the disaster. He signed the form then? We never thought to get the principal to sign. Wait, where did the leave of absence form come from?" But what stunned viewers even more was Lin Yi's next move. He meticulously analyzed the situation, redefeated all the courses, and even reset the final boss's data to 0. Every step Lin Yi took was carefully thought out, showcasing his incredible insight and innovative thinking. So that's it. With more courses, of course, you have to redefeat them. Oh my god, the final boss's data is reset to 0? Is that even possible? Wait, what is Lin Yi doing? By the video's end, Lin Yi had reconciled with everyone. The crying senior year building was no longer filled with weeping, signifying perfect completion. Viewers finally realized Lin Yi was truly immersed in the game, thoughtfully solving problems. Sometimes, violence isn't the only answer. This video also clarified the previous accusations from Ji Ba. The footage clearly showed that Lin Yi hadn't given her any special attention. In fact, he was the first to allocate a high-quality dagger to her, even though she had contributed little. So Ji Ba was lying. Lin Yi never toyed with her emotions. This whole dungeon was carried by Lin Yi, and she still complains? The release of these 2 videos not only silenced the doubts but also gave people deeper insight into Lin Yi's method of clearing dungeons. Total immersion, deep thinking, attention to detail, and a willingness to innovate. No wonder he could achieve 120 completion, while others struggled to reach 40. Lin Yi made a dazzling return to the top, leaving even some of Yin Hao's staunchest supporters speechless. The truth was out, and Lin Yi's skills were indisputably proven. The enemy's offensive was like a relentless storm, unstoppable. The advantage Yin Haofeng once held crumbled instantly, and the reputation he had painstakingly built plummeted. At this moment, Wei Ci, who had just berated Lin Yi, was still basking in his triumph, completely unaware of the rapid shift in the situation. That coward. All he can do is play dead. Wei Ci muttered to himself, a scornful smile on his lips. In just a few days, Lin Yi will be history, and the three of us will rise, stepping on his shoulders, to become the new top influencers with millions of followers. Elated, Wei Ci opened the forum, eager to see how his supporters were attacking Lin Yi. He noticed that Yin Hao's post was still at the top of the trending list, while Su Wanning's post was in second place. Wei Ci raised an eyebrow but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a desperate last stand. Boring, he grumbled, clicking on Yin Hao's post. However, the content that appeared on his screen left him stunned. The entire post was filled with Lin Yi supporters, and the few comments defending Yin Hao and his allies were swiftly shot down. Even more shocking, Yin Hao's fans seemed unable to compete with Lin Yi's supporters. Wei Ci's eyes quickly scanned through the comments. I was originally a fan of God. I believed Yin Hao's lies and doubted God. But after those two videos, it's clear I was so wrong. God was slandered for so long and didn't think of releasing the video, but he couldn't stand his former teammates throwing dirt at him anymore. God has nothing to hide, but those toads just disgust people. God just wants this farce to end. Yin Hao is nothing more than a clown. Videos? A sense of foreboding filled Wei Ci. He quickly switched to Su Wanning's post and, with trembling fingers, clicked on the two videos she had posted. By the time the first video ended, Wei Ci's face had turned ashen. He realized that turning the tide now would be nearly impossible. Soloing a 3-star elite monster. Such an achievement would silence anyone. Although Tang Junren provided some assistance in the video, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the main force. Even more astonishing was that Lin Yi, as a dark hunter, managed to maneuver agilely against an elite monster with a charged skill. This feat alone was enough to crown him the strongest dark hunter in the entire server. Wei Ci's mind was in turmoil, and he murmured to himself, is this man really that terrifying? Wei Ci suddenly felt a wave of bitterness surge within him. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly clicked on the second video, his eyes fixed on the screen. As time passed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he silently closed the video player, realizing that all the rumors had been thoroughly debunked. They really had no chance of turning the tide. Wei Ci closed his eyes, recalling the details of the first instance. The clues that should have been noticed were now painfully obvious. It was like trying to solve a difficult problem in school. Sometimes the answer eludes you until you see the solution, and then it all makes sense. They had been blinded by their own perceptions. With a sigh, Wei Ci had to admit defeat. Not only had they failed to surpass Lin Yi, but they had also inadvertently become stepping stones for him. This was the first time the master strategist of Yinjing had failed. However, Wei Ci didn't expect that this wasn't the final blow. The fatal strike came from one of Deng Jie's former underlings, one of the two who had fled in panic the previous night. A new post appeared on the forum, beginning with a sincere apology letter. Yishun, I had no intention of opposing you. What happened in the school's backyard map last night was not my doing. I was coerced. Please forgive me. However, the seemingly ordinary apology letter came with a video that was like a bombshell. The footage showed a group of people besieging a 2-star elite monster, the very one Yin Hao and his group claimed to have first killed. Countless underlings charged at the monster, while Yin Hao stood aside, holding his sword and watching with interest. The truth was out, and the players were enlightened. It turned out that Yin Hao and his group were the ones using the swarm tactics. They had the audacity to accuse others of the same. Countless players felt like they had been played for fools by Yin Hao. It was clear that Yin Hao had been trying to climb over Lin Yi all along. Yin Hao's already dwindling fanbase crumbled instantly. His post was abandoned, replaced by another popular one. We all owe Lin Yi an apology. This post shot to the top of the hot list almost immediately, second only to Su Wanning's post. Lin Yi's name once again resonated in the hearts of all the players. Many players spontaneously liked Lin Yi's highlight videos and left comments apologizing. The number of likes was skyrocketing. However, Lin Yi, the central figure of this storm, was completely unaware of it. At that moment, he was in his room, with Su Wanning and Tang Junren having just teleported in. After repeatedly confirming that Su Wanning was safe and sound, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, Su Wanning was much stronger now than she had been in the past. Their turnaround this time was largely thanks to her courage. As for how the online public opinion would develop, Lin Yi no longer cared. He was busy contacting Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang, are you awake? What's your room number? Should I come over? Or do you want to come here? Lin Yi sent a message in the game. Never mind, let's meet at the blacksmith shop. There's a appraisal potion there. We can identify it directly. Come on, I'm waiting for you at blacksmith shop 007. Yang Kailang hesitated for a moment before replying. Actually, Lin Yi immediately interrupted. Don't even think about refusing. This is what you deserve. If you don't come, I'll have to track you down. You know my influence, right? I'm not someone who likes to owe others. Feeling that he couldn't win an argument with Lin Yi, Yang Kailang reluctantly agreed and teleported to the outskirts of blacksmith shop 007. As Lin Yi waited at the blacksmith shop, he noticed Ma Hua's reply from the previous night. He hadn't expected Ma Hua to be awake so late and respond so quickly. Sorry, I didn't see your message last night. I'm at blacksmith shop 007. You can come find me, Lin Yi replied. After sending the message, Lin Yi casually found a spot inside the blacksmith shop to sit and wait for the two to arrive. Tang Junren, curious about the blacksmith shop, looked around and even struck up a conversation with Wang Dechue. Lin Yi had briefly recounted the previous night's events to them, and the harrowing encounter left Tang Junren and Su Wanning quite shaken. However, Lin Yi had left out the story of Ji Yiba. He didn't feel that resisting temptation was something to boast about. Wanting to survive wasn't wrong, but Ji Yiba had chosen the wrong path from the start. Lin Yi felt powerless to change that. At that moment, Ji Yiba had no idea that the powerful figure she had just aligned herself with had crumbled. She lay on the bed, covered in sweat and still catching her breath, lost in the aftermath of their passion. After a while, she forced her exhausted body to sit up and turned to look at Yan Hao, who was casually lighting a cigarette beside her. That was amazing. How does this mean I'm yours now? Ji Yiba murmured softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yan Hao smirked, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. You did great. Don't worry. In this era where everyone is changing careers, I'll watch out for you. Even though you can't join my team, I'll make sure they take good care of you. Upon hearing this, the seductive look on Ji Yiba's face vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. She asked sharply, didn't you say you would let me join your team? Yan Hao continued to blow smoke rings, his expression indifferent. Our team already has a shadow assassin. We don't need another one. Did you think you could replace Wei Ci? Woman, you think too much. His words struck Ji Yiba like a slap in the face. Her eyes glazed over, and a surge of anger at being deceived welled up inside her. Just then, Yan Hao seemed to remember something and muttered to himself. Speaking of Wei Ci, he kept requesting to teleport to my room earlier. I was busy then, couldn't let him in. I wonder what it was about. Yan Hao opened Wei Ci's chat window and saw dozens of unread messages. What's so urgent? Has the sky fallen? This is his idea of being dependable? Ridiculous. He sneered inwardly and clicked on the messages. The next second, his expression froze, and he shouted in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Ji Yiba suddenly had a bad feeling. Ignoring her nakedness, she quickly got up and grabbed Yan Hao's shoulder, asking, what's wrong? Yan Hao roughly pushed her hand away, his eyes fixed on the floating system screen, completely absorbed in shock. Sensing trouble, Ji Yiba quickly opened the forum to check. When she saw the forum contents, her face turned deathly pale. It's over. Everything is over. Her once powerful ally had collapsed. Seeing the overwhelming insults directed at her on the forum, a chill ran down Ji Yiba's spine. She realized that any chance of befriending Lin Yi was now gone. They were on opposing sides. Exhaustion and fear surged over her like a tidal wave, compounded by a poor night's rest. Ji Yiba felt her vision darken and fainted on the spot. Lin Yi and his companions were completely unaware of all this. At the moment, they were leisurely chatting inside the blacksmith shop. After hearing about Lin Yi's harrowing experience, Tang Junren's face was full of fear. He couldn't help but say, that was way too dangerous. Next time, you can message me to wake me up. Lin Yi waved it off nonchalantly. In that situation, you wouldn't have been able to help much anyway. Su Wanning watched Lin Yi with a worried look. Though Lin Yi was safe, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his behalf. It was hard for her to believe how calmly he could recount such a thrilling experience. Just listening to his story made her shiver. She gazed intently at Lin Yi and softly said, don't be so reckless by yourself in the future. What would we do if something happened to you? What would I do? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback by Su Wanning's words. Tang Junren, not catching the deeper meaning, chimed in loudly, exactly. Su here still needs you to protect her. You can't let anything happen to you. Lin Yi chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't. Su Wanning's face broke into a smile, her eyes full of joy. Lin Yi then shifted the topic, starting to talk about yesterday's gains and the 10,000 transaction points. What's even more interesting is the person who bought the recommendation letter. The enormous sum of transaction points left Tang Junren and Su Wanning wide-eyed and incredulous. Tang Junren scratched his head. If they knew you were the one who sold the recommendation letter, they'd probably go mad. Su Wanning covered her mouth with a giggle. Consider it compensation for our mental distress. It's worth it. As the three of them chatted casually, Yang Kailang finally appeared at the door. He had actually arrived a while ago but had been hesitating outside, repeatedly rehearsing what he should say upon entering. What finally pushed Yang Kailang to step inside wasn't his readiness but the sudden appearance of another person behind him. This person was thin with a hooked nose and sharp, shrewd eyes. In contrast, Yang Kailang, with his fair, round face and somewhat vacant look, seemed like a completely different type of person. Yang Kailang instantly felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. To avoid this stranger, he hurriedly stepped into the blacksmith's shop. The thin, hook-nosed man was Ma Hua. He had barely slept the night before and was fuming when he received the news early in the morning. Damn it, an apology isn't going to cut it. No way am I going to bow down for a few measly transaction points. Dream on. Ma Hua cursed internally. But then he thought, wait, if I don't go, that idiot wins. No, I have to go, and I have to go in full force. This isn't a business meeting, it's a showdown. With this resolve, Ma Hua teleported over, seething with anger. As he neared the blacksmith's shop, he saw a sneaky-looking guy loitering outside. Could this be the seller? How dumb can you get? Some people really do have dumb luck? This thought made Ma Hua even angrier, and he strode towards Yang Kailang. Ma Hua's aggressive demeanor scared Yang Kailang into the blacksmith's shop. Trying to run? Feeling guilty already? Too late. Ma Hua sneered, full of disdain, and followed Yang Kailang inside. Seeing Yang Kailang suddenly appear, Lin Yi was momentarily surprised but then smiled and stood up. You made it? Just as he was about to introduce Su Weining and Tang Junren, Ma Hua stormed in. Lin Yi recognized Ma Hua almost instantly. The hooked nose and sharp eyes were often used to describe the infamous traitor Ma on forums in his past life. Seeing him in person, Lin Yi realized how fitting the description was. You must be Ma Hua? Lin Yi blurted out. Ma Hua, who had been advancing aggressively towards Yang Kailang, stopped in his tracks and suspiciously eyed Lin Yi. Who is this guy? How does he know who I am? Yes, that's me. And you are? Ma Hua asked hesitantly. Lin Yi smiled and extended his hand. I'm Lin Yi, the one who invited you here. Ma Hua suddenly snapped back to reality, and the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The kid who had been so brazen online was now standing right in front of him with a beaming smile, looking surprisingly friendly. Just as Ma Hua was about to scold him, he remembered Lin Yi's introduction and froze in place. Lin Yi, Ma Hua exclaimed inwardly. As someone who loved surfing the internet and gathering all kinds of information, how could he not know this name? Lin Yi was an internet celebrity, and fame meant traffic, and traffic equated to wealth. Ma Hua's attitude did a complete 180. His anger vanished without a trace, replaced by boundless enthusiasm. What? Am I being hypocritical? He thought to himself. In the face of profit, who cares about double standards? He slightly bowed, respectfully clasping Lin Yi's hands with both of his, shaking them warmly. His face was all smiles, as if he had reunited with a long-lost friend. So you are Lin Yi, truly a hero among the young. My name is Ma Hua, pleased to meet you. Lin Yi was a bit taken aback by Ma Hua's sudden enthusiasm, but he didn't say much. After the handshake, he turned to Yang Kailang and Ma Hua to introduce the people beside him. Let me introduce, Lin Yi said, pointing to the man beside him. This is Tang Junren, an exiled knight. Then he pointed to the woman next to him. And this is Su Wanning, mysterious spirit. Yang Kailang and Ma Hua had both read about Su Wanning online, so her identity didn't particularly shock them. However, their reactions were quite different. Yang Kailang lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Meanwhile, Ma Hua, ever the social butterfly, stepped forward eagerly and shook Tang Junren's hand with enthusiasm. So it's you, Mr. Tang. Ma Hua said excitedly. I've seen your amazing videos. Your shield techniques are absolutely masterful. Having someone like you join our team is a dream come true. Tang Junren was a bit bewildered by Ma Hua's enthusiasm and hadn't had time to respond before Ma Hua turned to Su Wanning. When shaking hands with Su Wanning, Ma Hua was even more gentlemanly, lightly touching her hand before letting go. His attitude remained fervent. Miss Su, I've seen all your posts and videos. Lin Yi's incredible comeback wouldn't have been possible without you. Your bond with him is truly touching. He sincerely praised her, and honestly, your red hair. It's really beautiful. Lin Yi, watching Ma Hua's performance, felt a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He knew that success always favored those who were prepared. Ma Hua's past success wasn't just due to his keen insight, but also his exceptional interpersonal skills. If you're going to choose a partner, why not pick someone who makes you feel at ease? It had to be said, Ma Hua's understanding of the art of partnership was truly masterful. Regarding Yang Kailang's situation, Lin Yi had already explained it in advance. Su Wanning and Tang Junren understood well that Yang Kailang belonged to a vulnerable group. They weren't surprised by his silence. Instead, they felt a bit of pity. They both thought, how could such a bright and handsome young man face such misfortune? Ma Hua showcased his commendable social skills. His small talk was just right, making people feel close without being annoying. After the pleasantries, Ma Hua returned to his spot, glanced at Lin Yi, and softly asked, Ishen, about the collaboration you mentioned. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled. Before we discuss our collaboration, let's appraise a few pieces of equipment first. These are items I crafted last night. Among them are 2 bloodied warriors' broadswords, which I promised to Yang Kailang. How about we start by appraising these 2 swords? Yang Kailang remained silent, while Su Wanning and Tang Junren nodded slightly in agreement. Ma Hua, standing nearby, showed a keen interest and couldn't help but ask, Yishun, are you really into crafting equipment? I was thinking of switching to a blacksmith myself because I believe it has good earning potential. Unfortunately, I never managed to get a recommendation letter. Ma Hua pondered briefly and continued, but after careful analysis, I realized that while blacksmithing can be profitable, it heavily depends on luck. If you're unlucky, you might only produce low-quality items, making it hard to break even. Hearing Ma Hua's words, Lin Yi nodded lightly, secretly admiring Ma Hua's sharp insight into economics. He recalled the situation from his past life indeed. As Ma Hua said, crafting equipment could make money, but few managed to earn more than they spent. Most people were content just to break even. It was a field where fortunes varied greatly. Lin Yi himself had been one of the unlucky ones in his past life. However, this time, with an initial skill boost of 500 proficiency points and the mysterious lucky cloak of the god of blacksmithing, Lin Yi had high hopes for his crafting results. He remembered Wang Dachui's remark about him, a master craftsman in the making, and couldn't help but wonder if he could truly become a master craftsman. If not, a sly glint appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he thought about giving Wang Dachui a surprise. Lin Yi had bought 10 appraisal potions from Wang Dachui. His 10 blueprints covered almost all equipment categories: 2 bloodied warriors' broadswords for Yang Kailang, a staff, a magic wand, 3 light armors, 2 pairs of shoes, and a level 15 cloak blueprint. Lin Yi explained, the staff is exclusive to glory priests, while the magic wand is for radiant mages. He recalled the crafting order from yesterday, noting that proficiency would affect the equipment's attributes, so he prioritized crafting items that were less immediately needed. Yang Kailang's 2 broadswords were the 8th and 9th items he crafted. Let's appraise the 8th one first, Lin Yi said, pulling out 10 semi-finished items from his backpack and sprinkling appraisal potion on one of the broadswords. In the next moment, a shimmering green light appeared. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and exclaimed with joy, oh, not bad. The first one is excellent quality? The green light immediately drew everyone's attention. The equipment's information soon appeared. Apollo's devout longsword. Quality, excellent. Usable level, 10. Crafted by Lin Yi. Su Wanning scrutinized the excellent quality item, hesitant to speak. Lin Yi noticed and gently encouraged, Wanning, if you have something to say, go ahead. Su Wanning nodded, her eyes fixed on the equipment. It seems it has a bit more damage. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively, that's right. Normally, a level 10 excellent broadsword would increase attack power by around 15. This one can go up to 18, which is quite good. You know, anything above 20 is considered epic level. He turned to Yang Kailang and asked with a smile, not bad, right? At least it's not a low-quality item. What do you think, Kailang? Suddenly being addressed, Yang Kailang trembled and quickly nodded. He had been comfortable staying in the corner, unnoticed while everyone focused on the equipment, but as soon as Lin Yi mentioned his name, all eyes turned to him, making him feel uneasy. When did I become Lin Yi's brother? Lin Yi mused to himself, but a relaxed smile spread across his face. At least he had secured a high-quality item, fulfilling his promise. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi decided to continue testing his luck. He carefully took out another bottle of appraisal potion and gently poured it over a different piece of equipment. The potion flowed slowly, spreading across the semi-finished item. At that moment, Lin Yi and his companions weren't the only ones in blacksmith shop number 007. In the corner, a group of teenagers surrounded a boy who had just completed his transition to a blacksmith. The boy's name was Lu Renjia, and he was basking in the joy of reaching the pinnacle of his life. Huh, now I'm a dual-class player, Lu Renjia announced proudly. After a frenzy of leveling up yesterday and this morning, he had finally reached level 10. Not only had he obtained a recommendation letter, but he had also climbed into the top 100 of the leaderboard. Since 9 a.m. today, the first batch of players reaching level 10 had started to appear, and more players were transitioning to new classes. Most of these players had been diligently grinding monsters since yesterday and this morning, while those who were slacking off were still hovering around level 8. Lu Renjia was the type who loved grinding levels and was the first among his friends to hit level 10. The moment he reached level 10, he rushed to the blacksmith shop to transition. However, after Lu Renjia's excited shout, a boy who seemed a bit jealous spoke up. What's there to brag about? Look at that guy. He's already appraising equipment, and it's a high-quality one. Lu Renjia scoffed. Just luck. Watch, the next one will definitely be a dud. The boy, already annoyed by Lu Renjia's arrogance, retorted. What if it's not? Wanna bet? Glancing at the girls in the crowd, Lu Renjia couldn't back down now. Sure, let's bet. I bet the next one's a dud, he declared firmly. The boy responded decisively. That guy must be skilled to transition so early. So I bet it's another high-quality one. With their bet in place, everyone's attentions turned to Lin Yi. Unaware that he had become the center of attention, Lin Yi focused entirely on the appraisal potion in his hand. The potion had completely soaked into the equipment. Although this piece was the ninth one, Lin Yi didn't have high expectations for it. After all, forging was a game of luck, and he was already satisfied with securing one high-quality item. But just then, as the appraisal potion fully permeated the semi-finished item, a blinding light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire blacksmith shop and causing everyone to squint in surprise. Blue. It's actually blue. Ma Hua's exclamation shattered the silence in the forging room. Everyone reacted differently. Su Wanning was frozen in shock. Tang Junren scratched his head in confusion, and Yang Kailing bowed his head in deep thought. As for Lu Runjia, he was nearly losing his mind, his eyes wide open in disbelief. No way. An epic item? Lu Runjia rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if trying to dispel an illusion. But the system notification boomed like thunder, crushing his doubts completely. Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Yi for forging the first epic item in the entire server. The announcement hit the server like a bomb, igniting a burst of exclamations from players. It's Lin Yi again. E-Bro crafted an epic weapon and topped the server's weapon rankings. Is this the legendary E-God? Always a step ahead of everyone. While E-God casually forges epic gear, I can't even get a decent item. I'm utterly outclassed. On the forums, cheeky players even called out, Yinhao, what's your take on this? Sparking a wave of banter. Reviving old internet trolls is strictly prohibited. Yinhao, looks like you can't debunk this one, can you? Lin Yi's achievement set the entire forum ablaze. Countless players buzzed about the newly forged item. Corrosive Plague Greatsword. Quality. Epic. Required level. 10. Forged by Lin Yi. Item score. 51 points, 10 level points, 41 rating points. Current ranking. Server 1. Experts could tell at a glance that this greatsword was tailor-made for blood warriors. Given their passive charge ability, combined with the sword's slowing effect, any enemy caught in close quarters would find escape nearly impossible. Melee classes might stand a chance, but ranged classes would be doomed. Such is the fearsome power of epic equipment. Even Lin Yi had to admit, this corrosive plague greatsword was absurdly strong. He never imagined he'd forge an epic item on his first die, an unbelievable stroke of luck. His gaze inadvertently fell on the cloak behind him, wondering if it had played a part. Ma Hua excitedly slapped Yang Kailang on the shoulder, nearly causing the latter to faint. Bro, you've struck gold. With this epic item, you'll definitely become a key player in the team. Yang Kailang nodded blankly. He could see the weapon's power but felt a twinge of unease. His contribution to yesterday's one-star elite kill was minimal. Did he really deserve this item? Honestly, if Lin Yi changed his mind now, he'd completely understand. After all, if Lin Yi decided to sell it, buyers would line up from Beijing to Japan. Just then, Lu Renjia snapped out of his brief shock. He suddenly realized that the person before him was none other than his idol, Lin Yi. Remembering how he had just cursed Lin Yi to forge a common item, Lu Renjia felt a wave of regret. Without a second thought, he dashed forward. E-God, I'm Lu Renjia, a huge fan of yours. I can't believe I'm meeting you here. I'm a blacksmith too. Sorry, I'm just so excited. Lu Renjia babbled, his sudden appearance leaving Lin Yi and the others momentarily stunned. Finally calming down, Lu Renjia continued, it seems you can't use this weapon. Would you consider selling it to me? Name your price. How about 500 trade points? Seeing Lin Yi's lack of response, Lu Renjia immediately realized his offer might be too low. Though he only had 500 trade points, his friends were generous. Borrowing some money should be no problem. Without hesitation, he doubled his offer. 1,000. Lu Renjia's bid was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present in shock. Ma Hua's eyebrows twitched violently as he heard this, his eyes widening in disbelief. 1,000 trade points? That's equivalent to 1,000,000 coins. He quickly calculated in his mind. Although the equipment was indeed powerful, it was only level 10 and would soon be replaced by higher level gear. It definitely wasn't worth such an astronomical price. At the same time, Ma Hua couldn't help but think of Deng Jie. That guy had spent 10,000 trade points on a recommendation letter, which now seemed utterly foolish. According to Lin Yi's estimate, the letter was worth at most 1,000 trade points. Lin Yi had quoted 10,000 as a joke, thinking no one would actually buy it. But Deng Jie had really paid up. Yang Kailang felt a sense of relief at Lu Renjia's sudden appearance. He thought to himself, Lin Yi will probably sell the equipment and then give me that excellent long sword. That would make sense, given my contributions. If Lin Yi gave me the epic long sword, I would feel overwhelmed and anxious. However, before Yang Kailang could fully relax, Lin Yi decisively responded, sorry, The sword is not for sale. I made it for a friend. Yang Kailang was stunned, instinctively lifting his head to look at Lin Yi in disbelief. Did Lin Yi just say it's not for sale? That's a whole million coins. What shocked him even more was that Lin Yi said it was for a friend. The word friend stirred something deep inside Yang Kailang. He had always considered himself friendless. Lu Renjia seemed unwilling to give up and raised the offer. How about 1,500 trade points? Lin Yi just shook his head with a light smile and said nothing more. Once he decided not to sell, he wouldn't change his mind. Seeing this, Lu Renjia sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he remembered the excellent long sword from earlier. Although he had plenty of high-quality weapons and was confident in his own crafting skills, this was a creation by his idol, Yi Shun. Even if he didn't use it, it would be great to keep as a collectible. It would be a fantastic bragging piece among friends. So, Lu Renjia asked, "Can you sell me the excellent sword then? I'd like to keep it as a collectible." Hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. What was so collectible about an ordinary, excellent weapon? But instead of refusing outright, he pointed to Yang Kailang and said softly, "That excellent sword is his. You can ask him." Lu Renjia's gaze immediately shifted to Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang became visibly uneasy, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to reply, "Sorry, I'm not selling it. I want to keep it as a collectible too." Although Yang Kailang rarely made friends due to his social anxiety, he understood the principles of friendship well. He would never sell a gift from a friend, considering it a betrayal of their bond. Lu Renjia was visibly disappointed, but had no choice but to make one last attempt. "Yi Shun, can I add you as a friend? If you have any equipment you don't need in the future, could you sell it to me?" Lu Renjia asked cautiously. Lin Yi nodded and took the initiative to add Lu Renjia as a friend. This gesture left Lu Renjia thrilled, as he now had something new to boast about being friends with Yi Shun, and Yi Shun had added him first. Pointing to the unidentified gear on the ground, Lin Yi said, "Maybe you'll find something suitable for you soon." Hearing this, Lu Renjia and his companions gathered around, eagerly waiting for Lin Yi to continue identifying the items. However, Lin Yi didn't start immediately. Instead, he handed 2 identified pieces of equipment to Yang Kailang. "These are for you." Yang Kailang hesitated, looking at the 2 long swords being offered. Sensing his hesitation, Lin Yi explained, "This equipment isn't a free gift. I want to invite you to join our team. We need a bloodthirsty warrior, and I think you'd be a great fit. Are you interested?" Lu Renjia couldn't help but feel envious, wondering why Yi Shun didn't invite him, even though he was also a bloodthirsty warrior. Yang Kailang fell into deep thought. Teaming up was a new concept for him. Since meeting Lin Yi the previous day, he had developed a favorable impression of this unique expert. Lin Yi had even called them friends, so becoming teammates seemed like a natural progression. Su Wanning and Tang Junren chimed in, encouraging Yang Kailang to join. Eventually, Yang Kailang nodded and smiled, softly saying, "Okay." Lin Yi was taken aback by his response. "You can talk?" Yang Kailang typed out his explanation. "My name is Yang Kailang, and yes, I can talk. I just didn't speak yesterday because of my social anxiety." Su Wanning and Tang Junren couldn't help but laugh, and Lin Yi finally understood. Although Yang Kailang's social anxiety seemed more severe than just a bit, Lin Yi believed that with time, they would grow closer. More importantly, Yang Kailang's skills were impressive. To reach such a level by the 3rd day of the new era of universal job transitions was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Lin Yi was delighted that their trio had now expanded to a quartet. As for Ma Hua, the strongest glory priest in his past life, Lin Yi certainly planned to recruit him, but that required careful strategy. "Now, let's continue identifying the remaining equipment," Lin Yi said. Although he had given the best gear to Yang Kailang, he remained excited about what else they might discover. The first magic wand he forged was up for appraisal. Lin Yi held his breath, waiting for the result. "Common," he heard, and he nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile forming on his lips. "Yes, that's more like it," he thought to himself, feeling a sense of familiarity with the ordinary result. After all, the recent string of high-quality and even epic gear appraisals had left him feeling somewhat out of touch with reality. The people around Lin Yi had no idea what was going through his mind. When the common wand appeared, Ma Hua and Su Wanning were the quickest to react. Ma Hua immediately offered words of comfort. "Yi Shun, don't be discouraged. It's completely normal to get common gear when forging. I believe you'll get something great next time." Su Wanning gave Lin Yi a gentle look and softly said, "Don't worry about it." Lin Yi waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, and proceeded with the appraisals. The second item was a light armor, which also turned out to be common. The third item, another piece of light armor, surprisingly appraised as high quality. Standing nearby, Ma Hua couldn't help but gasp. He quickly did the math in his head. Out of the 5 items Lin Yi had appraised, there was 1 epic, 2 high quality, and 2 common items. The chance of getting common gear was only 40%, which was simply incredible. Ma Hua suddenly realized that Lin Yi had an extraordinary advantage in equipment forging. First, Lin Yi's unparalleled luck was astonishing. Out of 5 items, only 2 were common, and the epic one alone was worth a fortune. Although getting an epic item every time was unrealistic, even 2 or 3 high-quality items out of 5 would be enough to make a significant profit. More importantly, Lin Yi was a well-known figure. This celebrity effect could bring him additional revenue. Just like how a regular person's signature might be worthless, a celebrity's autograph could sell for a high price. Lu Renga's earlier reaction had clearly demonstrated this point. The more Ma Hua thought about it, the more excited he became. He was convinced that following Lin Yi would surely lead to making money. Determined to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Ma Hua silently vowed to do whatever it took to make this cooperation happen. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ma Hua's gaze grew increasingly fervent as it settled on Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, remained oblivious, focused intently on his appraisal work. Yet, as if his luck had run dry, the next 3 pieces of Gira light armor and 2 pairs of boots turned out to be nothing but ordinary, lacking even a single piece of fine quality. The crowd, accustomed to the splendor of fine and epic gear, felt a sudden drop in morale with the appearance of 3 consecutive white-grade items. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was unfazed. He thought to himself, 3 pieces? That's nothing. I've had streaks of 10 all coming out as white-grade before. Yang Kairang and Ma Hua, being familiar with online games, could understand such streaks of bad luck. However, the young boys and girls behind Lu Renjia began whispering in private chats, their disdain quietly growing. This doesn't seem impressive at all. Yeah, all white grade. I could do that too. Lin Yi's not that great after all. I thought he'd get all fine or epic items. Seeing these messages, Lu Renjia frowned. As a fan of Lin Yi, he couldn't tolerate such comments. Shut up, all of you. You don't know what you're talking about. Lu Renjia scolded them in the team chat. Crafting gear is all about luck. Just that one epic item alone is enough to outshine everyone. If every piece was fine, Lin Yi would have to be cheating. The young boys and girls pursed their lips but didn't argue with Lu Renjia. After all, he was something of a leader in their group. Still, they thought to themselves, there are 2 pieces left. If they're white grade too, Lu Renjia's face will be red with embarrassment. Now, only 2 pieces of gear remained. A staff for a glorious priest and a level 15 cloak. The staff was the 7th item Lin Yi had forged, while the cloak was meant to be the grand finale. Just as Lin Yi was about to drop the appraisal potion on the half-finished staff, Ma Hua's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. He realized that to secure a partnership with Lin Yi, he needed to make him happy. Given Lin Yi's streak of 3 white-grade items, his mood was likely down, making this the perfect moment for Ma Hua to step in. Wait a moment. Ma Hua suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. What's up? Ma Hua beamed, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. I'm a glorious priest myself, and I could use this weapon. How about we play a little game of blind box? I'll buy this half-finished gear from you right now. If it turns out to be white grade, I'll take the loss. If it's fine, I've made a profit, and if it's above fine. Ma Hua trailed off, giving a meaningful smile. This blind box idea had just struck Ma Hua, and it served not only to cheer Lin Yi up, but also to showcase his own business acumen. With Lin Yi's reputation, selling half-finished gear would be a breeze, minimizing any potential losses or even eliminating them. Of course, this relied on Lin Yi's high crafting skill. Otherwise, even with his fame, people wouldn't keep paying for subpar items. Lin Yi's interest was piqued. Blind box, that's an interesting concept. Let's do it your way. But how will you price this blind box weapon? Though he already had an idea, Lin Yi asked to gauge Ma Hua's thoughts. Ma Hua answered without hesitation. The price should be slightly below that of a fine-quality finished product. Based on my analysis, a level 10 white-grade item is worth at most 50 trade points. A fine-quality item can reach about 150 trade points. The system prices fine-quality gear at 800, but that's a ripoff. So, 150 trade points is a generally acceptable price. Pricing the blind box at 100 trade points seems reasonable. If the reputation is strong, we could even raise it to 120 trade points. Given that you've already crafted epic gear, many people will want to try their luck. If you manage to get an epic quality blind box, you'll be rolling in cash. Ma Hua exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with the gleam of potential riches. Hearing this, Lu Renjia's interest was immediately piqued. I want to buy one too, he blurted out, completely ignoring the teenagers behind him who were trying to hold him back. Despite their private messages warning him, Lu Renjia paid no attention. Are you crazy? 100 trading points is 10,000 bucks. That Ma Hua looks totally unreliable. He might be in on a scam. Do you know how long it takes to earn 100 trading points? I've only collected 30 or 40 since yesterday. These messages bombarded him like raindrops, but Lu Renjia remained unfazed. He knew the blind box was risky, but it was crafted by Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi observed the suddenly enthusiastic Lu Ringjia with a slight frown. Besides the staff, he actually didn't want to sell the cloak. Even Tang Jun didn't have a cloak yet. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi spoke. Do you have a blueprint? If you provide the materials, I can forge one for you right now. Lu Ringjia was overjoyed at these words and quickly pulled out a blueprint for a broadsword from his backpack. Yes, I have one. Originally, he had planned to forge it himself today. Lin Yi took the blueprint and materials and walked straight to the forge. He skillfully pulled the bellows and began his work. At first, Lu Renjia didn't pay much attention to Lin Yi's forging technique, assuming it was just system-generated actions. However, when Lin Yi started swinging the hammer, Lu Renjia was utterly shocked. What the heck? What kind of technique is this? He stared in amazement as Lin Yi's hammer moved so quickly that he could barely see it. The speed was incredible, and each strike was perfectly precise. Lu Renjia thought he had always believed NPC Wang Dachui's skills were top-notch, but Lin Yi was on a whole different level. This is what it means to be the best in every aspect. As Lu Renjia watched in awe, Lin Yi swiftly completed the forging and handed the semi-finished product to him. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze? Lin Yi asked, puzzled by Lu Renjia's stunned expression. Lu Renjia finally realized that Lin Yi had finished the forging. He quickly took the equipment, his eyes still a bit dazed. No worries. I was just mesmerized. Lin Yi looked at Lu Renjia in surprise. The forging process was always the same. What could be so mesmerizing about it? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Was Lu Renjia watching him and not the forging process? At this thought, Lin Yi shuddered and instinctively moved away from Lu Renjia, edging closer to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, who was under Tang Juanren's protection, looked puzzled as Lin Yi suddenly approached her. At that moment, Ma Hua sent a trade request to Lin Yi, offering 100 trade points. Lin Yi chuckled and declined. No need for that. Consider this equipment a gift from me. Unexpectedly, Ma Hua responded seriously. I'm sending the trade request again. Even among brothers, clear accounts are needed. Besides, the thrill of a blind box comes from the investment. If you give it to me for free, it loses its excitement. Lin Yi laughed, thinking Ma Hua had a strong sense of principle. Hearing this, Lu Renjia suddenly understood. Right. No thrill without investment. He immediately sent a trade request to Lin Yi as well, leaving Lin Yi stunned. It made sense for Ma Hua to pay since Lin Yi provided the blueprint and materials. But for Lu Renjia's equipment, Lin Yi had only spent a bit of energy and a few seconds. It felt like free money. Before Lin Yi could question him, Lu Renjia also said seriously, Ishan, I want the thrill too. Lin Yi was speechless, while the teenagers behind him started to mock Lu Renjia's foolishness. In the end, Lin Yi reluctantly accepted the trade points. With the trades completed, it was time to open the blind boxes. Ma Hua and Lu Renjia both held identification potions, ready to pour. The commotion caught the attention of others in the blacksmith shop, many of whom were level 10 players preparing to change classes. Seeing someone identifying equipment, they gathered around out of curiosity. What's going on? Why is there such a crowd? Is there a fight? Newcomers asked, unable to see past the crowd. The onlookers in front responded irritably. Stop pushing, man. If you push any harder, they'll accuse me of harassment. No fights here. Don't you know private fights aren't allowed in the main city? Who would dare to fight here? Do you think Wang Dachui's eyes are just for show? Then what are you all watching? The newcomers persisted. Patiently, the front row spectators explained. Two idiots bought some half-finished blind boxes for 100 trade points each. We're all here to watch them make fools of themselves. The newcomer was shocked. A half-finished blind box for 100 trade points? He barely had 160, and 100 of that was the system starting points. The blind box cost almost as much as a high-quality piece of equipment. These people must be rich. Intrigued, he became even more eager to watch. Lin Yi and his group didn't expect to attract such a crowd. Lin Yi remained calm, focusing on protecting Su Wanqing. Yang Kairang had already hidden in a corner, finding the crowd more unbearable than death. Ma Hua, however, was more nervous than Lin Yi. With so many onlookers, if both pieces of equipment turned out to be duds, his reputation would be ruined. He had intended to open the blind boxes to make Lin Yi happy and showcase his own abilities, but now he found himself in a difficult situation. However, he thought, if these two pieces of equipment turned out to be valuable, Lin Yi's reputation as a master forger would spread across the entire server. With this hope, Ma Hua silently prayed for a good outcome. Ma Hua silently prayed, his eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Beside him, Lu Renjia seemed relaxed and carefree, showing none of Ma Hua's anxiety. He casually asked, who's going first? Taking a deep breath, Ma Hua replied, I'll go first. Lu Renjia nodded and stepped aside. Ma Hua tightly gripped the half-finished blind box in his hand, feeling a light sweat forming on his palm. Slowly, he raised the bottle of potion and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, unhesitatingly poured the identifying liquid over the blind box. The onlookers immediately focused their attention on Ma Hua's hand, and the atmosphere grew tense. Come on, just a decent one, someone in the crowd whispered mockingly. Many were there just to see the spectacle, secretly hoping Ma Hua would fail. After all, there's always a touch of schadenfreude in human nature. As the potion soaked into the equipment, a sudden flash of light appeared. Ma Hua's eyes widened as he stared intently at the weapon in his hand, his heartbeat quickening. Please, at least a decent one, he kept praying in his mind. Finally, the color of the light revealed itself. It was green, a piece of decent quality equipment. The Great Prophecy Staff, quality, decent, usable level, 10, forged by Lin Yi. Ma Hua was instantly overjoyed, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He suppressed the urge to cheer and quickly composed himself, ready to use this opportunity to promote Lin Yi's forging skills. The crowd, seeing that Ma Hua had actually pulled a decent piece of equipment, couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Someone muttered, "Just luck. These blind boxes are a rip-off." The surrounding people nodded in agreement, seemingly sharing the same sentiment. At this moment, Ma Hua entered performance mode. With tears in his eyes, he turned deeply towards Lin Yi's direction. His voice slightly choked. "I never expected it. Not only is E-God skilled, but his forging is also at a master level. It's truly astonishing. To think, E-God just identified 5 weapons, 2 of which were decent and 1 was epic." Ma Hua deliberately omitted the fact that 3 were common, as any good businessman would highlight the positives in his promotions. His words immediately caught the crowd's attention, and they suddenly realized that the forger was the renowned Lin Yi. Lin Yi. A gasp arose from the crowd. Who doesn't know Lin Yi in this whole server? But not only is Lin Yi incredibly powerful, but he's also a master forger with incredible luck? What window did God possibly close for Lin Yi? The murmurs and discussions grew louder, and people's expressions shifted from initial mockery to surprise and envy. Ma Hua's decent equipment and Lin Yi's forging skills became the center of attention, making the atmosphere lively and vibrant. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.